What would you do if, one day, the heroines from a webtoon appeared in reality? The young man's name is Na Kanglum. One sunny day, he accidentally discovers that his favorite heroine has transferred to his class. However, this leads to a series of bizarre and tragic situations, with the heroines dying one after another according to specific details within the story. Originally, the male lead should have appeared to save them, but at this moment he is alone, without a system or any special powers. Instead, he gains the ability to rewind time a few minutes before the plot deviates from the original storyline. From this moment on, he becomes the only one who can save the heroines from death. The story begins with a woman's voice. On the street, Gae gently tells In-gong, "Thank you for saving me." He casually replies, "It's nothing, I just did what I had to do." She leans towards him and says, "Are you hungry and late?" Gae blushes and shyly suggests, "Would you like to come to my place for dinner?" He politely declines, "It's okay, I'm fine. Late-night meals aren't good for your health." As it turns out, what just happened was a scene from a recently popular comic. An angry voice echoes, "Are you serious? Is he for real? What's wrong with that male lead?" The person who just spoke was Na Kanglum, a second-year high school student. His fingers moved ceaselessly across the screen and he muttered, "I really don't get it. He's completely trash. Why are all male leads like this?" Comments scrolled up the screen. "That guy definitely has issues. What do you expect from this idiot? No late night snacks. Is he serious?" Yu-Gae fans have lost all hope in an instant. Kanglum was so sad. The comment section was filled with criticism. Yu-Gae's fans had lost hope because of this scene. He suddenly sprang up and shouted, "I haven't lost hope yet. I was already thinking about dating and marriage." The more Kanglum thought about it, the angrier he got, shouting even louder, "How can I give up?" But before he could finish his sentence, someone suddenly opened his room door and yelled, "Hey!" This person was Nam Min-young, a first-year high school student. She frowned and said, "Will you shut up? You know I can hear your voice all the way from your room. I'm on the phone with a friend and I'm so embarrassed because of you. Can't you be quiet?" He was slightly flustered. "I'm sorry, but for you to talk to your older brother like that." Before Kanglum could finish, Min-young slammed the door shut. He was dumbfounded. "That brat?" Kanglum lay back on his bed, letting out a long sigh. "How can I wait until next week? I'm out of cookies, so I guess I'll have to delete and reinstall, then create a new account." He pulled out his phone again and browsed the comment section. Just then, a new comment appeared. It read, "If you're so good, why don't you be the male lead? I prefer his innocence." Kanglum wondered, who is this guy? His eyes were fixed on the screen. "First, I'll hit dislike. If I could do it, it would only be if I had the looks." Kanglum turned and looked at himself in the mirror. He ran his hand through his hair, admiring himself. "Looking at myself in the mirror, I guess I'm not half bad, am I?" Kanglum got down on the floor and took a boxing stance with both arms. "I could even fight if I tried." In an unguarded moment, his fist missed and hit the side of the chair hard. Kanglum screamed in pain. From the next room, an annoyed voice called out, "Be quiet," and the scene transitioned to a classroom. Loud laughter echoed all around. This bespectacled male student was Shin Young-soo, a second-year high school student with delusional tendencies. With a half-smile, half-sneer, he said, "Good morning, my subordinate, Na Kanglum." Kanglum asked indifferently, "You seem to be in a good mood today." Young-soo nodded slightly and replied, "Of course, I finally reached platinum." Kanglum pouted when he heard that. "Why is the matching system so bad? Our team always has trolls." Young-soo proudly declared, "I also pulled a new 3-star character. The witch goddess, that is." Kanglum's voice held undisguised jealousy. "You got her with a free pull without spending any money? You must have used up all your luck." Young-soo pushed up his glasses and replied, "That's right. Destiny chose me, the chosen one." As if remembering something, he turned sideways and asked, "Oh, by the way, did you read what was uploaded yesterday?" Kanglum, not understanding, asked back, What story are you talking about?" Kanglum replied, "Yesterday was Wednesday, of course, I'm talking about the goddess." Young-soo listened blankly and muttered, "The goddess? What's that? A new webtoon? Are you telling me to get all excited and make a fuss?" Kanglum explained with a blank expression. "You're talking about Goddess of 6 Wives Escaping Crisis, you idiot." He touched his chin and said half-jokingly, half-seriously, "The title is really interesting. I can't believe there was a famous webtoon I didn't know about." He was slightly annoyed. "Hey, why do you keep pretending not to know? Stop it. Didn't you say yesterday that Gae was the most likely because your favorite Harem hasn't appeared for 2 months, you said?" Young-soo turned around and asked, "My subordinate, what are you?" Before he could finish, his phone rang, cutting him off. The person nicknamed Witchmaid said, "Master, please save me." Young-soo, enraged, shouted, "What? They invaded again, you evil and despicable devils." Kanglum couldn't help but sigh. "Your delusions are getting worse." He was still engrossed in the conversation. "Don't give up, mythical blue dragon. With my remaining life force I will resolve this." Kanglum focused on scrolling through his phone screen. Completely ignoring Young-soo, he thought to himself, "How can he not know the goddess? I'll find it and show him." But no matter how much he scrolled, he couldn't find anything. Looking at his list of followed webtoons, he wondered, why isn't it on my list? Did it get taken down? It was then that Young-soo turned around and said, "Show me what webtoon that is." Kanglum was still confused. If it was, everyone in the comment section should be furious. There should be protests, big or small, from here. The bulletin board would surely be in an uproar. The teacher standing at the podium suddenly spoke. "All right, quiet down and take your seats," she told the students. "A transfer student will be joining us today. She'll introduce herself as soon as she comes in." At that, murmuring spread throughout the classroom. The teacher gestured to the person outside. "Come in." The new transfer student was a girl with long blonde hair. Everyone applauded continuously, welcoming her. The new friend introduced herself. "Hello, I am Yu Gae. My father is British, so I transferred here from there. I studied in Korea during elementary school, so I speak Korean quite well," murmuring echoed throughout the classroom. "She's really pretty and her figure is so well proportioned. Is she an idol? Is she pretty because she's mixed race?" Yang-soo was still looking for the webtoon name Kanglum mentioned but couldn't find it. He muttered, "There's no such webtoon." Meanwhile, Kanglum looked up and let out a surprised "Ha." Gae smiled brightly. "Of course there's still a lot I don't know, but I want to be friends with all of you, so don't be too shy. I'll do my best to treat you all well." Hearing her words, the entire class was startled. The teacher tapped her desk with a folder, reminding them to be quiet. "It's still the beginning of the semester, so don't get too carried away and try to get along well." Suddenly, someone's two hands slammed hard on a desk, making a loud noise. As it turned out, that person was Kanglum. He sprang up, shouting in surprise, "Yu Gae." The surrounding students turned to look at Kanglum's strange behavior but didn't stare. Yang-soo asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, my subordinate? Do you know that human woman from another dimension?" A suspicious glint flickered in his eyes. "Do I know her? Of course I do." Kanglum stared at the blonde friend standing at the podium, and familiar information automatically popped into his head. Name: Yu Gae, second-year high school, blood type O, Sagittarius, can play piano. Hobbies include flower arranging and listening to classical music, a photo model and rookie actress, perfect scores in sports, academics, and all other aspects. He opened his phone and cross-referenced it with a saved image. And she is the heroine from Goddess of Six Wives Escaping Crisis. Every Wednesday, the webtoon Goddess of Six Wives Escaping Crisis. In Kanglum's memory, she was the heroine among 6 other characters and his first choice, so of course he knew her. He asked the person in front of him, "But why are you here? Is this a prank or cosplay?" He constantly speculated internally. "No, it doesn't make sense. What's the benefit?" Kanglum was still lost in thought. "But they both look so similar and both are mixed race. What's going on? Am I still sleeping? Is this a dream?" Teacher asked suspiciously. "Gae, do you know a student named Kanglum?" Gae said with a confident voice. "No, I've never met him before." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was 12:40 p.m. Lunchtime. Yang-soo said, "My subordinate, it's lunchtime." He turned his head to look at Kanglum and said at length, "Unlike me, a descendant of the Dragon King, your body needs nutrition. You've been acting strange since this morning. Have you perhaps been cursed by a dark wizard?" Hearing Yang-soo's question. "Or are you jealous of my luck?" Kanglum buried his face in his arms and replied, "No, just go." He thought to himself, "I need to sort out what's happened. 1. The heroine from the goddess appeared in reality. Yu Gae, even if I just think they resemble each other. 2. That webtoon has completely vanished from the webtoon platform. I can't find anything. 3. No one else knows what crazy thing is happening right now." His eyes were filled with sadness. "If this isn't a dream or a hallucination, I'm the only one going crazy here." Kanglum slowly stood up. "Should I ask her what's happening? Does she know about this?" He saw Gae happily talking with other friends, but more importantly, she was truly captivating. It was like seeing a celebrity. She was completely different. Unconsciously, Gae's gaze accidentally met Kanglum's and he was startled. "Ha!" The two looked at each other. Seeing her slowly approach him, Kanglum thought to himself, "Why is that kid coming over here?" Why? His heart pounded violently. "Wait, my heart isn't ready for this." Gae called out. "Hey!" She brushed her hair behind her ear and asked, "Have we met before?" "Ah!" Kanglum shouted, his face bright red. Then he quickly regained his composure and said, "No." Gae burst out laughing. "Really? Why are you speaking so formally?" Kanglum blushed again. "It's been too long since I talked to a girl. I'm too nervous." She opened her mouth, looking slightly puzzled. "I wonder what happened this morning. I'm actually not very good at remembering faces, so I've forgotten some people before. Isn't that funny?" His voice was filled with concern. "Ah, you mean when you met Seo Wuying? She even prepared your favorite white chocolate and was really excited to see you after so long, even if you didn't remember her." Kanglum thought to himself, this was a pretty interesting scene that happened in the webtoon. A scene that fans of Yu Gae like me read over and over again. But Gae was surprised and replied, "Huh, she only focused on one detail. How do you know that?" "And that I like white chocolate?" He froze. "Wait, wrong." Kanglum wanted to hit himself on the head. "What are you saying now, Kanglum? You're such an idiot. Seo Wuying is your childhood friend before you went to England. It's really strange that I know this," Gae asked with a curious expression. "How do you know Wuying?" he stammered, making an excuse. "Nothing, I was just talking to myself, just some random thoughts, and I like white chocolate too." The girls nearby found it strange. "Who is he? Why is he talking so much?" "So weird," Gae said softly. "Wait, you're—" Before she could finish, someone behind her touched her shoulder and called out, "Gae, you haven't gone to the cafeteria yet, have you?" The male student introduced himself as Kong Hakan, "And this is Lee Jihan. I was just about to head there. Let's go together. Today's lunch isn't great, the cafeteria would be better." She turned her head and replied, "Really? Okay." As Gae walked with the two, she said, "I've always wanted to try it in Korea." Hakan was curious. "Really? You don't have school cafeterias in England?" After speaking, he glanced back once. Kanglum flinched and internally called him trash. "I overreacted a bit." He kept his hands under the desk, clutching his pants. "I know exactly what Gae likes and dislikes." Seeing her happily talking and laughing with those two, Kanglum felt depressed. "Life is so boring." A post appeared on the bulletin board. Webtoon character appeared in reality. "This is for real. I was reading a webtoon as usual. Then one day I woke up and the heroine was a transfer student at our school. No one else seems to know. That webtoon also disappeared. I feel like I'm going crazy. Could this be true? Below it were a few comments. Recommend some light novels like this. Seriously, this guy is full of delusions. Kanglum clicked his mouse, muttering, it's just as I thought. He leaned back in his chair and lamented, even I can't believe this is happening. From outside a voice suddenly called, Kanglum, come down and help Mom. Kanglum gazed at Gehi, who was shining among the others. Still the same. I couldn't even talk to her during lunchtime. Am I going crazy, or is the world going crazy? Seeing that he wasn't coming down, his mom raised her voice again. Now Kanglum, he snapped back to attention and replied, I'll be right there. When he arrived downstairs, Kanglum asked, Mom, do you need anything? Mom told him to buy some tomato sauce. Eggs sizzled in the kitchen, and he muttered, It's fine, I'll just eat the eggs. Min Young didn't even look at Kanglum and said she didn't want any. Why aren't you going, Oppa? Don't just play games and waste time. Seeing her focused on the TV screen, he helplessly said, Damn it. What makes you any different? Why are you watching such trivial stuff still? Kanglum ran the errand. After completing the payment, the employee said, Thank you. He returned step by step in a daze. As Kanglum walked, he thought, I didn't think about what happened this morning, but Gehi transferring is chapter 1 of Goddess saving 6 wives. He suddenly stopped. Wait, so the story is actually happening in reality? Kanglum pouted and said, What happened in chapter 1? It's been so long I can't remember. And he started walking again. It'll be fine, he told himself. Suddenly a loud thud sounded from behind him, something hitting hard. He reflexively turned his head and saw a terrible sound echo. No, who? Kanglum's eyes widened in horror. I remember now, Goddess of 6 Wives Escaping Crisis. Goddess of 6 Wives Escaping Crisis was a typical romance webtoon, as the title suggests, where the male lead saves 6 heroines from various crises, and Yu Gehi was the first challenge and the first stalker. As I recall, there was a clash with a stalker. The male lead saved Gehi and the story began. Sweat poured down his face. Unlike the webtoon, Kanglum saw blood splattering and realized with shock that there was no male lead here. While he covered his mouth, unable to speak, others pulled out their phones and made calls. Is this 911? Yes, what are you doing right now? Confused noises continuously echoed in the darkness. Kanglum knelt on the ground. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. It's because there's no male lead. He looked at Gehi lying in front of him, unmoving. This is truly unfair, an innocent girl like her. Cold sweat ran down his face. Kanglum's voice trembled. What's going on? The surrounding space seemed to change in an instant. The teacher frowned and said in an angry voice, What did you just say to me? Really? Now Kanglum, come to the teacher's office after school. As soon as he heard this, he opened his eyes wide, filled with utter shock. What is this again? Kanglum was standing at his desk when Yangsu's voice echoed in his ears. You discovered the cult of darkness before she appeared. How brave, my subordinate. What is he doing? Teacher said aloud. We have a transfer student joining our class today. She'll introduce herself as soon as she comes in. Come in. These words felt strangely familiar. He paused, listening to the person introduce herself. Hello everyone, she smiled brightly. My name is Yu Gehi. My father is British, so I transferred here from there. I studied in Korea during elementary school, so I speak Korean quite well. There's still a lot I don't know, but Kanglum felt cold all over. Is this moment real? Gehi's voice echoed again. I want to be friends with all of you, so don't be too shy. Seeing her smile brightly and say, I'll do my best to treat you all well. He was very surprised. Did I come back to this morning? Outside, the bell for the end of class rang. The teacher reminded them, it's still the beginning of the semester, so don't get too carried away and try to get along well. She looked at Kanglum and him and said, Hey, troublemaker, you need to come with me. He was startled and said, Teacher, I think there's a misunderstanding. The teacher shouted, cutting him off. Don't make excuses. Kanglum stood there in a daze. There must be a reason for this strange phenomenon. Why did I come back to this point in time? It's really odd. He glanced at Gehi, but she also saw Kanglum glance at her and looked at him with slight incomprehension. He realized this would be salvation. If I really did go back to this moment, then that accident, the terrible image flashed through Kanglum's mind, must not have happened, right? Can I stop it? In the office, the teacher paused for a moment and said, As you know, this isn't the street or your home. It's still school, so try to behave properly. He felt despair internally but outwardly nodded and said, I'll keep that in mind. Remembering her words to try and behave properly at school, Kanglum felt something was wrong. But wasn't it the male lead's job to save the heroine Yu Gehi from death? His face darkened. Kanglum wondered if his words had come true because of what he had said that day. He lowered his voice and said to the teacher, I'm sorry. Kanglum knew it didn't matter. This was reality. Do you think I'd let my favorite heroine die like that? His eyes were filled with determination to save her. All right, with my power I know what's going to happen, so what's the problem? Back at his desk, Kanglum was very gloomy. This seems like a big problem. The paper was densely written with text. I've written down everything I can remember and summarized the plot. But Yangsu thought his friend was acting strange today. What's wrong, my subordinate? You're awake in class and not playing games? He retorted. Don't talk like that's a given. He glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise. Wait, isn't that a fan fiction of chapter 1 from the 27 forbidden masterpieces? Kanglum shook his head and replied, It's neither forbidden nor fan fiction. Yangsu smiled as if understanding everything and said, There's no need to be ashamed. I've written one too. My work is about reincarnation in another world. He was speechless. You're the one who should be ashamed, he said regretfully. But I've forgotten a few important parts. Kanglum scratched his head in frustration. That's the problem. I can't remember the exact details. But the biggest problem is that there's too much of a difference between me and the original male lead. the protagonist had everything. He was handsome, very kind, cool, good at fighting, and bullied students couldn't touch him. Kanglum covered his head and buried his face in his desk. His face was gloomy and tears streamed down. He had all the elements to be the male lead. Thanks to his looks, I'm completely the opposite compared to him. No comparison, no need to suffer. He was skilled in taekwondo, so he could very simply prevent the stalker incident. Kanglum clutched his hair. But I can't save Yu Gehi like that. I'll get severely beaten. He pointed at the paper and said at length, "All right, this is the plot. Give me some advice." The male lead knows what's going to happen, okay? He knows when, where, what's going to happen, and what to do to stop it. Yang-soo calmly replied, "It's simple. If he's the male lead, just charge in and fight." Kanglum reminded him not to use force. "He's just an ordinary student." He stroked the hair on his forehead and said, "A subordinate, you're really slow. If he's an ordinary student, you should imbue him with magic." He laughed to himself upon hearing that. "Forget it. Why did I have hope in you?" Yang-soo suddenly pointed at the paper and asked, "If he knows when and where the heroine will have an accident, why doesn't he stop her from going there? Just don't go there." Kanglum stood there blankly upon hearing that, a slight bewildered expression on his face, and then he suddenly jumped up, grabbed Yang-soo by the collar, and shouted joyfully, "That's it, exactly what I'd expect from the descendant of the Dragon King. It's all thanks to your delusions, even though you're a high school student," he said awkwardly. "Thanks for the compliment, but isn't that a bit much? We're currently," Yang-soo lowered his voice to remind him, "in the middle of class." The teacher saw his actions and shouted, "Now Kanglum, you again?" Gehi and everyone else stared with wide eyes. "What is it? Is there something wrong with him?" Kanglum emerged from the office again. He walked laughing to himself. "Right, I was overthinking it. If I just tell her it's dangerous, everything will be fine." Then Kanglum hesitated slightly and asked himself, "Should I just go up to her and lie? If she doesn't believe me, should I save someone else?" He quietly resolved, "All right, just." Kanglum pushed the door open and shouted, "Hey you Gaw." He saw her talking to others. Whispers echoed around. "Really, that's amazing. We should start a fan club. You're a famous model, you look great." Kanglum and Gehi were separated by a wall of ordinary people. Kanglum's side was quiet while her side was filled with laughter. He sat in his chair and thought to himself, "Maybe I should wait." Kanglum clasped his fingertips together to relieve his tension. He muttered, it's fine, I'm pretty free anyway." Kanglum followed closely behind Gehi. "I'm pretty free anyway, and I have to change our class too." He followed behind, muttering to himself, "Just once, I just need to tell her once." Kanglum followed Gehi step by step. The two always maintained a certain distance. He suddenly stopped and looked up at the clock. It was 12:40 p.m. 12:30 p.m. was lunchtime. In an instant, Kanglum's mood plummeted, becoming gloomy. "I can't approach her." He clutched his head, agonizing. "How can there always be people around her? Is this what an ordinary person's life is like? I don't want it at all. She can't." Kanglum tried to calm himself down. "It's okay, there's still a chance," he told himself internally. "There's still one last chance. Yu Gehi will talk to me at lunchtime." Kanglum sat at his desk filled with hope. "He'll definitely come up to me. I just need to wait." And people slowly passed in front of him. Kanglum followed their retreating figures with his eyes. Someone asked, "Gehi, you haven't gone to the cafeteria yet, have you?" Seeing her walk away, he continuously cried out internally, "Why isn't she coming? That can't be right." Hearing Gehi say she always wanted to try the cafeteria in Korea, Kanglum couldn't understand. "She approached me last time. How has the future changed?" The previous scene replayed in his mind. "Is it because of that moment? Did I leave a bad impression twice and that changed the future just because of that?" Kanglum sprang to his feet. "I can't let her move like that." Suddenly, the surrounding space shook violently. The classroom lights went out and the room grew dim. In an instant, he found himself standing in the middle of the classroom. The teacher's voice echoed, "A transfer student will be joining us today. She'll introduce herself." She suddenly turned around and asked, "What are you doing before coming into the classroom?" "Kanglum, why are you standing up? Is there a problem?" He still stood there in a daze. "What is this?" In the quiet space of the restroom, the sound of tap water became clearer. Kanglum placed both hands on the edge of the sink. "I've come back again. I suspected it, but now I'm certain." He finally realized this isn't the only chance. This is a plot loop. It's a story where the character is trapped in a time loop. I activated the time loop I've returned to this morning. Kanglum asked himself blankly. If so, my life, the problem here is finding the loop conditions. He remembered Gehi's previous accident. The first death of Yu Gehi is the loop condition. It's very simple. Death is the loop condition of the plot. And Kanglum remembered Gehi passing him with those two people. But what about the second time? I didn't do anything. He carefully recalled the difference from the first time. It's that I left a bad impression on Yu Gehi. Kanglum turned off the faucet. I can't figure out the reason. He walked down the hallway thinking, so if I don't leave a bad impression in this timeline, it should be fine, right? Fortunately, I was able to come back. Kanglum touched his chin, vowing to himself, I need to act normally until lunchtime. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hi Kanglum." This pure-looking female student was Park Una, a second-year high school student. He replied with a smile. "Hi Una," she teased him. "Why are you walking around with such dead fish eyes?" Kanglum said half-jokingly, half-seriously. "If you keep saying that, people will think I'm wearing colored contacts." Una said, "True. I have something to show you. I just finished chapter 1 of my work," he said. "Oh, you said you wanted to enter a contest, right?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, I'll send you the link. Could you take a look and give me some feedback?" Kanglum readily agreed. "Sure, sounds interesting. What genre is it?" Una replied shyly. "It's fantasy, but it's not finished yet." She covered her face with her phone, embarrassed. Actually, I was going to tell you in the club, but I met you here. He was startled and quickly said, wait, you weren't planning on telling me now? Una asked back. Why? Kanglum suddenly froze. Is this the butterfly effect? I never met Una in the first loop. I need to be as careful as possible. He quickly ran, looking back as he went. I'll see it after class. See you later. She hugged her notebook tightly to her chest and replied awkwardly, okay. On the wall, the clock pointed to 12:40 p.m. It was lunchtime. A burning intensity emanated from Kanglum's entire body. Time has come. Lunchtime is the last chance. I tried to catch her attention this morning. Come on, you Gehi, he chuckled to himself. I need to be calm. I need to articulate the thousands of scenarios I've prepared. While Kanglum was concentrating and thinking he was ready, Gehi took a step closer and called out, hey. She brushed her hair behind her ear and gently asked, have we met before? He was startled and yelled, hey. In an instant, Kanglum's face turned beet red. He couldn't think of anything. He stammered and exclaimed, no. Gehi smiled brightly and asked again, really? Why are you speaking so formally? I thought we had met before. You acted as if you knew me. I'm not very good at remembering faces, so maybe I've forgotten you. Isn't that funny? Kanglum was startled by her words. I have to say it. I can't just sit here. He struggled to find the words, but he kept stammering and couldn't utter a single one. Seeing this, she asked, what's wrong? Looking at her lovely face, Kanglum agonized internally. Damn it, what should I say? Should I tell her everything? Should I tell her she's going to fall off the roof? That's ridiculous. Kanglum was in a fierce internal struggle. What if she asks how I know? Gehi asked again. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? He opened his mouth and uttered one word at a time. Actually, his heart pounded in his chest. I'm so nervous. I need to keep talking, but nothing comes to mind. Just then, someone suddenly touched her shoulder and called out, hey Gehi, you haven't gone to the cafeteria yet, have you? He introduced himself as Kong Hakan and added that this was Lee Jihun. We were just about to head there. Want to come with us? Jihun also urged her to go. He muttered, today's lunch isn't great. It's better to go to the cafeteria. Kanglum felt gloomy. Wait, did I waste time again? Gehi's excited voice echoed. Yes, I've always wanted to try it in Korea. Hakan laughed and asked, really, you don't have them in England? If I don't do anything, it'll end up as that horrible scene. Kanglum's eyes widened and he suddenly snapped out of it. He sprang to his feet. No, it can't be. Kanglum shouted loudly. Seoyoung? I know you from Seoyoung, Hakan asked, confused. What is he talking about? Jihun wondered. Seoyoung? Who's Seoyoung? Only Gehi stood there startled. She asked him, Wooying, are you a friend of Wooying's? Kanglum forced himself to answer, yes, that's right, she always talked about you. That's why I was surprised this morning. He was thinking something else internally. Of course, I only saw her on screen. I need to keep the conversation going so I can tell her about the stalker. Seeing Gehi approaching him step by step, Kanglum explained, I only heard about you. I never met you in person. She asked, really? Are you too close? Do you even know Wooying's secret real name? He hesitated and replied, of course. Kanglum suddenly realized, of course. Wait, is she confirming the relationship now? He explained out loud. Chana, should I say Seo Chana? She hated that name because she said it was old-fashioned. Gehi slightly raised her head and looked into his eyes. You really seem to know her, so you know about me too, right? As she got closer to him, Kanglum froze. Gehi lowered her voice and said coldly, hey, shut up and follow me. If you try to do anything, I'll kill you. Kanglum, being dragged by Gehi, couldn't resist. He quickly said, wait, you, Gehi, what are you doing all of a sudden? Kanglum broke out in a cold sweat, recalling her earlier warning when she had him against the wall with cold eyes. What was that earlier? Kill me? Did I hear wrong? She seems like a completely different person. Kanglum thought this far and his mind began to waver. He stopped and refused to go, asking, no, wait, can't you at least tell me where we're going? Gehi walked forward, ignoring his resistance without looking back. I don't know where we're going right now. She wants somewhere deserted. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped. Oh, that's right, let's go to the backyard. Kanglum was bewildered. How deserted place in the back of the school? He started having strange thoughts and his face turned beet red. No, it can't be. Romantic comedy backyard, confession spot. Kanglum imagined flowers blooming in his mind. Am I getting confessed to? He imagined his mom Yangsu and Min Wong watching him and her get married. All three were shedding tears. Mom thought a guy like her son wouldn't get married. If Oppa makes Unnie cry, I won't let him get away with it. Although you're a traitor, live happily, my subordinate. Gehi, dressed in a wedding dress, said shyly, Honey, she turned around and said gently. What are you thinking? Kanglum smiled innocently. Nothing, I was just thinking about the day we first met. He scratched his head. I didn't expect you to fall in love at first sight and confess to me in the school backyard. Gehi burst out laughing. That's ancient history. Don't embarrass me. The officiant said. The bride may kiss the groom. The two leaned closer to each other. Back in reality he was pouting and looking very lecherous. Gehi beside him said angrily, I'll kill you. Kanglum was startled and recoiled. Damn it, I accidentally imagined a future where they were together. He broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, what did you just say? Gehi stared at him with murderous eyes and said in a cold voice, didn't you hear? I'll kill you. She faced Kanglum. All right, if you dare tell anyone. I'll kill you. Gehi reached out her hand. Oh, don't misunderstand. I won't kill you myself, but I'll use every method to destroy your life until you beg for death. He was bewildered and dumbfounded by her words. His head was filled with question marks. Until you beg for death, Gehi narrowed her eyes and said, so I'm warning you. Then she said loudly, listen closely. Kanglum quickly cut her off and shouted, who are you? What are you talking about? He pointed at Gehi with fear-filled, trembling eyes. You're not you, Gehi. She would never say such things. She would never say such vulgar words. She tilted her head, feigning surprise. Are you playing dumb? You're so close with Seo Young and you don't know. Gehi crossed her arms and said, I was just playing the role of a good person. Kanglam asked in confusion. How role? A slight clue popped into his head. Wait, let's summarize everything I know about you, Gehi, from the webtoon. Kanglam scrutinized and evaluated her. Perfect scores, excellent physical ability, artistic talent. She excels in every aspect. Then he recalled an old article. But the main reason fans called her creator's mistake was, then he recalled a scene where she helped an old man cross the street. She wasn't arrogant because of her natural talent, and always showed kindness whenever she appeared. The old man smiled and thanked her. People sometimes criticized her for being too perfect. Why wouldn't they? She's a webtoon character, he was surprised to discover. Thanks to that image, she ranked first in popularity polls, even the second most popular character. Even I fell for her kindness. But Kanglam was still somewhat incredulous. But why? While he was thinking, he heard Gehi's words. Damn it. She put her hands on her waist and muttered with an unpleasant look. I should have shut Seo Young's mouth before coming here. Does she have a problem? She ruined her high school dream before it even began. Seeing her attitude, Kanglam was startled. So in the end she was just playing the role of a good person and it was all fake, he blurted out. No, you're not Yu Gehi, are you? Gehi looked at him with narrowed eyes and asked. What are you saying? Kanglam shouted. Yu Gehi is a pure character who loves literature and flower arranging. She raised an eyebrow. That's what my manager came up with. I prefer watching professional wrestling, he continued to ask. She still replied calmly, then romance movies. I prefer Hollywood movies with explosions. And the wish for world peace every Christmas. World domination is cooler than world peace. Then classical music. Death metal is the best. After a barrage of questions that left him breathless, Kanglam eventually lost his strength in disbelief. No. Seeing him standing there weakly, Gehi asked in confusion, Wait, didn't you hear about that from Seo Young? Kanglam replied, No, I didn't. She was bewildered, then quickly composed herself. She fully understood. Suddenly, Gehi changed her attitude towards Kanglam, becoming cheerful and friendly. Hey dear classmate, let's go back to the classroom together. He looked up and exclaimed, It's too late. Gehi looked askance with an unpleasant expression. Damn it, so I looked like an idiot just now. Kanglam reminded her, Watch your language, don't say things that aren't like Gehi. She stepped forward and slapped Kanglam's cheek. It's all your fault. He was struck and fell to the ground trembling. You Gehi resorted to violence and it hurt so much. Kanglam squirmed. My fault? What a ridiculous reason. She put her hands on her waist and brushed her hair back. Weren't you the one who confused me from the beginning? From now on, watch your words. Don't tell anyone. I can't let you mess up my list. He rubbed his just-slapped cheek and asked in confusion. List? Gehi led Kanglam to the stairs. And she held up a notebook full of writing. 101 things I want to do in high school, Gehi said shyly. My dream is to do everything on this list and cross off what I've already done. In summary, simple things like joining the student council and taking photos in a school uniform. Kanglam sighed. What did I think? I thought it was something world-changing, but it's boring. Gehi got angry when he said it was boring and punched a hole in the adjacent wall. Kanglam changed his mind. It's really a list worth doing. All great, he asked in confusion. But you can do it alone. Why are you taking me with you? She explained coldly. I don't want you spreading rumors about me. Gehi glared at Kanglam and said, I don't even trust Wu Ying, even if she said she could make Miju out of soybean powder. He wondered internally, why didn't she do that from the beginning? You mean Miju soybean powder? She's trying to use a proverb but getting it wrong. What she means is she wouldn't believe it even after 1,000,000 years. Kanglam noticed she had misused the words. She walked and explained, holding her notebook. Most of the things here are related to clubs. How do I join a club? As they walked together, students around them whispered, Isn't that the transfer student from class 3? And that guy next to her is trash. Kanglam pointed at the bulletin board. Today's 7th period is club activity time. Let's look around a few places. Gehi immediately ran to the bulletin board and looked. There are so many. I wanted to come here because I heard there were many clubs. I heard the homeroom teacher is very free-spirited. He approached, wondering. Surely you didn't come to this school just for the clubs, she immediately replied. And this school's uniform is very pretty. He nodded. Is that so? Kanglam's eyes carefully scrutinized Gehi. I have a feeling you're going to do things beyond imagination. I mean, this isn't the high school from the webtoon. The clubs here only do things that can be put on your student record. They use them for decoration. He shrugged. Club activities will be used for students' college admissions, so it's useless unless you're preparing something. This is completely against education policy. Gehi looked at him quietly, then twitched her lips and voiced her thoughts. You don't have any friends, do you? Kanglam was startled. How do you know what you just said? No, I was just thinking about some things I saw online. The difference between insiders and outsiders. Outsiders prioritize conversations over details. Outsiders try to win conversations. My friend won $1 million lottery. Outsider. Wrong, it's only $800,000. My friend won $1 million lottery. Outsider. Really, I wish I had friends too. What would you do if you won the lottery? Kanglam realized his mistake and hastily explained. Hey, don't misunderstand. The reason I want to be an outsider is just because I want to. People also say that the more friends you have, the shorter your relationships last. Gehi scoffed and turned away. All right, I'm sorry, okay? Kanglam detected the sarcastic intent and said, Don't apologize like that. He watched her laugh heartily, feeling gloomy. Damn it, that woman really knows how to tease people. It was a complete delusion to choose her as my favorite character. Give me back my belief. Kanglam fell into deep thought. But she still resembles you, Gehi. Gehi blurted out. How about this club? Just by looking I don't think I can choose anything. She turned around and asked, how many clubs are there in total? Kanglum replied, don't joke, you're not going to look at all of them, are you? He searched his memory. I mean, she's really good at sports, but the scene where Gehi pushes through the guys and kicks a soccer ball. She's that good. Her shot was unstoppable for the goalkeeper. He stood in the middle of the field and cheered. I did it. Someone approached and asked, Gehi, are you thinking of playing professionally? She smiled shyly. Hey, don't praise me too much. No, I believe you're good enough. Then Gehi participated in basketball, badminton, baseball, and a marathon. Gehi participated in everything and took first place. She slightly raised her head and gulped down water. Gehi drank water and wiped her mouth. Are these all the sports clubs? Kanglum said helplessly from behind. Didn't you say you just wanted to try a little? Suddenly her gaze stopped at the front door. Let's see. Gehi approached the door. What's this? Multicultural. I didn't see it on the bulletin board. Kanglum explained. That's our club. We have no intention of recruiting anyone. The multicultural club was called Dadong. Gehi asked, seemingly not understanding. Dadong, what does Dadong do? He replied. We prepare by experiencing various cultural activities to build future careers and social knowledge. Kanglum was bringing her inside, at least that was his intention. In fact, there were two people loudly playing games inside. Remember the name of the divine blue dragon? Dai, you should have released the lantern earlier. Kanglum said this was a place where his friends only played games. Yangsu turned his head and saw the two. Why are you so late? While my subordinate was speaking, he was surprised to see Gehi. A suspicious voice, Adunga, asked, who is it? Gehi approached brightly and greeted, hello, my name is Yu Gehi. I'm a transfer student who transferred to Kanglum's class today. Kanglum was speechless behind her at her sudden change in attitude. Look at that woman. Look at how fast her voice changes. Adunga took off his headphones and said, there's no need to be so formal, I'm also a second year. But why are you two here? Kanglum replied. She wanted to look around the club, so I was showing her around. She asked what kind of club this was, so I brought her in. Gehi looked curiously at Yangsu's screen. Oh, you're playing a game? What game is it? Can I try it too? Adunga nodded and pulled up a chair for her. Here, sit down, I'll teach you. The two standing nearby whispered, explain, my subordinate, have you changed sides? You're hanging out with a 3D girl, Yangsu said. And you brought her to this sacred place, Kanglum replied. I thought she was 2D, I was deceived. I'm just a victim. He looked puzzled. Huh? Kanglum was slightly embarrassed, thinking it was a bit rude to say such things in front of Adunga. Yangsu had a look as if he understood everything. She's an exception, the one chosen by the Holy Gate. Weren't you just trying to lose to her in the game? Adunga was Grandmaster ranked. Gehi sat in the chair and said, I think I understand what you're saying. Is there a 1v1 mode? I want to try a match. Adunga thought for a moment and said, I think it's possible if you go mid. Gehi turned her gaze to Kanglum. Okay, so what about Kanglum? What? Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to tease me? Do I look like someone who can't play games? Gehi smiled with the corners of her mouth turned up. Maybe so. Didn't you say you're bad at sports? Maybe you're bad at games too? Hearing her words, anger filled Kanglum's face. Veins popped out on his face and he trembled with rage. Are you teasing and insulting me for being bad at sports? Fine. Kanglum collected himself and shouted, I'll show you. Get ready to lose already. Yangsu leaned forward as if he had expected this. Just as I thought. At sunset, Gehi opened and closed her eyes. We played games until sunset. She put her hands in her pockets, turned, and said, take responsibility. I have many things I want to do on my list. Kanglum retorted angrily. Didn't you want to keep repeating until you won? Gehi said magnanimously. All right then, shall we continue walking around tomorrow? Kanglum stared at Gehi, speechless. Why do you keep wanting to go with me? She replied. Anyway, I had a lot of fun today. Kanglum asked, did you just ignore me? Gehi looked up at the sky. I was a little worried about my middle school days. Kanglum mused, middle school days, a few things must have happened. He followed behind her and said, hey, why do you want to play the good person? I don't think you need to. She didn't look back and asked puzzled, Gehi's eyes grew darker. Nobody likes me. People prefer to see me as a good person. Hearing her words, he remained blankly silent. Gehi stopped, turned, and looked at him. Isn't that true for you too? You also said that you, Gehi, would never act that way. Then the scenes from that morning flashed through his mind. No, she's not Gehi. You, Gehi, would never say such things. She would never say such vulgar words. Gehi hastily raised her hand and said, I didn't mean it that way. She shook her head. It's okay, everyone's like that. A hint of sadness was in Gehi's eyes. I tried before, but it ended up like this anyway. She recalled the past. Instead of living as I wanted, I lived as people wanted you, Gehi, to be. That light came at a price. Back in the present, Gehi turned and smiled. Are you disappointed that I revealed this? I'm sorry. No matter what you say, Kanglum cut her off. It's truly unfortunate. You'd be more comfortable if you were honest. Gehi's eyes widened and she asked, not understanding. He shrugged. Of course, compared to the Webtoon version, you're too violent and too cunning. But Kanglum smiled. I still find it more comfortable that you're so honest. I did it. In his head, he thought, I wasn't as embarrassed as before lunchtime. Twice, hearing what he said, she started to speak but stopped. Seeing Gehi's body continue to tremble, Kanglum asked, slightly worried, what's wrong? Is there a problem? She shook her head. No, wait a minute. Gehi stood in the sunlight. She looked to the side with a shy face and her cheeks turned red. Seeing this, Kanglum's cheeks also turned red. He quickly backed away. Why are you doing that? Gehi ran to Kanglum and hit him. What did I just say? Who's violent and cunning? But it's true. He rubbed his head as he walked. Why is that woman hitting me? It still hurts. I still haven't told her about the stalker, but that wasn't the right place to talk. Kanglum thought the stalker here is her online fan, and he will attack her today. He looked up at the sky. The incident hasn't happened yet. There's still time. Can I save her? Then Kanglum took out his phone and dialed a number. I didn't want to use this method, but there's no other way. As soon as the call was answered, he said, "Hello police, there are some thugs here. They're throwing fireworks and stuff from the rooftop." Gehi was sitting on her bed listening to the call. "Ha, what are you saying, Seoyama? Are you sure?" A hint of disbelief was on her face. "Don't you know Na Kanglum?" So Kanglum helped the heroine get through her first day transferring to school safely. The sun rose at this time and his phone showed 8:20 a.m. But Kanglum was still buried under his blankets, not getting up. He was still half asleep, reaching out to turn off the alarm. "Please, I beg you." He picked up his phone, turned off the alarm, and was startled by the screen. Kanglum shot up wide awake. "Thursday," he shouted. "I'm finally out of that incident." His mom and sister, preparing breakfast, heard the sound and thought he was having another fit so early in the morning. Manung called out, "Oppa, come down and eat breakfast," she replied. "I'm not going to Oppa's room." Kanglum stood there, patting himself on the back. "Ha ha ha ha. See how pathetic Webtoon characters are." Because of this, the Webtoon only consumed 3 chapters, instead of an endless 8-week summer vacation like in animation. Although there were some minor issues with the police. Minor issues? Did he make a false report to the police? "Please, no more false reports." "I'm sorry." He was still confident. "It's fine, I saved a life." His sister came in and said, "Na Kanglum with the police? So you finally caused a big accident, didn't you?" Then his sister told their mom, "Mom, that darn guy caused a big accident." Kanglum shouted, "Ha, he had trouble with the police?" Kanglum explained, No, that's not it, it's a misunderstanding." "Ha, what are you saying, police?" "Mom, wait, that's not it." After a chaotic morning, he grabbed his bag and headed to school, humming, "Damn it, I'm late. I got beaten badly by Mom. It's all because of that stalker. I don't think I've handled everything yet. I've handled the first stalker incident, but the second stalker incident is the real problem. It would be much easier if I knew who the stalker was. His identity was never revealed, and I don't remember what he looked like. I think I'd recognize him if I saw him, but my memory is blurry. Wait, what if he keeps appearing? Wasn't he appearing too often as a supporting character? I can't remember all the details of his characteristics or personality. Surely everything will proceed according to the plot. There's no need to rush, I can prepare. Following the main events of the plot, my priority is no longer to complicate things." Just then Youngsu came late from behind and said, "The bell has rung, why aren't you hurrying? You haven't been late once since first grade. Don't break the streak." Kanglum turned around. "Oh, Buck Youngsu." Youngsu said, "Yeah, you always have those dead fish eyes." Kanglum replied, "Focus on breathing. Don't say anything more, you're late too," she replied. "It's okay, I'm always late. I've already given up on being on time." Kanglum said, "This is really bad." He asked if she had drawn webtoons all night. Youngsu replied, "Yeah, I fixed some of the things you pointed out yesterday. You said the chapter 1 ending was lacking something, so I'm thinking of giving the main character a resurrection ability or a time loop so he restarts every time he dies. I'll probably call it a gift from God." Kanglum put his hand on her shoulder, turned her around and said seriously, "Don't do that." Youngsu was flustered. "Ha," he shouted. "You can't do that to the main character. From a reader's perspective, the story will repeat scenes the reader has already seen. So there should only be one timeline. Do you know how hard it is to repeat a day?" He was shocked because he had just experienced it. Youngsu agreed. "Okay, I'll drop that idea." Then he walked angrily into the classroom. She stood there, not understanding. "That's strange. Does Kanglum hate time loops because he had just experienced it?" "This woman is Kim Naeun, a middle school classmate." "Youngsu, why are you here? It's not good to be late." "You're the class president." "Youngsu, someone else is late again, aren't they?" "Naeun, hi Kim Naeun, you're the class president, right? Is it okay for you two to go together?" Then she replied, "It's fine, we're humanities majors." Kanglum was angry. "Don't make humanities an excuse for everything." "Oh my god." He walked to his classroom. Naeun elbowed Youngsu and said, "How was it? What happened?" "What did Kanglum say when you gave him that?" Youngsu replied. "I didn't have a chance to give it to him. I was going to give it to him yesterday afternoon, but not yet." "Youngsu, it's been 3 months. That's why you're always more gloomy than others. Do you think I've never seen this before?" Youngsu said it was fine. "Kanglum is only interested in 2D girls." "Yeah, that's the problem. I don't think that's the case anymore." Youngsu was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Naeun took out her phone and showed it to Youngsu. "Here, it just popped up on Facebook. Mihiwook High School update. The transfer student from yesterday is very beautiful and charming. She visited all the famous clubs and dribbled a soccer ball 100 meters in 12 seconds. Keep reading." Somewhere, Kanglum was also being interrogated. "Deny it if you can. Why do you keep following Gehi?" "Oh my god, this guy. He suddenly appeared and scared me. I don't know what he wants, but I have a pretty good guess." Kanglum said, "I'm not following her. She's the one who wants to go with me." The man sneered and said, "If you're going to lie, come up with something more convincing." "So why would she keep wanting to go with you?" he said. "That's right, even if I tell you, you won't believe me." "So why are you asking? Why don't you go ask her yourself?" The man replied. "I understand her. She's just going with you out of pity." "That's right, she's too perfect to make mistakes." "Ah, this idiot is also a victim. She's talented at everything in the world, as if God made a mistake or made her by accident." "God really made a mistake, but that's not what I meant." "Huh?" The man was surprised that Kanglum was leaving. "It's better not to know. If your business is done, I'll be leaving," the man called out. "Hey, na Kanglum. I also go to Twar High School." Kanglum was surprised. The man boasted, "You might not know me, but I know you. So I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid and stay away from Gehi." Kanglum was speechless. "Even if you don't do anything, it will happen," as per the original story. The protagonist helped Gehi socialize with her classmates. I'm worried about what I should do, because the protagonist doesn't exist here, but seeing what that dog-like guy is doing, she'll probably be fine. This man didn't understand what Kanglum was saying. The next stalker incident will still happen. I can't stay too far away, otherwise the romantic comedy story will end here. Suddenly he was confused again. I thought so, but why is she here? Gehi suddenly asked. Why is Kanglum angry? Kanglum said, why are you in the club room? And he was eating my food too. She said while eating, can't you stop complaining about having a little? Don't eat it. You're not allowed it. Kanglum shouted, hey, I'm the president of this club. Therefore the authority of this club belongs to me, Gehi casually said. You promised yesterday, didn't you, that you'd show me the rest of the clubs too? Kanglum denied. When did I say that? If you're worried about your secret, I won't tell anyone, okay? You don't have any friends to tell anyway, right? Hey, you look like the kind of person who can only tell secrets to your friends. Do you like me and follow me around? There are a lot of people who like you, so go play with them. Don't interfere with my territory, Gehi said. The problem is that there are too many people like you. I don't want to date. I just want to have the high school life I dreamed of. I shouldn't have put my phone number on the club application. As a result, too many people confessed to me, making this chapter long enough to end here. 3 minutes ago. What are you doing? Confessing to build a relationship after being caught red-handed, but confessing without any conversation. Kanglum was surprised because everyone was asking for advice about webtoon romance and such. She narcissistically added, can I blame them for being so beautiful? It's all my fault. Kanglum was annoyed. Why don't you learn how to be a human before you learn how to show off? Humility is very difficult for the best of us. It was a quote by Muhammad Ali. Kanglum, if you were as famous as I am, damn it. She stopped when she saw Kanglum's angry face. I'm sorry, I said something impossible. Don't apologize like that. Alright, now I have to reply to all these messages. I guess the list will have to wait for later. Can it wait? Kanglum asked. Wait. Kanglum went first and Gehi followed. The two walked down the hallway silently. Gehi seemed to be thinking something behind Kanglum. Una, you're Seoyoung's friend, aren't you? That's right, she always talked about you, he. Chun-hee's real name is Seo Chun. That's why I was surprised this morning. Seoyoung, really? You don't know Na Kanglum? Gehi suspected that one of them was lying. I had a bit of a guess, but are you just thinking that Na Kanglum is Seoyoung's boyfriend? And Kanglum was tired. I'll go home and play games, Gehi remembered. Hey, damn Seoyoung, my boyfriend is 180 centimeters tall, handsome, and a third year. In the past, she always boasted like that. But her real boyfriend is just a guy with dead eyes. If she lied to hide this, everything makes sense. Now Kanglum has no reason to lie. He even knows Seoyoung's real name. Kanglum looked back and said, what are you doing? Where are you going? The female student walked forward. How should I use this information? Kanglum didn't understand. At this time, somewhere I don't know where I am. Kanglum was confused. It ended earlier today than yesterday. Your list, is it all done? Gehi replied, there's still a lot to do. I have a female model contract and someone from the company will be here soon. She looked back and said, I'm a busy person, unlike some. Hearing that, Kanglum shooed her away. Alright, you're the best, now go. Gehi was on the phone with someone. Hello, yes, honey. I'm standing at the entrance now. Really? Then today, she yelled in confusion. Wait a minute. What do you mean, Unnie? But you should have told me earlier, Unnie. Kanglum, not having gone far, heard that and looked back. Most people have already left. Alright, who cares who it is? Kanglum asked. Why, is something wrong? You're not busy, are you? Kanglum was annoyed. Why are you talking like I have nothing to do? Gehi asked. Then are you busy? Kanglum replied. No, she said again. Exactly. So you have to be my manager today. He was flustered. What? Manager? Just for today. Nearby, someone was watching the two of them. I can't forgive this. That guy dares to take Gehi. Wait, Gehi hung, I'll go save you soon. I promise. Don't you think you've seen this guy somewhere before? So Kanglum had no choice but to become Gehi's manager. One day her older sister drove her car and picked up the two. Where's my business card? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. And she took out a business card and handed it to Kanglum. I'm Lee Heeju. You can call me Heeju Unnie. Kanglum received the business card and introduced himself. Yes, my name is Na Kanglum. According to the business card, the Unnie worked at Green Window Entertainment. Heeju. Unnie said, anyway, thank you so much for agreeing to be her manager today. We messed up the schedule and we're a bit short-staffed. As of now, I don't know what to do. I even changed my schedule to pick up Gehi. But why does Unnie always call me an amateur? Sorry. It's just been a long time since I came back to Korea. I'll definitely give you what you deserve. Kanglum was surprised. Really? Thank you. Kanglum thought, if I get paid, I can buy a new mechanical keyboard. I've wanted one for a long time. Gehi suddenly whispered to him. Hey, about Unnie. She's a bit sensitive about her age and marriage, so be careful. That's why she wants everyone to call her Unnie. One manager got into trouble for mentioning this, and the Unnie was slightly annoyed hearing her sister bad-mouthing her. Gehi, I can hear everything you're saying, he said again. No, aren't you playing the good person? You don't have to do that to Unnie. We both know everything. Unnie is one of the few people who knows this secret. Unnie burst out laughing. Your relationship is quite surprising. Unnie thought you wouldn't make that face at anyone other than Una and little kids. Right, you two are dating. Hey, Unnie, focus on driving. Both immediately denied. Unnie, do you think I'd date a guy like this? Of course not, we're not dating. So you two have gotten this close. Both got angry at the same time. We're not close at all. After a while, the two arrived at GGD magazine. He was surprised. GGD magazine? Kanglum thought he knew about this magazine. He asked, "Are you working here today?" Dahi replied, looking at her phone. "This is one of the newly emerging fashion magazines." She showed him her phone. "They're really good at using YouTube, which is why we chose this place. They also have a subsidiary of a film and advertising network company. So making a good impression on them will help later. So can you do well?" He was worried. I don't really know what to do." "Oh, it doesn't matter. Just do as you're told, okay?" Anyway, Hiju Uni also came back with the items. "Uni's back. You two come in, hurry, don't be late." Hiju Uni quickly took the two children inside to work. At this time, a man was shouting inside, "This is really funny. How many times do I have to say it? I can't stand it." She looked down. "This is a small company, right? I'm sorry." "No, damn it, this is funny." The two approached the director and greeted him. "Hello, Director Choi. Hello, please take care of us today." "Damn it." The director looked at Konglum unfamiliar and asked, who is this?" "Manager Lee. Why are you here?" Uni replied. "Actually, a colleague will be taking care of this." The director shouted, "What, are you kidding me? Do you know how busy a manager's job is just because you're short-staffed? I even changed my schedule." "He's a student. Are you looking down on us as a small magazine company?" "Of course not, Director. You know we wouldn't do that." He was a little worried. Now I know why you said I had to do well," Gei reminded him. "Be careful and do it properly. That person won't just give new employees small tasks," the director shouted. "Damn it, alright, change it quickly." Gei immediately got to work. "Yes, Director." Hiju Uni approached. I'm sorry to leave this to you, but Uni has to go. I'll pick you up when work is done. It won't be easy. But Uni trusts you." Since he was already here, he had no choice but to do it. "Yes." A moment later in the preparation room, Konglum came here to prepare for work. Suddenly, several people complained and left. "Damn, Director, I can't stand it anymore. Why does he keep treating employees from other places like his slaves? I've been doing this for 5 years. Those damn guys are still the people I hate the most. He used to be in a pretty high position, but he fell to this point because of a wrong choice. That's why he's so sensitive about working at a small magazine company. He's really angry. Anyway, the new guy will experience hell at least once. It's a good thing for us. He'll get all the blame instead of us." Konglum, who was behind, heard everything. He seemed to have already expected all of this. He remembered, "I'm sorry, but this wasn't beyond my expectations. GGD magazine. I've seen this name before. Have you tried hard? That's why I hate your generation." He was a character in Goddess. He appeared in Yu Gei's modeling career. Truly disappointing, can't do anything, meaningless words, accusations, and arrogance combined. He became a character that Hay and viewers hated every time he appeared. "Wow, that damn guy's out again, get cursed at." But this character was all that. He didn't stalk Gei's life like that stalker. And since there were only a few episodes where Yu Gei's problems were revealed, this wasn't a concern. But I don't know. It's really annoying to leave her here knowing what's going to happen. It's really annoying to know that such a character appears here. Damn it, why do I have to work with a student? What can she do in a school uniform? Konglum approached and reported. "I've changed and come. Surely based on appearance alone I can't compare to the manager, right? So I prepared for this." Gei also changed clothes and did an excellent job with the photoshoot. Always the team members were mesmerized by Gei. The old man shouted again, "What are you doing next scene?" These damn guys seem to be used to the old man's shouting. "Yes, I'll do it right away, not that." "Change to the jacket. Bring number 4. Do you want to be here all night?" "Sorry, I'll do it right away." "Number 4 is here. Scarf number 8, hat number 9 are also here." And he turned to Konglum. "Are you playing around? Do something." "Damn it, this old man doesn't even give me a break after doing everything. I brought the items." "The light isn't bright enough, add more lighting." Konglum didn't cooperate with him at all. "I changed the lighting position. It's not high enough. Get it from the warehouse." Konglum hurried. "I'll go right away." He really ran, panting. Wow, really, he's the first person not to shout on the first day. He's really good, observant, and fast. A colleague asked, "Gei, are you working with him?" "No, he's just helping out today." Gei was flustered. "Why does he always like this?" The two were whispering something. "What are you saying? Shut up, the director will hear." He covered his head. "Damn it, this won't work. Didn't you know the director only eats at that Sunday Gukbap place? Don't tell me the owner closed because of the cat. Delicious Sunday Gukbap. Our cat is sick. I'll be taking a few days off. Oh my god. Why today of all days? This won't do." The two were worried. "We're going to get yelled at again for not doing our job properly." Konglum approached. "Excuse me, can I order from this place?" It sounds like you guys are looking for a Sunday Gukbap place. I've eaten here and it's quite delicious." The blonde man frowned and said, "Listen, do you know how picky the director is if we order from somewhere else?" Suddenly, the man in blue stopped the person who was talking. "Just do it." Why? Then the director will yell at him instead of us." I told you, didn't I?" "Calm down. He won't dislike it just because we ordered from somewhere else." He shook his head. A moment later, Konglum delivered warm food. The old man again thought it strange and asked, "Where is this? Why isn't it the usual place?" Yes, that store is closed today." "Damn it, it was one of the few delicious places in this city. The rest are really disgusting." The old man took a spoonful and swallowed what he had said. Immediately apologized. "I'm sorry. I'm new." Before he could finish, the old man shouted again, "Delicious. Wow, where is this food from? Did you hire a new chef? This is more delicious than before. The broth is really an art. It's like a soup." "Who ordered this food?" The staff were surprised. It's the first time I've seen the director smile." "Who's that guy Gei he brought?" he asked Konglum. "Hey, friend who knows how to eat gukbap, where did you get this from?" Konglum tried to speak. "I'm a fan of Gei. I'm Yu Gaehee from Green Window, and I've mainly been working here since returning to Korea. Really, I'm also working on a music video. He couldn't tell what the two were thinking as he watched them. A moment later, the work concluded smoothly. Everyone, good work. A can of soda rolled out from the vending machine. He stood there to quench his thirst, exhausted from running around with the director. Gaehee approached and asked, "What's up? Have you ever worked at a broadcasting station? Or have you ever worked as a manager?" "No, based on your skills, how were you able to get along so well with the director?" he asked back, surprised. "Is it that surprising that I'm good at my job?" "Of course, you're Nakanglam." He was annoyed to hear her words. "What kind of person do you think I am? I just did what I learned from Webtoons. There are many Webtoons about the entertainment industry these days. Of course, Goddess is also a Webtoon." "Well, I guess reading Webtoons actually helped," Gaehee blushed. That only applies to loners like you." Kanglam was startled. "How, loner? I really— Oh, that's a word for socially alienated people." "She said it to avoid hurting me. In that case, thank you." The two bowed to their seniors and left. "Everyone, good work. Today was really tough. It's been a long time since I've had such a difficult day. Isn't it hard working and studying like this?" He fell into thought. Plus she had to take care of her sister too, and he said, "I definitely would have been frustrated." She said, "Of course it's hard. But what can I do? It's life. I have to work. I have to do all of this. This is how everyone expects me to be, and I have to live up to those expectations." He stared at her silently, seeming to be deep in thought. "Oh, and before you say it, I don't need any advice. Like, you don't need to be perfect, just do your best and the results don't matter." He drank his soda and said, "It's really nice to be able to talk so comfortably like this." She was surprised to hear his words and looked up at him. I don't think I'll be unable to do what others expect of me. That's why what you're doing is really amazing. And in my opinion, results are much more important than the process." He took out his phone from his pocket and showed it to Gaehee. "So, rather than trying to do everything alone, you can ask for help. Manager Lee Heeju, this is Nakanglam. Is the shoot over?" Heeju Ani is a bit worried about Director Choi. Gaehee tried to act tough on the surface. He said, "There are always people around you who trust you and are ready to help." Gaehee stared at him, unable to say anything. "What I mean is you can call me anytime if you need me." He thought to himself, "Actually just give me money." She turned and said, "Okay." Just then a man called out, "Kanglam, hey you, come here and help me move some stuff in the warehouse." He was slightly surprised but agreed. "Yes, is that enough? How dare he act so presumptuously, a loner like him." He followed the employee. Kanglam thought, "It seems there are other characters from the Goddess Webtoon as well. It's not just Gaehee who came to this world. It seems like two worlds have merged. I need to remember everything, organize it and prepare." Kanglam asked, "What are we moving in? You can be 99 sure that someone whose face isn't clearly visible like this is a villain." Kanglam felt something was wrong. The man rushed at Kanglam with a knife and stabbed him before he could react. "It's all your fault." He was confused about what was happening. He leaned against the wall and collapsed. What is this? What's going on?" Even though he was stabbed, he still didn't understand anything. The smile vanished from the man's face and he lost his humanity. "You damn bastard, how dare you take Gaehee? No, it can't be a stalker. But why? Why is Kanglam going to die like this?" Anhu recalled the time when he first started studying abroad. In a new environment he was bullied every day. Then suddenly one person appeared in his dull and gloomy daily life and shattered it. "Excuse me. Are you from Korea?" Anhu met her and she spoke to him first. "I am too, let's get closer." He was incredibly impressed when he learned Gaehee was a model. "A model? That's amazing," Gaehee said modestly. "It's not as great as you think. I'm just an amateur model." Anhu praised her endlessly. "Still, that's truly amazing," and from that moment on Anhu was proud to be Gaehee's one and only first fan as she gained the title of Model of the Month and became more famous. Gaehee received even more attention. Her classmates always surrounded her. She was a popular star. Her classmates were always excited about the magazine articles. So every time Anhu tried to talk to her, he was always interrupted. As soon as he started to speak to Gaehee, another guy cut in. "Gaehee, I saw your article." Gaehee also replied enthusiastically, "Oh, thank you." Anhu constantly blamed himself. "Why doesn't she look at me? Why is she laughing with guys like that? He really seemed like a stalker. Why I should be special to you. I knew you before you became famous." He constantly asked himself, "Why wasn't I chosen? This hurts, but this is how you'll come back to me." Anhu always consoled Gaehee. "I don't believe rumors." Gaehee was very tired then, but she still felt okay. "Thank you very much." He did his best, but something unexpected happened when he saw Kanglam talking to Gaehee. Gaehee commanded, "You have to be my manager today." Anhu became very angry. "What now? Who is this guy?" Just then, Kanglam fiercely objected. "No, why should I listen to you?" It was the first time he had seen his goddess swear. "What the hell are you talking about? You should be grateful to me." Anhu couldn't believe his eyes and kept denying it. "My lovely Gaehee wouldn't say such things. My lovely Gaehee isn't that kind of person." So he made an extreme choice, blamed everything on Kanglam and came to kill him. His eyes were full of satisfaction. "You foolish bastard, you tainted Gaehee." And so Kanglam died. But the loop of life began again, he consoled himself. "A loop, I'm still alive." Gaehee, seeing his strange reaction, wondered, "All right now Kanglam, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly having such a hard time?" Kanglam asked himself, "Did I almost die or did I die?" His mood rapidly worsened. "No, this is happening." Gaehee was also a bit flustered seeing him act like this. "Are you okay? Excuse me, could someone come help?" He suddenly turned pale. People rushed over and asked, "What's wrong, are you sick?" A man named Anhu with his hat pulled low was hiding behind the wall. Kanglum noticed it and was flustered. Why is the stalker? Why is he here? It seems things aren't proceeding according to the idol goddess plot. But wait, what's more important is that I'm still here. Kanglum suddenly grabbed Gehi and pulled her along. Gehi was startled. Why are you acting like this? You're acting strangely. Kanglum quickly made a call. Hijuani, where are you? A voice replied from the other end of the phone. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Gehi didn't like being dragged. This can't be happening. Kanglum asserted that he couldn't wait any longer. He looked at the bus stop and decided, alright, let's just take any bus. Gehi struggled in anger. Stop, what the hell are you trying to do? But she saw Kanglum's very serious expression. He didn't say anything. Finally, she followed him onto the bus and after a moment asked from her seat, so what is it you ultimately want to talk about? Gehi was about to speak again. A moment ago you were stabbed by a stalker, but because of some kind of time loop you traveled through time and that place is very dangerous, so we have to escape. Kanglum cheered. That's right exactly, Gehi retorted, annoyed. Are you trying to die? Do you think I'd believe that? Her voice held a hint of complaint. I thought today was really great, but suddenly in the last few minutes you're talking about time travel. Kanglum was helpless. I knew you'd react like this. I told you everything I just said is true, Gehi conceded. Absurd loops aside, I do feel like someone's been stalking me recently. Kanglum was startled. How really? Gehi reiterated. As you said, I really do feel like someone's been stalking me recently. I've felt it for quite a while. Kanglum asked. Then did you report it to the police? She denied it. No, I've had similar experiences. It's useless to report it unless something actually happens. He asked again, what about your agency then? Gehi sighed. They can only say they can't do anything, he realized. Alright, they were short-staffed. Gehi sighed, but this isn't a big problem. Kanglum didn't think so. This is a big problem, you idiot. I was just stabbed a moment ago. A text message came from Gehi. It's a message from Hijuani. Kanglum fell into thought. I don't know the exact conditions. There's no guarantee I'll survive the next time I die. Let's trust the loop. Neither of you can fail, Gehi wondered. Then did you see the stalker even before the loop? Why do you dislike him so much? Is he scary? He denied it. No, he looks very ordinary. If I'm not mistaken, his school uniform looks like ours. She was shocked. Then he's a student at our school, in Idol Goddess. The truth about the stalker was never revealed. I thought he followed you, Gehi, all the way from England. If that's the case, I should look for transfer students like you, Gehi. I need to go to school tomorrow and handle this. I might be able to figure out who he is. Kanglum warned. That's probably it. Be careful next time you go to school. If possible, don't play the good person. No one knows what might happen, so don't let anyone catch you, Gehi said arrogantly. I was almost perfect. If it wasn't anyone's fault, I would have been almost perfect. Kanglum had no choice but to admit it. It's my fault. The bus stopped. The two sat in silence. Gehi looked out the window. She remembered what her mother had told her when she was little. Don't worry, Gehi. He'll appear soon. He'll open his arms and protect you, Gehi confided. You know, a few times I thought I was going down the wrong path. If I had shown everyone who I really was from the beginning, maybe no one would have had hope or expectations for me. I think it's all because of karma. He looked at her blank expression and wondered, hey, are you listening? Kanglum nodded. Yeah, what ultimately changed the future like this? There were a few differences from the original, but this is going in a completely different direction. Since I'm not the male lead, I can't follow the original plot. Gehi was silent. He thought again. But on the other hand, the plot is still following the same storyline. Only the timing of the accident has changed, but the content is happening the same way. In this case, I can still take care of it, Gehi said. Now Kanglum, what do you think about this? Would everything have been better if I had been honest from the beginning? Kanglum was startled. What are you doing all of a sudden? Gehi asked. Right now, even if I revealed my true self, would I still be able to continue my modeling work and school life? Kanglum stood silently. He denied it. No, it's not like that. In the first case, when I fell for the kind Gehi I told you yesterday, the difference between someone playing the role of a good person and someone violent and hated. Personally, I'd prefer it if you were only half as kind to me as you are to everyone else. But Kanglum forgot the fact that if he said this, he would get hit again. But no, Gehi did nothing and quietly shed tears. Kanglum was bewildered. On the bus, the speaker announced the next stop. The next stop is, Gehi got off the bus. This is near my house. I'll walk from here. He was quite surprised. As soon as he opened the door and entered his house, Kanglum's mom scolded loudly. Now Kanglum, why are you so late? Wasn't today your academy day? But before he could explain, his sister cut in. He definitely went to a PC bang and played games, his mom said. Our family has already eaten. If you're hungry, Kanglum went into his room and slammed the door shut. His mom yelled, what's wrong? Look at you. Kanglum collapsed onto his bed. He continuously asked himself internally, what is this? I've never seen her cry in the goddess webtoon. I thought she'd act normally and get angry, but why? He blamed himself. No, I was wrong. Not Kanglum, that's why people call you a loner. She seemed to be genuinely asking me, but I was thinking something else and gave her a somewhat hurtful answer. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Hijuani. Nah, Kanglum, she said while driving. You two must have been thinking about me. What was your relationship before I arrived? Kanglum quickly denied it. No, it wasn't, she laughed. Just kidding, I didn't call to ask that. Actually, I wanted to say thank you. I heard you did an excellent job. You handled even the difficult director Choi well, didn't you? So I wanted to thank you again. Kanglum nodded. Yes, Hejuani added. Oh, and now I'm speaking as the agency CEO and Geihi's guardian. Thank you for being friends with Geihi. Kanglum was surprised. Hejuani confided. Your relationship with Geihi is a place where Geihi can open up. So I thought it would be okay to tell you a little about Geihi. Hejuani stopped the car, and then Hejuani talked about good girl Geihi again. First about Geihi's life and work, where she had to live and work behind the mask of being a good person. But Geihi thought that if she showed her true self to her colleagues she could get closer to them. But she was wrong. Everyone just criticized Geihi for acting that way. Everything went from bad to worse. From then on Geihi acted as a good person every day. Everything happened during her middle school days. Hejuani admitted that she hadn't seen Geihi return to normal since then. And that has continued to this day. How many chapters had passed in the Goddess Webtoon since the heroine debuted? Of course, the middle school story was only briefly mentioned in the background of the Goddess Webtoon, so I only know a little. My brother knows this fact too, Hejuani explained. That's why Geihi is always anxious. Ani was always worried about Geihi trying to handle everything alone. Telling you this story makes me feel a little relieved. Thank you for being friends with Geihi. Kanglum was breathless. But why does my chest ache like this? The call ended. Kanglum awkwardly cried out, I want to try one more time. Should I kill myself? He suddenly realized what he was saying. What if I actually die? Damn it, stop joking. I should go to school tomorrow and apologize. The next day at school, Kanglum decided to go to school because of yesterday's events. He saw Geihi passing by and quickly followed her. Because of yesterday, you Geihi, she turned around and smiled brightly. Oh, good morning, Kanglum. Thank you so much for yesterday. He was very surprised. Geihi smiled brightly. If I get busy like yesterday again, I'll ask for your help. Of course that would never happen. She urged him. Oh, we're late. Let's go back to class now. Hurry up. Kanglum quickly stopped her. Wait, why are you acting like this? He asked cautiously. Are you perhaps acting because of last night? Then Geihi laughed. What are you talking about? Oh, I was indebted to you yesterday, wasn't I? And Geihi quickly turned around. Oh, good morning, Kong Haken. Kanglum stood there blankly. Inside, I guarantee she's angry with me, extremely angry. Maybe this is the best way for now. Compared to revealing her true self by hanging out with me, or the stalker finding me, this would be more dangerous. Kanglum finding the stalker is now the top priority. During break time, he went around each class and checked the class rosters. If that person transferred recently, their name would definitely be on the list. After looking around, Kanglum was disappointed. Why isn't he here? Park Una? Kanglum was startled. Why is he not here after I checked all of second grade? Is he in another grade? Una suddenly appeared and asked. Kanglum, why are you here? Why are you looking at the class rosters? He quickly explained. Oh, it's nothing, just. Kanglum awkwardly changed the subject. Oh right, you're going to the multicultural club today, aren't you? See you there. She nodded. Oh yes, Naeun approached. Why is she here? Did she come looking for you? Una denied it. Oh no, she's always been like that. It's always been Kanglum. So days passed and Kanglum and Yu Geihi ignored each other. In Kanglum's mind, this is the relationship they should maintain. It's fine. The biggest problem is that I haven't found any information about the stalker. There were no transfer students other than Yu Geihi. Thinking about it again, that guy isn't targeting Mihiwook High School. School uniforms are easy to get. He's just wearing that to approach Geihi. Shin Yangsu spoke to him. My subordinate, what's wrong? He waved his hand. Nothing, you'll know soon enough. Kanglum still struggled to find a way to figure out who the stalker was. According to the plot of the Goddess Webtoon, I can't go that route. The second stalker incident. Kanglum reread the plot. 1 year after the protagonist resolved the first stalker incident, the stalker reappeared the day after Yu Geihi's debut anniversary. This time he followed her more maliciously, and Geihi decided to handle it herself to protect her position. So she met the stalker. Geihi waited for the right moment to record the stalker's confession, but the stalker got angry and rushed at her, stabbing her with a knife. But then the protagonist appeared and saved Geihi with a kick. He had discovered the stranger following Geihi and had come, and that stalker was completely dealt with in their second encounter. The stalker went to jail because of the recording and justice was served, and then Geihi thanked the male lead and it was one of my 3 favorite scenes. I calmed down. No, this is not the time to be nostalgic. Anyway, this solution is impossible right now. I have to find the stalker before the meeting happens. I have to investigate and solve it my own way. Meeting the stalker, talking to him, and quickly recording his confession would be best. If I meet him first, that is. The only thing I need right now is Geihi's help. The stalker will try to approach Yu Geihi in every way possible. So Kanglum decided to meet him directly. He sent a message, proposing a solution and thought that if she cooperated, everything would be very easy. But Geihi refused to read the message. Kanglum was in a dilemma, but he had already found a way to solve this problem. The next day he appeared in front of her and suggested, Hey Yu Geihi, I have something to say. Do you have some time? People murmured when they saw this, "Isn't that Na Kanglum? Why is he talking to Gehi?" He thought that at this stage, Gehi would no longer be able to run away. Even if this method was a bit underhanded, Gehi smiled brightly. "Really? I think I know what you're going to say, so shall we talk somewhere else?" Outside, Gehi spoke first. "What's up? I'm practicing volleyball these days." "Can you keep it short?" Kanglum was startled. "Why do you keep acting? There's no one here," she reminded him. Shouldn't you be more careful? I'm doing my best." He lowered his head. Anyway, Kanglum was about to start talking about the stalker, but Gehi cut him off. "You don't have to worry about that." Kanglum wondered. Why?" Gehi laughed. "I told Kong Hawken this story and asked him for help. Kong Hawken is the ace of the taekwondo and judo clubs, isn't he?" "What dan did he get?" "I think he'll be recognized soon." "I think he'll be fine with the script I made," Kanglum also agreed. "That guy will definitely be useful." Gehi was blank. But in the original plot, the male lead of Goddess had already reached a level where his body was a weapon. But she still wanted to go alone to meet the stalker. All the problems related to the stalker were resolved. Gehi genuinely thanked him for worrying about her. Kanglum felt awkward. "Wait, stop acting like a good person." She was startled. Kanglum asserted that this conversation was going nowhere. "Please just be yourself," Gehi smiled bitterly. "Then what should I do?" He was somewhat surprised. "Why are you asking me? Just act normally," Gehi retorted. "You told me not to. You told me not to, so I just followed you." Her voice grew increasingly agitated. "You might not know, but I lost my parents in an accident and have to take care of 3 younger siblings. I'm not doing this because of dreams or regrets. In fact, I chose to live this way because playing the good Gehi is what I have to do." Kanglum found it hard to understand. "Wait, what are you talking about? Say it again, I don't understand," Gehi asked back. "Then you explain it. Why are you so obsessed with the stalker?" As he was about to start explaining, she cut him off. "Don't say anything ridiculous about coming back from the future. And something that hasn't happened yet. Why are you bothering with something that has nothing to do with you?" Kanglum was flustered. "That story, what should I say? At least it's partly because of Gehi," but Gehi speculated that Kanglum might be the stalker. He quickly denied it. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gehi replied. "I talked to Seoyoung yesterday. Seoyoung said she doesn't know anyone named Na Kanglum." She pressed him. "Then who are you? Why do you know about things between me and Seoyoung? You're the stalker, aren't you?" Kanglum covered his head. "No, I shouldn't say anything right now. This problem is too complicated to explain, but no, the reason I'm following you is..." Gehi cut him off. "How can I trust you? I haven't said it yet, but Na Kanglum, there are a lot of bad rumors about you." He hastily said. "That's not important, but you've been with me for a few days. Do I look like a stalker?" She asserted. "Very much so. You look like someone who would act like that." Kanglum was blank. Gehi emphasized even more. "I told you look very much like someone who would act like that. As I said before, the only reason I'm hanging out with you is because I thought you knew my secret." Kanglum was blank. "Wait, even at this moment? Seriously, isn't this a bit too much?" He continued. "So I haven't liked you for a long time. If you don't know my secret." Kanglum felt bitter. "Is this what I get? I did all this for her. Does she think I'm doing it because I want to?" In Gehi's eyes, he would always be a stalker. Kanglum recalled. "I even tried to save her. No matter what, I even got stabbed because I was trapped in this damn loop." Gehi said being stalked was really annoying. He shouted. "Fine, I'll give up everything. Is that enough?" The two fell silent. Kanglum gritted his teeth. It started to rain. The rain intensified, but the two still stood there. Gehi was slightly startled. Kanglum said bitterly, "I'm sorry for bothering you. I won't go near you anymore." "Is that enough?" Gehi turned around. "Fine." In the distance, Kong Hawken called out, "Gehi, what are you doing in the rain?" He glanced at the person next to Gehi and gritted his teeth. "Now Kanglum, you again. I warned you not to come near her." But Kanglum ignored him and just walked past. Gehi wiped her rain-soaked hair, and outside the girls murmured, "Gehi, your volleyball game yesterday was amazing. What can't you do?" "Amazing. Everyone is praising you. Can you come to our club? There's a competition this vacation." "What are you talking about?" "Gehi is going to the choir club. Gehi's talent will shine in the broadcasting club." "Don't interrupt." Amidst all the confusing noises, she smiled. "Yes, I can't let down their expectations. So this is definitely the last path." Gehi smiled broadly. "Calm down, everyone. I'll try my best to help all of you in the game." Kanglum praised him. "This guy is good at jungling. He'll definitely be good at the game." "I hope they do better," Una said. "But are you okay going to the club today?" Kanglum found it hard to understand. "What do you mean?" Una said again. "Don't you have something to do?" He stammered. "Oh right, but how do you know?" Una keenly noticed that he wasn't late today, and his eyes were livelier than usual. Usually his eyes are like this, but now they're like this. He was startled. "What's the difference?" Una said, "I heard you missed the Witch Goddess event. Since you're not sick, I guessed you must have something to do. This is a limited event." Kanglum was somewhat surprised. "No, but do you think I'm such a game addict?" He scratched the back of his head. "Actually, there was something I thought I could do, and I tried to do it even though it didn't suit me at all. But now it has nothing to do with me anymore." Kanglum laughed loudly. Ha. Why should I interfere in other people's business?" Una cut him off. "You're that kind of person." "Kanglum, I know you're not the type to interfere if you're serious about something." She remembered the time they first met. "Even if it turns out to be a waste of time, that's just Kanglum." Una admitted that she really liked that personality. He said, "Oh really? Thanks." Una's face reddened. I mean, if you're busy, you don't necessarily have to be on time for club activities, Kanglum sighed. To be honest, it's still hard to get everything. I need to find the stalker to prevent the accident. But I need Geihi's help to find him, Una said enthusiastically. What is it? Can I help? Kanglum replied vaguely. According to the game, I need to attack the enemy. But according to the plot, I don't know who to attack. Yang-su opened the door and came in. Ha ha ha, so that's what you were worried about, my subordinate? You should have called me the king of that stuff earlier, Kanglum sneered. What are you doing? How do you time that so precisely? Or were you just listening to our conversation at the door? Yang-su was still smug. Have you forgotten who I am? I am your king. You have the third eye, Una pouted. Really? Then does Yang-su know how to defeat that mysterious enemy? The male lead stopped the two and said, Don't hang out, Yang-su boasted. Taking action first isn't always the only way to win. The secrets of the church always await me. Thanks to that, I was able to thwart the enemy's surprise attack. Kanglum said angrily. Stop mumbling, get to the point. Yang-su opened his mouth. I mean, why don't you set a trap, then you'll have an advantage even if you don't know who the enemy is. Una was surprised. Yang-su, you, she burst out laughing. You read the new webtoon, didn't you? Yang-su also replied. Good question, my lion. That webtoon is worthwhile, Kanglum nodded. Alright, I can use this method, he turned and asked. But I need your help, Una, in any way. Una had a headache when she heard that. What am I supposed to do? Why, in Anhu's room? The laptop was still on and his search tabs displayed strange queries. How to blackmail someone else, he even bought tape. He continuously sent spam messages to Geihi. Geihi, I love you. Numerous messages with similar content were sent. At the end of countless messages he received a reply. Stop doing this, let's meet and talk, he sneered. Anhu was satisfied. Finally, after school, many students were walking around the playground. Anhu ran to the back of the school to find Geihi. It seemed to be somewhere in the school backyard. He saw his goddess and called out Geihi loudly. A slight awkwardness lingered on his face. It's been a while, Geihi. It's been a long time since we talked, hasn't it? Geihi was silent. Anhu was bewildered. What's wrong? I don't understand your intentions. Geihi sent him a message. I don't want to talk to you. Anhu scratched his head. Why aren't you being so honest with me? He was furious. I know everything. We were meant to love each other. Because you kept your distance from me, I had no choice but to do this, including now and during middle school, Geihi asked back, bewildered. Middle school? Anhu admitted to the dirty rumors about Geihi that spread throughout the school during middle school. At that time, people at school were whispering about Geihi, thinking she did something suspicious. That's why she became famous so quickly. Anhu admitted that he was the one who spread those rumors. It was really easy to use those idiots to mock you. When they gossiped about her, this madman added fuel to the fire, sending everything out of control. There was no hint of regret on Anhu's face. Do you know how much my heart hurt? But it's all your fault. You didn't pay attention to me, so I had no choice. Everything is in the past. Since I've forgiven you, let's stop and get back together. We'll go far from here. You'll be mine and we'll live happily ever after. A strange voice was heard. That's really disgusting. You're really disgusting. Anhu was surprised. That's not your voice. He was flustered. You, who are you? Who am I? The fake Geihi turned her head. I'm not Kanglum, you bastard, he said contemptuously. It's sad you only wanted to meet you, Geihi. I always wanted to meet you. I woke up in the middle of the night yesterday and I dreamed you stabbed me. Anhu pressed. Who are you? You're the bastard who follows Geihi, aren't you? Why are you dressed like that? This is where Geihi and I were supposed to meet, Kanglum corrected. What are you talking about? I told you to come here. You just sent me a message. It was all a trap. He was flustered. What? Those messages were all from you? Don't joke. I got Geihi's number myself and contacted her. It was on the club application. Anhu sneered. You prepared in advance? Kanglum said calmly. Yang-su's advice on setting a trap worked. I was sure he would show up for a meeting with Geihi. I had to meet him before he met Geihi. Then there was one problem. How to prevent him from meeting Geihi. So I set a trap. I found all the club applications Geihi filled out and secretly changed them to my phone number. He wasn't a student at Hiak High School, and the reason he was wearing a school uniform was because he wanted to be as close to you Geihi as possible. This incident happened even earlier than contacting you Geihi and Goddess. I knew he would look for contact information on the club application because he didn't know Geihi's number yet. As expected, he contacted me, and after that it was really easy. I lured him by pretending to be Geihi. I have to keep acting until he confesses everything. Even if this isn't enough to be used as evidence, it's enough to start an investigation. To be honest, if he hadn't contacted our male lead for a few days, he would have given up too. And the club president also contacted me thinking I was Geihi. But fortunately, within a few days I completely caught him. Kanglum was arrogant. Yes, I'm very confident. Anhu's reaction was quite interesting. Compared to the accident a year after her debut, this was the same incident but happened earlier. I was sure this accident would happen on the same day as her debut anniversary, but no, it happened earlier. Because you're the one who would make this accident a meaningful day, you crazy stalker bastard. Anhu was angry. You bastard, how dare you understand my feelings for Geihi? You always did that to me. You're really something. Kanglum looked at him, bewildered. He pulled out a knife from his bag. Since you did such a dirty thing to Geihi, I'll give you a chance to die. Anhu rushed forward. Die. Kanglum thought to himself, no matter how difficult, there's always a solution. Unlike the protagonist of Goddess, I don't have strength. I tried to learn combat techniques on YouTube but gave up after 3 minutes. The madman was still rushing forward fiercely. Kanglam put on his wig again. With zero combat power he chose this method. He screamed. Finally, Kong Hakan, who had strength comparable to the protagonist of Goddess, rushed forward and kicked him. Anhu fell to the ground. He was angry. You bastard, what did you do to Gehi? Hakan turned and asked Gehi, are you okay? But he was booed by the fans. Now Kanglam, why are you wearing those clothes? Hakan was flustered. Gehi, I came here because I received a love letter from Gehi. She said she had something to say in the backyard. Kanglam thought to himself, sorry, I pretended to be Gehi and sent it to you. He suggested. I can explain, but can you grab that guy? This is the guy who harassed Gehi and stalked her. Hakan looked askance. How you bastard? Anhu staggered to his feet. Who are you again? You're also a bastard who follows Gehi and harasses her, aren't you, right? He pulled out a knife and rushed forward like a madman. Don't interfere with our happiness. Hakan was already in a fighting stance. He delivered another kick to his head. Anhu's face contorted, but that wasn't the end of it. Hakan grabbed him by the collar, used a judo throw to bring him down, and Anhu landed flat on the ground. Hakan breathed lightly. Kanglam was dumbfounded. That's amazing. Is that guy still a student? He's the strongest guy in school now. Hakan asked. So what happened? Kanglam clicked his tongue. That's a long story. Encouraged to continue, he spoke like a machine gun. I prepared for this situation. Min Hee-wook found the stalker. I read too many webtoons and fell into a delusion of justice, so I intervened. For this reason, I'll just be considered a chunibyo. This would be enough to explain to him and the police. Anhu didn't give up. No, in the future, I will definitely be happy with Gehi. He still couldn't get up. Hakan asked suspiciously. So what you're saying is, just then, that guy ran away. He was flustered, you bastard. Hakan shouted. He escaped. Kanglam reassured him. It's okay. There are no active club rooms. All front gates are locked after school. There's a reason I chose this place. First, let's call the police. But looking up, Kanglam witnessed a terrible sight. Wait, Gehi is there on the rooftop. She let out a sigh of relief. Halfway done now. It's harder than I thought. She reopened the message from the drama club president. Sorry, I don't think I can make it. Gehi consoled. Just rest and recover. Gehi looked at the chat screen. She remembered their previous conversation. Una asked, weren't you waiting for him? Gehi reacted. What, waiting for whom? Una said calmly. That guy named Kanglam. You tried, didn't you? As expected, he preferred the good version rather than your real self, Gehi replied. Of course I tried. Una wondered. Then why are you angry at him? Gehi said firmly. Because he's a stalker. But she thought differently internally. Actually, I could say he's not a stalker. From what I heard, if he really were a stalker, he would have done much more. Of course, the fact that he knows about our relationship also means he's hiding something. Back in reality, Gehi finished drawing and muttered, that damn girl made me even more confused. What was I expecting from him? Anhu went up to the rooftop and called out loudly. Gehi, his voice was very desperate. I don't need anything. I just need you. Let's go somewhere where no one can bother us. Gehi was dumbfounded. You Anhu, why are you in Korea? Anhu went crazy. What are you talking about? I came here to meet you. We love each other. She was flustered. Wait, what are you saying? Wait, it was you, the one who stalked me. The other side was flustered. Why would I stalk you? I just love you and you should only pay attention to me. Gehi was flustered. Wait, are you crazy? Anhu shouted. Shut up. My Gehi doesn't say such things, he said nonchalantly. It's okay, if you're dirty I can clean you. No matter who you are, I'll always accept you. Gehi was flustered. What is this? Is there something wrong with that guy? If he didn't have a knife I could have handled him myself. What should I do now? The best way to deal with a weapon is to run away. She made up her mind. Gehi shouted, don't come near me. The moment she thought of buying time, the railing broke. Gehi was flustered. Her whole body felt like it was crumbling. Gehi was falling. Anhu was flustered. He called out Gehi loudly. She thought to herself, what is this? I'm dead. I'm falling. I'm dying because of that guy? No. So this is what it feels like for life to flash before my eyes. If I had known this would happen. Her mother's words from the past echoed again. Don't worry, Gehi. Someone will appear soon. That person will open their arms and protect you. Who will reach out to help? Kanglam ran and shouted, grab my hand. Gehi was startled. Kanglam called out loudly with all his strength, you Gehi? Her eyes widened. Kanglam grabbed her hand and the railing fell to the ground. Gehi was hanging in the air and Kanglam gritted his teeth. The perverted stalker shouted, how dare you grab Gehi's hand, but he couldn't say anything and was hit with a punch. Anhu lay sprawled on the ground. Hakan was angry. This lunatic, do you want to die? The lunatic was completely still. Hakan turned his head and asked, Gehi, are you alright? Gehi sighed with relief. What is this? I'm still alive, Hakan said. He seems to have fainted. I'll report him to the teacher, so please keep an eye on him. Kanglam agreed. Gehi was curious. Hey, how did you two know to come here? She was startled. Wait, why are you dressed like that? Kanglam hastily explained. Oh, you mean the clothes I'm wearing? Gehi's face went pale. Hey, do you have such weird hobbies? You like this, don't you? He denied it. No, because I excited you, she exclaimed. I respect you, but don't come near me, don't come over here. Kanglam yelled. Hey, I saved you. Why did you let yourself fall from there? Do you think you're shooting a movie? Gehi was startled. Wait, why is it my fault? Now Kanglam, what's wrong with you? Kanglam's face went pale. I don't know. Maybe it's because I ran without a break. Gehi was startled. Hey, breathe, don't die. He calmed down. I won't die. Actually, I didn't die. I did my best. A scream echoed. Hey, Kanglam. In the faculty office, the teacher held Gehi's hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Gehi, are you going to be okay? I'll take care of it. I've called your guardian and manager. They'll be here soon. Everything will be all right. Can you talk about this? Your safety is my top priority. Are you hurt anywhere? I'll call the school nurse. Gehi waved her hand at the excessive reaction. Yes, no, I'm fine. It's all thanks to Hakan arriving in time, right? Hakan cooperated. Yes, the teacher saw them and praised them. Really? Hakan, that's amazing. Dealing with a knife-wielding person, ha 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 ha, of course. He's the ace of the Taekwondo club. I'm really looking forward to the national competition this year. Hakan tried to deny it. No, the teachers rushed over, patted his shoulder and were proud. Well done, no need to be shy. He thought to himself. I certainly handled that trashy guy, but I didn't save Gehi. At that moment, on the rooftop, Hakan realized he was targeting Gehi. When he spotted him, he tried to run, but suddenly a familiar shadow flashed past. Hakan was surprised by Kanglum. Even though he was physically much weaker than him at that moment, he ran faster than him. Una arrived at the infirmary. She quickly opened the door and called out Kanglum's name loudly. Kanglum was touching his phone. Park Una, why are you here? Una's eyes welled up with tears. I heard you were stabbed protecting Una. She pulled back the blanket and asked, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Is it deep? Kanglum calmed her down. Calm down, I'm fine. If I were stabbed, I'd be in the emergency room, not the infirmary. Una sighed with relief. All right, I also heard a rumor that you fought 13 against 1 on a cliff and fell. Kanglum was startled. On a school cliff, the school nurse only told me I had a cramp and needed to rest. Una nodded. You're right. So did you solve the problem? He nodded. It's all thanks to you, Una, for agreeing to my strange request and following along without many questions. Kanglum glanced at his school uniform. I'll wash the uniform and return it tomorrow. Please tell Kim Naeun thank you too. You said you borrowed the wig from the drama club. How did you borrow it? Una said softly. Oh, you don't need to wash the uniform, just give it to me, Una said casually. Oh, don't worry, I just told them you were interested in a new hobby. He was startled. Wait, no, why did you say that? She hesitated. I thought you wanted to keep this a secret. He nodded. You're right, but that's not what I meant. Yang-su scoffed from behind the door. You're worthy of being my subordinate, Kanglum thought. I think this incident is over. A week passed. According to the latest news, the stalker was in custody. It was all thanks to Gehi and Kong Hakan, and his own recording, as well as evidence found in the stalker's room. His punishment was also decided. He would be sent to a juvenile detention center. Anyway, if he had known that he was the culprit of the middle school incident, and that he already knew Gehi, he wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. The middle school incident of Idol Goddess was only briefly mentioned in the background, so the classroom was noisy again. I heard lunch today is spiced chicken stew. Really? I'm starving. Anyway, with or without the incident, Gehi was always busy, so there was no time to reconcile with her. Offers continued to pour in. She kept helping out clubs. Rumor had it that she never refused a club's request for help, and it seemed many places wanted to ask Gehi for help, and of course she agreed to all requests, and she was busy with modeling work. It was a really busy life. She said she would definitely do it. Anyway, this had nothing to do with him. Eventually, the stalker incident ended. He went to the cafeteria for lunch. It seemed he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A few days later, he experienced something quite surprising. As he was about to put food in his mouth, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Gehi. It said she wanted to meet Kanglum after school. The door opened and Kanglum arrived at the meeting place. He asked, Why, you're still working? Gehi replied, Oh, you're here. The broadcasting club asked me to write a script. Is your chest okay? You overdid it that day, and your chest was severely compressed. Are you all right? Kanglum replied, Oh, I sent you a message. It was just a stomach cramp. She was still working, then try exercising. Are you that weak you get stomach cramps just from running? Kanglum clicked his tongue. Mind your own business, it's none of yours. If you want, learn martial arts or boxing. Gehi laughed loudly. You boxing? Kanglum yelled. So why did you call me here? Gehi put down her pen. I called you here because I have something to say. Whether it was a coincidence or you bothering me, thank you for saving me, Kanglum interrupted. Wait, I'll speak first. He bowed his head. I'm sorry, Gehi was startled. He said again, when we were on the bus I said something I shouldn't have. I thought it was a joke, but I realized it wasn't. I didn't know I hurt you. I'm sorry, Gehi also replied. It's all right, that's the truth anyway. I'm sorry for saying harsh things to you. Everyone would definitely prefer a better version of you, Gehi. Kanglum bowed his head. Can I answer the question I asked you before? The last question. If there was no good you, Gehi, would your life still be wonderful if you lived as your true self? I think it would definitely. Gehi was angry. What are you talking about? Absolutely not. If you're going to be polite to me, I don't need it, Kanglum scoffed. Do you think I'd be polite to you? You know our relationship. Of course our relationship is different now, but wouldn't it be really cool if you acted that way, like a queen? It'll definitely work out never wrong. Because whether it's the good version or the bad-tempered version, it's all you, Gehi. She was silent. Kanglum asserted, so when you're with me you don't have to pretend, just act like before comfortably. Gehi laughed loudly. Really? You said you're not a loner anymore, didn't you? You prepared those words to encourage me. You're really the worst. Kanglum's face was serious. I'm sorry, but why do you keep using the word loner? Gehi teased. Don't worry, even if you're right I won't force it. Kanglum was annoyed. Hey, I don't want to be called that. Gehi approached. Alright, you said everything would be fine, right? Alright, if you want, I'll give you the honor. I'll call you. Gehi's one fan. Kanglum was blank. What nonsense are you talking about? What am I? She said loudly. Are you not going to accept what I just said? Kanglum retorted. I'm definitely a fan, but why am I not appointing or choosing you, but you're calling me? Gehi praised. Because you did an excellent job as my manager last time. At the same time, you helped me finish many things on my list in advance. Kanglum was curious. So, her voice continued, because now I'm going to do what you said. Now I won't pretend in front of you anymore and I'll use you as my slave. Just wait. He was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? It's like a scene from a webtoon. No, it is from a webtoon, but that's not what I mean, Gehi smiled. Now you have to help me with this too. It's all from the broadcasting club. Kanglum was bewildered. Why is there so much? He shouted. You want me to do all this? You're going to dump it all on me and run away? Exactly. To be honest, I'm dying of annoyance. I'm happy to have an enthusiastic slave. No, one fan. Kanglum reacted. Hey, you just called me a slave, didn't you? She waved her hand. Oh, what did you just say? The next day, Gehi sent Kanglum a message. She wanted to ask about his relationship with Una. He hesitated slightly and sent a message. Do I really have to tell you everything? Gehi nodded. I'm serious. I just found out about you before you transferred here and I joined your fan club. I'm your ardent fan, you see. Gehi kept reading the messages, squirming. Suddenly someone came looking for her. Gehi, are you free? She was startled. Why, what's wrong? They said, can you help the baseball club today? I heard you've helped many other clubs. I also heard the seniors are coming to watch. Gehi gave a wry smile. Sorry guys, I've been active all day, so I'm a bit tired. I'm going home early. The two were surprised. How, you can't help? We told the seniors you were coming. We thought you'd definitely help. We heard you helped the basketball and volleyball clubs. Can't you help the baseball club? Is it that hard? Gehi was angry. I told you I can't go, you idiots. Did I try to say it nicely but you didn't understand, or are your ears completely broken? Should I make another hole? They stood blankly. How, what? She stood up and asserted. So I'm not helping, I'm tired in the classroom. Gehi boasted. Yes guys, I watched all the dramas yesterday. The female students chattered excitedly. Really? How was it? How was it? The class president is cool, right? She nodded vigorously. Yes. The chemistry teacher was also cool, unfortunately not as much. According to Kanglum's observation, after the stalker incident, Gehi became closer to her classmates. Instead of being conscious of everyone's attention like before, she could now talk more comfortably. Gehi was still talking about the drama. You know, in the middle of the drama, that former director, that villain-like guy, he pisses me off so much. Kanglum didn't know she had changed. She was slowly revealing her hidden self. Thanks to that, the almost unreachable wall was lowered, and there seemed to be no more problems. And he had been continuously wondering about the loop conditions for days. He was thinking about game over. So far, the loop had been activated 3 times when Gehi died, when he died. When his and Gehi's relationship never formed. If it were a game, these situations would be game over or how the loop works. But the main problem is that in his estimation, bad endings or bad seasons could still happen. For example, last time when Kanglum and Gehi's relationship was completely broken, he completely gave up on saving Gehi. If it continued that way, Gehi could be harmed by the stalker. But if she didn't die, it wouldn't be a dead ending, and if she was hurt and became a vegetable, would that be a bad ending? In that case, there's no guarantee that the loop would activate and bring them both back. In other words, game over. Even if she doesn't die and the loop activates, we are actually dead. Kanglum hoped. I hope such absurd things don't happen, but I can't help but keep worrying about the loop. If this isn't a webtoon but reality, it's better to be prepared for the worst-case scenario. Therefore, he must prepare thoroughly. According to the goddess, the next incident will happen to a new heroine. A new article has just been posted. The answer is already gone. Will Roseanne not advance to the next round? Youngsu hesitated. How is it? Naeun said honestly. To be honest, the webtoon you drew is good, but I'm not sure. It'll be better than the last one. A male student approached and snatched her phone. Did you draw this, Kim? Naeun, what is it? Do you want to be a webtoon artist? Show me. Naeun shook her head. It's Youngsu, not me. Did you guys read it? How was it? They scratched their heads, awkward. Youngsu drew it. Oh, it was pretty good, maybe. Youngsu hung her head. All right, the class president approached and called Youngsu. The teacher wants you in the faculty office for career counseling. As soon as she left the classroom, she met someone she knew. Oh, not Kanglum. Youngsu looked at Kanglum with excited eyes. Your dead eyes today. Kanglum turned his head. Youngsu, it's you. Hi. She was flustered. What's wrong? Your face is strange. Your dark circles are 1 millimeter shorter. Kanglum was surprised. How did you notice that? Youngsu didn't answer. Anyway, what happened with Gehi? She wasn't hurt, but she looked like she was in danger. Kanglum clicked his tongue. You heard? It was a bit dangerous, Youngsu said earnestly. If you had told me sooner, I could have helped more. Kanglum said he liked her curiosity, but he didn't want her to get hurt. He hastily realized, oh no, that's not what I meant. Youngsu was surprised. Really? Kanglum thought to himself. I'm sorry for making her worry unnecessarily, but I can't tell her the truth about the goddess, Kanglum stammered. Anyway, it's midterms now and we're both second years, so we should focus on studying. So I think Youngsu hastily pulled out her phone and dialed 911. This is Mihiwook High School. Kanglum was annoyed. Is it that surprising for me to say I want to focus on studying? She wiped her tears. It's okay, Kanglum. Modern medicine will cure you, he shouted. Don't treat a normal person like a mental patient. Seeing Youngsu's reaction, Kanglum felt a little relieved. You didn't call, did you? In fact, Youngsu would have believed Kanglum, but if he made another mistake, the future would be unstable. He didn't want Youngsu involved in this dangerous matter, but Youngsu stepped up wanting to help. Kanglum was surprised. She said again. If there's anything you need help with or anything bothering you, I always want to help. because you saved me when I was struggling. There was a secret reason Yang-soo didn't give up on drawing webtoons. It was because of Kanglam, Yang-soo said. If there's anything you're worried about or thinking about, don't try to solve it alone. Instead, tell me everything. I'll help you. The distance between them was quite close. Kanglam's face turned red. Yang-soo, you're too close. She hastily turned her head. Sorry, I got too excited, I guess. Oh my god, Kanglam also stammered. No, thank you for worrying about me. Thank you, he scratched his face. To be honest, you helped me a lot last time. But since you said that, I have something to tell you. I caused some problems. Do you want to hear it? Yang-soo said excitedly. Yes, tell me. Kanglam was in a dilemma. To be honest, it's a bit difficult to talk about. I just went to the faculty office, and they said the multicultural club is about to be disbanded. An emergency meeting of the multicultural club was immediately convened. After informing them of the situation, Kanglam said again, therefore, if we don't find new members within 7 days, our club will be disbanded, according to school regulations. I said that, and Auntie Teacher also said she wouldn't do it anymore. Yang-soo was angry. Damn it, those guys from the Dark Association, I can't believe they're using such underhanded tactics. Yang-soo was downcast. No first-year students have joined. We 3 alone won't be able to run the club properly. Gehi rested her chin in her hand. It'll be quite bothersome if this place disappears. Even if school life is peaceful enough, this is the best place to relax. Kanglam realized, wait, why is someone who's not even a club member sitting here? Gehi was surprised. You weren't a member of the multicultural club, now Kanglam? He shouted at woman. No more excuses. If you keep doing this, why don't you just join the club? You can stay here and this club won't be disbanded. Gehi refused. No, I want to participate in many other clubs. Of course, if you ask me for help, I'd be happy to join. Gehi winked. I'll lend my name because of Yang-soo. Kanglam didn't care. Now we need to recruit new members. Yang-soo was a little downcast. But most of the first-year students have already joined clubs. He looked up at her, curious. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you have a good idea? Gehi burst out. Forget it, it's nothing, Yang-soo suggested. Subordinate, come and try this. A club doesn't get disbanded just because it has few members. Kanglam was surprised. Really, Yang-soo continued. If we submit an annual activity report regularly and get authentication from the Dark Association, the club can still exist. Kanglam looked around. Annual activity report, it's probably somewhere. He rummaged through a stack of papers and pulled one out. Here it is. Gehi was curious. What does it say? Show me. The humble annual report contained nothing notable beyond a few lines of did our best. Gehi was angry. That's why the club is being disbanded, Kanglam said innocently. Why? I wrote it honestly, Gehi shouted. Why are you so honest? There has to be a reasonable reason. It wouldn't be bad to write the purposes you told me before for the multicultural club. Kanglam remembered. Those weren't my words. I heard them from the former president. She was helpless. I really can't stand it. Anyway, this is my specialty. I'll help you. Yang-soo was grateful. Really, Gehi? Thank you so much, Gehi said immediately. Tell me what the club does. I'll know what to write, Kanglam said proudly. It's not just about looks. Our club has many activities from online games to board games, Yang-soo added. Sometimes we even play online games like Witch Goddess. And we play the worm game Yang-soo brought from home. Gehi smiled wryly. Do you guys really want the club to be disbanded? It's all just games, Kanglam retorted. We don't just play games, we read a lot of webtoons too, Gehi sighed. Then you can't avoid working, can you? He introduced. Hey, Yang-soo also draws comics. Gehi was excited. Really, that's amazing. Yang-soo, are you a webtoon artist? Yang-soo waved her hand. Artist is a bit much. I just want to be one, Gehi was curious. But it's still amazing. If it's okay, can you show me your work? Yang-soo hesitated. Sure, it's a bit embarrassing though. She read the webtoon. Gehi burst into tears. Sniff, sniff, I can't believe it. Govan sacrificed his entire life to save his friend, she suggested to Yang-soo. Yang-soo, are you going to serialize this webtoon? I'll recharge cookies on my account. Yang-soo was slightly embarrassed. What are you talking about? It's not finished yet. I'm trying to finish it to submit to the upcoming contest. Kanglam made a point. She reads a lot of comics too, Yang-soo interjected. I told you the comic was good, it just had some minor flaws. If you added someone like the descendant of an ancient dragon, someone with time-traveling abilities, it would be truly perfect, Gehi laughed. Don't joke. If you do practical activities, writing an annual report won't be difficult. Kanglam was curious. Really, what will you write? She analyzed. Perhaps, like the club's name, it will give members intensive experience opportunities. Yang-soo watched silently. That afternoon, Gehi took the report to the teacher. She wondered. No, the teacher explained. There's nothing wrong with the list, but a club with only 3 members is too few and large clubs need more space for activities. Besides what you just said, the club still needs 2 or 3 more members. Gehi nodded. Yes, I understand. The teacher was curious about Gehi. Gehi, you're not a member of the multicultural club, so why? Gehi smiled. Well, so Gehi joined the club. On the way back, she muttered, it's not that I wanted to help him. I just don't like owing anyone anything because of the last accident. Yang-soo was coming down the stairs and spotted her. Gehi was curious. Why haven't you left yet? Yang-soo explained. I had some career counseling with the art teacher. How was the report? Are you joining the multicultural club? Gehi hesitated a little. Well, I'm thinking of joining. I used to visit often anyway. Anyway, Na Kanglam helped me a lot. Yang-soo was curious. Helped you, she hastily explained. What should I say? I was struggling with the stalker problem, right? And he helped me a bit then, so I thought I should repay him. Young-soo realized that talking to Kanglam made her feel different. Gae-hee was startled. Me? Young-soo asked. Can I ask you something, Gae-hee? Do you like Kanglam? Gae-hee was startled. Young-soo's eyes were earnest. Naeun ran breathlessly and stood in front of Hyung-yu and Jaeon. Hey, have you seen Young-soo anywhere? Hyung-yu turned and asked who. Park Young-soo. Jaeon shook his head and asked, no, why? Young-soo's phone suddenly received a message from Naeun. Naver chat Naeun notification. Young-soo, where are you? When Young-soo didn't reply, Naeun kept sending messages. Naver chat Naeun notification. Young-soo, where are you? Tell me. First Webtoon contest results. Disqualified. Young-soo crouched on the rooftop muttering, it's really shameful, I was too arrogant. Beside her were comic books and her phone with notifications. Young-soo glanced at her phone screen. I really think I should quit this elsewhere. Young-soo stood in front of Gae-hee. She couldn't believe her ears after hearing Young-soo's words. Young-soo, what did you just say? You like someone like Kanglam? Young-soo nodded nervously. Yes. Gae-hee put her hand on her forehead and rubbed her temples. I'm sorry, I don't think I understand Korean very well yet. Are you asking if I'm interested in him, like crazy about him? Young-soo stared blankly at Gae-hee's reaction. That's what I'm asking. Seeing Young-soo so serious, Gae-hee was a little surprised. Then she bit her lip and tried to suppress her laughter but couldn't. She clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Ha ha, I like Kanglam. Ha ha. Ha ha. Why ha ha me ha ha ha. Young-soo was a little flustered seeing her laugh like that. Gae-hee, aren't you laughing too hard? Gae-hee couldn't stop laughing. She even shed tears from laughing. Haha, it's really funny. Haha, I like someone like him. Young-soo was suspicious. No, you two seem close and you go to the club together too. Young-soo rubbed her chin with her hand and raised her head confidently. No, he and I aren't like that. We probably just got to know each other through friends anyway, that's it. She laughed, looking at Young-soo. And then he helped me a bit with school life. My joining DVH is just repaying him. Young-soo understood upon hearing that. I see, she waved her hand. I don't agree with anything you said. Even if the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, that would never happen. Young-soo corrected her internally. But the sun usually rises in the east. Gae-hee stopped laughing and said, compared to someone like me and for something like this to happen, it's a little better than when we first met. But that's all. Young-soo heard that, put her hand on her chest and sighed. All right, I'm sorry for asking. Gae-hee smiled and shook her head. It's okay, Ha, it's nice to laugh this much after a long time. As the two walked down the stairs, she was still curious. But why did you suddenly ask me that? Young-soo, do you like someone like him? Young-soo hesitated, her face red. Yes. Gae-hee didn't notice Young-soo's blushing face. She just smiled and replied, just kidding, how could you be like that? Then she paused, realizing Young-soo's words. Gae-hee's eyes were blank with disbelief. Ha, wait, what? Young-soo hesitated and stammered. I like Kanglam. Gae-hee shouted in disbelief. Really? Why? What did you see in him? Or are you super rich or why? Young-soo calmly replied. Don't underestimate Kanglam too much. Young-soo averted her gaze elsewhere. It's not what you think. How should I put it? Young-soo, hearing her mumble. Gae-hee was surprised. Gae-hee didn't give Young-soo a chance to continue speaking, flashing her eyes and giving a thumbs up. All right, Young-soo. Don't worry, I'll actively support you. Don't worry. Young-soo didn't understand anything. Support? The next day, Kanglam and Young-soo looked at the closed door with confusion. What is this? A piece of paper was pasted on the door. Strategic meeting in progress. Kanglam, Shin. Young-soo, no entry. Young-soo raised an eyebrow. Young-soo put on a detective-like expression. Our base has been occupied. I spent all my time trying to achieve level 7 rock style. Kanglam walked forward in disbelief and turned the doorknob. That's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on, but whoever did this is definitely inside. He tapped on the whiteboard and said enthusiastically, it shall be called the God of Love Plan. The God of Love Plan. I will become the God of Love and connect Young-soo and Kanglam. The strategic meeting begins now. Young-soo sat below and listened carefully. You seem more excited than I am. Hearing that, Gae-hee giggled, covering her cheeks. He, to be honest, I've always wanted to set up my friends like this. I've always wanted to have a girls' talk. She pointed at Young-soo and said, don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this for fun, Gae-hee replied confidently. I don't have any dating experience, so I called an expert. Young-soo was surprised and bewildered. An expert? She put her hands on her hips and said, come out. The person who appeared as the love expert was Naeun. Teacher Kim Naeun. Naeun winked and greeted. Gae-hee called me, so I came. Young-soo looked at the locker next to her, eyes wide. Because Naeun appeared from there. Why is Kim Naeun coming out of there? You two met in the drama club, didn't you? Gae-hee said. That's right, so I'm so happy. Naeun touched her nose with a sad expression and said, I didn't expect anyone else to appear who wanted to share Young-soo's unrequited love besides me. It's been a tough and lonely battle so far. Young-soo asked, is that just what you think? Naeun picked up a pen and wrote on the whiteboard. But love is a matter of detail. From today on it must end. Repeat after me. Love is a matter of detail. Gae-hee's eyes shone as she enthusiastically repeated. Love is a matter of detail. Young-soo looked at the two who seemed to be enjoying themselves more than her, feeling bewildered. You both look like you're having fun. Gae-hee smiled triumphantly. Of course, as the old saying goes, love is a battlefield. Know your enemy and know yourself and you will win 100 battles. Naeun nodded in agreement. That's right. So I have a few questions for you. What about Kanglam made you like him? Young-soo mumbled. Well, there are many reasons. If I had to say, the first would be his kindness. She finished speaking and lowered her head shyly. And his gentleness too. Naeun felt skeptical about human existence upon hearing that. She replied. And his thoughtfulness too. Gae-hee interrupted upon hearing that. That's enough, Young-soo, I'm sorry, but there seems to be some misunderstanding. Young-soo asked, not understanding why. Gae-hee twitched the corners of her mouth and asked, There's another person named Na Kanglum at school, right? I thought you were talking about the Na Kanglum with dead eyes. Young-soo nodded blankly. It's him, there's no one else with the same name. His name is special after all, and no one has dead eyes as beautiful as Kanglum's. Both of them changed their expressions upon hearing Young-soo's affirmation, their heads filled with question marks. Young-soo continued to affirm, talking about Kanglum again. She blushed shyly. The more I look at his dead eyes, the more I like them. Is it strange for me to like his appearance? Yoo Gaehee's and Kim Naeun's standards of beauty were shaken. Seeing the two staring at her, Young-soo blushed. Love is scary. Naeun sighed and pulled up a chair. Alright, let's assume that's the case, and Naeun sat down and said, I've written a relationship advice book. Volumes 2 to 10 are sold for 9,000 won at bookstores. Young-soo was surprised. Since when have you been in business? Naeun said. Your relationship is one that doesn't need advice. Young-soo couldn't understand. What do you mean? Naeun said with a serious expression. The two of you are already too close, but even though you're so close, nothing has happened yet. The three sat around and Naeun said, all we need is a small shock. Aha, I see, Gaehee said with sad eyes. If you need a small shock, why don't you invite him on a date or give him a special gift? Naeun's jaw dropped. Young-soo lowered her head. Gaehee was surprised to see their expressions. What's wrong? Naeun replied. The gift is useless. Because she can't give it to him. Gaehee was bewildered. Young-soo stood up and went to her bag. You still have it, Young-soo, take it out. Alright. Young-soo slowly took out the gift she had prepared for a long time from her bag. It was a bag full of chocolates. Here, Gaehee stepped forward. What is this? Chocolates? Young-soo replied shyly. They're handmade chocolates. I made them for Kanglum on Valentine's Day. Gaehee was bewildered. Valentine's Day? You mean February 14th? It's April now. He asked in confusion. You haven't given it to him yet. Young-soo nodded. Hee. Gaehee bit her fingernail. This won't do. I need to use more extreme measures. Naeun moved closer to her and said, I'm not joking. The only way is to catch them and lock them in one place. The two thus excluded Young-soo. Hey, can that kid do it? That's right, we're the same age. We'll definitely know a way. Seeing them ignore her, she shouted, Stop it, you two are going too far. The two looked at Young-soo with murderous eyes. You're the one going too far. The chocolates have gone bad. That's right. 2 months is too long. Young-soo quickly bowed her head. I've decided. I'll definitely do it this time. I'll give him the chocolates today. Gaehee was excited. Good, Young-soo nodded. I will. Naeun looked at the two and thought, but is this okay? She doesn't seem to have realized it yet. Naeun raised an eyebrow. Even if she does realize, I'll stand by Young-soo. On the rooftop, Young-soo and Kanglum stood facing each other. Young-soo had the chocolates hidden behind her, but after standing for a long time, Young-soo didn't say anything. Her face flushed and she looked elsewhere. It's difficult. What's wrong? He asked, not understanding. You said you had something to say. Young-soo thought, I thought about giving them to him, but my mouth is frozen and I can't say anything. While thinking one thing internally, Young-soo said something else. I wanted to ask about the DVH. I heard the annual activity report wasn't approved, so the club will be disbanded? Kanglum scratched his head. That. Gaehee participated, so we received some special favors. They said they'd give us another month to resolve this issue. Young-soo nodded. Alright, that's a relief. Kanglum replied. Thanks to that, Gaehee was really happy this morning. In Young-soo's head, the thought Gaehee has no feelings for Kanglum popped up as her eyes drooped. Kanglum seems to have started liking Gaehee. Gaehee is beautiful and excellent in every aspect, Kanglum asked. But how did you open the rooftop door? Last time there were a few incidents in the building, so all the rooftop doors are locked. Young-soo answered vaguely. The door was broken. It opened when I put some force on it, Kanglum said in slight disbelief. Really? She nodded. I've often come up here alone since I was in first grade. Young-soo put her hand on her chest and said, and the first day we met I even thought about confessing. Just then the teacher's voice was heard. Why is the door open? Teacher stood on the stairs and shouted, Teacher Park Young-soo, who's up there? Kanglum was terrified upon hearing that. That voice is your homeroom teacher's. Young-soo was surprised. Why didn't you close the door? Kanglum's face turned pale as he stammered. I'm sorry it didn't close. Young-soo was terrified. What do I do? It'll be a big deal if we get caught. I'm already attracting attention because of career counseling. The two looked around in terror. Quick, hide. Where do we hide? The teacher, angry, flung the door open and scolded. I told you not to come up here. Who broke the door and skipped class? After speaking, the teacher saw no one. The teacher went up and looked around. Why is no one here? That's strange. I definitely heard someone's voice. The two were hiding behind the door. Kanglum and Young-soo held their breath. Both broke out in a cold sweat, afraid of being discovered. The teacher left in confusion. What is this? I heard a sound from this floor. I'm sorry, we had to run away too quickly. The two were still pressed close to each other. Kanglum blushed, looking at Young-soo leaning on him. Then he quickly came to his senses and backed away. Young-soo put her hand on her chest. This feeling, it's more important than giving him the chocolates. I want to express this feeling. Young-soo shouted. Kanglum? Kanglum asked, not understanding. Young-soo, what's wrong? Young-soo had harbored this tension in secret since first grade. Young-soo plucked up her courage and said, Actually, I have something to tell you. Young-soo mumbled. Kanglum. Kanglum was surprised. Young-soo put her hand on her chest. I have something to say. She took a deep breath. Actually, Kanglum, the teacher who had just left suddenly reappeared, flung the door open and walked in angrily. I've caught you too. The two were startled. The teacher approached and scolded loudly. Park Young-soo and the students from first grade, you're not first graders. I told you not to come up to the rooftop. The two bowed their heads, especially after the last incident. This place was locked, so how did you two get in? Young-soo asked. I'm sorry. Kanglum didn't care about the teacher's words and glanced at Young-soo. Wait, what was Young-soo about to say? Was she about to confess? Kanglum shook his head. No, don't be delusional. Not Kanglum. Why are you misunderstanding that Yangsu would confess to you? As the two remained silent with their heads bowed, the teacher said. Do both of you understand? Yangsu bowed her head. Yes, I'm sorry. Kanglum scratched his head and promised, this will not happen again. I will not get caught again. The teacher glanced at Yangsu. Park Yangsu, come with me. We'll continue the career counseling from yesterday. She was startled. Gehi and Naeun were walking and eating. Gehi said, I wonder what happened. Did Yangsu do it? Did she give him the chocolates and confess? Naeun raised an eyebrow. Hey, aren't you expecting too much? Even if Yangsu is calm, she'll have a lot to think about. Passing the faculty office, they heard a scolding voice. Yangsu, are you crazy? The teacher was scolding Yangsu, who was sitting down. How long are you going to continue this hobby? You need to prepare for your future. You're a second year, the teacher said. You participated in a few contests in first grade and your grades dropped, remember? At least take responsibility for your academics. Naeun and Gehi curiously peeked inside. What's going on? What's going on with the teacher? Gehi was curious. Why is she scolding Yangsu for that? Naeun replied worriedly. She's our homeroom teacher. He was the advisor for the creative writing club that Yangsu was in before she transferred to the drama club, Gehi said. She's a bit prejudiced, like older people, the teacher asked. How many people do you think make a living drawing webtoons? Don't you think you should prepare a backup plan? The teacher raised an eyebrow. First, you need to go to college. Then you can draw webtoons as much as you want. Besides, your parents also want you to go to college. Yangsu still had her head down and didn't say anything. It's good that you're consulting with the art teacher, but Naeun knew Yangsu was struggling with career counseling, but she didn't expect the teacher to go this far. Gehi frowned. Damn it, this makes me angry. How can you force your wishes on others? The teacher handed her a piece of paper. Do you understand? Think about it again. Submit the survey again. Yangsu nodded and took the paper. Yes, seeing Yangsu walk out, the two backed away. Naeun and Gehi asked worriedly, Yangsu, are you okay? Yangsu was surprised. Gehi and Naeun, what are you two doing here? Naeun's eyes widened and she said, that's not important. The problem is that we heard your conversation with your homeroom teacher, Gehi shouted. That teacher is really too much, Yangsu replied, not getting angry and smiling. She did say a bit too much, but she did it for my sake. Her eyes drooped slightly. Anyway, about the chocolates, the two looked at Yangsu, not understanding. Yangsu asked in confusion, what's wrong? Naeun shook her head and said, how is it? It looks better than I thought, Gehi said. We were even going to comfort you. Yangsu smiled. It's okay, I'm satisfied with this, Gehi asked incredulously. Really? Yangsu nodded. Really? I don't care what other people say about me, she said happily. I just need people who understand me. Yangsu said that she didn't have many relatives her age since childhood. She thought she was too small. So every time she went to her uncle's house for holidays, she was always left alone, far away from the adults. She held up her phone and said that one day her father felt sorry for her and gave her a phone with many apps installed. On the screen was a Webtoon app, which was how she first learned about webtoons. She was surprised and, without realizing it, became completely engrossed in webtoons. After that, Yangsu started drawing. It was so much fun and she wanted to be praised, so she drew basic pictures herself. And when she was young, she believed. She worked harder. Yangsu enjoyed drawing every day and thought that someday her dream of becoming a webtoon artist would come true. But her parents said scornfully, webtoon artist, but parents are really childish. It's okay. I can understand why you don't take this seriously at your age. Her friends didn't believe her either, and neither did her peers. Are you okay? It sounds fun. Are you really going to do it? The teacher scolded Yangsu. You should focus on your studies, considering your grades. Everyone gave her a hard time. Yangsu fell into despair. Everyone tried to please her with praise, but no one took this seriously. Yangsu immersed herself in her computer. So she tried to show that she was serious about this by participating in a webtoon contest. Yangsu registered for the webtoon and wanted to show that she could do it, successfully registered. Thank you for registering, but after that, she was devastated by being rejected. It's truly shameful. I had too many fantasies about this. A notification rang beside Yangsu. Naver Talk Naeun notification. Where are you? The 11th webtoon contest, eliminated in the first preliminary round. Yangsu sadly averted her gaze. I really think I should give up on this. Yangsu buried her face in her pillow. It's fine to just make it a hobby. I don't think I can make a living from this. Yangsu picked up her iPad. I need to grow up and look forward. She stared blankly ahead. If I just throw away this USB, everything will be over. After that, Yangsu held the USB and stood at the railing, but she hesitated. Should I just throw it away like this? I want to do this. She imagined throwing away all her drafts and starting everything over. Is this the right thing to do? The wind brushed past her on the rooftop and her hair flew in the wind. Suddenly, the iPad in Yangsu's hand fell. Yangsu panicked and reached out, but it was too late. It fell. The iPad landed in the bushes where Konglum was passing by. He suspiciously reached out and picked it up. What is this? A tablet fell from the sky. Is this a modern iMugi? He picked up the iPad and looked at the screen. This webtoon isn't locked. After that, he continued to read Yangsu's webtoon. Yangsu hurried down from the rooftop and saw him standing there. Are you okay? Are you hurt? He shook his head. I'm fine. Is this your tablet? Yangsu was surprised. It was also a first year like her. She nodded. Yes, I dropped it from the rooftop, thank goodness. He pointed to the comic book on the iPad. Did you draw this webtoon? I haven't seen this work before. Yangsu asked in surprise. How you read it? Konglum said suspiciously. How was I not supposed to read it? I'm sorry, I accidentally saw it. Yangsu awkwardly shook her head. No, it's not that you weren't supposed to. She wanted to hear his opinion. So how is it? He stared blankly, then scratched his head. Oh well. It's pretty good. Young-soo was silent for a moment, then said. Really? Kanglum rubbed his chin and gave his personal opinion. Personally, I'm a bit disappointed with the protagonist. The character design is pretty good, but it feels like the protagonist suddenly appears and solves problems. So the character lacks depth, has no past, and no reason to fight. He continued to be engrossed in the comic book. I quite like the background and scenery. It's quite unique and distinctive, but in chapter 1 there's too much narration, and I think it would be better to end the chapter with the protagonist dialogue. Young-soo's eyes widened in surprise. Ah, and there's more. At the end of chapter 2 here, he continued. At the beginning of chapter 3 it would be better to use suggestive words instead of imperative words. Anyway, that would reduce the page count to less than 80 pages. Hearing his words, she suddenly burst into tears. Sob. Seeing her cry, he was surprised. I'm sorry, did I say something too harsh? I didn't mean anything by it. I just said what came to mind. Young-soo said she was truly terrible. Hearing her words, he was puzzled. Huh? Young-soo bent at the waist. I'm really terrible. I'm terrible. That's why I failed the contest. Numerous question marks floated in his head. Why? She cried silently. Sob. She clasped her hands tightly and said, but I still don't want to stop drawing webtoons. Seeing her cry louder and louder, he was flustered. Wait, don't cry. Kanglum hurriedly tried to comfort her. I'm sorry, you drew the main character really beautifully. Deep in Young-soo's heart, she was grateful to him. Kanglum, you're the first person who genuinely respected my dream. Young-soo recalled the past. After meeting you that day, I continued to draw webtoons. Since then, I've been continuously. Opening the door and entering, she looked at Kanglum sitting in a chair with curiosity. Kanglum, aren't you busy preparing for academy today? He turned his head. Oh, you just sent me the revised webtoon manuscript, and besides I thought I got caught because of you. After a moment of silence, he asked. What happened in the faculty office? Recalling when Naeun asked her what about Kanglum made you like him. She was now certain. Young-soo took something out of her bag. It was chocolate. She gave it to him. It's nothing. Anyway, Kanglum replied with a smile. Seeing her hand him a cake bag she took out of her bag, he was puzzled. Really? I thought you bought it from a store. Young-soo. Oh, do you have a hobby of baking? But another thought flashed through his mind. Surely she didn't make handmade chocolates when it's not even Valentine's Day. After that he recalled Valentine's Day. Wait, handmade chocolates? What? Isn't that when a girl confesses to a boy? He recalled the gift of handmade chocolates again. And he remembered Young-soo trying to tell him something when they were on the rooftop. Surely not. He unconsciously blushed violently. No way. He saw him acting strangely and called out, Kanglum, I just received the chocolates. Kanglum stood up and waved his hand. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a little embarrassed to eat it. After that his foot caught on a chair and he stumbled. Damn it. The chocolate bag was tossed high from his hand. The sight before him was him falling on top of Young-soo. Both of them were frozen like stones. Young-soo smiled happily and asked, Is it delicious? Kanglum blushed at her question. After that he quickly stood up and backed away. It's really sweet and crunchy, he replied, waving his hands and feet. It feels like a chemical reaction is happening in my mouth. The sweetness burst in her mouth and she smiled. Hee. Simply put, it tasted as delicious as something bought from a store. Young-soo unconsciously called his name. Kanglum. He froze. What's wrong? Young-soo thought to herself. I can't say it now. I'm afraid of losing this relationship, but someday I will definitely tell you how I feel. Please keep supporting me. Young-soo clasped her hands tightly and said that she would do so from now until forever. Hearing her words, he was puzzled. What's wrong? Young-soo burst out laughing. Nothing. Seeing her laugh, he was suspicious. Really? Young-soo changed the subject. How's the webtoon? I'll fix the errors you pointed out. He waved his hand. My opinion isn't that much, as you know. The computer screen showed promoted to platinum, solo duo rank. Confirm. Young-soo sat in front of the computer and cheered in celebration. I did it. I reached platinum. Kanglum said incredulously. Amazing. She got there in less than 20 games. Young-soo rubbed her chin. I got there before her. She has a talent that can even surpass me. He quickly grabbed Young-soo's hand. Wait. Young-soo, let's play together. I'll rank up quickly. Hee. Young-soo laughed. I'm looking forward to it too. Kanglum's face was displeased and annoyed. Damn it, I would have reached gold if it weren't for those damn trolls. I don't know how many WWLs I've had. Why do I always get teamed with guys like that? He mocked him. Wow, why are you blaming your teammates? Didn't you say there's a system called MMR? This is the logic of low-ranked players. Your MMR matches you with players of the same skill level. Hearing his words, he gritted his teeth and cursed internally. She paid no attention to his expression and turned back to Young-soo. Oh right, Young-soo, aren't you the same rank as me? Want to play together? Young-soo pushed up her glasses. Okay, I accept you as my comrade. Young-soo admired. Amazing, Dahi. You don't have much time to play games because of work. He laughed. Yes, so I watch YouTube whenever I have time. Like pro players' videos. There are many of those. He said. I just follow what I see and find ways to win. Hearing his words, Kanglum wanted to find a place to hide. Wait, she just follows what she sees? Is it that easy? His slender fingers slowly clicked the mouse. By the way, on the screen the mouse cursor moved incessantly over the game video. I mainly watch this person's videos. This person's videos probably have the most views. Konglum was surprised. Yongsoo was surprised. Oh, you watch Rosentee's videos? Yongsoo asked curiously. Then I know now too. Gaehee pointed to the account on the screen and replied, is this person famous? Yongsoo said, not only famous but one of the best pro players. Yongsoo introduced information about Shirin. Her nickname is Rosentee, real name Cha Shirin, and she's the same age as us. And she's also a rookie player who dominated the league as soon as she debuted. Yongsoo admired Shirin holding up the cup. She's a top-tier player called the Queen by everyone. Her fame has spread worldwide because she's a rare female player in the gaming industry. Yongsoo continued. She even appears in non-gaming related advertisements and holds fan meetings. Yongsoo looked at Yongsoo. Especially the recent birthday fan meeting, right? Yongsoo replied, seriously crossing her arms. Oh, I still remember, because some idiot spread rumors that she used macros and manipulation. Though the reporters caused a commotion at the time, Gaehee's eyes sparkled. That's really amazing. She's really the same age as us. I definitely have to watch her game next time, Yongsoo said. But recently for some reason she hasn't been appearing in games, Gaehee asked suspiciously. What happened? Yongsoo shook her head. I don't know either. The team doesn't seem to be letting her participate. There's no clear reason yet, so fans are quite worried, Yongsoo continued. Even a descendant of a dragon like me is angry. That means this matter also affects the queen, Yongsoo said suspiciously. Really? Someone even found and posted her past rank scores. He stood behind, still silent. In his head the thought this also happened in Goddess. Since the two worlds have merged, it's bound to happen flashed through his mind. Konglum thought they were talking about something from Goddess. Seeing his silence, Yongsoo turned her head and asked, Konglum, what are you thinking about? Gaehee raised an eyebrow. Exactly. Why are you suddenly so strangely silent when we're talking about games? Konglum scratched his head. Oh, I just have a lot of random thoughts. The three were surprised. No, before they could react, Konglum immediately packed his bag and left. I'll go first. It seems it's time to recruit new club members. He left the room and fell into thought. Now I have to solve the Cha Shirin incident. She's the second heroine. If I fail, Cha Shirin will be accused of manipulating game results. Konglum put his hands in his pockets and walked down the street. The first incident that happened to Cha Shirin, similar to the previous stalker incident with Yu Gaehee, was this manipulation case. He furrowed his brows. Of course it was completely unlike Cha Shirin's personality. She was clearly more engrossed in games than anyone else, so she would never be involved in such a scam. However, after suspecting a close junior being caught up in this incident, he recalled the scene where Cha Shirin chased after the broker. She contacted the broker to confirm the facts, and while chasing him she bumped into a red-haired man. He bumped into the protagonist, both got into an accident, and afterwards they searched for the culprit and evidence together. He thought. The two overcame a crisis together, almost facing indictment, and became closer after solving the incident together. The match-fixing incident began the moment they met. He suddenly stopped. Right here on the street right in front of the PC cafe that Cha Shirin frequented. He checked, and this was indeed that PC cafe. Konglum stared intently at the sign. He also checked the competition date, and today was the day. After that he left. I waited, timing it precisely to recreate the first meeting between the protagonist and Cha Shirin. He stood behind a pillar. But the part I'm worried about is whether it's reasonable for me to follow the plot of Goddess, Konglum thought. Even when I perfectly followed the plot of Goddess last time, unlike the protagonist of the previous stalker incident, I was incapable. I remember suffering to the bone when I was hurt last time. Therefore I need to use the information I got from Goddess to solve everything more easily. Fortunately he escaped the crisis. With a hexaplex arrangement, if there was a way to solve everything faster, I would try it. Konglum leaned against the wall and poked his head out. I want to do that, but from here on I have to follow the plot. Besides, even if I catch the broker here, nothing will be solved, so I decided to follow the first meeting. He chuckled slyly. Right, I have to hide and wait patiently until Cha Shirin appears. Hours later, until dark, Konglum kept standing. She didn't come. Is this the difference between a webtoon and reality? After standing for hours my legs hurt. Everything always proceeded exactly as in the webtoon. This method won't work. I'll go into the PC cafe and play a few games. He entered the adjacent PC cafe. Sitting by the window would be fine anyway, but on the way he bumped into Shirin. Oh, I'm sorry. Shirin, wearing a mask, quickly brushed past him. Be careful. Konglum found it hard to understand, but he stared intently and had a familiar feeling. Wait, that hairstyle is unmistakable. It's Cha Shirin. His lips twitched. But what kind of disguise is that? Is she disguised because she's going to meet the broker? She'll stand out, won't she? He also suddenly realized. Now I get it. She's really clumsy. After that, Konglum followed Shirin again. Since she appeared, I need to prepare to meet the broker. Shirin went to meet a woman sitting at the bus stop. Shirin said, You said I needed to talk to the person in the white hat at the bus stop in front of Mihiwook PC Cafe exactly at 7 p.m., right? Shirin stepped forward and said, Then you're the broker, the old woman asked in confusion. Do you need anything from me? Shirin couldn't believe it when the old woman showed no reaction. No, that must be the person. That old woman is completely innocent. Shirin pushed up her glasses, pretending it was useless. Confess and spill everything. Confess what? The old woman looked at him with a puzzled expression. Shirin thought the old woman didn't seem to know what was happening. The man next to them sighed. Really, last time it was a reporter, this time a kid. Man smoked a cigarette. This is the broker. You're just wasting your time. That old woman is just waiting for the bus, so don't be stubborn anymore. Sharon was startled. You're the broker? The old woman sitting next to them had a head full of question marks. Sharon moved to his side. Damn it, I wasted time. Time is money, he replied with an unpleasant look. You should be glad the security here is pretty good, otherwise you would have paid with your life. Sharon held up her phone and stopped him. Wait, he quickly ran away. Now it's my turn. Sharon chased after him, shouting, Stop. I don't know if this plan will succeed. Kanglum suddenly blocked Sharon's path. Damn it, after that, Kanglum bumped into Sharon and both fell. Sharon's glasses falling to the ground. Sharon rubbed her head, perhaps because she was hurt from falling. Why did you suddenly appear? Kanglum's face turned red when he saw Sharon's beauty. Kanglum hastily said, Oh, I'm sorry, are you okay? This is. Sharon frowned. You're the one I bumped into last time, aren't you? You're doing this on purpose. Sharon got up and ignored it. Damn it, never mind, I don't have time for this. Wait, Kanglum sat on the ground and raised his hand, puzzling Sharon. It'll be fine now, Kanglum, no need to rush. He recalled when Sharon bumped into someone else last time. This happened in Goddess. If I say exactly what the protagonist said, there won't be any problem. Sharon stopped again and asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? At that time, the protagonist said. Kanglum said, I'm sorry, but I can't let you go just like that. Kanglum said with a serious face, You seem to be suffering from something. I don't know what's happening, but I want to save you. Hearing his words, Sharon was startled and his face slightly reddened. I did it. According to Goddess, she'll calm down, Sharon said with a cold expression. What nonsense are you talking about? What did you just say? Kanglum suddenly froze. Haha. Kanglum was confused after hearing her. Her reaction is, Sharon stepped forward and glared at him fiercely. Do I look sad? That's unpleasant. Kanglum recoiled. What are you saying you know about me? Sharon stared at him with a cold expression. Why are you acting like that to someone you're meeting for the first time? Is this a new approach? You've crossed the line. He was bewildered. Didn't she treat him warmly in Goddess? It was strange to him, and her reaction was completely different from Goddess. Originally, she should have been touched and the atmosphere should have become warm. It's the same situation, so why is the reaction so different? Sharon left in annoyance. You want to save someone you're meeting for the first time? Do you think you're a protagonist from a movie? He broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be because I'm talking to her? Even though I said every word exactly right, could it be because the person who said it wasn't the protagonist, but me? Sharon looked at him with a displeased expression. Stop with the fantasies, I'm not interested in someone like you. Go find someone else after that. Sharon left decisively, not giving Kanglum a chance to react. He stood rooted to the spot, looking at Sharon's back with a foolish smile. Ha 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 ha. Today's lesson. Kanglum froze in place. The next day, back in the classroom, Kanglum awkwardly looked at the two. Ha ha ha, you should look in the mirror and know your place. Yang-Soo asked in confusion. Kanglum, what's wrong? Gei directly told him. Yeah, you're suddenly smiling foolishly. He was very gloomy. No. Is appearance really that important? He left the classroom and walked down the street, rubbing his chin. Kanglum thought, as I thought, my previous idea wasn't wrong. I need to change my approach to the hexaplex arrangement. He glanced at a clothing store, but it's easier said than done. After that, Kanglum shifted his gaze to the hat display. 2 hats for 10,000 won. Kanglum twisted his tie. Alright, let's make a new plan. First, I need to make some preparations. Kanglum left. The broker will enter exactly at 7 p.m. Cha Shuren will also arrive around then. He recalled the meeting from yesterday. Cha Shuren will also arrive around then. That means he's somewhere near the bus stop, so by now he'll be here somewhere. Kanglum stood in his old spot and waited. After that, his gaze flickered to the side and he saw him sitting on a bench fiddling with his phone. He was staring intently at his phone. There he is. Kanglum stood at the edge of the wall and observed him. That's him, glasses and a white hat, unmistakable. He bent at the waist. Now I have to make him leave. Alright, let's do it. He pretended to be on the phone while walking to where he was sitting. Right, honey, Kanglum approached and said loudly. I'll be there soon. I'm near the park. I know. You're going to report on the match-fixing incident, right? He quietly looked at him. Kanglum continued, Right, when I meet him, I'll record him with my phone. Don't forget to pay me. He clicked his tongue and muttered. Damn it again. He stood up and left. He looked back at Kanglum and chuckled slyly. Alright, he's gone. When the taxi driver approached, only the old woman was sitting there. You weren't the one who called the taxi. Kanglum approached and raised his hand. Oh, I called it. Kanglum called a taxi for the old woman and helped her with her luggage. You have a lot of luggage. Seeing you reminds me of my grandmother, so I'll pay for the taxi fare. Please go comfortably. The old woman smiled. Thank you, young man. Kanglum stood behind and watched the taxi leave. After that, he took out his phone and checked the time. Exactly right. 2 minutes left, and he sat on the bus stop bench. He took a white hat out of his bag and put it on his head. He rechecked his disguised appearance on his phone, ready. Just as he finished tidying himself up, Shuren also arrived on time. Shuren muttered as she walked. At the bus stop in front of Mihiwook PC Cafe exactly at 7 p.m. The person in the white hat, right? Shuren stood in front of him, disguised as before. Then you're the broker? He remained silent and fiddled with his phone. Shuren frowned. Silence won't do any good. According to the email we investigated, it's clear you're involved in match fixing. Confess everyone involved in this incident honestly. Only then did he raise his head and ask, Excuse me, are you talking to me? Shuren was bewildered. Kanglum suddenly stood up and acted familiar. Oh, aren't you Cha Shuren? I don't know why you're wearing glasses and a mask though. Shuren frowned and asked, You're not the broker? Kanglum ignored Shuren's question and continued. With this voice and hair, it's you. He showed Shuren her YouTube channel. I'm your fan. I'm watching Rosenti's videos. Shuren took off her glasses. I'm sorry, I must have been mistaken, he asked in confusion. But earlier about the broker and match fixing, Kanglum screamed in surprise. Then Cha Shirin is really involved in manipulating competition results. Shirin hastily shook her head. No, that's not it, Kanglum fiddled with his phone. My goodness, so even when you became world champion it was like that? This isn't just a scandal. Shirin couldn't listen anymore and covered Kanglum's mouth. I said no. He was silent and asked in a low voice, really, but you just… Shirin took her hand away and sighed. Phew, there's a problem, but I'll definitely clear up this misunderstanding. After that, she told Kanglum to follow her. Follow me, I need to talk to you for a moment so I can explain. Shirin took Kanglum into the PC cafe. Shirin sat in front of a computer and he asked in confusion, but why here? I thought you wanted a quiet place. After that, he also sat next to Shirin. She glanced at him. I can't think of any other place besides here. By the way, you're a high school student, right? What grade are you in? Kanglum replied. Oh, I'm a second year. I'm the same age as you. She nodded. All right, you can speak informally. I'm just used to formal speech, so don't mind it. He smiled and replied, I know, you had to learn how to deal with people, right? Be careful with the media when communicating with fans. You're really my fan, aren't you? As he tried to take out his notebook, Shirin snatched it away. I'll sign it. Give me anything to sign. Kanglum was bewildered. Oh, here. Thank you. Shirin asked. What's your name? He replied. It's Na Kanglum. Hearing the name Kanglum, she was slightly interested. That's a unique name. The owner brought ramen and handed it to Shirin. Ramen, bean sprouts, and cola are here. Shirin nodded. Put it here. She broke the chopsticks. I rushed out earlier so I haven't eaten anything yet. She pushed her hair back and blew on it. Watching her eat ramen, he stared somewhat blankly. She noticed his gaze and asked in confusion, What's wrong? You keep staring. Kanglum shook his head. No, it's just that you seem to be eating so deliciously. She handed him the ramen bowl. Want a bite? The bean sprout ramen here is delicious. They even adjusted the water amount perfectly. He shook his head. No, I'm fine. What you said earlier. Shirin started talking again. I'll explain everything, but that's just a misunderstanding. I would never get involved in match fixing. On the contrary, I'm looking for a way to clear up this scandal. Shirin turned to him and asked, Have you heard about the rookies? Kanglum asked back, puzzled. Rookies? Are you referring to trainees? In the sports world, potential players who haven't debuted with any team yet are called prospects. Shirin nodded. That's right, but our team isn't that old. We prioritize communication and interaction over formal structure, and the prospects often hang out together to get to know each other better. Shirin recalled training with the rookies and training them when she was a rookie herself. Even when they weren't playing games, they often met because their dorms were right next to each other. After everyone left, she looked at the computer. But at the end of last month, when I stopped by the rookie dorm, I happened to see it. She was appalled. There was an email on the shared computer related to a transaction about manipulating tournament results. Shirin opened the email out of curiosity. We couldn't find the culprit because we used fake accounts. In summary, it was a transaction for match fixing. She became lost in thought. It was a request for intentional defeat in the upcoming rookie tournament. It included details about the money to be transacted after the tournament. Her hand moved the mouse. When I read this email, I felt like I was going to explode with anger. After reading it, her eyes were filled with rage. How dare they? Despite all the effort I've poured into this industry, are you betraying the fans like this? Shirin left her seat. I immediately went to the rookies and investigated the culprit. The door had just opened, but she saw the joyful faces of the rookies talking to her and laughing. Ani, did you just see us? Gina played really well this game. It's all thanks to your teaching. Shirin looked at their young faces and fell into thought. Back in reality, Shirin bowed her head. In the end, I couldn't ask anything. I was too scared to say anything. He watched Shirin silently open up and confess her true feelings. Kanglum said, but given your personality, you wouldn't just let this go, would you? Shirin raised her head and nodded. Of course I can't overlook this. That night I reported to the president, but the evidence for the email had already been deleted. Shirin recalled telling the president this story. But the president kept insisting that his team couldn't have done such a thing. He struggled to cut me off. Kanglum remembered the old man. Ah, the annoying bald old man. He's like a typical villain. Shirin was downcast. But I still can't overlook this. Because of this, I can't fully concentrate on the game, which is very inconvenient. She glanced at him. So I'm trying to solve this manipulation incident alone. I contacted the broker and tried to catch him red-handed. She frowned. But he didn't show up at the bus stop. He probably noticed my trap. Kanglum was startled. Oh, he shrugged. It'll be fine. I mean, it'll still be fine. Haha, you said the competition is coming up soon, right? Then you just have to stop it. Even if you fail, you can expose everything, right? Then he saw her looking at him, and he waved his arms and legs again. Oh, of course you have to stop it before that. Shirin cut him off. Are you saying you believe what I'm saying? Kanglum asked in confusion. How? Why? Shirin opened up her heart. I didn't think you'd believe me right away. I've told this story to a few people, but no one believed me. She looked at him with wide eyes. They all laughed at me, saying the rookies wouldn't do that I was too sensitive, that my health wasn't good, that I was dreaming in broad daylight. Kanglum became more and more agitated. But I never thought a stranger would believe me right away. To be honest, I was really surprised. He thought he had gotten too far ahead with the goddess's information. He rubbed his neck. Well, anyway, it's Shirin and not anyone else, Shirin asked, not understanding. Why? He turned his head and replied, because I'm a huge fan of Rosen T. Since I know how dedicated you are to gaming, I have no choice but to believe everything you just mentioned. She thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, Kanglum sighed internally. Phew, I need to be more careful from now on. I managed to get through it somehow. Shirin bowed her head. But you know what? Shirin asked. Can I ask you a favor? I have a plan to catch the match fixer for the rookie team. Kanglum asked, puzzled. What is it? Shirin said with earnest eyes. Please go somewhere with Choi Rang this Sunday. The two left the PC cafe. Kanglum hurried after her. Wait, Shirin, what do you mean where? No, I mean why do you want to go with me? Shirin said with sad eyes. It's a rookie's birthday soon. I need someone to go with me to pick out a gift. He stood there blankly. Yes, Shirin replied. After picking out a gift for the kid, I want to create an atmosphere where I can talk about the match fixing. So I want you to go shopping with me. Kanglum nodded. Ah, if that's all, what about training or anything like that? Shirin shook her head. It's fine, that day is Sunday. My manager told me I needed to rest because of what happened recently. I said I wanted to keep training, so I changed my account password. This time, I was training my reflexes with some games at the PC cafe. He rubbed his chin and said, I'm sorry, but there's something difficult to say. I'm not good at picking out gifts for other people. Shirin asked, You'll be better than me, right? She stared at him intently. Last time, for another member's birthday, I gave them a bus card and Steve Jobs' autobiography as gifts. Kanglum was shocked. Really, Shirin explained. A bus card is more practical and Steve Jobs is a typical role model for young people. I thought it was a good gift, but everyone else's reaction was, he can understand why she chose it, but it's quite strange. Shirin asked, So you're not going? I'm not forcing you. Kanglum quickly shook his head. No, it's not that I don't want to go, then let's go. You said Sunday, right? Shirin held out her phone in front of him. All right, let's exchange contact information. After getting the information, she bowed and left. I'll call you later. Get home safely. He waved his hand, bidding her farewell. He walked alone, lost in thought, his mind full of ideas. I've decided to choose a path different from the goddess's plot. Such small changes will be unavoidable in the future. He rubbed his chin. Anyway, I have to pick out a gift. A shopping mall would probably be best. Kanglum suddenly stopped, realizing something. Wait, what is this? He was startled. Isn't this a date? He was flustered. I was so caught up thinking about the goddess that I didn't realize. Going out with a girl on a day off is definitely a date. He clenched his fist, internally excited. Is spring finally coming for me too? I'm so excited and looking forward to it. Will it be okay? Kanglum stomped his feet. To go on a date, there are a few things to prepare. First, my outfit. But he suddenly realized, damn it, what should I wear? I don't have any decent clothes. Should I wear my school uniform? It'll be better than weird clothes. He rubbed his chin, thinking, students shouldn't dress too flashy. Two girls walked past, whispering. The guy they first was introduced to last time was really the worst. Haha, the curly-haired girl said. Really? I thought he was your type from the picture, the girl next to her replied. But he showed up in his school uniform on our first date, and it was a day off. It was weird. The two girls giggled as they walked past. Ah, that was a blind date. How could you introduce me to someone like that? That's what I'm saying. I almost fainted. So we just had coffee. He bowed his head and quietly looked at his school uniform. He shouted in surprise, There are 2 days left until Sunday. I can't waste time like this. Kanglum rushed home. I'm home. After that, he casually tossed his shoes aside. Hey na Manung, lend me your mirror. Manung, who was sitting in the living room watching a movie, asked, puzzled. Absolutely not, but what's wrong, you crazy bastard? Kanglum shook his head. No time to explain, hurry, he shouted. Mom, where did you put my clothes, the ones I never wear? His mom shouted. Hey, don't stir up dust in the house like this in the middle of the night. Manung was speechless. Oh my god, is there something wrong with his brain? He answered the phone. How, why are you calling me on a Saturday? You want me to pick out your clothes? On this end, Kanglum casually threw clothes on the floor and pleaded, please, you're a model. And I have no one else to ask, just a decent outfit is fine, he sneered. I don't know much about men's clothes either, but it'll be better than flashy clothes. Kanglum was anxious, stomping his feet. Somehow I need it by tomorrow. It's an emergency mission, he shouted into the phone. What are you doing tomorrow? Why are you suddenly caring about your clothes? Kanglum stammered. Just, I have an appointment with a friend. I feel like I need to dress a bit nicely. On the other end of the phone, he frowned. He brushed her hair back and said, if you want, I can pick them out for you. Do you already have some clothes? Kanglum replied. I looked around and picked out a few. If they all don't work, I'll have to buy new ones. He silenced Kanglum. But even if you want to dress neatly, you won't have many options. Especially for teenagers. You can try street fashion or casual styles, taking advice from street vendors to high-end stores. Even Americans traveling in Korea have to change because of kimchi. Kimchi, the biggest fashion brand in Korea, is every boyfriend's standard. I think the puffy style suits your personality best, and at the same time it can save your wallet. Kanglum shouted, don't give me that advice. He said, I sent you a few pictures, so pick one of the three. He looked at her phone. But what's so hard about it? Men's fashion is simple. After looking, he froze. Oh my god, your clothes are like rags and the colors Kanglum mixed are truly dazzling. He shouted, first of all, no to all of them. Gehi's body trembled with anger and she shouted, holding her phone, throw all that garbage away. Please, are you messing with me? On the other end of the phone, Kanglum was flustered. How is it weird? Is it that bad? He scratched his head and reluctantly said, anyway, I'm just a person who only wears clothes my mom buys. I thought I was well dressed. At least I avoided bright colored shirts. Gehi's voice rang out again. Avoiding it is the bigger problem, she continued to raise her voice and criticize. You said you wanted to dress neatly, so why are you so unique? If you don't know what you want, just choose a basic t-shirt. He thought it was reasonable and readily complied. He held up a white t-shirt and asked blankly, I'll try this on, what about the school uniform? But Gehi reacted even more violently to that idea. Don't even think about it, those clothes are not at all suitable for a date. Even if you unbutton the top button, the collarbone area will ruin everything. Kanglam put his hands on his hips, his patience dwindling, and sighed. I know I asked you for a favor, but aren't you being too picky? Get rid of that huge belt, she retorted, not backing down. Why are you acting like I'm the strange one here? After that, Gehi suggested another method. Don't be so foolish anymore. Please just pick out normal pants and a date outfit, he asked back, slightly bewildered. What are normal pants? She covered her forehead in helplessness upon hearing Kanglam's question. I mean dress pants, you said you wanted to look cool. What did I say? I wasn't lying when I said I don't know much about men's clothes, was I? By this point, Gehi couldn't help but lament internally. There's no answer. There was no solution for this man from the beginning. She sat on a long chair and shouted in anger. And you pick out clothes better than me. Just then, Hiju came in and announced, Gehi, we need to get ready for the photoshoot. After speaking, she bowed her head again and leaned closer to Gehi. What's wrong? Everyone's afraid of you, so they can't come in. Gehi was startled and quickly said, I'm sorry, it's nothing. I'll get ready right away. After hanging up the phone, she sighed and called out, Ani? Hiju, who was standing next to her, replied, Why? Only then did Gehi begin to explain. Ani, do you remember that friend who helped us last time? We still haven't returned the sponsored clothes to him, have we? Her reply rang out again. That's right, what's wrong? Immediately after, Gehi picked up her phone and commanded, Hey Kanglam, send me your clothes size. Outside was a bustling street, and the same went for any downtown area. Kanglam kept looking at his phone nervously. I feel somehow anxious and excited. His cheeks were red and he thought constantly, of course, it's my first date in my life. And my partner is Shirin. Standing alone in the middle of the downtown area, he put his hand on his chest and said excitedly, To be honest, I couldn't be calm at all last time. She was still pretty even in her school uniform, so what would she be like dressed up even prettier? Shirin also appeared at this time, sweating. Sorry I'm late. Unlike what I imagined, she was dressed in a plain school uniform. I got lost on the way here. Have you been waiting long? Kanglam's illusion was completely shattered as he looked at the goddess with a blank expression. He couldn't help but approach her and ask, You're wearing your school uniform? Shirin lightly shook her outer garment and softly explained, I like light clothing, so I bought a few more outfits like this. He awkwardly squinted, thinking, just like usual. I understand, but inwardly he grumbled, I guess I'm the only one who was looking forward to this date. She didn't seem to be as concerned as he was. Shirin innocently tilted her head and called Kanglam. At this he sighed and forced a smile. After a moment, Kanglam shook off his negative feelings and said, It's nothing. Shall we go? This mall is pretty big, so tell me if you get tired. She casually listed beside him. All right, I've thought of a few things to buy. What about the biography of physicist Nikola Tesla? He asked with a curious expression. Why do you seem so enthusiastic about electricity? Their conversation continued to echo through the middle of the shopping mall. Tesla was the most searched word last year and this year. Not that Tesla, or is it advice from YouTubers you should stop relying so much on YouTube? Kanglam stopped to guide Shirin. She held a product and looked at him with a hesitant expression. Kanglam rubbed his chin and observed while Shirin remained silent beside him. The two walked around the mall and finally sat on a bench to rest. The place was bustling with people coming and going, and whispers could be heard. Kanglam held 2 drinks and gently handed one to Shirin. She quickly took it. Thank you, Shirin said while drinking. Lunch is on me. After a moment of blankness, her face suddenly turned red. He smiled as if remembering all her preferences. Less ice, more sugar, aloe vera, right? Shirin stammered shyly. Yes. Then she looked up and cautiously asked, Why? Kanglam's eyes widened and he stammered, Oh, he tried to explain with an awkward laugh. Because I thought you'd like it. Looking at the people around them, Kanglam changed the subject. This mall is really big, isn't it? It's even more crowded now that it's lunchtime. Shirin followed him, slowly admiring. I'm glad I asked you. If I had come alone, I might have gotten lost and just gone home. Then she continued. I think we have to choose one of the 3 we looked at earlier. Kanglam quickly listed, Starbucks cup, perfume, AirPods, right? As he finished speaking, Shirin's hesitant voice was heard. Yes. All 3 are good, so it's quite hard to choose. As she said that, Kanglam continued, I've never picked out a gift for anyone else either, and I don't even know what kind of person he is. Then he turned his head and offered a solution. It would be better if you imagined receiving them yourself. Don't overthink it. Shirin bowed her head and fell deep into thought. I'll think about it. Her actions made Kanglam a little flustered. She remained seated and slowly explained, I'm very different from other people, so I'm not sure if my thoughts are right. Kanglam was suddenly dumbfounded by Shirin's calm voice. To change the subject, Kanglam hastily stammered, Right, you're hungry too, aren't you? Let's go grab something to eat. Suddenly a scream was heard and the two looked over curiously. Unexpectedly, a little girl burst into tears crying, Mommy, where did Mommy go? In the middle of the bustling shopping mall, the child was sobbing. Kanglam and Shirin looked at each other and approached the little girl. He inquired, Little one, are you lost? She also asked back, surprised, a lost child. The child was crying until her face was red. Mommy was just here. Shirin, still holding her drink, moved closer. If she's lost, shouldn't we take her to the Lost and Found Center? He answered, sweating right. But Kanglum, seeing the little girl still crying, suggested we should comfort her first and then take her to the lost and found center later. He sat down, opened a drink, and tried to tempt her. Little one, want to try this? There's chocolate inside too. But the child, with tears in her eyes, casually retorted, Mommy told me not to take anything from strangers. Kanglum was flustered and continued the conversation. Right, we just met, didn't we? Unexpectedly, the child approached Shirin and extended her hand. But I think I can drink from big sister. At this, he was so annoyed that he cursed inwardly. Look at this kid. Seeing the child calm down and drink, Shirin spoke. Don't you have a phone? The little girl obediently replied. I do, but the battery's dead. Hearing this, she also held out her phone. Battery's dead? Do you remember your mom's number? I'll lend you my phone. The child quickly took it and kept pressing. But in less than a second, tears welled up in her eyes and she sobbed. Shirin looked at the child, facing Kanglum. I don't think she remembers her mom's number, he speculated while observing. Is she so young that she's in shock and can't remember anything? We need to find a way to comfort her. Kanglum suddenly realized something. He stood in front of the little girl and suggested, Little one, want to play games? In front of the arcade machines. The little girl went with Kanglum and Shirin. The child seemed very happy seeing them, but she still couldn't believe it, looking up and asking, Can I play anything here, really? He answered without hesitation. Yes, we exchanged quite a few coins so we could play together. As he finished speaking, the child ran towards the arcade machines like other children. Kanglum was surprised. Beside the little girl, this game, Stone Fist, is a two-player fighting game, the child excitedly replied. I know how to play this game. I'm the best in my class. Finally, he pointed at Shirin and suggested, Really? Want to play with that big sister? That big sister is really good at games, the little girl exclaimed, surprised. Really? But she couldn't help but inquire, Is this okay? Shouldn't we take the child away? Kanglum put his hands in his pockets and looked at her, explaining, I think it'd be better to bring personnel here. So you keep an eye on her here. Shirin immediately agreed. All right. The little girl was already sitting in the chair, happily requesting, Hurry up, big sister. She also pulled up a chair and sat down, nodding. At this point, Shirin began to observe and speculate internally. She's just a child. Should I go easy on her? It wouldn't be fun if it's too one-sided. This was 10 minutes later, and a chime sounded from the arcade machine. The little girl pouted unhappily. It's boring. Shirin looked at the complaining child in confusion. It's boring because big sister is bad at it. Those words made her gloomy. Shirin's face turned pale, seemingly shocked by the little girl's assertion, and she exclaimed, What? Shirin's expression was grim and she growled with a murderous aura around her. What did you just say? But the little girl didn't care, shrugging and sighing. Playing with big sister is boring. You went easy on me, but you still couldn't win a single match. She became even angrier after hearing the child's next words. I'd rather play with the machine. At this, Shirin let out an eerie laugh. Are you daring to say big sister is bad at games? She tried to calm herself, cautiously inquiring, What did you say your name was? The child stammered. Choi Young Ah, Shirin said in a low, provocative voice. There are arcade games on the second floor. If you can beat big sister in one match, she paused and then continued, I'll buy you a Playbox 5 and all the games you want. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up and she cheered. A Playbox 5 and all the games I want? One person was excited and the other continued the conversation nonchalantly. Big sister, really? Yes. Big sister won't go back on your word, right? Of course not. Currently, Shirin had taken off her outer garment and began to stretch her arms. Only if you can beat big sister in the game. On the game screen, an already defeated game character appeared. The little girl was very excited and she calmly manipulated the buttons. After a moment, the little girl shouted angrily, No fair. The game between the two continued on the screen. Shirin's slender fingers kept moving on the keyboard, and outside it began to get dark with faint lights visible. The little girl's face was covered in sweat and she said unhappily, holding the joystick, No, you're best at Minhyun. You couldn't win a single match? Shirin sighed with a mixture of regret and praise. You're pretty good, but that's as far as you go. She looked at the child confidently and said, Do you understand the difference in skill between you and big sister? The little girl knelt on the ground, defeated. No, the child gritted her teeth, making a sound. Shirin also noticed this point in surprise. Seeing this, she thought blankly, I must have overdone it again. I didn't need to win so overwhelmingly. She bowed her head and fell deep in thought. Again, I made a mistake trying to be normal. Suddenly, two muscular figures appeared from behind and said, Hey, we've been watching you for a while and you're quite impressive. Shirin snapped out of it and turned her head in confusion. Who are you two? Seeing this, the two confidently looked at her and replied, Good question, but don't be surprised when you find out who we are. We're the presidents of Korea's biggest fighting game club. We've won the amateur championship 4 times in a row. Their confident voices didn't stop and they spent all day on one arcade machine, known as the nightmare of arcade owners nationwide. They crossed their arms, smiled confidently, and introduced themselves as the Devil Twins. Shirin tilted her head in curiosity and asked back, The Devil Twins? The Devil Twins asked contemptuously, Aren't we scary? We're quite famous. No one in the arcade game world doesn't know us. Then she turned to the little girl. Little one, do you know these people? The child's eyes widened and she replied, No. At this, they exclaimed in surprise. What? The Devil Twins continued their antics. So you want us to prove it? All right, we accept your challenge. We really want to see your true skills. But Shirin sat down and forced a refusal. "Ha no, we've run out of coins," they retorted with a sinister smile. "Don't make excuses. Do you think you can escape from us?" Then the devil twins held out numerous coins and said, "We prepared in advance. Take these." She also received them in surprise. "Oh yes, thank you." Seeing this, they all suggested, "Now let's start a 2-on-2 battle. The rules are best of 5 and limited characters cannot be chosen." At this, a sudden stopping sound echoed. "Wait, we'll choose the other side." Shirin asked the little girl for her opinion. "How about it, shall we leave now?" the child said, very excited. "Let's play a few more rounds. They gave us coins anyway." Everyone began to pay attention to this situation. "What's going on?" More and more newcomers approached and all said, "Is there someone famous here? Aren't those two the famous devil twins?" They began to mistakenly believe that people were gathering to watch their match. "Really? Then who are their opponents? They look young but they seem pretty good." Shirin calmly judged. "These people aren't joking." Watching the match unfold on screen, she continued to analyze. Timing, combos, combo selection ability are close to professional level. Flexible movements and smooth cooperative play. The little girl's face was pale and confused. "What is this? Why can't I counterattack?" Seeing this, Shirin reminded her while playing the game, "Don't try to attack anymore. Maintain your distance. Don't just use skills, use normal attacks too," the child replied in surprise. "All right," the screen suddenly flashed. At this, she and the little girl became game characters. Shirin held a sword with a serious expression and the child had an awkward expression. The devil twins crossed their arms laughing and said, "Victory is ours. Now it's time to show our special skill." The sound of power reaching its peak echoed and the energy gauge was full. "Use it," they simultaneously declared, sending a glowing skill forward. "This is the finishing blow." The little girl was overwhelmed by the immense power, but Shirin's calm voice retorted, "That's just what you think." Then she leaped forward, blocking and counterattacking at the same time. Although her health gauge was very low, Shirin charged confidently. Match wasn't over yet. The devil twins snarled in surprise. "What did you just say? Don't panic. They have almost no health. They'll die with just a sneeze." Then they threw another skill saying, "Right, keep firing." But she easily and skillfully dodged, criticizing too slow. At this, the devil twins cried out in fear. How can she dodge the fastest attack and keep charging with just one button? Shirin had already approached them. She leaped into the air. Two swords pierced the bodies of the devil twins and Shirin landed safely. Seeing their bodies gradually disappear, they were very surprised, as this was irrational. The game machine announced the end of the match. Shirin remained calm amidst everyone's admiration. Then the people watching the match praised her incessantly. "Amazing, those two just defeated the devil twins." They turned pale at the match results. "It's truly insane. Perhaps we should rest before the game." And Yang, looking at her, happily clapped her hands celebrating the victory. At this moment, one of the crowd seemed to notice something and asked, "Wait, doesn't she look familiar?" Another person replied, "You're right, she looks like Cha Shirin, the famous Rosen T, isn't she?" Seeing Shirin enjoying herself with Yang, the crowd corrected themselves. "I've only seen her on screen. It really is her, isn't it? Look, isn't that her school uniform?" Immediately, numerous people shouted, "Oh my god, I'm a huge fan of Rossetti. Can you sign something for me? Take a picture with me." At this, she reluctantly opened her mouth and barely remembered. "I forgot." Shirin raised her hand to calm everyone down. "All right, but now's not the time." He who was behind also stretched and asked, "What?" Seeing the crowd continuously approaching her, she calculated anxiously. "I need to disguise myself quickly. I'll be fine." Just then, Yang dropped her glasses which she was holding, startling Shirin. Kanglum appeared from the start, making up a random name and saying, "Found you, Hiju Ani. I'm sorry, it took a while to find her." He put the glasses on her, explaining incessantly, "I didn't know you were here. You're also wearing your school uniform? Are you also a Rosen T fan?" Kanglum, flustered, looked at the crowd and explained, "Perhaps everyone thought you were her friend because you have the same hairstyle." Shirin shyly called his name. "Kanglum." The crowd started talking. "Then she's not Rosen T, maybe they just look alike. Let's go." After that, everyone slowly left. Seeing that, Kanglum breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry, the employee took a while because she went to the restroom," he continued. Looking at the approaching female employee, "I brought the employee." After that, Kanglum sat down and asked Yang, "Did you have fun playing with Ani?" The child excitedly replied, "Yes, but Ani wasn't good for the first few rounds." He was surprised and asked again, "Who wasn't good?" At that moment, Shirin was quietly watching from a distance. In the middle of the shopping mall, the speaker's voice continuously echoed, "We repeat, attention please. A lost child is being looked after in the central square. Parents of the lost child, please come here." The female employee bent down and politely asked, "Child, do you want to wait inside?" Yang also politely replied, "No, I'm fine." Kanglum and Shirin watched Yang and the female employee talk amiably. After that, the two sat down and he looked at her quizzically. "What happened after I left?" Shirin also spoke candidly. "I don't know who they were." The devil twins appeared and declared war. "Wait, we'll be back for revenge. We'll return stronger, so be wary," she explained again. They said that and left. Kanglum hurriedly replied, "I didn't know." He smiled lovingly and praised, "Really glad you took good care of that child. She really seemed to enjoy playing with you." But Shirin thought differently. "I don't think so." Hearing that, Kanglum asked with even more curiosity. Her eyes drooped and she continuously blamed herself. "If they hadn't appeared then, everything would have been truly terrible. At first I let the child win easily, but eventually I lost my self-control, and then I completely destroyed the child." Kanglum asked bewildered, "Really? But fighting games are originally like that." She slowly began to explain, I beat the child too overwhelmingly so the child couldn't land a single hit on us. And then she began to recall the moment Shirin replied, "Yo, that was strategy." And the child shouted, "Ani, are you a cheat?" Hearing that, Kanglum exclaimed in admiration, "How cruel." Shirin sadly clutched the hem of her skirt. "I've always been like this," she continuously blamed herself. "It was a simple matter like playing with a child, but I went too far." Shirin quickly recalled the first time it happened when she was 6. It was when her father's friend, a professor, visited their house and she peeked through the slightly open door. "And he taught me chess." The explanations appeared incessantly, and in just 1 week, before her eyes, young Shirin calmly played chess. The professor was a chess grandmaster and I beat him. The professor just laughed and encouraged her. For the first time he had to praise my intelligence. "You're truly amazing," and I kept winning. The professor's expression grew darker and darker. He always said, "You did very well," but it didn't show on his face. Shirin sat alone facing the chessboard. And a few days later, the professor never came back. She understood it then, and that's when I realized I was different from other people. Shirin began to explain it rationally. "This happened to everything, like all the games I was better at than other people. It was fun and happy, and I put in all my effort." Her figure appeared, standing alone with a backpack on her shoulder. "Of course there was something I had to lose." Shirin stood facing her other classmates and they continuously asked, "You really don't know this song? Really, you must have heard it at least once." But she only mumbled, "I don't know." And when Shirin grew up she heard her peers crying again. But she stood indifferent in the stands. "He said he was tired of me. Don't cry anymore, he doesn't deserve you." Shirin saw the male students teasing someone. "Why do you study so hard? You'll be a bookworm your whole life." After that, her friend's subtle rejections followed. "Sorry, just for today, if you join our tier won't match, we need to rank up today. So you can't participate." At that moment she silently fell into thought. I realized a few things. This is the price of having this talent. Shirin turned and walked away alone, and for that reason I have no place to belong. A calm voice continued again. "After a meeting with my manager, I decided to become a pro gamer." She still sat there, continuously admiring. "This innate talent is like a gift. This precious talent will be able to satisfy my fans." Looking at her hands, Shirin asked herself, "I sometimes think this. If I were a normal person, if that were the case." As those memories came back, the question echoed again. Would I have been able to get along with others? With Yang A's appearance, regret also emerged. Could I have done everything better? She continuously blamed herself. Could I have empathized with my company juniors? Could I have stopped them from going down the wrong path? Hearing such words from Shirin, Kanglum was dumbfounded. At this she flustered, looked up and said, "I'm sorry, I talked too much about myself without realizing it." Unexpectedly he flicked Shirin's forehead and judged. "Don't pretend anymore?" She screamed, "What?" Touching her forehead, Shirin mumbled, "No, absolutely not, it's not a lie, I really." Kanglum's expression softened as he explained, "I know, I'm just kidding, I don't really understand your words, but I know you're truly in trouble." He looked away and continued the conversation. "I just think those things don't matter." Shirin was completely dumbfounded by Kanglum's reply. But Kanglum looked at her and slowly explained, "What's wrong with being different or abnormal from other people? There's nothing wrong with that. It's just different. It's not strange, it's special." He hastily advised, "You don't need to take it too seriously." Suddenly, Yang Ah joyfully shouted, "Mommy!" His mom, fuming, scolded, "Choi Yang Ah, my lifespan is shortening because of you. I told you to stay right behind me." Yang Ah opened her mouth to evade, but the scolding voice echoed again. "Did you get distracted passing the arcade again?" At this, Kanglum joyfully opened his mouth. Thankfully, Mommy finally found the child. Yang Ah and her mom approached the female employee and thanked her. After that, the female employee pointed elsewhere. Yang A's mom hurriedly approached and bowed her head to the two, apologizing and expressing her gratitude. "Thank you both so much for looking after my child. I don't know how to repay you." Shirin also stood up and skillfully replied, "Yes, it's fine, I was just about to finish speaking." Before she could finish, her mom cut her off. "Let the child thank you." The child, shy and hesitant, was unexpectedly pointed at by Kanglum, who declared, "Don't be arrogant, just because Ani won a few rounds, next time I'll win." She only replied with 2 words, "All right." The next sentence was also difficult for Shirin to understand. "I mean," Yang Ah shyly pouted, "Ani, if you have an online account, can I add you as a friend?" She was completely surprised by those words. Her mom in a hurry warned angrily, "Mommy told you to thank Ani." The child's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, "Thank you, Ani." Kanglum, watching everything, explained, "I told you, you said you didn't treat the child well, but the child really seemed to enjoy playing with you. The child also has a gamer's spirit," he continued after looking at Shirin. "In short, even if you're very different from normal people or can't empathize with them." Kanglum's words touched Shirin's heart, startling her. "Isn't the truth very simple? You did your best to take care of everyone, but that's not enough." He closed his eyes, raised his head, and confidently explained, "In other words, what if you're a bit clumsy? Everything will be fine." "I think so." A soft and gentle voice echoed in the middle of the shopping mall. "Thank you so much for today." Kanglum looked at the shopping bag in Shirin's hand and asked, "Did you really buy everything?" She quickly replied, "I thought everything would match." After that, she added, "And it wasn't expensive." Kanglum, who was next to her, reluctantly retorted, "I'm pretty sure it's not cheap at all." But Shirin bowed her head and mumbled, "I'll give them gifts and I'll definitely talk to the rookies. I also want to talk about the match-fixing incident." He asked again in surprise. "Really?" She nodded and then opened her mouth again. "Thanks to your encouragement, I decided to do that. Suddenly, Sharon rummaged through something in the bag she was holding. And this, she shyly held out a box. It's a gift to thank you for coming with me today. Kanglum was surprised again. For me? When did you buy it? Sharon recalled. I bought it when you returned the autobiography I chose. At that time he was angry. You shouldn't buy an autobiography as a gift. Kanglum opened the box curiously. What is this? Hearing that, she replied. It's a Lucky Charm penguin set for good study results. He reluctantly replied, Ah, thank you. Unexpectedly, Sharon opened her mouth skillfully again. No, I should be thanking you. Thank you for everything you did today. After that, she shyly bowed her head and both her cheeks were tinged with pink. Will you do it again next time? Will you go out with me again? Before Kanglum could reply, Sharon quickly said, My manager said that the way to get away from the problems I'm having is to change my mood, so other activities besides gaming are also very important. Holding the gift in his hand, he hastily replied, All right, let's hang out whenever you want. After that, he added with a satisfied smile, I also had fun today. Although a few things happened, I'm a bit introverted, so I rarely get a chance to hang out outside like this. Hearing that, Sharon also burst out laughing and exclaimed, Kanglum is the same. I'm so glad. He was dumbfounded and asked himself, did she just laugh? After that, she walked away, leaving the words, then let's say goodbye here. I'm looking forward to it. A gentle smile bloomed on her beautiful lips and Sharon's face was still tinged with pink, full of anticipation. We'll meet again soon, Kanglum. He also replied a little shyly. All right. After that, he said to himself, yes, we'll meet again soon. Because in front of the classroom, the teacher scratched her head and announced, we have another transfer student. Teacher turned to Sharon and reminded her, actually, she's not a transfer student. Anyway, she'll be studying with us for a while. Introduce yourself. A calm and clear voice echoed, hello everyone. She stood at the podium and confidently introduced herself as Cha Sharon, a pro gamer. I transferred to the dormitory before and changed my address to this area and started living here. After a brief pause, today was my first day at school. After that, Sharon seemed to notice something. Kanglum was also studying here. After that, the sound continued to be heard. I'm really looking forward to it. Sharon smiled and gently opened her mouth. I hope I can get along with everyone. As Sharon finished her self-introduction and waved to everyone, cheers began to erupt. It's Cha Sharon Rosenty is a student at our school. That's insane. It's really her. Oh my god, we're really in the same class? He also recalled the time she wondered if she was famous while looking at the screen and then exclaimed in surprise, yes, that's right, she's a pro player. The teacher slammed her desk. Kids, why are you so noisy? Settle down, but then added in a gentle voice, I don't know much about it, but you seem very famous. Even the teacher in the next class asked for your autograph. After a moment, the teacher said, I suppose we'll just have to go along with this. All right, Gehi, I think you can handle this. Next for the distribution, can you help Sharon adjust to school? Gehi was startled when her name was called but quickly replied, yes, I understand. The teacher reluctantly rubbed her forehead. Gehi hadn't been a transfer student for long. This task should probably be given to Kanglum. But Sharon suddenly asked in a small voice, can I ask someone I know? The teacher was also curious. Do you know someone? She nodded and pointed a finger. Yes, everyone chorused, not Kanglum, while Kanglum forced a smile. Kanglum and Sharon sat on a bench outside the classroom. Kanglum handed her some food and said kindly, time really flies, it's already lunchtime. Have this, it's the most delicious bread in our school. Sharon gently accepted it and replied, thank you. Kanglum added, if you go to the snack bar now, it'll be chaos. She was about to open the bread bag, then looked at him with a slightly troubled expression and said, I didn't realize so many people would recognize me. Kanglum was even more surprised. Really, you don't know how famous you are? She tore open the bread bag with her slender, long fingers and suddenly asked, you said there were a lot of people at the last fan meeting. Sharon calmly replied, that was for fans. I didn't expect people to recognize me at school. Kanglum laughed and corrected her. Of course they'd recognize you. Even a few teachers were there, especially for the male students. You're more than an idol. She bit into the bread, blushing. Really? Sharon suddenly suggested that Kanglum should be her manager. You just need to take pictures for me. He hastily refused. I don't want to be a manager. I don't want to be stabbed. Hearing this, she was puzzled. Sharon chewed her bread and explained. Anyway, my situation has improved and my boss also advised me to rest. So I came to school and I want to make some school memories. She glanced to the side, blushing. I didn't know at first, but I found out you're in the same school as me, Kanglum. Oh right, I have something to report to you. Kanglum drank the milk carton in his hand and replied to himself, she probably talked to the rookies. Sharon looked up at the blue sky, lost in thought. I talked to all 5 of them and I gave them a chance to open up. Just then she confidently opened the door and announced, guys, it's a solo battle. The loser has to do whatever the winner says. Another question followed. Oh, they prefer fighting over talking. The next question clearly explained everything. When there's a conflict in our team, there's no right or wrong. There are only the strong and the weak, so they have to fight one-on-one, Sharon recalled. I disguised it as counseling and talked indirectly. She added, but she directly asked another rookie. I feel a bit self-destructive. Sharon suddenly lowered her head, looking sad. But no one understood what I was talking about. She continuously blamed herself. I don't know which of the 5 is lying or if I'm just overreacting, as my boss said. Kanglum silently listened to her story beside her. Right now I'm confused. Kanglum suddenly exclaimed, ah, and quickly remembered. Because I intervened in the stalker incident back then. So Sharon didn't meet the broker. Kanglum continued to speculate. Perhaps the email about match fixing was my misunderstanding. I guess I should start thinking about how the story will change. He forced a laugh to lighten the mood. If the match fixing isn't true, that would be good news. But if the culprit is really among the rookies, they will act in some way because you suspected them. Kanglum advised, for now, just keep an eye on them. Hearing this, Shirin agreed. I suppose so. I'll do that. A sudden scream echoed from the schoolyard. How really? Two male students were talking to each other. Rosenty is at our school. That's right, I heard she's in class 152. Let's go get an autograph. Meanwhile, Shirin was enjoying her hamburger. Finally, she stood up and said, I should go back to class now. It's a shame to avoid my fans like this. Kanglum looked at Shirin worriedly. Are you going to be okay? Answering questions is one thing. But if you sign too many autographs, your wrist might hurt. She promised. I'll do my best. She gripped the hamburger wrapper and declared, until my autograph loses its value. Kanglum casually replied, all right, that won't happen. He stood up a little embarrassed and said, but if you want to serve your fans, can't you be considerate of your friends first? Somewhere Yang-ah exclaimed in surprise. You mean they just, Gei quickly continued, met by chance at the PC cafe. Kanglum recalled his conversation with Shirin. This has to be a secret. Tell everyone we met by chance at the PC cafe before the multicultural club. She also replied, all right, I understand, Kanglum said. That's right, that's all. Yang-ah and Gei still didn't believe him despite his denial. Otherwise, how could I have met Rosenty? I don't even go out much. After a moment, Yang-ah replied, eyes wide. That makes sense. Gei also agreed. It might seem a bit suspicious to others, but for you it's definitely plausible. Hearing this, Kanglum was slightly surprised. Why do both of you believe it so easily? Elsewhere, Yang-su forced a laugh and said, I didn't expect to meet her in the realm of the Black Association. Is it because of the battle with the Red Dragon King recently? He rubbed his head, embarrassed. Perhaps the barrier is weakening. It seems fate brought us together. Shirin had no idea what was going on. Seeing this, Kanglum explained, oh, that's his way of saying nice to meet you, please sign this for me. He kept pestering me to introduce him to her. With paper and pen in hand, she nodded. All right, what's your name? Yang-su enthusiastically introduced himself. Is she asking for the true name of this body? That name is Azure Dragon God. She also replied without suspicion. All right, Kanglum reluctantly said. I'll tell him to stop bothering you, so just write what he says. With the autograph in hand, he burst into joyful laughter. Finally, it's in my hands. A treasure crafted by the goddess herself for 1,000 years. Yang-ah shyly approached and greeted her. Nice to meet you. I'm a huge fan of Rosenty. I've watched all the matches you've participated in. At this, Shirin also smiled kindly. Thank you very much, you can speak informally. Meanwhile, Gei continuously observed, suspicious. They're just acquaintances? Then she kicked Kanglum's foot hard. He clutched his foot in pain and screamed, Hey, why did you do that suddenly? But Gei calmly lowered her voice and said, Sorry, my foot slipped when I saw you smiling at her. Kanglum suddenly retorted, Don't talk nonsense, that wasn't accidental, it was intentional. Shirin also paid attention, hearing their argument. Enough, I said, I'm sorry, don't let your words and actions contradict each other. Finally, she approached and said, You must be you, Gei. Hearing this, she was also surprised and asked back, You know me? Shirin replied seriously, Kanglum told me about you on the way here. He said you're arrogant, stubborn, violent, malicious, and conceited. Gei turned around and asked in a murderous voice, Hey, this friend. Kanglum's face turned pale and he tried to deny it. Hey, why are you describing him so viciously? He's a bit mean, but he's a very good person. I told you that. But she continued to list, Also, you made Kanglum your slave without his consent through an unfair contract. At this, she laughed and corrected. No, that's not true. You seem to be misunderstanding. It's not what Kanglum said. Shirin's eyes suddenly sharpened and she judged. Even that smile is fake. Gei was startled. How, what did you say? Then she pointed a finger and loudly retorted, I completely understand your deception. Your actions and intentions don't match at all. You pretend to be a good person on the outside, but inside you're very cunning. Hearing this, Gei couldn't help but give a bitter smile. What, me? Isn't it a bit rude to say that to someone you're meeting for the first time? Shirin folded her arms and said casually, That's not important. I have no intention of becoming friends with you anyway. It was like playing a game that was obviously going to be lost, but still not surrendering and continuing to play. At this, she asked in a serious voice, Then why are you doing this? I don't need you to be nice to me, do I? Suddenly a voice was heard. Finally, you're showing your true colors, Gei continued. I have a question. She was no longer kind, but sharp. This room is for multicultural club members, but why are you, who isn't even a club member, acting so conceited? Kanglum, who was behind her, also interjected. Hey, at least don't say that to him. The two girls stood facing each other. Shirin replied, I didn't come here to meet you. I came to meet Kanglum. Gei also strongly accused her. So what, you just met, why are you acting so close? The two's eyes glared at each other like destined rivals. Yang-ah, flustered, tried to stop them. Hey, don't fight. Yang-su also spoke in a strange language. Get out of the way, my subordinate, do not get involved. This magical power is comparable to the ancestors of the dragon race. Kanglum's heart was filled with anxiety. This is a really big problem. The personalities of the two goddesses don't match at all. He hardened his expression and thought deeply. I explained that everyone has good points. The situation has gotten worse than I thought, because Yu Geihi's attitude has completely changed from that of the goddess. Shirin lowered her head and whispered, Kanglum and I aren't that distant. She grabbed his sleeve, pulled Kanglum closer and asserted, we're very close. Last week he helped me buy fruit at the mall. Yang Na thought it was strange, fruit of all things. At this, Geihi also asked how last week. Kanglum scratched his head and tried to explain, actually it was because she warned me. Let go of Kanglum. Without hesitation, Shirin confidently declared, Yu Geihi, I challenge you. At this action, Geihi completely froze, not knowing how to react. Geihi was blank for a while, then finally asked, a challenge? What are you talking about? Shirin raised her hand again and explained, in our team when there's a conflict we resolve it with a fight, so if I win, promise me you'll stay away from Kanglum. She emphasized the last sentence clearly. And don't be friends with Kanglum anymore. Kanglum, caught in the middle, tried to calm them down, embarrassed. Calm down, I think there's a misunderstanding. Hearing this, she asked suspiciously, how about you told me that? It wasn't over yet. Shirin continued to retort, she knew you were her fan and used you like a slave. You were never her manager, but you did an incredibly difficult job. Kanglum's face turned even paler and he tried to explain, that's not what I meant. That's true, but it wasn't exactly like that. At this, Shirin was blank. She wasn't participating in any club, but suddenly she joined yours. She enjoys this club more than anyone, but she doesn't do anything for you. His words made sense and he could only agree. That's true. Geihi landed a punch on Kanglum as if falling from the sky. She put her hands on her hips and confidently agreed. All right, I don't know what kind of fight you want, but I agree. I don't care about staying away from him. I won't avoid a fight, but I'm not the type to run away. Yang Al was flustered by the tense situation. Geihi, Shirin, why don't you two sit down and talk? Yang Su blurted out a shocking statement. The two of them are too similar to coexist. It was as if the contrasting images of strong personalities were being compared to Shirin and Geihi. This was the moment the two goddesses appeared in reality. This would be a battle of the gods. He pushed up his glasses and began to speculate. It will probably be dangerous. In a situation like this, I must remain neutral to avoid destruction. At this, Yang Al was even more confused. What do you mean? Geihi looked at Shirin and probed, so what kind of fight do you want with me, or shall we play a game? Hearing this, she hastily refused. No, that would be unfair to you. If I play a game with you, I'll win too easily. And I don't want to hear any excuses if you lose. I'll choose something else what we can do. Shirin was about to say we can when the class bell rang. She added, I'll think about it. Shirin approached Kanglum, who was lying on the ground, and called out, Kanglum, let's go. His head was still spinning, but he replied, all right. Shirin helped Kanglum up and declared, get ready. Next time we meet, your reign will be over. Suddenly, this sharp retort was heard. Why are you talking as if I'm the villain? Aren't we in the same class? Of course we'll meet. Yang Su also helped her support Kanglum. He said, so don't try to anger us any further. Upon hearing that, Geihi was displeased. Why are you taking her side? She keeps being sarcastic. Aren't you just wanting to lean on her like you want to lean on Yang Su? Yang Su replied, seemingly flustered. What are you talking about? Someone like me would never do that. Yang Su, I kept repeating it, but everyone just told me to calm down. At this time, the male students all complained in one voice about why the 5th period was PE. I'm so sleepy. I want to play soccer. Today it's badminton again. On the other hand, the female students were anxious. I don't want to go to the changing room. Why is that? Geihi fell into thought, remembering what Kanglum had asked her previously. I have a date with a friend, so I need to dress up nicely. Wait a minute. He asked me to pick out clothes for him to wear when he hangs out with her. She fell into thought. Where could they go? They haven't known each other long. What kind of relationship could they have? Geihi kept thinking. She's definitely a pro gamer and he's a game addict. Even so, aren't they too close? Without stopping, she started to feel upset. Of course I don't care if they're close or not. I'm just worried about why that girl is so close to Kanglum. Suddenly, other female students came back and asked, Geihi, are you okay? At this question, she was startled and exclaimed, no, it's nothing. After explaining, Geihi was silent for a moment before getting curious. I want to ask something. As soon as the other two female students heard her, they started analyzing. They're definitely dating. When a man and a woman hang out together on a weekend, they're clearly in a romantic relationship. The girl with the ponytail continued, even if it's just picking out a gift, it's too obvious. The girl with short hair also added, they definitely have to be close. Geihi nodded from the side. I see. Suddenly, the girl with the ponytail became very curious. Wait a minute. What's going on? Who are we talking about? The girl with short hair was not to be outdone. Who is Geihi interested in? Seeing the two misunderstandings, she tried to retort. No, not me. The girl with the ponytail continued to probe. Really, you're asking because you're interested in him, aren't you? The girl with short hair rubbed her chin, looking understanding. It's written all over your face. You're not just curious. At this, Geihi blushed and corrected her. I told you it wasn't me. No, I've lived abroad for a long time, so my perspective on dating is different. After that, the two girls walked away and replied, all right, I hope it's not Hakan, right? How could we ever beat Geihi? She was teased, her face reddening, and she growled, You two, are you that desperate? Hey, are you listening to me? Wait a minute, this doesn't make sense. Yang Su said the same thing. Geihi began to seriously evaluate. Could it be that I like Kanglum? I only paid attention to him because I need to support Yang Su. She vigorously shook her head, refuting herself. No. I have no interest at all. Still blushing, Geihi continued to complain. It's annoying, it's all that girl's fault. I don't know what I'll be fighting over, but I'll win no matter what. In the gym, the teacher stood above and commanded, "Everyone pair up and practice. We have a fitness test next week, so practice hard." The students started forming teams and actively participating. Shirin appeared from somewhere and offered her opinion. "This is a good opportunity, let's fight each other." Gehi also spoke up. Badminton? She had never played it before. Will it be okay? But she was still resolute. The most important thing in sports is mental strength. I'm just afraid I'll have too much of an advantage, she only sneered. So confident. I see, other students started whispering. You, Gehi, and Cha Shirin are going to fight. Upon hearing that, Konglum also ignored Yangsu, who was shouting, "Come here." My subordinate, I was thinking, oh my god, what should I do with them? In the arena, Shirin and Gehi stood facing each other across the net. Whispering continued. Is Rosenty good at sports too? Anyway, we call it esports, don't we? Maybe reflexes are very important in sports too. Everyone kept observing and discussing, but her opponent is Gehi. She conquered all the clubs in one day. Regardless of who wins or loses, it's definitely going to be a very memorable match. Holding the shuttlecock in her hand, Shirin took a ready stance. I'll serve first. Immediately, she hit the shuttlecock, but it seemed she didn't have enough power to send it far. Gehi watched it expressionlessly. When she served, no matter how easy it was to hit, Shirin missed. The score difference between the two widened. Gehi criticized loudly. Where does all that confidence come from? At this, Shirin lowered her head and blamed herself. I think I made a mistake. People said that at high levels intelligence is more important than physique. Then she raised her head and declared, anyway, you're very good, I'll accept you. Suddenly, a retort was heard. No, you're just really bad at badminton. You should at least recognize that much. What are you accepting? Other students also came closer and started laughing. Shirin, you're so bad, you're so different from on screen, you're just like us except for gaming. Upon hearing that, she blushed and asked, really? Everyone continued to encourage her. Come here, I'll teach you the basics, you're so bad. We know your intentions, just leave it to Hakan. Konglum came from somewhere and questioned Gehi. Why aren't you going easy on her? Why are you so serious? She quickly retorted, hey, whose side are you on? Unexpectedly, he said. No, you two are really similar. She replied in disbelief. How? He began to analyze again. On the surface, the two of you seem very different, but in fact you're very similar. She also didn't have a good school life. As Gehi showed a look of disbelief, Konglum spoke again. She seems confident on the outside, but in reality she has many worries. And she has strong pride just like you. He also honestly admitted his mistake. It's also my fault. I caused her to misunderstand, which led to this situation. So stop fighting and try to get along. Upon hearing that, she turned her face away without a word. Meanwhile, Shirin practiced and asked, like this, the student teaching her said, very well done. You understand well even with just a little teaching. Motivated, Shirin sweated and practiced even harder. Suddenly that student became curious. You know Konglum, right? She replied naturally, how right? Met him by chance at the PC cafe. The student continued to probe. What kind of person is he? She also became curious. What do you mean, what kind of person is he? Despite her sweat-soaked face, Shirin kept hearing the student ask, what do you think of him? Suddenly the student changed the subject. Sorry, I just asked you a strange question and was a bit direct. And then the student said again with a serious expression, but I don't know anything about him. Suddenly, Gehi came closer from a distance. Your movements are better after practice. The student also happily called Gehi. She spoke with a slight awkwardness. Actually, I won too easily, so if you want, we can annul it. But Shirin said firmly, no, I lost completely. Don't act like I'm better than you. At this, Gehi became angry. I'm trying to get along with you now. The two started arguing fiercely again. She spoke up. Stop talking, the match is over, isn't it? Shirin also quickly replied, the rules are best of 3. Didn't I tell you? Upon hearing that, Gehi became even more furious. She's saying that because she can't accept losing again. After that, she argued loudly. If you lose again, you'll say it's best of 5. Other students also participated enthusiastically. What are you doing? One match is over. Do you two want to fight again? Shirin seriously assessed the situation. I think we need something where we can fight each other fairly. A female student suddenly spoke up. Then how about this? Seeing Shirin surrounded by people, Konglum only smiled gently from a distance. With her backpack on her shoulder, Gehi walked absent-mindedly. Today was really full of meaningless things. She kept challenging me at every opportunity. Suddenly, a group of students appeared from somewhere and stood in front of Shirin. There you are, we came looking for you. The boy with short hair asked, what's wrong, are you trying to avoid us? The student with bangs also added, could you appear on our channel just once? After that, the blonde boy excitedly held up his phone and said, YouTube's algorithm will recommend us, and we'll become famous. It'll be amazing if Rosenty participates. For Gehi, going to school felt like going into battle. She was always in a bad mood. Today is really tiring. That girl kept challenging me at every opportunity. Her mind was completely filled with Shirin. Let's play coin toss. Do you know how to play card games or Mafia? Gehi had such a headache. I overwhelmingly beat her in everything except those games. She felt everyone's gaze. Since she and I fought each other, the entire class always watches us. It's still not over. I'm so tired. She was walking down the hallway when she was suddenly startled. Shirin was on the phone. Yes, class is over, Gehi thought to herself. She said she was going to the club first, so why isn't she inside yet? Only after a long time did she realize why Shirin was standing outside. She probably doesn't have the key yet. Kanglum and everyone else were still cleaning. She replied softly so that the person on the other end of the phone wouldn't worry. It's fine, manager, my classmates are all kind. He happened to overhear the conversation and became curious. Manager? The person who made her a pro gamer. I read about him before when I read the Wikipedia article about Rosenty. Shirin must be very close to her manager, telling him everything that happens every day. Not only that, I really enjoyed school today. Gehi was dumbfounded by her reply. At first I wasn't sure if I should go to school, but now I don't regret it. It was unclear who Shirin was referring to. There's also one person I don't like. That person's personality is truly terrible, but she had already blacklisted herself. Whose personality are you saying is terrible? Shirin smiled and said, that friend and I often fight. She truly felt comfortable at school, but it was still enjoyable. The honest conversation with her manager changed Gehi's perception of this friend. I felt like I had true friends for the first time, not just colleagues. She also wanted to live a happy life like a normal person. This feeling is really good. Shirin also reminded herself that she needed to maintain her image in crowded places. Yes, I always communicate with my fans. Don't worry, she hid around the corner of the wall and carefully rethought everything. On the surface, the two of them seem different, but in fact they're very similar. Gehi suddenly remembered Kanglum. The two of them have the exact same personality. On the surface she seems confident, but deep down she has many worries. Just like someone else, she took a deep breath and tried to calm down. She said goodbye to her manager. Okay, take care. Yes, Gehi thought to herself, ignoring her fight with her. Anyway, why am I running away? Hey, I have the key. Unexpectedly, the blonde boy approached Shirin and spoke to her. There you are, we came looking for you. The red-haired boy intentionally provoked hatred. What are you doing? Are you trying to avoid us? The black-haired boy also suggested inviting her to get views. Could you appear on our channel just once? Gehi didn't know these people at all. Who are they? He still enthusiastically held up his phone and introduced it as if it were true. YouTube's algorithm will recommend us and we'll become famous. It'll be amazing if Rosenty appears with us. She immediately politely declined the invitation. I'm sorry, as I've already told you, that would violate the contract. The blonde boy, without shame, tried to take advantage of the situation. Hey, we're friends from the same school. You can't ignore the contract, can you? Or are you afraid we won't share the advertising revenue? The black-haired boy also added, as if to reassure Shirin. Don't worry, we're not that bad. We'll share it with you. Shirin, not knowing what to do, tried to leave first. I'm sorry. I have to go. Unexpectedly, the boy intentionally blocked her path. Cha Shirin. The blonde boy completely disregarded Shirin's opinion and wanted to force her to do his will. Even if you're Rosenty, don't be so cold, we've already begged you, so how can you refuse so firmly? He immediately threatened her under the guise of being a fan. Just because you're famous, do you think you can treat your fans like this? Shirin always acted friendly. Of course not, he said meaningfully. Have you forgotten how famous you are? The black-haired man already showed an attitude of wanting to humiliate her. Are you treating us like ATM machines, not friends or fans? Shirin was flustered and quickly explained, No, I am not. The blonde man smiled brightly, thinking he had achieved his goal. He suddenly changed his attitude faster than dried squid, threatening her. Unfortunately, then we'll have to make another video titled Exposing Rosenty's True Nature. The blonde man was not interested in whether the other person consented due to his selfish desires. How about it? Or do you want to appear in our video? It's nothing strange, just a QA video. The red-haired man was very curious about Shirin's personal life. That's right, we just want to ask a few questions that reporters don't ask you. The black-haired man also said something like that. For example, does she have a boyfriend? When was her first kiss? Gehi walked past and he still enthusiastically invited her. Did you like the question? You have to answer each question specifically. The blonde man had been angry for a long time. Shall we sit down somewhere and talk? Shirin was surprised to see her pass by. Before he could finish speaking, a dirty water bucket flew out of nowhere. Or shall we go to a cafe and talk? The blonde man could only scream in embarrassment. As a result, he fell into a puddle of dirty water and got a big bump on his head. Gehi immediately feigned weakness. I'm sorry, I did it by mistake. I'm really sorry, I spilled it by accident. He barely lifted his head. The blonde man's two best friends quickly pinched their noses. What's this smell? It smells like excrement. He screamed and fought with the girl. Don't kid me, how could this be your mistake? It's so obvious you deliberately threw it at me. Gehi suppressed her laughter, but not too severely. Don't say that. She pretended to be very close. Oh, Shirin, you're here, I've been looking for you. Shirin was not angry at all about the previous incident. What's wrong? The smart Gehi grabbed her hand and left together. Come here, the teacher told me to look for you. Teacher seems to want to tell you something important. But the blonde man didn't want to let this go easily. Hey you Gehi, stop right there. Covered in dirt, he asked with a suspicious expression. Are you still angry at me for the transfer student interview, or is it because I forced you to interview me? She smiled brightly, but in reality she held a deep grudge. No, not at all. What are you talking about? The red-haired man suddenly realized. Wait, aren't you two in the same class? He also chimed in. Did you tell her to stay away from us? He continued to play psychological games. How dare you treat your fans like this? We won't let this go easily. The blonde man seemed to have an itchy mouth and should probably go to a doctor. Do you know how the world works? I can expose everything. That T treats her fans like toys don't make Gehi angry. What nonsense are you spouting now? He froze like an invisible glacier. She approached and confronted him without any fear. Why are you so confident? What are you going to expose? The blonde man randomly gave reasons about how she treated her fans. Gehi has never feared anyone, so don't provoke her or you won't be able to handle it. Do you think people will believe the nonsense of guys like you? I don't know who treats their fans like that. Do you think people are as simple-minded as you? You should be grateful you're not being criticized and cursed by her fans. He stared blankly at the blonde man. Huh? The black-haired man also fell silent. Now it was Gehi's turn to threaten him. Do you really want me to expose all your true natures to everyone? Don't bully others in front of me. You're only quick to expose others. If Shirin steps forward and says, I can't stand you guys, Gehi's sharp logic deserves to be on the front page of newspapers. I wonder how entertaining your comment sections would be. Or should I tell you another way to become famous? The blonde man was sweating profusely and couldn't say a word. If she gets angry, you'll find out who is more powerful. Get out of here while I'm still speaking nicely. Miserable guys at the bottom of society. He angrily raised his hand to hit Gehi. Instead of being afraid, she held her head even higher. The blonde man was also helpless in the face of this tough situation. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Realizing there was nothing he could do, the blonde man turned around with his friends and left. Let's go. Gehi was no different from the Queen of Red Lotuses and they dared not resist. Shirin thought she had dragged her into this. I'm sorry, Gehi is still so kind, she said. Were you going to say I shouldn't have interfered? I didn't mean to help. She lowered her head and said softly, Thank you very much. Gehi was so surprised. Shirin found the puddle of dirty water on the ground. The situation just now was really hard for me. You didn't have to, but thank you so much for helping me. You help others without any reward. Oh, it's fine. What is this? Why are you suddenly so honest? Gehi was a person with her own strong convictions. I just couldn't stand by and watch. The way they treated you was the same way they treated me. She was much more relieved. All right, thanks for your help anyway. At this, Shirin suddenly compared. That's right, you're just like Kanglum. She was a little annoyed. Is that a compliment? She also realized her mistake. I think I misunderstood you. Gehi misunderstood. Shirin's words kept echoing in her head. When Kanglum talked about you, I was impressed by how mean you were. She would definitely blacklist him in resentment. Kanglum, you went too far. She also realized her mistake. I think Kanglum exaggerated too much, which made me misunderstand. Shirin didn't get starstruck when she became an idol, so could they have a truce if possible? Gehi, I want to talk to you. I want to understand you better. Of course, she gladly agreed. Really? All right, Gehi said cheerfully. Let's go inside first. She speculated that she had already tried but didn't have the key. Kanglum is the president, so he must have the key, she clearly explained. No, everyone has a key to enter the club. Here, take one and join the multicultural club too. Shirin was worried if this was okay. Gehi was quite enthusiastic. It's fine, we're still short on members. Kanglum was still walking down the hallway. What should I do? He was troubled by the matter of Shirin and Gehi. If I don't do anything, will the relationship between the two goddesses get worse? Even though the whole class seems to like them playing together, can they get closer? Kanglum froze for 5 seconds as soon as he entered the room. If there's a way for the two of them to get closer. Gehi's laughter startled him. Right? The person involved was dumbfounded, but she laughed loudly again. You think so too about Kanglum, right? Shirin was not as cold as before, but friendly. That's right, it was like that last time when we went shopping together. She couldn't help but be surprised. Really? Gehi chatted and then finally noticed him. Oh, you're here. She waited for a long time because no one was here. Kanglum, you came. He was a little worried. Did you two get close? Gehi was still angry at him for badmouthing her. We got close. Our personalities are really very different. Shirin wanted to discuss something important. Is it because of the final match? If so, I have a few things to say. She suddenly became annoyed. How nonsense. Kanglum, listen to me. We already made up before you came, Shirin tried to explain. No, what I mean is you'll be helpless. What is this? The stranger harbored unknown dark intentions. Is her intuition sharp enough for these things? Not sure, but it'll be fine. He was no different from a keyboard warrior. She'll never know who I am. Even T doesn't have spiritual powers or the ability to see the future. The stranger smiled brightly. No one will be able to find me. Kanglum asked to meet Shirin in the hallway, and he couldn't help but be surprised. The manipulation incident. Are you going to tell people? She didn't want to live in fear. Well, even when we don't talk about it, I always feel like there will be a moment when I have to keep lying. Shirin thought for the future. Anyway, I didn't want to hide it from the beginning. I hate lying the most in the world. She really cherished the friendship they had just formed. Everyone in the multicultural club is just like you, Kanglum. They are all the first friends I've ever made. Shirin's eyes were full of good hope. Having friends means fewer worries and solving problems together. Kanglum also realized he had been too conservative. All right, she's still hesitating. I've been thinking about telling the truth. I want to know what you think. He was momentarily blank at the sudden question. This is clearly deviating from the character development flow of Goddess. If I don't acknowledge that, it would be a lie. Kanglum made an accurate prediction. But by utilizing the information from Goddess, I can solve the problem easily, but if there's a faster way, I'll try any method. I've already chosen a different path from the original story, he only thought to himself, and both Gehi and Shirin were no longer characters from the webtoon. Kanglum considered everything carefully. If they think for themselves and make choices, I won't oppose them. because doing so would go against the flow of the goddess story. It has to be, right? He easily agreed. And Shirin was surprised. If you say so, all right, I'll tell them when everyone gathers, I'll be your ally. She was relieved. Thank you, I was so worried. In front of her friends, Shirin poured out everything. The story is like this, she was very regretful. That's why I met Konglum and everything has led to this point. I'm sorry for lying. Yang Na thought she was really cool. No, you don't need to apologize. I probably wouldn't have been able to tell anyone. Gehi also sympathized with her. That's right, these things aren't easy to talk about. Yang Su didn't criticize at all. You fought so hard alone, I can completely understand your loneliness and pain. She closed and opened her eyes and said, after hearing the whole story, I think I understand now. I understand why you two became so close so quickly. She winked and smiled. I can imagine Kanglum's expression after hearing the whole story. Kanglum was extremely flustered. What? He never stopped thinking for a moment. But this is quite complicated. It would be more dangerous if only 2 people investigated. Yang Su suddenly had an idea. But aren't you two under the protection of the Baorao? It might be better to post it online. Baorao, without even trying. Shirin already shook her head. I've thought about it. But I think it's a bit too early now. If we reveal it now, it'll be hard to catch the mastermind and everyone will probably just overlook it. She proposed a method herself. We need to solve the root cause instead of just skimming the surface. I think we need to find more evidence first, even people's reactions from the last tournament. After that, Ginger agreed. Exactly. Shirin was determined to resolve this issue before it was too late. Kanglum didn't want the past to repeat itself. I think that's the best way. Last time when the manipulation incident happened, they fled overseas and haven't been caught yet. Yang O's worries were not unfounded. All right, but how do we find the culprit? Gehi found something strange. Cha Shirin, you saw that suspicious email and it disappeared when you came back, right? She also confirmed. It seems to have been deleted as soon as I looked away. You must have investigated the rookies, right? Shirin didn't understand what she meant. That's right. But why are you asking such a question? Gehi immediately pointed out the signs of a suspect. Then the culprit is in your team. Let's call him Agent X. X is quite wary of you now. She also thought they would be prepared. Of course, they're not sure it's you yet, but they'll definitely start being more careful. Gehi didn't explain clearly, making it difficult for everyone to understand. For example, they'll transact offline instead of online. Worry resurfaced in her mind. If they find the right time, it won't be easy to find any remaining evidence. Shirin also knew this wouldn't be easy, but everyone was almost in the training room, so it would be quite difficult to meet someone alone. She suddenly shouted. Yang Ah was surprised. What's wrong? He boldly guessed. She found a suspicious detail. Shirin started her logic from a small detail. That's right, our regular tournament just ended last week. So everyone will be taking a few days off. She seemed to have caught a weakness. If someone appears secretly, that's when I think it's time to start. Konglum agreed with that thought. Right, that's exactly it. He suddenly laughed out loud, and everyone looked at him strangely, telling him they thought he was right. If Younga could find out what they were doing that day, he calculated on Shirin's behalf. You'll be able to find the person related to the broker last time. Yangsu gave a simple example. It's not that complicated. If you live in a dorm, you'll want to go back to your hometown during vacation. He didn't find this difficult at all. And if you can investigate whether such a thing happened, she asked curiously. Excuse me, but I have a question while we're talking. Shirin was always anxious. I didn't want to drag everyone into this, but will everyone help me? She couldn't help but be surprised by this question. Younga? Yangsu and Gehi said at the same time. Isn't that obvious? She deliberately teased. Or not? She couldn't believe what she heard. Originally, Gehi loved meddling in other people's affairs, and now that she knew about it, she couldn't pretend not to. He started boasting again. Hey, come here, believe in the power of the dragon descendant, she whispered. Younga, is he really that serious with his Down syndrome? I didn't ask Kanglum, isn't he his friend? Younga also didn't admit to being a friend. He just has a bit more imagination than others. Shirin and he were quiet as much as they were loud. He judged. Absolutely not. In fact, it might be more than that. Yangsu shouted angrily. How dare you? The evening sky was the color of pink guava and she waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Gehi turned her head and told her to be careful. Shirin also replied. Okay, everyone be careful. Her friend's reactions were beyond her imagination. I think it's much better to tell everyone like this. I just hoped they wouldn't dislike me, and I didn't even think about getting help, Konglum said without hesitation, even if you reveal your bad points. It doesn't matter what everyone shows, they're all good people. They even get along with someone like me. Shirin was puzzled and speechless for a moment. She was always thoughtful, but she always received help from everyone. How can I thank everyone enough, he said casually. Isn't that what celebrities usually say? Shirin didn't understand what he was saying. Kanglum seemed to respect her very much. After all, you're a pro player, right? He smiled brightly. You're a really good friend. Thank you for expressing your gratitude by fighting well. As a fan, I'll support you. Shirin didn't expect to meet such a passionate person. She blushed so much that her face was red. Shirin immediately picked up the pace. Thank you, I have an international competition soon, so I think I should go back to training. Kanglum updated the news precisely. Right, the competition will start again soon. You'll be playing against an overseas team. She also mentally prepared herself. Yes, that team is quite strong and we lost last year. I don't know what Shirin is going to do next, but to thank Kanglum. Her sweet appearance was enough to make all the boys fall for her. I'll do my best and bring home the victory. But life was not like a dream. Manager Ma informed her that it was the manager's directive for Cha Shirin. You need to rest this vacation. Don't train anymore. It'll be bad for your health. Shirin really wanted to participate. But manager, the friendly match is just around the corner, he refused. No excuses, I'll check your account activity. It was simply because manager Ma was worried about her mental state. I'm doing this for you. Many people like you after reaching the top face a crisis. So some people even give up their careers. Understand? He asked. Didn't you say you wanted to have a long career as a player? Shirin had no way to refuse. Yes, manager Ma made his position clear. Not just me but the president and everyone else is worried about you. Think about taking a season off. He looked at the advertisement flyer suspiciously. From that day on, I and the multicultural club members began investigating the 5 rookie team members. Kanglum focused on their actions. It wasn't that big a deal. It was just to find out whether they went back to their hometowns or not during the vacation. And if someone secretly meets the broker, I'll just watch and confirm. But he also faced many difficulties. The problem is that this vacation is quite long and all 5 of them have their own plans. Because of this we have to move slowly and investigate more thoroughly. He was a little sleepy, but Kanglum wanted to do some things because he was bored. I have nothing to do right now. This won't be like Goddess. I'll finish it quickly. Gehi suddenly expressed her feelings honestly. Sorry Yangsu, I've fallen for Na Kanglum. Just because you liked him first doesn't mean I can give up. Shirin said firmly. It doesn't matter who liked him first. Isn't it selfish to think that liking him first is an advantage? She was at a loss in this situation. What is this, guys? I'm sorry. Gehi grabbed Kanglum's arm. Let's go. They'll be childhood friends forever. She blamed Younga. Please find someone new and improve yourself. Younga felt abandoned. What? Wait, Kanglum. She felt like she was falling into a dark space and Younga was very scared. Don't go, wait. She broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that everything had just been a nightmare. No, Younga hadn't fully recovered yet, and the sky was already bright. She was so embarrassed her face felt like it was steaming. Oh my god, what kind of dream was that? Younga was on her way to class. She kept sighing and seemed dejected. I won't be able to concentrate for a single moment in class today. The morning dream keeps bothering me, Younga kept thinking. What's wrong with me? A dream is just a dream. Shirin was already sitting in the room. You're here, Younga, she greeted her friend happily. Hi, Shirin. Are you alone? She sprayed gel, seeing Shirin alone. Did the others go out to investigate? Shirin answered Younga's question. No, Gehi said she was busy and the other 2 went to supplementary classes. She wasn't sure. And the investigation will take some time as I expected. Younga was full of enthusiasm. I see, good. No matter what, we'll help you to the end. Shirin appreciated everyone's heart and cherished it. Thank you. And I want to give back to the APC club members. If possible, I want to buy a few more computers. There are only 2 computers here for this many people. Younga knew very well that this wouldn't be easy. That would be great if possible. Even the cheapest computers are really expensive right now. She was precisely rich. I barely spend my money. I don't even manage my bank account, I just leave it alone. Shirin didn't hesitate and showed her account number. The prize money and salary that have accumulated have become quite substantial. Younga was not only shocked but also amazed. So many zeros, she followed his advice. I was thinking of giving back through YouTube, but Kanglum told me not to. Younga was annoyed. Really, even though I know Shirin can't say that to me. The words from that dream bothered her all day. Selfish, I need to show my gratitude to Kanglum too. The chocolates I gave him last time were a Valentine's Day gift. It doesn't matter who liked him first. Isn't it selfish to think that liking him first is an advantage? So what does Kanglum want these days? He replied helplessly. Those peaceful days are what I want. Younga was worried about his health. What do you mean, Kanglum? Why are your dark circles so much worse than usual? Kanglum forced a smile. No, really no, she saw him deny it even though she saw it clearly. I'm sure everyone can see it. It's not just me. This time it's really certain. He scratched his head, not understanding the woman. Oh really? Maybe I haven't been sleeping well. So what do you want? I have nothing to do right now. She was curious about what Kanglum was thinking. So what about the career survey we did? What career did you choose for the future? But he was in a daze. I just wrote that I haven't decided yet. Younga was also relieved. I see, just like Kanglum read my webtoon. I guess I should do the same. What else was she thinking? I thought I could help him think about his career. After school, Younga went home alone. She blamed herself again. I haven't done much for Kanglum either. Younga suddenly gripped her bag strap tightly, but she remembered the first time she gave him a gift. What, you have perfume too? Kanglum hastily explained. My sister collects Gucci and gifts. Younga didn't hesitate. I can help you with your hairstyle. Younga didn't expect Kanglum to look handsome when she styled his hair. Before she could rejoice for even a few seconds, his hair returned to its usual state. Unbelievable. She was so sad that she didn't pay attention to the oven signaling for help. By the time Younga took out the bread, it was already burnt black. She buried her face in her desk during class. Why doesn't anything go my way? Younga was still deep in thought. I want to do something for him too. The teacher noticed her and called her name. Younga, hey, Park Younga. Her thoughts were not interrupted at all. Ever since I had that dream, she was angry about not being respected. Hey, Park Younga. Younga was startled and finally stood up. Yes, the teacher didn't scold her but asked, why were you dozing off in class if you're still sleepy? Do you want to go wash your face? She quickly denied it. No, I'm fine. The students didn't understand why Yanga was so unfocused. I'm sorry. A raindrop fell on the window. Dark clouds gathered in the school sky and it rained. The students who were in PE class ran back to the classroom to avoid getting wet. Yanga was still not concentrating on the lecture. Why is it suddenly raining? Her gaze drifted out the window. All right, I'm not calm right now. The teacher gently asked a student for help. Oh, the rain is coming in. Can you close the window? She was still in a dream and suddenly Kanglum was surrounded by everyone. What if Gaehee and Shirin also had feelings for him? Yanga felt she had nothing to compete with. I don't have the courage to face them. Kanglum suddenly appeared in the hallway. Oh, Yanga, are you on your way home? She asked him directly. Yes, I heard you're taking after-school supplementary classes again. Kanglum had already made plans. Right, I missed a few times because I was busy last time. If I don't participate in the supplementary classes, I'll have to give up my break time and attend classes. Kanglum looked out the window. Right, it's raining heavily outside. Did you bring an umbrella? Every time she talked to him, Yanga was always happy. Oh, I have a small one in my bag. I checked the weather this morning. Kanglum's forgetfulness was still there. Really? I just borrowed one from the APC club. She went down the stairs with him. Kanglum recognized it at a glance. Anyway, what's wrong these days? I'm talking about you, Yanga. She was so startled her face turned red. What, Mio, what's wrong? He just wanted to make her laugh. You seem a bit down these days. You seem to be thinking about something in the APC. Yanga hastily denied it. Oh no, did I make you worry? It's really nothing. Yanga trembled and said nothing. Kanglum turned his head, doubting human existence. Yanga said all the truth, but I lost my composure. Maybe I didn't realize I was comparing myself to others. I've lost confidence. He started to not understand this child. Is she talking about Webtoons? The contest winner also recently published a comic she found her weakness. I only have one thing I'm better at than them, and that was just luck. Yanga, unlike her appearance, lacked confidence. Am I selfish? I'm afraid to boast about it. I'm too afraid to fight fairly. Her two hands tightly gripped her skirt. Kanglum thought she had the right. It's okay to be selfish and fight for it. At these words, Yanga couldn't help but be shocked. He gave a simple reason. I don't know what's going on with that, but you don't need to compete fairly. You know, in games, family game always comes first. Kanglum was actually a bit reckless. I don't know if I'm too crazy and my personality is a bit twisted, but in this competitive world you don't need to act fairly. Are you worried about ruining her? He walked forward leisurely. Right, if you truly want that, I believe you can protect it without hesitation. Kanglum continued to cheer her on. If it's Yangsu, you can do it. He suddenly realized he had gone too far. Oh, I'm sorry. That arrogant tone came out again. You have to decide what you're going to do. Yangsu quickly followed him. Yes, Kanglum, you're right, she thought to herself. Gaehee and Shirin don't matter. Even if there's someone else, my feelings for him will never change no matter what. Kanglum thought the amount of rain was not right. It's raining too much. Should have been a downpour. He turned around as she said something baffling. I'm sorry, Kanglum, but she clearly had an umbrella in her bag. Is Yangsu lying? I seem to have forgotten to bring my umbrella. He didn't expect this to happen either. Really? Then Yangsu moved closer to Kanglum. Shall we go together? Of course he didn't object. Shall we go then? The two conflicting thoughts in her mind tormented each other. Why do I have to worry so much? I really like him a lot, Yangsu decided. I've decided no matter what, she thought going with him under one umbrella was the best evidence. I won't lose. Kanglum was already starting to doubt. Oh, I'll cheer you on. What genre is that kid who reads Webtoons reading? Why is she suddenly so lively and ambitious? The conversation between the two under the umbrella felt intimate, like lovers. Oh, you need to come closer. Otherwise your shoulder will get wet. All right, the bus stop is just around the corner. Oh, I have to make a few stops today. I also have to buy a few things. What should I buy? What? Kanglum stared blankly ahead with a bewildered face. You're asking me to help with student council work. You talk as if you're doing charity, Gaehee replied nonchalantly. Of course, you're my Kanglum Oppa, aren't you? Kanglum was very discouraged by her brazen face and asked honestly, you can't even come up with a better reason? After walking for a while, Gaehee raised her hand and kept pressing the switch, checking the light bulb. Then she said, oh, the light bulb is out here. And she voluntarily instructed Kanglum to do the work. We're going to inspect the facilities, which I purposely signed up for. I hope dangerous incidents like the rooftop railing accident last time don't happen again. But she said it without telling anyone. After speaking, she climbed a small ladder and replaced the light bulb. Kanglum asked in confusion, I'm your Oppa, so why aren't I replacing the light bulb? Gaehee replied calmly, it's fine, you just have to check off the list. You did that yesterday too. It's too dusty. So I left my jacket in the classroom. After a while, she suddenly remembered, speaking of the list, my diary list also ends with this. Kanglum, holding a pile of documents, asked again in confusion, really, you're all done? Gaehee replied while replacing the light bulb. Yes, the list of activities I wanted to do at school. Helping with student council work was the last thing I wanted to do. Kanglum had nothing more to say. He silently watched Gaehee finish her work. Suddenly, in her mind, she saw her younger self excitedly showing off a new birthday present. Ta-da, it's Gaehee's present. Suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, Gaehee confided her true feelings. My diary, you know. Actually, it was a birthday present my mom gave me. It was my mom's last birthday present. Memories from the past flooded back. I wanted to fill that diary with the happiest moments of my family. At this point, Gaehee's voice became a little subdued. But not long after, my parents had an accident, and she carelessly asked Kanglum loudly. It happened in middle school. You know about it too, right? Geihi's skilled fingers expertly replaced the light bulb. After finishing the work, she climbed down herself but continued to confide her true feelings. But this time she spoke with a faint smile on her lips. The shock was so great that I couldn't properly live my school life, but it's okay, my heart is very strong. After all, I have my honey. Then that smile suddenly disappeared. Geihi continued, but sometimes I suffer and feel sad every night. She also said that when she's sad, she'll write in her diary. Every time I go to school, I'll read the list. Geihi said this and then looked up as if wanting to convey something to her parents. So I can tell Mom that I'm doing well. I want to let Mom know that. Since Kanglum was too quiet, Geihi burst out laughing. Oh, I'm sorry. How was it suddenly uncomfortable listening to my story? I've replaced all the light bulbs. You turn it on. Kanglum was also suddenly flustered. He raised a finger and clicked to check. His mouth stammered. Well, that's... At this moment, Geihi spoke to him sincerely. But I wanted to tell you this story more than anyone else. Suddenly, she became a little shy and her voice got progressively softer. I can complete that list. But Geihi felt she had to express her true feelings honestly. So she turned and sat on the ladder, facing Kanglum with a bright smile. It's all thanks to you, thank you so much. Kanglum humbly couldn't accept her words and kept stammering. Oh no, that's... Geihi automatically finished his sentence. Surely it will be, is it okay for me to be so talented? I know. Kanglum stood blankly and stammered. No, why are you adding unnecessary words? At this moment Kanglum's phone rang. He put his hand in his pocket. It seemed Kanglum had an urgent matter. He said in a hurried voice, "How, right now? Oh, alright, I'll be right there, alright." But that was something Geihi also knew. And at this moment he shouted with a flustered expression. This is it. They said they'd deliver a package to the APC club, but Shirin has already gone home. Unlike Kanglum, who was flustered, Geihi calmly suggested to him. It's probably a computer, you go and pick it up. Kanglum, who was about to leave suddenly, seemed to remember something. He raised his hand, took off his school uniform jacket and said to Geihi, "Oh right, just in case, wear my jacket." She was surprised by Kanglum's sudden polite action. What? He quickly explained, fearing she would misunderstand. The merged building is very cold when there aren't many people. We left the windows open for air circulation before. You'll catch a cold. Geihi immediately replied, I don't need it. But before she could finish speaking, Kanglum had already sprinted away at full speed. Geihi stood blankly and mumbled to herself, "What, you think I'll catch a cold that easily?" And she continued to climb the ladder and finish the half-done light bulb replacement. That's how Geihi alone replaced all the burnt-out light bulbs in the hallway. At this moment, as Kanglum had just mentioned, a strong wind blew and the hallway window opened wide. Sudden gust of cold air rushed in. Geihi immediately closed her eyes, pouted her lips and sneezed. Then she shivered. At this moment she suddenly remembered the jacket Kanglum had given her. She looked around to find where she had put the jacket. After a while, Geihi picked up the jacket and wrapped it around herself. Sitting alone, Geihi smiled happily. It's warm. The day ended. In the next class, Geihi looked like she had taken a lot of vitamins, full of energy, running around like an athlete. At the same time, Kanglum stared blankly at her, thinking to himself, "Did I worry too much? She looks very healthy. What happened?" The next day in the room, Geihi announced to the members in an excited voice, "Well done, everyone. We've finally finished investigating the 5 new members." At the same time, she summarized each result and announced, "Only one person is suspicious, and that's the person Kanglum was in charge of." Shirin didn't want to believe Geihi's words. She exclaimed in surprise, "That's impossible." Yang-Soo immediately gave a hint for the next action. "Then we should call him Agent X." Yes, Yang-Soo also nodded in agreement. She also added another opinion. "I think so too. That guy didn't even take the train to go home. Instead, we found out he went to meet someone else." Geihi made a serious speculation. "We can assume they are the brokers for this incident. What do you think, Kanglum, for example? What was the atmosphere like between them?" He put his hands in his pockets and replied, "There was something very suspicious. They all seemed very wary, especially constantly looking around." Shirin still didn't believe the member's words. She suddenly stood up. "No way, how could he be involved in match fixing? Since it's come to this, I'll go check it myself." Yang-Soo wondered how she would check it herself. Shirin immediately replied, "I'll go talk to him alone." Hearing her say that, someone quickly shouted, "I object." Shirin turned around in surprise. "What?" Kanglum slowly said. "I dug deeper. The broker X is involved with might not be just a simple thug." Kanglum folded his arms and said calmly, "Nowadays there are many illegal gambling dens involved in this match-fixing incident. They said they're choosing a leader because there's a big deal coming up overseas, like a gang from a movie." He finished speaking and thought to himself, "Of course there are no such gangs in our country and in the 21st century. In comics they appear very commonly. It's also similar to ESW in reality." Shirin still didn't believe it. She stammered, "But I can't stop just for that reason." Kanglum also sympathized with her. "I know, but with this much evidence." At this moment another opinion suddenly emerged. "How about we ask for help from the adults?" Shirin had never thought of this idea, so she was startled as soon as she heard it. What? In the end, they decided to go to the principal's office, but this task was only assigned to 2 members. Shirin and Kanglum bowed their heads and hunched their shoulders, their eyes furtively glancing at each other. Opposite them, Director Ma was clutching his head, frustrated. "Oh my God, how could such a thing happen? I didn't expect such a thing to happen while I'm the director," Shirin voluntarily said. "I'm sorry, I wanted to tell you about this earlier. I was also a bit suspicious." Director Ma hurriedly cut her off and comforted Shirin. No, thank you for letting me know. Director Ma then clenched his fist and expressed a firm stance. Match fixing is unacceptable. Deceiving and betraying fans is even worse. I will not accept or forgive this. I will not let this continue. And he smiled at Kanglum. Anyway, thank you for helping Shirin even though you're an outsider. Is your name Kanglum? But in fact Kanglum didn't expect this either. So he didn't take credit and stammered, it just happened. Director Ma then said to Shirin again, alright, I'll contact the company first. She continued, then Kanglum sat quietly amidst their conversation. After a while both of them left the office, leaving Director Ma alone in the room. He once again helplessly clutched his head. Phew, how could such a thing happen? Director Ma suddenly fell silent. It was a very suspicious silence. He put his hand in his pocket, took out his phone and prepared to call someone. As soon as the other party answered, he hurriedly reported the situation, but his tone of voice was completely different from before. Yes, it's me. Just as you said, there's a fly buzzing around here. Director Ma sighed to the person on the other end of the phone. TCH, they said they'd stop interfering with the match fixing in the next tournament. Behind his warm and trustworthy face there was actually a very dangerous person hidden. Director Ma was a little scared now, but still very confident. He said, they don't seem to know yet that this isn't our first time doing this. The broker on the other end of the phone asked honestly, that's a bit reassuring. What do we do now? He lowered his voice, trying to shift the blame. As soon as Director Ma's name was called, he immediately came up with a countermeasure. We have to bury this as if nothing happened. Director Ma quickly made a plan. Out of everyone, probably Rosen T. She won't be easily fooled. If it gets exposed right, we can blame everything on Cha Shirin. The broker was a little uneasy. Will it be okay? Director Ma shouted hurriedly from the other end of the phone. I have an idea. If I start preparing now, there will be enough time. That's the only way I can get help from you guys. Director Ma finally sighed. Alright, let's meet at the store last time. Understood. He hung up the phone. He sighed again. I can't get caught. Why did I start this? Then he looked up at a photo of Shirin holding a cup and mumbled to himself, it's not enough yet, but Cha Shirin. Director Ma finally took a breath at the meaningful question he had just thrown out. At least you can earn money, right? Then he finally gave a wicked smile fitting his true nature. I'm sorry, but I think you'll have to be stuck in this because I won't let you go. Just as he was hatching his wicked plan, Kanglum suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Excuse me. He, who had been laughing enthusiastically, suddenly froze at the appearance of a stranger. Director Ma quickly composed his facial expression and asked with a smile, how did you come back? Is something wrong? Kanglum replied with a smile, oh right, I remembered I left my phone here. Then he went to the chair where he had been sitting earlier, rummaged around for a moment and then exclaimed, where is it? Oh, it fell between the armrests of the sofa. The phone screen was already on recording mode. Kanglum cleverly said, oh dear, I need to buy new recording equipment or something. Then he looked at Director Ma and smiled, but Director Ma froze with every word he uttered. Please continue what you were saying. Haha, who's to blame? Director Ma naturally tried to deny it, but his smile was very awkward. I think you're misunderstanding, it's not like that. Hey, Kanglum stared intently at Director Ma and said, stop making useless excuses. Are you a child? Director Ma silently lowered his face for a moment, and Kanglum continued, I knew you were the one orchestrating everything about the match fixing. To be precise, I knew you had a plan. Kanglum then held up 3 fingers. The puzzle is solved. There are 3 pieces of evidence. First, you prevented Rosen T from participating in the game. Second, although you maintained an indifferent expression on the surface, Kanglum understood alone, although he spoke confidently. It was all thanks to the comic. When he suspected Director Ma was X, he was lying in bed deep in thought. Last time I used a different method to solve this problem as quickly and accurately as possible. Then Kanglum knew for himself what was the last thing he and the members needed to do. I need more time to gather information. The problem is keeping Cha Shirin on our side. Thought after thought followed. Even if I try to resolve this quickly, he suddenly recalled the moment Shirin fiercely defended herself. No, that accusation is completely wrong. I'm not involved in match fixing, then he said to himself. This will be even more difficult if Shirin tries to get through this alone like an ESW, he asserted this. This will be even more difficult if Shirin tries to get through this alone like an ESW. It was just to buy time. Kanglum had thought a lot before. Of course, even X's appearance was a fake photo I took to pretend to be X. This detail made him determined. I have to do that to skip right to the last scene. Besides catching Director Ma red-handed, Kanglum also had another plan in mind. And I also had a chance to catch that broker. Although in the comic he made Shirin cry, he thought about that moment and got excited inside. I can see how that damn bastard's face will twist. At this moment, Director Ma still refused to admit his guilt. Do you think I'm involved in match fixing just for that reason? He was so shameless. He even blamed Kanglum. You're mistaken. Kanglum didn't even listen to the end of the sentence and sighed. What are you talking about? Let's assume what you just said is true, but I have. After saying this much, he deliberately paused, then sprinkled a pile of photos of Director Ma talking to the broker and declared, here's a lot of evidence. He was determined to expose this man completely. I took photos of myself going to meet the broker. Director Ma froze like a statue at this moment, silently listening to Kanglum's accusation, even the private gambling sites that profit from match fixing. Kanglum sharply brought up another detail. And the emails exchanged on the computer at that time. Your laptop was broken then, right? He pointed his finger at Director Ma and asserted, if I search that, more evidence will come out. Caught red-handed with clear evidence, Director Ma could no longer bluster. He lowered his face and mumbled, how could that be if I had then? Although he deserved blame, in truth Director Ma also had his own difficulties. He recalled the accident at that time and mumbled to himself, would everything have been different if I hadn't injured my wrist then? If I hadn't retired so early? Fortunately, with the help of an acquaintance, I switched to coaching. After retiring as a pro gamer, he could no longer do anything else. After that, success continued to come, soothing the injury of that year. Before long, I had all the luck I had never touched when I was a pro gamer. In the first year of coaching, I led a last-place team to victory. The fruits of success fell into Director Ma's hands. Even recalling it now, he was still happy. And finally, the contract season arrived. Director Ma, the savior, Director Ma with years of experience, Director Ma. Numerous offers poured in not only from Korea but also overseas. Director Ma's career then expanded beyond Korea to overseas companies and centers. And now he regretted it. I should have gone overseas then. He also recalled the turning point at that time. He stayed because the branch manager asked him to stay for one more year. Then he lowered his head again and spoke of loyalty. With such immature and indecisive thoughts at that time, Director Ma's mind was scattered. I was persuaded to stay in this country. He also asked the branch manager, what are the benefits stated in the contract? At that time, his branch manager also cleverly said, what can I do when the company is struggling financially? I wanted to give it to you too. We need to save more due to our financial situation. At this moment, Director Ma scoffed at his turning point. The request for loyalty had now become a request for dedication. Life mocked him once again. Eventually, the sponsor went bankrupt, and I didn't even receive a minimum salary. What disappointed him even more was the news article printed in the newspaper. Around the same time, a fellow coach who had suggested going overseas had an exclusive interview with Coach Ka from Storm Center. A contract with an enormous salary, and many other options. He earned thousands of dollars in salary, received a house and even support for obtaining permanent residency. Thinking about that, he scoffed to himself. On the other hand, my career was ruined. Ha 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 ha. Going overseas was blocked because of long attachments. That's how Director Ma's thoughts became increasingly muddled. I hated this country first, then I hated myself. That's how the world works. The painful failure caused Director Ma's mindset to become more negative. Don't expect anyone to take care of you just because you work hard. You have to take care of yourself. Now, even though he was exposed, he still tried to make excuses. It all started like that, but I won't be foolish enough to let my guard down. I was never careless and always systematically set rules. Director Ma gritted his teeth. I only arranged everything through email and always minimized direct contact using brokers. His fists were also clenched tightly. The participating players were always verified multiple times, and I deliberately recruited players from other sports to completely hide my tracks. With every moment, Director Ma revealed more clearly that his once excellent nature had disappeared. I also laundered money through loan accounts and cryptocurrencies, and to live two lives perfectly. Focused on overseeing everything, the last thing he said to himself was that he should never have been caught, and looking back at Kanglam he despaired internally. But how did he know all my moves? Curiosity and anger whipped him, making Director Ma shout, "Who are you? What are you?" Kanglam calmly replied, "Me?" Then he smiled, revealing his teeth, and introduced himself. "My name is Na Kanglam. I'm not a detective. I'm just an ordinary high school student." Director Ma stared intently at Kanglam, nervous inside. Damn it, I don't know how this happened, but this kid seems to know everything. He couldn't deny his guilt but didn't want to go to prison. Then he said to himself, so I have to shut him up by any means necessary. If I inform the broker's side, the problem will be resolved quickly, but if he reports it first, the situation will become complicated. Director Ma no longer hid his wicked smile. Then there's more reason to eliminate him now. All right, I can ask the broker's side to handle this messy business. After all, the opponent is just a kid. Kanglam saw through everything. Then he sighed and no longer spoke politely. I'm telling you, not everything will go your way. Kanglam put his hands in his pockets. His attitude was relaxed, but his gaze was very serious. Do you really think I came here without any preparation? If I had to act just because I lost to you, the whole world would be in trouble, my friend. Not only that, he also threatened. I also have enough evidence reserved. If I disappear, an email will be sent. An email containing evidence of your crimes will be sent to my best friends. Director Ma abandoned his plan to silence him and now became submissive. He stood blankly and barely uttered two words. What? Kanglam continued to carelessly scratch the back of his neck. Then he pretended to be sympathetic. As you know, I know your past well, it was really bad. But the very next moment, Kanglam glared at him. You had a chance to get out of match fixing, but you didn't take it, and you even became a board member. Did you never think about building a career the right way? Then you would have had a chance to go overseas. Director Ma was speechless at Kanglam's words. But you didn't know when to stop. In the end, your past is just an excuse for you to justify yourself and blame others when everything falls apart. Kanglam also didn't hesitate to accuse him. The evidence shows you're an insensitive piece of trash. Director Ma slightly pushed up his glasses and didn't say anything more. He silently listened to Kanglam continue. A person who only knows how to exploit hardworking people. Wasn't that the kind of person you hated the most? Hearing this, Director Ma painfully recalled his past. Eventually he despaired and blurted out, "Damn it." Then he asked Kanglum again, "Which part of you is a high school student?" Outside the room, the police were already at the door, ready to storm in. The news was updated immediately. Kanglum was very calm despite the ordeal. It seems the match-fixing incident is finally over. To understand the social impact and the people involved, the situation needs to continue, and you could call this the calm before the storm. There was one thing Kanglum was still not relieved about, but the broker must have noticed something. He didn't show up at the meeting place with Director Ma, so I couldn't catch him. Anyway, even in the webtoon, that broker wasn't caught. There's a rumor that he fled overseas. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. It's not a big problem anyway. Thought after thought followed. I'm more worried about Cha Shirin. After the incident ended, I met her separately and told her everything. She seemed very shocked, which is understandable, because she had always trusted and followed the director. Kanglum walked and thought. Although it was for solving the incident, I lied. I need to apologize to her at school today. The next day at school, the teacher called attendance as usual. Is Shirin absent today? It's not surprising since she's so busy. Kanglum stared blankly, listening to the teacher's words. He immediately used break time to approach him and asked, "Hey Kanglum, she didn't come to school today? What's wrong?" He also answered honestly, I'm not sure. When we talked yesterday, she said we'd meet today, or maybe she was summoned for questioning as a witness." He also seemed to understand a little. That's probably why she didn't reply to my message." He suddenly remembered. "Oh, I heard a competition is coming up soon. Everyone's talking excitedly. Cha Shirin also seems to be participating in an international competition, right? She said she'd be here late tonight." Then she bent down and whispered to Kanglum, "Can she participate in the competition despite that incident?" Although the outside world still knew nothing, Kanglum calmly explained to her, "Actually, the players are not at fault at all. It's just a friendly match. If they remain calm, the investigation will be easier." He emphasized that the official results would be announced after the competition, both the incident and the team disbandment. He listened quietly to Kanglum's words. He wanted to leave a good impression because it would be his last time. "She's probably absent because she's busy practicing." After finishing his words, Kanglum fell back into thought. Will it be okay? The match-fixing incident should have been concluded by now. Just in case, after school, he stood in front of an apartment building and rang the doorbell. Elle whispered to Kanglum that something was wrong. Her dormitory was temporarily closed for investigation. Yanga was with him and she was contacting a friend to scout the situation. He thought she had nowhere else to go besides her studio apartment. "How about over there?" "Oh really?" "Hang up, Yanga." Kanglum wasn't at the Mihiwook PC cafe. Did she go back to her parents' house? But Kanglum didn't think it was reasonable at all. He thought anxiously, at this time her parents and teacher are overseas. Something is wrong. It could be. So he told Yanga he would call again. When he called, a phone rang, and familiar red cell phone lay in the hallway near Shirin's apartment. The two hurried over and picked it up. Yanga immediately recognized Kanglum. It's Shirin, but he already knew it at first sight. Shirin's phone. Shirin's phone had one side of the screen cracked. After some fiddling, Kanglum found that there was no password and the camera was on. Wait, the latest photo showed that what he feared had finally happened. Shirin was indeed tricked by the broker and kidnapped by him and another accomplice. Inside the car, the broker's subordinate asked worriedly, "Boss, are you really okay? We should have gotten out quietly, but we just caused more trouble." The broker stared at his phone and replied to him, "I'm doing this to escape without anyone knowing." "What?" "Our escape route, which we prepared for emergencies, was discovered earlier than expected." The broker continued with a cold face, "If we hesitate, we'll be caught before we even leave this country. I'm trying to slow down the police by silencing everyone." He added, "Anyway, Director Ma will also keep this a secret. So the only remaining problem is this kid, the only hope of revealing the truth." After that, he recalled his previous conversation with Director Ma when he finished talking with Kanglum. "As you said, there's a fly buzzing around. Out of everyone, it has to be Rosen T. She won't let this go easily. At this point, right, we can blame everything on Cha Shirin." The broker narrowed his eyes and said in a dangerous voice, "Of course that's not all. She has to take responsibility and pay the price for the trouble she caused." Another car was speeding down the road. Kanglum tore at his hair in the car and screamed wildly, scaring the driver. "Damn it." "Ah, damn it," the driver asked in fear. "Excuse me, customer, are you okay?" Kanglum was so angry his head felt like it was going to explode. The webtoon didn't mention this situation at all. Isn't it too inhumane? If the future changes like this, what the hell am I supposed to do? Damn butterfly effect. He was very frustrated and didn't expect the incident to be resolved so quickly. It doesn't change anything to think about it now. How should I deal with this situation? Kanglum's mind was confused and anxious. Whatever they do to Cha Shirin is fine. I haven't executed the loop yet. But why did they kidnap her instead of killing her? Considering their actions in the webtoon, Kanglum couldn't rest assured, recalling the broker's face. He was very afraid, remembering the broker's cold eyes. Be grateful for the peace in this country, otherwise you would have paid with your life. Human trafficking. This is the most terrible thing that can happen. He raised his head and thought, if it's a tragic ending due to human trafficking, maybe there won't be a loop because of the game over hypothesis. I have to stop that. Thinking that, he once again felt frustrated and helpless. He struggled and lamented, "Why do I have to go through this, damn it? Why do they put such human trafficking in a romantic comedy story? I'll probably never meet them anyway, but damn you, author ES." While he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. He immediately answered it. "Yo, you Gehi. What's up? How are the police?" Gehi immediately reported the bad situation. "I called the police. Yanga and Youngsu are giving their statements, but they don't seem to believe it. It'll probably take some time." "Really," she added. "From the photo you sent, it's a clear kidnapping case, leading directly to international human trafficking. Really, it's hard to believe this still happens in this day and age." Konglum understood what she was thinking and said in a confident voice, "It's definite. I'm on my way to the port," he thought to himself. Honestly, it's hard to believe, the port and everything. After finishing his conversation with Gehi, he thought to himself, "I know all the information from reading the webtoon ESW, but there's no other way to explain it." But Gehi didn't hang up and deliberately said loudly, "Now Konglum, sometimes you do that. You suddenly get angry and mumble meaningless things to yourself." Konglum seemed not to hear her words and still closed his eyes, anxious. "I can't take it, I have to handle it myself." After that, Gehi suddenly said loudly in a very lively voice, "I believe you." Konglum was startled and asked back, "What?" Gehi expressed her respect without hesitation. "Since the stalker incident, you've always told nothing but the truth." After that, she said very sincerely, "I never believed you every time you told the truth, but from now on, even if it's irrational, I'll believe what you say." These words touched Konglum, leaving him speechless. He held his phone, stunned for a moment, and he realized he couldn't just accept her heart, so Konglum smiled and replied in a gentle voice, "Thank you." Gehi was flustered. On the other end of the phone, Gehi explained in a hurry, "Don't misunderstand, it's really not. You just..." Konglum laughed as if teasing her. "Haha." Then Gehi quickly went into action. "Tisk, wait a minute, I'll find it right away." Konglum hurriedly asked, "What are you looking for?" "Hey, do you know how big a port is?" Then she yelled loudly into the phone and her clear voice made Konglum flinch. "Do you think you can find all of that individually? Honestly, even if you search all night, you won't have enough time." He tried to make excuses. "But I have no other way." Gehi continued to search in the room and at the same time explained to Konglum that it wasn't as easy as in movies to hide in a small boat. Unless you risk your life, it's much more realistic to secretly board a cargo ship. You'll be able to narrow down the list to authorized departure points. Her fingers moved skillfully on the keyboard. "Oh, I heard there's a broken crane recently. Fortunately, the cargo volume seems to be less than usual." Her eyes shone with sharpness and intelligence. Gehi continued, "After that, I'll exclude subsidiaries of famous companies, and at the same time exclude ships operating on regular routes." Gehi's movements began to slow down and her eyes searched carefully, but he didn't forget to update the situation to his friend. "If you find a small cargo ship that was registered in a hurry," her finger slammed the enter key. She declared the result loudly. "That's today's cargo ship." Gehi acted very quickly. She sent a message to Konglum, "I'll send you the berth location. Search the surrounding area." Very quickly, he arrived at the location she sent. Hiding behind the cargo ship, Konglum recognized the broker and muttered, "They're here." Inside another cargo ship, Shirin was extremely confused. She looked around and muttered to herself, "I can't believe it, but maybe this situation is that I've been kidnapped." Shirin continued to be confused. "Why? Who did this to me?" The broker had already entered at this time. He looked at Shirin with an expressionless gaze and said in a very unpleasant tone, "It seems you've somewhat understood what's happening." He bent down, tore off the tape on her mouth and sneered, "Then act appropriately. Young goods sell for a high price. If you stay still, you won't get hurt." Shirin became even more frightened upon hearing his words. She stammered, "Sell?" Just then a loud horn sounded several times outside. Shirin wondered, "Is that a train horn? Could it be?" She suddenly remembered Konglum's words from a few days ago. These days there are illegal gamblers involved in match fixing. They say things like gangs from movies are at the top because there's a huge market overseas. Now understanding, she said to the broker, "Then you're a match fixing broker. I see. You've satisfied my curiosity. I wondered who could commit such cruel match fixing." Shirin was not afraid at all. She looked straight into the broker's eyes and emphasized word by word, "You're a demon in human form, a hopeless piece of trash." "Yes, I finally understand." She cursed him in every language. "How can you do such a thing with such a calm face?" Unlike her unnecessarily anxious and angry reaction, this old fox laughed very amusedly. Kids are still kids. To call me a demon just for that reason, how can I do such a thing?" He grabbed Shirin's head and said, "Because of money. Do you need any other reason? And you ruined my business, so this is what happened to you." After lifting her, he roughly threw Shirin down, and then threatened loudly, "Say goodbye. There are less than 15 minutes left until departure." Seeing him leave nonchalantly, Shirin gritted her teeth, wishing only to tear this guy to shreds. After a moment she sighed and said to herself, "Phew, I need to calm down at times like this. If I don't do anything." Just then Konglum somehow sneaked in here. Now he poked his head out and quietly asked if he had left. Shirin was startled but couldn't speak loudly. "Konglum," he immediately smiled at her. Shirin found it hard to understand. "How did you know where this place is?" Konglum replied succinctly. "I'll tell you the story, but it's a long one. Anyway, Gehi played a big role." Konglum hurriedly explained, "When I went to the port, she told me, so I saw the broker. I followed him and finally arrived at this building." Shirin became very worried upon hearing his words. "Then you just came in? That's too reckless. As you said, those guys aren't just simple brokers." Konglum said everything to calm her down. I know, I had no intention of recklessly coming in here. And he continued, but his subordinates were also following him. I had no choice but to come in here to avoid getting caught by them. After that, I went to look for you and finally arrived on the 3rd floor. After taking Shirin's hand and helping her up, he breathed another sigh of relief, seeing that she was safe. Hold my hand, I was so worried. Everyone else was too. Konglum smiled slightly. Especially Yanga, she was crying and making a fuss. It was really hard to explain to the police rationally. Really, hee. Oh, I'm sorry for making everyone worry. After that, he immediately took out his phone. But now it's okay, let's send our location. This is not an emergency, so let's wait until the police arrive. It's better than acting hastily and making everything more complicated. Shirin was a little lost in thought. No, that would be difficult. Konglum didn't understand and hurriedly asked back, why? That guy told me earlier. She replied honestly, we're departing in 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Konglum was startled and flustered. What, really? Then Shirin briefly explained the situation. Yes, we have to get out of here somehow, both of us. Konglum started sweating profusely. He muttered, no, when I came here I saw quite a few of his subordinates. At least 6 of them. The 2 suddenly fell silent in this predicament. But Konglum clicked his tongue. Anyway, we have to move from here first. Nothing will be solved by standing still. First, let's look around and go here. Just then, a clank sound was heard from behind and the 2 fell silent, hearing the commotion inside. The broker's subordinate entered. He asked Konglum with an angry face, who are you? What are you doing here? Konglum was slightly flustered. That's... Before he could answer, this guy continued, and why is this little guy? The subordinate quickly grabbed Konglum's neck and shouted, I don't care who you are, I just need to deal with you. Shirin, seeing her friend in danger, couldn't stand by. She ran over shouting, Konglum. Konglum shouted with all his remaining strength. Cha-cha-cha, Shirin. He struggled uncomfortably, grabbing the guy's wrist with both hands and cursing with his mouth. This damn bastard. This guy angrily punched Konglum in the face. A few seconds later, his face was already covered in bruises, and to make matters worse, red syrup flowed from his nostrils, his body swayed as if about to fly away, and he muttered to himself, please, please. After that, Konglum activated repeat mode and the response was effective. He shivered once and gasped. Konglum thought to himself, the loop worked. Good, this is really helping me. Now that Shirin is safe and her location is confirmed, this time I'll wait outside the building instead of going in. The situation reset to the moment Shirin began to analyze. Alright, we have to get out of here somehow, both of us. Having experienced it once, Konglum's reaction was different from before. Seeing him standing blankly, Shirin asked urgently, Konglum, what's wrong? Surprise filled Konglum's eyes. I looped, but why am I still here? As soon as the thought finished, the same familiar clank sound echoed from earlier. The situation repeated exactly as before, and the broker's subordinate entered asking the same question. Who are you? What are you doing here? Konglum blinked blankly. No way. The subordinate acted no differently than a few minutes ago, grabbing Konglum's neck with a burly arm and threatening him. I don't care who you are, I just need to deal with you. Konglum was startled. Could this be the save point of the loop? Has the save point been messed up? Then he shivered once. It's real. Konglum's body began to tremble again. Shirin continued to speak with the same expression and lines. Alright, we have to get out of here somehow, both of us. Konglum now lost his composure and holding a rope yelled like a madman. Hey Shirin, quickly tie yourself up. She was very flustered. What? Before Shirin could ask for what purpose, Konglum quickly tied her up as he had done the first time. Having returned the scene to its original state, Konglum quickly hid behind large boxes and motioned for Shirin to sit quietly. Sit down. The broker's subordinate opened the door and entered at this moment. He raised his voice and asked, Hey, why are you making so much noise alone? Can't you be quiet, or should I gag you? Shirin sat huddled in the corner trembling. With no movement around, the subordinate quickly left and Konglum was still confused. This is truly the worst situation. I'm going to lose my mind. He swept his hand through his hair and wiped the sweat, thinking again. How could this happen? At this moment the loop was completely messed up and even the save point was distorted. Only after the subordinate left did he dare to come out. But he still couldn't escape the quagmire of his thoughts. We are in enemy territory. We can't get outside help, and above all the save point is messed up. Shirin untied the ropes herself and asked, But how did you know he was coming? Konglum didn't hear at all. He thought there was only one option at this moment. The key Konglum found was to actively use the loop. If there's a limit to the number of loops, we're screwed. Shirin stared blankly and he meticulously planned. It's fine, I've prepared for this situation by compiling episodes from ESW. I was sure something like this would happen someday. Then he smiled to boost his spirits. Konglum looked at Shirin after thinking. He nodded to himself. Yes, there's no other choice but to try. It was a long time before he spoke to her. Cha Shirin, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. He said it again. Cha Shirin, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. He tried to emphasize and at the same time stared straight at Shirin. And even if it sounds strange, you'll listen to me and follow, right? She was still bewildered by his strange demeanor. Konglum, are you okay? You suddenly look so tired, he said honestly. I'm not okay at all. But that's why it's perfect. The world is going crazy, so I have to go crazy to survive. After speaking, he carefully observed the external situation again and then said to Shirin, Then let's go. Outside, the subordinate was muttering something right now. 1-2, he didn't notice Shirin inside at all. Konglum quickly seized this opportunity, grabbed Shirin and sprinted away. The two stopped behind this unfamiliar subordinate. He was talking on the phone with someone. Yes. Cargo is currently being loaded onto the ship. this person answered nonchalantly, unaware of anything. "Oh, the cargo in the warehouse? I'll go check it. Hung Nim can rest." When he finished the last sentence, "Yes, understood." Kanglum had already secretly pulled out his phone. When he finished the call, he looked back but saw no one. Reflexively, he wondered, wait, why is that door open? At the same time, Kanglum and Shirin were hiding in another room. Seeing him go to the room at the end of the hallway, Kanglum quickly grabbed Shirin and rushed out. "Let's go, we need to hurry." Shirin looked at the bag in Kanglum's hand and asked, "Why did you take that?" The two continued to run forward. Suddenly, Shirin remembered. "Ah, Kanglum, there's an emergency exit over there. It would be better to go out that way." Kanglum quickly replied, "That door is locked. Those idiots are violating fire safety regulations. I've been fooled by that more than 10 times. I've been fooled so many times that I'm saying it with an indifferent expression now. I tried to jump, but all the windows were tightly shut." As he spoke, he opened the door to another room. "Ah, here it is." Then he continued to carefully hide himself around the corner of the wall. In the distance, another person walked over. He was muttering a few words complainingly. "Damn it, why does the boss tell me to guard that kid? I hate kids," Shirin whispered in Kanglum's ear. "Kanglum, we need to hide. He'll see us." So he decided to act. "I'll go check it. Hung Nim can rest." This person easily fell into the trap because he didn't believe it. "Are you there? Then can you bring that kid?" It turned out Kanglum was playing a recorded voice. "Yeah, understood." Shirin now vaguely understood a few things. She imagined that Kanglum must have experienced this situation before. "Oh, the cargo in the warehouse? I'll go check it. Hung Nim can rest." "Yeah, understood." Ah, he was recording from that time. Then she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Kanglum, you're amazing. How can you do that?" After a moment, Kanglum and Shirin quickly pushed large shelves to block the door. After moving the heavy objects, Shirin panted, "Phew, this will buy us some time. What should we do now?" Kanglum silently and quickly organized the information in his head. "We've passed the 3rd and 2nd floors where his subordinates are. If we stop them here, it won't be a problem anymore. The only one left is that guy guarding the 1st floor." He imagined the broker's murderous back and thought to himself, "But no matter how many times I loop, no matter how many times I try, I can't do anything about that guy." He recalled the original story. During the match-fixing incident in ESW, the protagonist tried to clear Cha Shirin's name and discovered that the brokers were part of a criminal organization, so the protagonist became their target, and naturally there were action scenes like in a shonen manga where they fought. But as mentioned earlier, the protagonist was a moving weapon, a race with supernatural powers far beyond the abilities of ordinary humans. So the action scenes always favored the protagonist. To counter this, ESW broke convention by introducing a villain with such power in the enemy camp, and since that villain was the broker, there was no way to defeat him. Kanglum was very resolute. "I've tried every method." He carefully passed him with Shirin. At a small sound he suddenly looked back. Kanglum already held a large stick. He yelled loudly to boost his morale, then raised the stick straight up. Even as he swung with all his might, the broker casually blocked Kanglum's large stick with one arm. Realizing they couldn't fight him alone, Kanglum and Shirin desperately fled. But the broker quickly caught the two. Kanglum screamed in pain. This situation repeated many times. This time, Kanglum put his hands up in a surrender pose. Then he was punched by the broker. In another moment, Kanglum adopted a cooler and braver attack stance, but the result was still the same. He was punched in the stomach by the broker and was in pain. In another moment, this time unable to do anything, Kanglum curled up by himself. The result was still the same. He was punched in the face. His face was bruised and scarred, and he looked very miserable. In another moment, Kanglum still didn't get any better. This time he was violently thrown against the wall. The broker still had a cold and indifferent expression. He grabbed Kanglum's head and dragged him along the floor. Then he roughly slammed Kanglum's head on the floor. This time the ending was much more miserable than before. Red syrup flowed from his face, staining a part of the floor. This time Shirin also suffered serious injuries. The loop continued again. This time Kanglum punched aggressively. But again it didn't improve. He was hit several times by the broker. The broker was not injured at all, and only Kanglum kept falling down. His face continued to swell no matter how many times it repeated. Later he even bled more than before. Eventually the loop continued. Shirin was panting after moving heavy objects, complaining, "Phew, this will buy us some time. What should we do now?" Kanglum, being the only one who had experienced the loop, was now exhausted and leaning against a nearby cabinet. His steps were tired and unsteady, and his voice was weak. "I just need to rest a little." Seeing him lose energy and slump, Shirin called out Kanglum in surprise. He thought to himself, "Surprisingly, it's not as bad as I thought." Kanglum's eyes were still confused. "I guess I stopped counting the number of failures after it reached 3 digits. At some point, I just stopped caring. Fortunately, my mind didn't break." He quickly regained his composure and smiled. "I don't want to give up. My save point is broken anyway. Even if I wanted to, I can't escape." Kanglum decided for himself. "There's no other option." He slowly supported himself with his hands and stood up, his thoughts continuing. "Besides the fact that I have to do something, it's something only I can do. If I don't do it, who will?" Thinking that, Kanglum slowly stood up, reassuring Shirin. "I am fine, no problem. My legs just need to rest for a bit. I'll be fine soon." She looked at him with a confused and fearful face. His body trembled, but his words were full of courage. I have to get up, but his inner will didn't seem to allow Kanglum to stand up again. He looked at his trembling hands and suddenly many questions came to his mind. Can I escape from that guy? What if I can't? No, all efforts have been ineffective. I've used every method I can think of. Is this really the best I can do? Confusion tormented his mind. What if there's a limit to the number of loops? It could end at any moment, and then I'll really die. And so will Cha Shuren. Then what about the other things that will happen after this? If I die and can't prevent it, Yu Gehi will also. Shuren was very afraid to see him lose energy. She huddled close and quickly encouraged him. Kanglum, look at me, Kanglum. But he was doing this by himself. No, Kanglum, I have to stop thinking like that. If I keep thinking like that, it'll never end. Due to a temporarily obscured will, Kanglum kept blaming fate. Damn it, why me of all people? If the protagonist or someone more capable like Kong Ho-jun were here now, he muttered to himself, if it wasn't me. At this moment, Shuren gently wrapped her arms around his head. She softly encouraged him. It's okay. Despite the dangerous situation, she was very optimistic, showering Kanglum with words of comfort. You don't have to push yourself so hard. It's okay. Thanks to her comfort, Kanglum seemed to have regained his composure. Even though he hadn't done anything yet, he stood up again, regained his senses and thanked her. Thank you, but now is not the time. Before Kanglum could finish speaking, Shuren hugged him again. She whispered in his ear, have I ever told you why I have to speak cautiously? What? She asked herself and then answered. Part of it is for fan service and wariness of the media, but there's another reason why I started speaking like that. Then she confided her true feelings to Kanglum. I'm also human, and I can't always win. I've experienced several failures and slumps. Every time I tried even harder. She smiled brightly as she spoke. So I didn't care about the people around me and I always acted arrogantly towards everyone. That's why Song Yu-saw told me to think carefully before speaking. That was why she suggested using kinder words. Shuren continued. That was why she suggested using kinder words. When facing difficulties and feeling small and inadequate, one might immediately want to change it. But at this point, Shuren deliberately lowered her voice and emphasized, it's impossible. She deeply understood Kanglum's current feelings, so she sincerely advised, reality is not like cartoons or movies. There's a limit to will and mental strength, and only with time can you change and overcome it. Having built a rapport, Kanglum silently agreed. After saying everything she wanted to, Shuren gently released Kanglum and continued to urge him. But if you still need help, if you feel you have no way out, that's when you'll need the help of those around you. She even affectionately held Kanglum's hand. I think this applies to everything, not just games, because great people always have supporters by their side. Shuren said to Kanglum very firmly, looking him straight in the eye, wouldn't it be better for you, Kanglum, to ask for help? He stammered in response, no, that's not it. Shuren thought to herself once more. I'm relieved, I thought so too. I'm glad you're by my side in this situation. Then she smiled brightly like the morning sun. I'm really glad you're here, Kanglum. Kanglum, overwhelmed by the excessive affection, stood blankly. But soon he realized the implication of Shuren's advice. He laughed at himself. I was too arrogant, getting carried away recklessly just because I gained the ability to loop. Now he realized his mental blind spot and how he had mistakenly thought he had become the protagonist. Who am I to try and save everyone, and all by myself? Then his feet slowly became firm again, and his mind was filled with the thought, I'm just a companion in this crisis. Understanding the root of the problem and encouraged, Kanglum smiled brightly. That's it. Will you listen to me for a moment? I'm thinking of an escape plan. Then the two began to actively discuss. Even at this moment, Kanglum kept thinking, out of all my efforts so far, this is the only one that worked. Luring him to the stairs and having Shuren distract him, he formulated a plan and jumped down the stairs, hitting his head with a flower pot. This way, but he lost confidence again. Lure, distract, surprise attack. The force of the flower pot, the jump, it will definitely be an effective combined attack, right? But perhaps that alone might not be enough. He might evade my attack at the last moment. So he immediately sought Shuren's advice. So I think we need something else. She also considered it seriously. If we add another step, it could be to distract him, right? With sharp observation. She remembered that he had been displeased by her provocation earlier. He didn't seem to be able to control his emotions, so if we provoke him, he won't be able to react to your surprise attack. Kanglum felt a little hopeful. That might be it. But what can we use? What will upset his emotions? Just then, 4 people suddenly shouted, Hung Nim. He hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Shuren now remembered a detail. When they brought me here, I caught a glimpse of something. I saw him putting something in a safe. Then she expressed her disappointment. It won't work. I was thinking of how to use this, but I don't even know what it is. Shuren also added, I don't know the safe's password either. Kanglum blamed himself extremely at this moment. Why didn't I think of that? I have something else I can use besides the loop. He reviewed again. Even if the event information from ESW has changed and can't be used, the character information from ESW remains the same, right? Once his thoughts were organized, Kanglum looked up at Shuren. Okay, Cha Shuren, I know what to do. What? The broker looked down at his phone and muttered to himself, is it time to leave now? I need to get ready. As he stood there, a loud scream suddenly echoed, Hey broker, I have something to tell you, you despicable criminal. As soon as the broker heard the shout, he immediately put his phone in his pocket and rushed towards the source of the sound. Why is that girl here? But when he arrived, no one was visible. He looked around for a long time. After a moment, Cha Shuren walked out and spoke to him. So you were here. The broker turned his head. How did you escape? I told my subordinates to keep an eye on you. Kanglum secretly approached him from behind. While Shirin distracted him, the plan was actually quite simple. Lure him and hit him on the back of the head with a flower pot. But if we just do that, he'll react, so we need to somehow disrupt his emotions. He peered from the stairs and smiled very affectionately. This is information I remembered from ESW. The broker was still focused on Shirin. That girl, she's not actually that important, but if you keep bothering me, I'll have no choice but to break your leg. Then he looked at her coldly. Do you think I can't do that? As long as you're alive. Shirin stood her ground and replied to him. No, you can't hurt me because I am. She paused for a moment, then said loudly, your long-lost younger sister. At Shirin's words, the atmosphere suddenly froze. The broker was also momentarily flustered. What? The man's past slowly came to light. This is a story about the broker's past in ESW. He was born in a chaotic slum, although he lived as a criminal. He cherished his only younger sister extremely. His life was also filled with happiness living with his sister, but very full of hardships. But due to civil war, they were separated, and thereafter, the broker wandered the country in search of his sister. The story goes like this, a flashback scene just before being defeated by the protagonist. Perhaps it was a weak attempt at atonement, but it perfectly matches what I need now. Shirin shouted as if she were his sister. That's my name. Oppa, don't you recognize me? He moved his lips. Speaking of family, he still couldn't hide his confusion. Now I don't know how you know about me and my sister, but how did you know that name? The broker then scowled angrily, veins popping out, his voice filled with tension. How dare you deceive me with my sister's name? Where did this terrible acting come from? You don't resemble my sister at all from the start. Kanglum looked down from above and laughed awkwardly. Ah, I knew it. Ha hey. It's no good, is it? But Kanglum wasn't afraid at all. He muttered to himself, but I prepared for it. Shirin continued to act. She shouted, I have proof. Then Shirin continued, holding out a photo. I have proof that I am your sister. She lowered her voice. You know what this is, right? The broker stared blankly at the photo. This was the only photo the broker and his sister had taken together. The secret of this photo was revealed. Each of them had one copy of the photo, and it was the only proof of their sibling relationship in this world. Fortunately, such a photo was now in Shirin's hands. Of course, the broker was still suspicious. He hesitated for a moment, but his heart was slightly swayed. Could that photo really be my sister's? He wildly speculated. Did she secretly take a copy of the photo in my safe? Is she lying and pretending it's my sister's photo? But the broker quickly dismissed that possibility, because he had stored the photo in a safe. Due to his profession, he had to be careful with photo storage, so he set a password for the safe. So unless the password was disarmed, Shirin couldn't have his photo. Then his eyes suddenly filled with excitement. Because of the photo, the broker had no choice but to believe that the photo was the one his sister had. After a long moment, he moved his lips and asked Shirin, really, is it really you? Are you my sister? Just then, Kanglum rushed at him with the flower pot in his hand and shouted, Nonsense! The emotional man snapped out of it at Kanglum's shout. The broker was surprised and looked back, and Kanglum, still holding the flower pot, jumped high, continuing where he left off. Nonsense, this sleep talk. He didn't waste a second, slamming the flower pot hard on the broker's head. As he was still dazed, he received this surprise attack and his body was paralyzed, making him stagger and fall from Kanglum's powerful blow. Kanglum shouted loudly, Shirin, now's your chance, you got it? The two quickly tied up the broker tightly. As soon as he regained consciousness, he asked, what just happened? What about my sister? Kanglum now replied leisurely, that was obviously a lie, you piece of trash. Are you upset? How could Shirin be your sister? He continued to ask. Then how do you know about me and my sister? Even if my subordinates somehow heard about it, how did you open the safe? Only I know the password. Kanglum sneered, revealing his cleverness. How did I open the safe? He kept quiet, remembering all his attempts, setting aside his sweat-soaked efforts. Kanglum now simply winked and replied concisely, I just tried every method. He was still dazed. Huh? Kanglum was still confident. So next time, buy a safe with a 5-digit password. 4 digits aren't enough. Then he raised his fist high. 10,000 attempts are enough to crack it. After that, a loud sound echoed in the space. It was Kanglum's punch to the broker. Seeing him lying on the ground unconscious, Kanglum breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, is this finally over? But as soon as the question ended, chaotic sounds were heard from outside. His subordinates shouted loudly, Hung Nim, big trouble, that girl's gone. Wait, what's this? The door won't open? Kanglum hurriedly said to Shirin, let's get out of here quickly. If we get caught again, we're really done for. The two continued to sprint at full speed. As he opened the main door, Kanglum regained his senses. Wow, we finally escaped. He looked around, searching for something. It should be somewhere around here, but it's been so long, I don't quite remember how. After a moment, he found it. Ah, here it is. Let's use that bicycle. Kanglum, after running endlessly, now vigorously pedaled the bicycle with both legs. Shirin looked back. It seemed the police had arrived. Kanglum, you're probably tired. Just pedal slowly. Kanglum, already well aware of the story's development, asserted, no, it's not over yet. Shirin was confused. What do you mean? Kanglum replied, if we go fast, we won't miss the plane. Shirin finally realized. She shouted, don't tell me. Kanglum nodded. Speed up, that's right. Your international competition flight, it'll be a big problem if you miss it. Shirin was dazed again. No, but in this situation, Kanglum didn't hesitate at all and immediately replied, because it's your last match. This match is so important to you, he encouraged her, focusing on riding the bike. You promised to show me you'd win, right? Shirin sat behind him, momentarily dazed by his kindness. Her cheeks were flushed. Shirin opened her mouth about to say something. She grabbed his waist for balance and then expressed, thanks to you, Kanglum, I've experienced many things for the first time. What? She began to give in to her emotions. Even if I'm not normal as you said, Shirin's heart pounded. I think I know what I should feel. She shyly leaned against Kanglum's back, smiling. I know what emotion is echoing in my heart right now. Under the moonlight, the two hurried to the airport. After that, time flew by and Shirin won the international competition. And immediately after the competition, with the police's investigation announcement, the scandal was exposed. Kanglum, who was lying in bed resting after experiencing so many things, thought that this matter ended almost similarly to ESW. Of course, this journey was quite special and dangerous. He thought endlessly, I'm suffering from the after effects of the loop. I even have nightmares recently. But even at this moment, Shirin was still attending a post-match press conference. A reporter stood up and asked her, excuse me, I have a question. According to player transfer regulations, player Rosen T will be given a 1-year break until next year. What are your plans during that time? Shirin honestly replied, well, nothing has been decided yet. I plan to take a break and try various things. At this point, she suddenly remembered Kanglum. Shirin smiled. Perhaps I realized that even though I'm clumsy in many ways, it's still okay. The female reporter was dumbfounded by her answer. Shirin continued. If she had to choose one thing, she finished her answer with a bright smile. I want to go on a date. Kanglum, watching the interview, didn't notice Shirin's feelings at all. He smiled with relief and thought, at least I was able to preserve that smile. Did everything work out in the end? After the incident ended, they all continued their studies as usual. The teacher held up some materials and said, all right, today's announcement is, Kanglum was too relaxed right now. His mind was clearer than ever. Good, no more loops. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He put his arms behind his head and smiled with relief. It was a truly tumultuous time, but it ended well. And there won't be any events in ESW for a while. Then he snapped his fingers and said, I've meticulously checked for anything I missed. Now it's time to immerse myself in the game world and recharge my mental energy, the teacher continued. Oh right, one more thing. You all know that midterms are coming soon, right? Hearing this, Kanglum's mood was no longer joyful. He sat blankly and the teacher continued to urge the students. Your first exam in sophomore year is really important, not just in class, but Kanglum then realized how terribly wrong he had been. I completely forgot the most important thing to remember. Sitting in the classroom, Kanglum held his head and lamented, come to think of it, I haven't studied at all lately. Honestly, I was an idiot who only thought about ESW in the morning and only thought about ESW in the evening. Damn it, he flipped through the pages of his notebook and regretted. Look, I haven't written anything. I am done. I remember when I told Mom last time. He recalled when he was sitting in his room being scolded by his mom. Now Kanglum, are you just going to play games all day because it's the weekend? Kanglum shouted from his room. Oh Mom, I'll handle it myself. His mom left a loving remark, if your next test score is bad again. Mom will take that computer to the living room, Kanglum said blankly. Yes, I understand, remembering it now. He was filled with regret and pulled at his hair in agony. I said that, and with her personality, Mom will be waiting to deal with me. Damn it, now's not the time to save the heroines. He decided to somehow make up for the situation. If I start cramming now, the person Kanglum asked for help was Yang Ah. Hearing him, she turned her head and replied, you want me to help you study? Alright, but I don't know much either. Hee. Kanglum double-checked. Really, Yang Ah, how did you do on the last test? Yang Ah shrugged and replied, besides, I promised to join a study group with Na Yun. Kanglum was too angry to speak, but she wasn't that cold either. Yang Ah asked first, but do you want to borrow my notes? The next savior was Yang Su, and he passionately explained to Kanglum, look, this question has a hidden spark on the surface. Only options 1 and 3 seem rational, right? He was very passionate, but a prerequisite appeared. Combining these points, we can conclude that the answer is 4, one of the remaining answers. After speaking, Yang Su stared straight at Kanglum. Understood, my loyal subordinates didn't understand at all, this bullshit artist. Hearing him, Kanglum cursed inwardly. How is this idiot score high? People say the line between genius and idiot is just a step, and it's absolutely true. The next person Kanglum asked was Shirin. I haven't been good at studying since elementary school, but I'm quite confident in English. But she also refused. But I don't think I can help this time. I'm sorry, I promised to go shopping for clothes with a friend. Then Shirin added, there's no reason for me to be wearing this school uniform either. Kanglum looked at her and cursed inwardly. Can't she even wear a school uniform normally? In the end, the person Kanglum sought out was Gehi. Seeing him coming, she immediately sneered. Oh, so you've finally come to cling to me. Kanglum bowed 90 degrees because she was his last hope. I'm genuinely asking, please help me. Gehi immediately agreed. Alright, I'll give you a special discount. Hearing this, he was startled and looked at her. Wait, you're going to charge me? Gehi replied calmly. Of course. How valuable do you think my time is? He came up with another idea. Alright then, how about this, you Gehi, you're really bad at Korean. He began to recall the moments she had misspoken. I can't trust Se-young and her friends, even if you say you can make miso from peanuts. You can't even do that in the first place. You mean beans, right? Then Kanglam said she had misused proverbs and other things. Kanglam thought that even if he was the protagonist of ESW, there must be something he needed to learn. So he automatically stated the condition, I'll teach you Korean and you, before he could finish. Gaehee shook her head and said, a weakness, I can't stand that. I already dealt with that a long time ago. Score fraud? How could I get a perfect score on my graduation exam? Hearing this, Kanglam wondered, did she intentionally do badly in ESW? It was just an excuse to form a study group. Gaehee also agreed later. She said, Yalna asked me to help you, so I'll gladly do it, but not today. I promised to teach my younger siblings. Then she put her hands on her hips and added, they also have exams soon. In that case, it can't be helped. But after Kanglam walked for a bit, Gaehee called out to him. Or how about this, boss? She looked away shyly and said, do you want to study at my place? Kanglam agreed. The two stopped in front of an apartment building. Gaehee turned to him and said, don't expect too much. This is a temporary house given to me by the company. Opening the door. Gaehee smiled brightly and greeted, sis is home, kids. Kanglam also awkwardly said, excuse me. The young siblings pooked their heads out from inside the house and stared blankly. Yuhee and Mia came out. The two chattered, sis is home. Gaehee bent down and asked her two siblings, nothing happened at school, right you two? The two nodded, yes. But who is this person? Kanglam flustered introduced himself. Oh hello, my name is Na Kanglam. Gaehee explained to her two siblings, today I'm inviting him to have a study group. Go ahead and greet him. The two children politely bowed. I'm Yuhee, I'm Mia, Gaehee enthusiastically added. It's okay. On the surface he looks a bit suspicious, but in fact he's a very, very suspicious guy. Kanglam, who was next to her, stopped her. Hey, don't instill strange ideas in the children's minds. Then she said to him, we'll study together at that table, is that okay? Go ahead and sit down, I'll get some water. So Kanglam sat alone with her two siblings. He awkwardly asked inwardly, why is Gaehee taking so long? He lamented this terrifyingly quiet atmosphere in his mind. I'm so flustered I feel like I can't breathe, so he spoke first to break the ice. Kids, your exams are coming soon too, right? How much time do you have left? But the two children remained completely silent. So Kanglam became even more awkward. In situations that are too complicated. Kanglam first approached Mia. Oh, you're doing multiplication. Hey, it's quite difficult, isn't it? I also struggled with that a lot. Mia nodded and politely replied yes. Then she opened her eyes wide and asked Kanglam, Oppa, you don't remember all the multiplication tables either. He nodded. But you know what? If you add a little rhythm it'll be much easier. Rhythm, Kanglam started excitedly. Yes, memorize it to this melody. From his phone came a math song, the 5 times table. 5 times 4 is 20, 5 times 5 is 25. Mia held his phone and watched intently. He continued to his younger sibling, Yuhee, do you have any questions while studying? He replied, no, Kanglam exclaimed in admiration. Wow, you've almost finished it all, that's really fast. He replied seriously, to catch up to my sister I have to do at least this much. Kanglam was slightly surprised by this answer, but the very next moment he emphasized to the child, I'm proud of you, your sister praised you a lot, did you know that? He said blankly. Really? Kanglam continued to encourage. Of course, she said you're really mature and reliable, who would belittle you when you work so hard? He was young but humble. It's just okay, nothing special. A moment later, Mia cheered. Oppa, I think I've memorized all the multiplication tables. Kanglam laughed loudly. Oh really, that fast? Gaehee came out at this moment and brought some water. Sorry, I suddenly got a call from Hee-woo-Unny. But the three of them were so engrossed in conversation that they didn't even notice she had left. How about this? Oh that. Wow, you got them all right. Gaehee whistled and asked, what's wrong, boss? Your mental age is lower than I thought. Is that a compliment or an insult? Mia asked with wide eyes. Unny, why do you call Oppa boss? Gaehee replied nonchalantly, making Kanglam blush so much. Because he's the boss of all lonely otaku in the world. He shouted, hey, don't talk nonsense. Gaehee smiled and emphasized, all right, now it's time for us to study, right? Where do you want to start? Shouting began to be heard. Hey. This clearly calls for selecting number 1. Gaehee couldn't sit still. She stood up and chided, putting everything together. Yes, this is how it should be. See, the answer is clearly number 1, Kanglam said in confusion. Even if you're right, why is it like that? Gaehee sighed deeply. It's annoying, how can you not understand such a simple problem? Kanglam quickly said. Cha Shuren said the same thing when we had our study group, that's why there are people called geniuses. Gaehee quickly sneered. Nah, Kanglam, it would be difficult for you to explain functions to a monkey, he said blankly. You mean my level is the same as a monkey? Gaehee feigned surprise. No, Kanglam was annoyed. Don't pretend to be surprised, okay? She continued to speak cleverly. Alright, enough, then let's skip addition and go straight to multiplication, he shouted. Nonsense. Stop rambling and just explain how to do it. Gaehee's two younger siblings silently watched the two bicker, then looked at each other as if they understood something implicitly. He exclaimed, it seems Unny and Kanglam Oppa are close. What? Hey, this is just one-sided teasing, kids, Mia said innocently. But that's what the teacher said. When she spoke the last words, the two of them were blank. If you intentionally tease someone, when she reached the last sentence, Mia's eyes sparkled. It's proof that you like that person. Kanglam turned his head embarrassed. What? Gaehee's cheeks turned red. What? No, kids, Unny just called him boss, Mia continued. Oh, Unny, she never gave you face. Unny, your face is red. Oh, Gaehee screamed. No, it's just hot. I told you no. They continued to study for a while. Yuhee and Mia had already fallen asleep. Gaehee stretched and said, you seem to have understood quite a lot. let's finish this page and take a break. If you work this hard for the rest of the time, you'll do well on the exam. Konglum was still lamenting, it's too difficult. He reassured him, it's natural to feel that way since you just jumped in. Do you have a target university? He replied. No, not yet. I couldn't even do the career survey last time. I tried to think about it, but I don't know. After speaking, he put down his pen and suddenly confided his innermost thoughts. Lately, thanks to you guys, I've been thinking a lot. Shuren too. Everyone does their best at their own thing. And of course, everyone has their own dreams and goals. He scratched his head, embarrassed. So with everyone around, I keep worrying. He sat silently and listened. Konglum was startled by her expression. What, you mean I don't look like a boss? I mean, there's nothing wrong with talking about dreams and stuff, right? She replied while tidying up the books. What are you talking about? Not at all. She also agreed with his thoughts to some extent, playing hard when it's time to play and focusing on everything when it's time to be serious. I think that's perfect. And if you can live pursuing your passion, that's true living. He also encouraged Konglum. You have plenty of time, so think about it slowly. If you need more advice, I'll help you. Oh yes, thank you. Then she stood up and said, now I need to start tidying up. When you finished your homework, she suddenly frowned. Hey, you made a mistake in the calculation. Konglum was startled. Where? Here? He pointed to the incorrect part. No, I mean here. Here, he nodded. You're right. It should be like this. Konglum looked at her. Like this. Then he was slightly surprised to see her so close. He continued to teach with focus, and like this, the distance naturally closed, making Konglum very flustered. Konglum quickly turned his face away and stammered, oh, I get it, I'll do the rest. He also slowly backed away, she said, holding a tray of water. All right. She walked into the kitchen and carefully placed the water tray down. In fact, the situation just now had flustered her too. He now showed an embarrassed expression and scolded herself. Damn it, it's not like that. As night deepened, quiet footsteps entered the house. He's older sister had returned from school. Hey, Honey, who came to our house today. She came in and called her sister. Finally, Konglum also returned home. As soon as he lay on the bed, he let out a big sigh. I'm exhausted. I came home right after the exam yesterday and just collapsed. Lying on the bed, Konglum's face was blank, like someone who had lost their mind. Usually, no matter how much I grumble, I'd wander around home like a ghost after coming back. After checking, if you see me now, you'd know how hard I studied. Now, whatever the result, it'll be fine. After a moment, he forced himself up and took a step. Honestly, every time I think about studying, I want to die. So I don't want to think about it anymore. Looking around the quiet room, he asked himself, is no one awake yet? Feels sore all over. Sitting in a chair, Konglum awkwardly tore open a sandwich bag, lost in thought. No, actually my body was sore. In the match-fixing incident, I could only rely on repetition. I couldn't avoid it, but it took quite a lot of time, plus I was under pressure to exercise just like with studying. As he was deep in thought, a loud sound from his phone caught Konglum's attention. Hey my friend, a very lively advertisement video was playing on the screen. Summer's coming, are you still procrastinating? The sound grew louder and more energetic. From now on you need to start building a strong body. Konglum automatically replied nonchalantly. Forget it, what would I do with that body after exercising? There's no one to show off to. But suddenly he felt like he was struck by lightning. A thought popped into his head. Konglum thought to himself, wait a minute. Physical strength is the key to all problems. He recalled moments when his weak body couldn't move at all, and instantly he became even more convinced of his idea. Right, I could have failed then. Then he fixed his gaze back on his phone screen, which was still showing the advertisement video. Yanga was brushing her teeth and washing her face at this time. From inside she shouted loudly, Honey, I might come home late today. Exams are over, so I'm going out with a friend. Can you tell Mom if you come home early? Her sister replied, looking at her phone. All right, but where are you going? With whom? A boy. Yanga sighed and said, annoyed, oh my god. No, I have a new friend who joined the club, and I'm going to introduce him to a dessert cafe. Yanga's sister said softly, be careful, you might gain weight quickly. Yanga replied casually, it's fine, I don't eat that much. But as soon as she finished her sentence, she was startled. She recalled several things. Among them were the snacks she ate while drawing, and her sister's words added to it. Yanga suddenly wondered when the last time she weighed herself was, then her eyes fixed on the scale right in front of her. Immediately, a few seconds later, the entire building where Yanga lived was filled with her screams. At this time, Gehi was very relaxed at school. She walked along, humming. Yesterday I went out with my classmates and exams are probably over. Today with Yanga and everyone else. Entering the classroom, she energetically opened the door and shouted loudly, let's go play. But what met Gehi's eyes was a very strange sight. Her friends were exercising with all their might. Yanga even brought a cycling machine into the classroom, and Konglum was doing squats in a corner. Both of them were trembling, but they were still persevering. Konglum, one more set, good. Gehi stared at both of them with wide eyes, her face frozen, unable to say a word. Looking at Yanga, Gehi was even more dumbfounded than when she looked at Konglum. Gehi asked herself, what is this sweaty spectacle? Did I come to the wrong place? Shuren approached her and said, Gehi, you're here. Gehi hastily asked, what is all this? Why is everyone suddenly exercising? Misery loves company. Konglum stuck out his tongue and panted, still having the strength to compete with Shuren. Hey Shuren, you have to finish the remaining 5 sets too. If you just stand there, all your muscles will waste away. Don't you know that pro gamers exercise these days too? Called out by him, she hastily approached. Alright, Gehi patted her friend's shoulder and said, don't mind what he says, instead get the air purifier from the cabinet over there. And if you're hot, change into other clothes. Approaching Kanglum, Gehi kept asking, what's wrong, boss? What's going on all of a sudden? My arm feels like it's going to fall off. Why are you exercising, which isn't like you? Kanglum took a moment to reply, it's nothing. Then he turned his head and pretended to be very cool. His facial expression, however, didn't allow it. I have nothing else to do, so I'm exercising. You have to take care of your health while you have it. It doesn't change overnight, you have to maintain it consistently. Gehi instantly recognized it. She said to Kanglum without hesitation, you're the type to cram for exams the night before, right? Gehi rattled on without taking a breath. Honestly, you were motivated by something strange. Kanglum vehemently denied it. No, he came up with a very simple reason. I'm just taking care of my health, but in his mind he thought differently. Of course I have a personal goal. He recalled the miserable endings he had experienced before. In a one-on-one confrontation with the broker, though it was called a confrontation, he didn't even get a chance to hit him. That's what I realized from the last match-fixing incident. The difference between me and the protagonist. The difference in physical strength was as clear as the difference between my face and his face. Those terrible memories spurred Kanglum on. I already knew, but I had to experience it so painfully. Since it's impossible to suddenly learn how to fight, he decided to build muscle instead. So now he gritted his teeth and exercised diligently. Of course, this was thanks to the sense of accomplishment he gained after succeeding in half-hearted cramming and the baseless confidence that came from waking up early in the morning. After only a few hours of exercise, Kanglum was already deluding himself. Excellent. I already feel like my body is firmer. Hey you Gehi, do I have some muscle now? Gehi was realistic, so she sarcastically replied without hesitation. You're a typical beginner gym goer. These people usually sign up for a 6-month package and only show up for 6 days, don't they? What Gehi was most curious about was her lovely friend. By the way, Yanga, why are you here? You didn't catch Kanglum's illness, did you? What's the reason? Yanga panted and replied. No, I just wanted to take care of my health too. I've been drawing webtoons and playing games all day. They say poor physical strength is an occupational hazard for webtoon artists. Yanga also concluded for a simple reason. Exams are over, so it's good to start early. Like Kanglum, she also harbored other unspoken intentions. Of course I have a personal goal. The real reason was that last year, Park Yanga had promised Kanglum to go swimming together next summer vacation. But then Kim Naeun got so excited that she even bought a swimsuit first. A harsh reality dawned on Park Yanga. The problem was that she had gained several kilograms since then. So after confirming that fact this morning, Park Yanga frantically decided to lose weight. Gehi laughed because she knew all of Yanga's true intentions. Oh really, that's a relief. I thought you were desperately trying to lose weight because of the upcoming season, she added another remark. Yanga, you've always been skinny, so suddenly losing weight is a shortcut to ruining your health, isn't it? Shirin finally spoke. Actually, when people talk about health management, they usually make long-term resolutions like New Year's resolutions. But the problem is that they usually give up after 3 days. Gehi closed her eyes and concluded the matter. It's quite surprising. I think it's okay to do that, even if it's just for 3 days. Then she smiled at her friends and said, right? So, starting today, Gehi also sincerely advised, of course don't immediately sign up for a personal trainer or buy equipment or supplements. Don't spend money on those things. Kanglum was caught red-handed. Kanglum hastily ran to the supplement container. I need to drink some, Gehi shouted. But you already bought all of them. Kanglum vehemently denied it. Hey, I just bought a few essentials, fat burners, muscle gainers, recovery aids, and finally protein powder. Gehi's face hardened. You're really deeply into this. How on earth did you learn about all this? Shirin, like Gehi, disagreed with his actions. Kanglum, you shouldn't blindly follow everything you see on YouTube. Gehi and Kanglum retorted at the same time. You're the one who shouldn't do that. Then Gehi continued to look around. And what's this? Isn't it too much? She picked up a piece of exercise equipment and said, these things look like products hyped up on social media. What? This machine can flatten your stomach? First, it's a cheap imported product with just a changed label. But the biggest problem is that it has no effect whatsoever. Gehi continued, I always wondered who would fall for such things. Kanglum added. Hey, aren't you being too harsh? He whispered to Gehi that Yanga would be hurt by her words. Only after she spoke so bluntly did she realize with a start. How all of this was yours, Yanga? Yanga replied disappointedly. Yes, I bought them recently when I said I was going to lose weight. Oh, Gehi was very flustered. She squirmed. That's just because I was worried, Yanga. Shirin was curious at this time. Ah, by the way, do you have a secret? Gehi, how do you maintain your figure even though you're so busy? She immediately replied. I've never tried any special methods. I just eat whatever I want. Shirin was startled and asked again. What? Then do you exercise regularly? Gehi said firmly. No, absolutely not. I mean, I do a lot of club activities, but I've never thought about exercising. Then she looked at Yanga and Kanglum and couldn't help but say, we all have to fight with all our might. I guess I just have a metabolism that doesn't gain weight easily. After saying this much, Gehi suddenly remembered. Oh, but there's one thing, I pay attention to my diet. Dietary management. She smiled brightly and continued. Yes, it means always eating deliciously. You know, food eaten with joy has no calories, right? Kanglum and Yanga, hearing this, were furious, their heads practically exploding. The two of them took turns answering her. Ah, I see, I just gained weight from eating and you just boasted about your talent, didn't you? Then the two of them stroked each other. This is why truly talented people are always more active. I just ate some snacks while drawing webtoons. Feeling a murderous aura, Gehi became cautious. Hey you guys, a few seconds later, screams erupted. Scammer, you should cherish your natural physique. Damn it, I ate with Gehi all this time and didn't know this. After a day of classes, the sun was faintly setting behind the horizon. Yanga and Konglum walked home together. She walked a little slower behind him, and after a moment she spoke. Still, it's a relief that there's a shower room at school. He immediately agreed with Yanga. Right, exactly. Thanks to that, I almost reached my exercise goal today. As he walked, he double-checked the exercises he needed to do today. 100 push-ups, 100 squats confirmed. Only abdominal exercises are left. Yanga next to him scoffed. Are you trying to follow that exercise plan? Then the two walked silently into the sunset. Yanga was a little downcast. She thought to herself, but we did promise to go to the pool. Konglum might not remember, but it was just a casual conversation. So she stealthily glanced at him. Then Yanga spoke again. Konglum, it might be a bit early, but what are you doing for summer vacation? He replied, eyes fixed on his phone. Summer vacation, that's still a long way off. So I haven't thought about what to do. Yanga was slightly surprised by this answer. Really, don't you have any plans, trips or anything else? People usually book those things in advance. Konglum was still unsure. He just mumbled, I'll probably go with my family. Maybe, I'm not sure yet. Yanga had nothing more to ask, so she mumbled, alright. Inside, she blamed herself for beating around the bush. I should have just told him to go with me. Yanga had asked about summer vacation excitedly. Unlike what she thought, Konglum hadn't forgotten the promise. Before Yanga could speak again, Konglum said first, so let's go swimming when you're free. At his nonchalant but thoughtful attitude, Yanga was unintentionally stunned. Seeing Yanga's bewildered expression, Konglum also became curious. Why? Fearing she had forgotten, he spoke again first. We talked about it last year, remember? We promised to go this year. Were you busy with the competition back then, or will you be busy this year too? I guess so. Yanga, of course, couldn't miss this opportunity. She was so happy that she quickly waved her hands and hurriedly replied, No, I'm not busy. I'm really not busy. Konglum chuckled. Really, that's a relief. At Konglum's sincere attitude, Yanga questioned herself. Is it okay? She stood there, looking at his back, and asked herself inwardly, Am I overreacting about something simple? Then Yanga suddenly gave a gentle smile. Is it okay to be this happy? After that, she quickly ran after Konglum and actively continued the conversation. Alright, I'll use that as motivation to work hard on both drawing and losing weight, Konglum advised nonchalantly. So it was to lose weight. I don't think you really need to lose weight. The next day after school, Yanga was walking home with Konglum as usual, and this time Yangsu was also with them. She became curious again. Hey, she asked the two boys walking with her. Doesn't Gehi seem busier? She's been leaving early these days. Konglum replied nonchalantly. It seems so. After that, Konglum stated his hypothesis. It's the off-season now, and she seems to be quite famous in the student modeling world. Yangsu immediately interjected. Oh right, he said he had seen stories about Gehi on YouTube and some public forums. Konglum was surprised to hear that. He turned his body completely and replied, She's reached that level? Yanga also said sincerely, I'm really happy to see her doing so well. Even though it's a shame we'll have less time to hang out together. Konglum also showed no particular attitude about this. He just analyzed gently, well that means we'll have less to worry about and more to do, right? But as soon as he finished speaking, Gehi suddenly dashed out from the alley ahead, seeing her charge. Everyone was surprised. Gehi, she ran over shouting loudly, Hey guys, after stopping abruptly in front of the three, she gasped for breath and pleaded, Hide me now. Everyone looked at her with bewildered eyes, and Konglum wondered, What are you suddenly talking about? Yanga asked worriedly, Gehi, what's wrong? Yangsu also couldn't stay silent. Why are you in such a hurry? Without giving anyone a chance to answer, Gehi looked around. No time. Is there nowhere to hide? After finding a large pillar by the roadside, Gehi dashed towards it and finally implored her friends. Here, just say I'm not here. The three stood blankly, unable to understand anything. As soon as Gehi hid, three men in black suits came rushing from a distance. They shouted as they ran. Damn it, where did that woman go? She must have run this way. The three men stopped abruptly in front of the trio and quickly asked, Hey students, did you see a blonde woman passing by? Before Yanga could even grasp what was happening, she stood bewildered like a rabbit with a ribbon. What? Konglum sighed, a look on his face as if he understood the situation. Yangsu quickly pointed in another direction and said cunningly, That woman, she ran that way. The three men in black suits, completely unaware, fell for it and dashed in the direction Yangsu pointed. Alright, keep chasing. Notify the other teams. Gehi, feeling the situation had stabilized for a moment, peeked out her face. She breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, Yangsu, thank you, Yangsu quickly asked. But what's going on? Gehi, who are those people? They seem to be chasing you. Gehi replied with a very serious face. It's a long story, but some pervert is after me. After that, everyone went into a cafe by the roadside. Sitting in the cafe, Gehi began to tell her unsettling story. My main job is a magazine model, so I mainly do various commercial shoots in magazine studios. As she spoke, her sadness and worry became more apparent. But when you get famous, some specific brands might request private shoots. In such cases, I usually go there for the shoot and sometimes even sign exclusive contracts. So, Gehi continued, I usually take jobs if I think they're reasonable, but I received an offer from a strange man, Gehi continued speaking, and her tone became increasingly agitated. More than strange, he was suspicious. When I was in England there was a shoot for a famous brand and he was the president. As she said this much she seemed to tremble just from recounting the story. Strangely, that guy came directly to the studio and, like a director, gave me instructions here and there. I thought I could still accept that, but that guy didn't take a single photo. Yang-soo, still bewildered, asked, "What do you mean?" Yanga, who was next to him, still didn't clearly understand. "If you invited a model but didn't take a single photo, then what did you do there?" Gehi finally got to the point. "He just stared at me," she continued. "That guy kept telling me to change clothes and then just stared blankly at me throughout the shoot." As Gehi said this much, Yang-soo and Yanga were startled and both were very flustered. What did you say?" Gehi also confessed. "At first I thought I was doing something wrong." Her momentary fear turned into displeasure, which was evident in Gei's voice. "But when I asked him why he was doing that, he didn't try to explain. Not only that, it didn't happen just once. We shot for several days and that guy did the same thing every day," Gei added. "I wasn't comfortable at all, but it was for work and nothing else happened there. So I just ignored it." But on the last day of shooting, Yang-soo and Yanga were dumbfounded again after hearing Gei's story. That guy suggested a swimsuit concept shoot for the next shoot. The two cursed simultaneously. "Pervert, is he crazy?" Gei crossed her arms and continued. "So of course I refused, right? And I thought everything would be over once I returned to Korea, but that guy showed up here and made another offer." Yanga was still terrified. "That guy chased you all the way from England to Korea?" Yang-soo also said passionately. "I can't believe something like this is happening. It's just like the stalker incident last time." Konglum listened quietly and said nothing. Gei finished her story and rubbed her forehead, looking tired. She lowered her voice again. "But unlike England, our company's base isn't solid here yet. So they said I couldn't overtly refuse him. As I said, it was a pretty famous brand. She fortunately received help from her trustworthy older sister. So Hee-woo-nani tried to find a suitable excuse to refuse them. She said Gei was currently shooting far away. But unfortunately, that's when Gei strode in and shouted excitedly, "Unnie, I'm home, here," she continued. "That's when they found me. It was really bad luck." Gei was furious as she recounted the story again. "That's why I ran so much. The people in black suits are that pervert's henchmen." Yanga was extremely terrified. Should we report this, just in case something like the last time happened?" Someone reassured her. "It'll be fine." It was Gei reassuring herself. She sighed and said, "Because if we just get through today." Unfortunately, the two black-suited men from earlier suddenly appeared from the waterway. One of them immediately spotted Gei, so he shouted, "That woman is here." Gei was startled. "When did they get here?" Yanga's face was pale, but she kept reminding her friend, "Gei, run." Konglum was the calmest, but his actions were very fast. He grabbed her hand and said, "Gei, this way." Yang-soo, the remaining one, took responsibility for blocking them. He shouted loudly, "Leave these guys to me and run." Yang-soo gave a dangerous smile as he looked at his opponents. "Since it's come to this, there's no other choice. I have to unleash my power. I will inherit the will of the rising dragon, my ultimate secret technique." But as soon as Yang-soo finished speaking, the men in black suits charged and sent him flying far away. This moment could be summed up in 3 words: country bumpkin. On this side, the remaining 3 had successfully found a hiding place, and the 3 looked exhausted and out of breath. Gei tried to reassure herself. "We've run this far, so we should be safe, right?" Yanga, terrified, immediately suggested, Should we run further away? To be safer, we can even call a taxi." Gei seriously refused. "That would be troublesome because of my schedule. I have a shoot nearby in a little while." Gei, thinking she had put her friends through too much, smiled brightly and said in an energetic voice, "But don't worry too much. From what I overheard earlier, they'll be returning to their home country tomorrow. So they're just acting more violently today. Therefore, we just need to get through today." Gei then smirked. "I'm sorry for dragging you guys into this. You two can go, I'll handle the rest." Yanga was still not reassured. "What? How are you going to do that?" So a small argument broke out. "No, really, I'm fine, even if something happens still." Konglum was agitated watching his 2 friends argue. "What should I do? The most important thing is," as he thought this far, Konglum's face hardened and he thought to himself, "This is definitely the goddess episode from the webtoon. It's really a goddess episode." But Konglum stopped thinking. He stepped forward and made an offer first. "Anyway, since I'm involved in this, I'll help until the end." Konglum formulated a plan. "If you're bad at hiding, you'll get caught more easily. If we can't run further away, we should at least blend into the crowd." As soon as the plan was presented, it was immediately put into action. One of the men in black suits was searching among the passers-by. The others were also instructed to search other areas. Konglum quietly observed them and speculated, "They won't know the roads in this area. So if we hide well in the crowd, we can hold out." Yanga exclaimed, "Oh, so that's why we came to a crowded place." Gei readily followed Konglum's words. When he fell silent, she asked, "What's wrong, boss? You're quite..." At this moment, someone approached. "Excuse me," 2 young men cautiously asked the trio. "We're doing a survey for a university assignment. If you have some time, could we ask you a few questions?" Gei hurriedly gave an awkward smile. "I'm sorry, I'm a bit busy right now." "Oh, wait a minute." Gei's beautiful appearance immediately caught everyone's attention. Even while hiding, she continued to receive compliments from people. "The blonde girl is really pretty, really cool. The men in black suits found her very quickly. Found her, she's over there, Kanglum shouted helplessly. Damn it, run! The three continued to run to another place. Gehi, terrified, asked Kanglum, Did we escape? He replied, panting. Why do they have to come to us instead of somewhere else? As the three barely caught their breath, another person's voice was heard. Hey little lady. Just as the proverb says, after rain comes fair weather, another misfortune arrived. Two menacing men emerged from the alley, their sinister gazes clearly evident. Their voices trembled. Do you want to come hang out with us? Big brothers can make you happy. You're really cute. What's your name? The three quickly said to each other. What's that tacky hairstyle? It was a dead end. Not only did two of them run into misfortune, but they also drew in a swarm of vipers. The men in black suits had already found Gehi. That woman is here, it's too noisy here. Gehi reproached herself, looking tired. Maybe we were too noisy and attracted their attention. We should have been quieter. Gehi kept trying to escape but kept attracting people's attention. This time it was a middle-aged woman. Oh young lady, your skin is so smooth. Come here and look at the products in our store. Others, as if they had superhuman hearing, appeared immediately upon hearing the compliment. Hey, you're really being a nuisance. Another misfortune was a man selling drinks. He kindly said, Here, I'll give you another one. Who asked? The three of them ran through alleys all afternoon. There was no end in sight. Gehi was spotted once again. This time it was her fans. I saw you on Naver, honey. That's right, honey is a model, and of course, the marathon race continued. People chased each other in endless circles. After running for a long time, only Kanglum and Gehi remained, and Yanga was nowhere to be seen. Kanglum couldn't take it anymore and shouted, You, what the hell are you? Why do you just walk quietly but everyone talks to you? Gehi smiled brightly and said, What do you mean? Kanglum continued to shout helplessly. Look at that proud face. When will you ever stop being so proud of yourself? Get that proud expression off your face, seriously, get that conceited look off. Gehi pretended it was nothing. What's there to be proud of? I gave up that habit a long time ago. It's just my daily life. What can I do? I've been like this since birth. After speaking, Gehi confidently raised her head again. How about it? Now you know who you're dealing with, right? In this situation, shouldn't you at least express some gratitude? Kanglum jumped at her obnoxious attitude. It's getting more and more complicated. Why are you so arrogant? Kanglum shrugged tiredly. Is this the life of an attractive woman? No one talks to me on the street except to ask for directions. Suddenly, Gehi said. Oh, by the way, I now remember Yanga's exhausted state. I think this is my limit. You two go first, Gehi mumbled. Will she be safe until just now? We ended up separating from then on. If I had dropped my bag and run, I probably would have been fine. Kanglum seriously considered the current situation. I really didn't anticipate this situation. If everything is like this, then afterwards he looked at Gehi. Let's stop somewhere for a bit. Yanga was sitting on a stone bench at this time. She was still panting. I think I need to exercise more. I hope both of them are safe. As soon as Yanga looked up, she saw the men in black suits standing around a car. The subordinate looked inside the car window. Sorry, we're still looking, the pervert from Gehi's story gently commanded. Hurry up, time is running out. His hand opened a small box containing Gehi's photo. Then he urged his subordinate, We really need that child's help. Inside a shop, someone asked, Disguise? Gehi thought for a moment and then agreed. That idea isn't bad either, Kanglum also added. Cha sure enough often does that, Gehi cautiously said, but I ran away in a hurry and didn't bring my wallet. Kanglum quickly replied, It's okay, I brought mine. So she reluctantly agreed. All right, Gehi later wondered again. But why do you think so much and choose so carefully in such a hurry? And my clothes, he answered without hesitation. If you're going to wear it, of course you should buy good clothes. Gehi shyly lowered her head and said, You said that just now too. You're surprisingly calm in these situations. Then she continued, But if I only had a hat instead of clothes, but then she already saw the men in black suits standing outside. Reflexively, Gehi lowered her head and whispered to Kanglum, There. He pulled her close and reassured her, It's okay. He also urged her again, Just act naturally. You haven't committed any crime or been wanted. You've done nothing wrong. Gehi was embarrassed by his gentle attitude. No, I know. Kanglum was still calmly choosing clothes. Seeing that, Gehi was inwardly surprised. What is this? Why is he so calm? This seems fine. Why is he different from usual? After a while, he said to the employee, Miss, I'd like to see this. Yes, please wait a moment. How annoying. Seeing the two, she suddenly shouted loudly, making the men in black suits spot them. Oh my, are you two a couple? You look great together. No, we're not. The familiar scene reappeared. Busy footsteps, hurried footsteps. The men in black suits chased the two madly. Kanglum and Gehi looked back as they ran, but after a while she saw several men standing in front as well. This exit is also blocked. Kanglum calmly thought, In this situation, we can't escape in that direction either, right? But strangely, as the men in black suits approached, Where did you guys disappear to? Where did they go? They must be around here. Search carefully. In fact, the two were hiding behind a trash can. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we get caught. Maybe it was a mistake to set foot here. As she was about to speak, he hastily interrupted her. You Gehi, he whispered. Be quiet, they're coming this way. Gehi suddenly said, It's no use, you stay here. If anything happens, at least call for help. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately ran outside and Kanglum called out to her in a flustered voice. Hey you Gehi. She stood in the middle of the mall and shouted loudly. That's right everyone, I'm here. Gehi deliberately spoke loudly to attract everyone's attention, and at the same time she vented her anger. I hate what you guys are doing. Why are you chasing me so recklessly? Gehi continued to speak excitedly, and many people were watching the surrounding security cameras. Kanglum buried his face in his hands, discouraged. Gehi later provoked them. What? Come at me if you dare. After a while, the leader suddenly appeared. Finally found her. Should have done this from the beginning. As soon as Gehi saw him, she thought to herself, he's here. Then she shouted without any fear, you should be ashamed, mister. Do you understand? Gehi continued to shout, how can you demand such things from a young girl? But he suddenly bowed 90 degrees to Gehi. Please just help me this one time. Only then did he state his reason. To make clothes for my wife, I need the help of someone who looks exactly like her. Hearing the extremely legitimate reason from the person she had suddenly suspected, Gehi was momentarily blank. What did you say? The only reason I was worried was... Kanglum scratched his head and thought, this is definitely the goddess episode, but it wasn't a threatening situation. After a while, the two were already in the man's car. He opened a small box containing a photo of a girl who looked exactly like Gehi and introduced her. This is my wife. Kanglum looked at the photo and admired, she really looks a lot like you. Only then did he reveal his true self. His face didn't look so evil and his voice was calm and sincere. I wanted to make clothes for her, but I had no ideas at all. Then I happened to meet you, and you look exactly like my wife. Gehi finally understood everything. You had no ideas? Oh, so that's why. He confessed again that the reason he did all this was to find inspiration. Gehi was still a little suspicious. But in that case, shouldn't you ask your wife to be your model? But she answered herself. Oh, I see, you were planning a surprise gift for her, he said gloomily. No, she passed away 10 years ago, Gehi said, flustered. I'm sorry, I didn't know. He gently said, no, it's all right, it was a long time ago. Then he began his story. I was an ordinary fashion designer. At that time I wasn't as wealthy as I am now, but I met my wife very early and we lived happily. His voice continued with a faint sadness. Then fortunately my business prospered, and I became the president of a fashion brand. His turning point began here. But from then on everything changed. I became engrossed in managing unfamiliar companies and gradually neglected my wife. Saying this much, he revealed eyes full of disappointment and sadness. In the end, by the time I learned of my wife's illness, it was too late. Gehi listened quietly. From then on I only focused on work, he continued. Last year was exactly 10 years since my wife passed away. That's when I finally decided to sort through her belongings. While sorting through her belongings, he suddenly found a small box. That's when I found the letters we exchanged when we were young. One of the letters said, when we're more comfortable, you'll make clothes for me. I promised my wife that. He looked at his wife's photo again and showed intense regret. But while I was the president of a fashion brand making clothes for countless people, I had completely forgotten my promise to my wife. Then he began his story again. So for the upcoming Memorial Day, I want to give my wife a dress as a gift. He bowed his head again and apologized. However, I caused unnecessary misunderstandings due to that matter. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me. Gehi quickly waved her hands. No, I spoke thoughtlessly and secretly thought badly of you. He replied sincerely, giving his driver a sharp look. It was easy for you to misunderstand, especially because of our secretary. He criticized him without hesitation. He questioned my aesthetic sense because of the swimsuit and caused problems. Although that child handled the problem in the wrong way. Stop it. Sorry, Chairman, that matter. Let's see how you handle it when we get back. Yes. Kanglum sighed. In the end it was nothing. It was just a small problem that could have been overlooked. I thought about escaping earlier and skipping this episode. He quietly fell into thought. But that didn't happen. Moreover, the situation became so urgent that I couldn't ignore it, so I ended up having to solve it myself. Kanglum recalled ESW. But in ESW, misunderstandings kept piling up. And only when the protagonist acted rashly did it move to the problem-solving stage. But that was a difficult and circuitous path. So he made a more decisive choice. That's why I took my time choosing clothes earlier. Gehi drove him to the work site. It seems we've arrived now. This is her company studio. I don't have the audacity to ask for your help in this situation. My help ends with bringing you here at this moment. Gehi kindly spoke first. But now that I know everything, I want to help if I can be of assistance. But he refused. It's all right. My wife wouldn't want me to make clothes after causing so many problems like this. Then he once again confided his inner thoughts. Moreover, the Memorial Day is approaching, so I've already booked my flight tickets. Honestly, I still don't have any ideas. It's largely my fault for neglecting my wife so much. Kanglum, who had been sitting quietly until now, finally showed his face and asked, by the way, what kind of clothes are you planning to make? When he interjected, Gehi was startled and called him boss. He thought very carefully and then replied, on the day I proposed to my wife, I want to make clothes that evoke pure memories from a flower garden. That day he began to describe something. A feeling that is both modern and classic, strong and soft, simple yet detailed. Gehi was stunned to hear that. What? It's surprising that such a knowledgeable person can say such things. He smiled as he spoke. My wife's beauty is difficult to express in words. Kanglum carefully handed him the clothes he had chosen earlier. How about clothes with this kind of feeling? He was surprised and his eyes widened. Heejing tried to persuade him through his secretary. Yes, I understand, just give me a little more time. Small white feet and blue shoes stepped out carefully. Gehi was wearing an elegant yet very attractive dress. She softly said, "How about this dress?" His eyes lit up as soon as he saw her. "It's truly pure, that's it. I've got an idea. I just wish I had a little more time." Gehi smiled. "If you say so, don't hesitate to come out." It turned out Konglum had also dressed up a bit to match Gehi. His messy hair looked very cool. His slightly unbuttoned shirt added to his charm, but Kanglum's mind was extremely confused. Why am I doing this?" Gehi smiled brightly. "What do you mean why? You said you'd help, didn't you? You'll play the role of the chairman, and I'll play the role of the chairman's wife. That's the only way to evoke memories of the day you proposed." The man sprayed Kanglum's hair for 30 minutes to superfix it. Hearing her words, his expression hardened. He awkwardly smiled. "This wasn't an ESW." "Well, it doesn't matter. This change is much more sophisticated than last time." He immediately instructed his staff, "Strengthen the lighting, clear away the clutter, let them move freely." Gehi replied with a laugh. "Yes." Only Kanglum said anxiously, Now what should I do with this?" Gehi interlaced her hand with his and said, "Just leave it to me, whatever it is." Since she was originally a model, she quickly immersed herself in the role and was very natural. "Don't think strange thoughts. We're playing lovers, so we have to be very natural, right?" Gehi mumbled, "Consider it revenge for what happened just now." Konglum was startled and asked, "What did you say?" Meanwhile, the designer was carefully observing the two, ready with his pencil. He began to recall that day again, reminiscing. Even at this moment, she wanted to tease him. As if walking through a flower garden, as if playing happily with friends at an amusement park when they were young. "Oh, I'm sorry, you're an otaku." Konglum sighed and said annoyedly, "Hey, is it okay to be like this now?" "It's because it's now that I'm doing this." Holding hands, the two whispered like real lovers. "But how did you choose clothes that fit so perfectly?" "Just by chance." After that, Gehi and Konglum lightly stepped in rhythm. The conversation flowed naturally. "I know, actually any clothes look perfectly good on me." That pride had now become a natural reflex. Gehi took the lead, guiding him. But today I saw something commendable about Boss." The two seemed to be truly strolling through a flower garden. There, Gehi gently encouraged her boyfriend. "Well done." The designer saw this scene and shed 2 streams of tears. His sketchbook was soaked with tear stains. Looking at the two, he felt as if he and his deceased wife were reliving their youth. He sobbed and mumbled, "Thank you, truly thank you." But he didn't know. Gehi was growling and shouting at Konglum, "Hey, don't step on my foot." During break time, Naeun was biting her nails, looking worried. "This is a disaster, a terrible disaster. If this continues, I'll go bankrupt." Yanga, sitting opposite, raised her head and asked, "What did you say?" Naeun looked at Yanga and replied, "Did I ever tell you I was in the fortune-telling business?" At this point, Naeun clutched her head. "But recently my client numbers have been cut in half." "No, half of half." Yanga's eyes widened as she looked at her friend. "Fortune-telling, wasn't that just a joke?" Naeun continued. "If this situation continues, all the money I saved for vacation will be gone." Yanga then nodded in agreement. "But you're right, I haven't seen anyone come to you for fortune-telling recently." "Before, other people used to come to you, didn't they?" Naeun sighed. "Right, my clients probably went to someone else." Yanga was surprised to hear that. "You lost clients? To whom?" Naeun narrowed her eyes and said, "According to my informant, there's a new transfer student who recently arrived, a blonde girl surrounded by friends." This was the person Naeun was referring to. And her talent that made Naeun lose clients was tarot card reading. People were all amazed to hear this person read the cards. "Wow, I'm really looking forward to it." "Really, if you have feelings for that person, why don't you bravely express them?" In another room, Gehi was jumping up and down. "Look at this, look at this. I knew it." It turned out she was checking her fortune online, pointing at the screen. Gehi's eyes widened and she said, "My fortune can get even worse today. I should have checked before starting the rank match." Konglum, sitting nearby, slowly replied, "Aren't you the one who told me not to blame my teammates for losing?" Yangsu immediately said upon hearing that. "What are you talking about? If you think the exam is too easy, can you see the 1st and 9th place students equally? My head hurts. Even if I'm on a team with you this time, I'll definitely raise my rank." At this moment, Shuren suggested, "Shall we play another game? We just finished a match." Only Yangsu was still resting his chin on his hand, mumbling something. "I can't believe it that I, the emperor, was defeated. The enemy team also has a familiar controller. This kid is quite good." Yanga laughed awkwardly, stood up and refused. "I think I should go. I have a date with Naeun after school." Gehi remembered with surprise. "Right, I also told Gehi to come if she could. She seemed to have some problems and looked very nervous." "Nervous, really?" So she took her bag and left with Yanga first. "Anyway, everyone worked hard. We'll go first. See you tomorrow." See you tomorrow." Yangsu also stood up, flapping his shirt. "Then I, the emperor, shall also withdraw. My vassal, are you still worried about your family?" Konglum had a blank expression. "I'll stay a bit longer. You've been like that lately." Yangsu still stood there and teased a few more times. "Even though you've acquired new items, you still come late and leave early. Your final exam scores were barely passing, so if you get caught, you'll definitely be nagged." When he was playing games at home, Yanga then raised her voice. "Indeed, my loyal vassal, indeed a passionate and responsible son." Only Konglum was still lost in thought. Of course, that's not the real reason. It's time. At this point, he knew the 3rd heroine was supposed to appear and he was waiting for it. "That's my purpose." Yangsu also asked Shuren, "Your Majesty, what about you, Your Majesty?" But she didn't answer and was suddenly surprised. Konglum saw that and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Shirin said in a sad voice. "After hearing what Gehi said just now, I also looked up my fortune today and it messed with my head." On the computer screen in large letters it read, "Today is a day of confusion." Konglum, curious, approached Shirin. "What does it say?" "Nothing, nothing worth seeing." Her scream echoed in the room. "No, don't look." Just then a sudden unfamiliar voice was heard. "Honey, you don't have to overreact." It was the blonde girl who had been reading tarot cards earlier. She smiled, reassuring Shirin. "Fortunes just describe the day generally, it depends on how you interpret it." The three quietly listened to her persuasive explanation. "In fact, if you pay too much attention to those words, that's when it truly affects your psychology." She stepped inside, her voice still calm. "Like an athlete's habit, it's not a spiritual issue, there's a scientific basis for it." The three asked blankly, Who are you?" The blonde girl, with a beautiful face, smiled softly and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Dua. Am I a first-year student? It's a bit sudden, but may I ask you something?" Lammy squatted in front of the three seniors and Shirin showed a surprised attitude. Are you a student council member? But you also transferred recently, just like me." Lammy smiled brightly. Ha, perhaps it's because I actively joined the student council from the start. I just really wanted to join the student council." After speaking, she looked around. "I came to find Gehi Sunday, but she seems to have already left." Konglum was suddenly puzzled at this moment. "Wait, weren't you asking about the club? We only have the minimum number of members." Lammy smiled and said, "Oh no, I just have a personal request." Youngsu was surprised by this answer. "A personal request?" Lammy continued. "You seniors know about the festival organizing committee, right?" Youngsu folded his arms and nodded. "Yeah, as the name suggests, they're in charge of planning the festival. Isn't that an internal student council organization? Is the festival you're talking about the school festival?" Lammy seriously explained her intention. "Yes, the biggest festival at Minhyuk High School is held in November, and it's held every 2 years." She spoke very clearly. "Even university festivals can't compare to the scale of this festival. This is the only high school festival that outsiders can participate in." "Didn't the new principal work hard on promotion?" Konglum had little interest and had a blank expression. "Probably so. Since there was no festival last year, this year's festival is the first one our second-year students are participating in." Lammy continued to state her intention. "So the role of the festival organizing committee is to decide the ideas and themes of the festival, and to plan the events. The election for the chairman of the festival organizing committee will be held soon." Youngsu heard this much and replied, "Really? I didn't even know it existed." Lammy laughed. It's understandable that you don't know. The election is an internal election where only class presidents and teachers participate." Then she explained again. "But that's why it's very difficult to get elected. Model students are desperate to build up their resumes." Finally, Lammy placed her hand on her chest and raised her voice. "So I need your help. I have an event idea that I really want to do as the chairman of the festival organizing committee. So in order to get elected." The person Lammy wanted to ask for help was Konglum. She said very clearly, "Please help me with the election campaign." Konglum Sunday, his name was called and he scratched his head blankly. Me," Shirin was puzzled. "Not Gehi, but Konglum," Yanga interjected, surprised. "Wait, isn't this the first time you've met my vassal?" Lammy nodded and continued. "Yes, Gehi Sunday is very famous and I've heard a lot about her, but this is the first time I've met your disciple." Disciple. Shirin still tilted her head, not understanding anything. "But why?" Lammy smiled and pulled out a few cards. "My fortune told me so." Seeing the cards, Shirin exclaimed in surprise. "Tarot cards?" Lammy smiled brightly and asked. "Unnie seems to be thinking something. Shall I do a reading?" A few minutes later, only the two of them were left in the room. Lammy asked Shirin, "Oh my Unnie, you want to ask about your love life?" She raised a finger, shushing, indicating it was a secret. Lammy smiled faintly. "All right. Let's start with the basics." Youngsu quietly watched Lammy and smiled. "Someone who reads tarot cards, quite interesting, isn't it? Eventually, the truth of my past will also be revealed." Only Konglum was anxious. "Honestly, I'm a bit suspicious. He knew the ESW world had merged with the real world, but I wonder if Lammy will be the same as she appears. Because in the webtoon, Yuyami's card arrangement ability reached the level of superpowers." Konglum vividly remembered the details of this character. Every time a problem arose, the author used that ability as a shield. It even became an unrealistic ability that could almost foresee the future. I wonder if that's possible in reality. Despite having many questions about it, he also thought, but at least thanks to that ability, it's a good thing she came to find me even though I changed into the same character. It's truly a bittersweet feeling. Lammy then spread the cards for Shirin. She enthusiastically explained the meaning and advice of each card. For some reason, Shirin, after hearing everything, hit the desk and stood up. I see, take care, I'll handle it." Then she hurriedly hugged her bag and left the room. "Goodbye, everyone." Youngsu pushed up his glasses coolly and said, "Good, you've earned my trust. From now on, you'll be my prophet." Lammy laughed loudly. I'd heard about it. But Sunday really is a second year suffering from chunibyo. Yes, you can think of it that way. After a while, Youngsu seemed very satisfied with the card reading result. He stood up and ran his hand through his hair. "To think I truly descended with such a sacred mission, that was a dream." Then he took his bag and leisurely left the room. "Well then I must go now, my vassal, farewell." So only Konglum and Lammy remained in the room. You're quite calm after meeting him. Did you research Sunbae a bit before coming? Lamy laughed awkwardly. Haha, it's not exactly calm. Sunbae is good at everything, so I didn't think there was anything I could help with. Oh really? That's a bit disappointing to hear. Lamy also seemed to be about to leave, but still spoke enthusiastically. But since I'm the one who asked for help, I know it's not good to ask someone I just met, right? Right, I understand. Suddenly, Lamy smiled slyly. Actually, I'm not trying to use Sunbae. Kanglum looked at her, startled. What? If Sunbae helps me? Lamy's slender finger gently slid over Kanglum. I can become the chairman of the school festival organizing committee. Her voice was also filled with ambiguity. I'll grant any of Sunbae's wishes. Lamy even emphasized once more. Any wish. Kanglum was extremely frightened by Lamy's actions, so he backed away, but his face was beet red. I get it. I'll help, I'll definitely help, okay? No, I mean I wanted to help from that moment, Lamy giggled, seeing this reaction. Haha, Sunbae is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Your reaction is more amusing than I thought. Kanglum was stunned by Lamy's mocking laugh. He mumbled, hey you. She gently continued. And actually, I knew Sunbae would help me. The cards told me so. Hearing her words, Kanglum was even more confused. What? You just said not to care too much about cards and that it's up to interpretation, Lamy asserted. No, fortune and destiny are different. Her face became serious. A person's predetermined destiny cannot be defied. Kanglum suddenly had a bad feeling and looked at Lamy with serious eyes. She finished speaking. That's why I came to Sunbae. Not for any other reason, but because the cards told me this was my destiny. Kanglum stood blankly after hearing that. Lamy took out her phone and continued. Then we've reached an agreement, right? First, Sunbae needs to give me your phone number. As night fell, Kanglum sat in his room thinking about a few things. Actually, the student council election episode isn't a particularly special or noteworthy episode. He leaned back in his chair, his face looking tired. Basically, this is just an introduction, signaling the beginning of bigger events that will happen later. As ESW transitioned from the Webtoon to the real world, the student council president's role changed to the festival organizing committee chair. But the plot primarily revolves around the protagonist getting acquainted with her. The more Kanglum thought about it, the more exhausted he felt. So, rather than attempting something grand, he decided he should try to resolve things without causing a fuss. The next day, Kanglum walked with Lamy. Lamy reiterated, I told you yesterday that only class presidents and teachers can vote in the festival organizing committee election, right? Kanglum said, then go around and talk to everyone. Lamy continued, yes, and our competitor is a bookworm named Kim from class 4. Kanglum asked, Kim, what's their exact name? Lamy shrugged, an unpleasant look on her face. I don't know, they're just an annoying kid, I don't even want to think about them. Their attitude is so cocky and arrogant, I can't stand it. Seeing her exaggerated demeanor, Kanglum's face stiffened. That's a bit much. Suddenly, nearby female students whispered when they saw Kanglum and Lamy approaching that person. Should we stop him? A moment later, Kanglum spoke. Before we start, I have a few things to say, Lamy replied honestly. It's okay, I don't really care what other people think. She turned to Kanglum and said, Isn't that what you wanted to say, Sunbae, even if you don't know the specifics? You're right, but Lamy suddenly winked and stuck out her tongue playfully saying, Honestly, I'm also in a position to judge others. The female student Lamy asked was very arrogant. What do you want me to vote for you? Do you think I'm crazy enough to give you my vote? After speaking, she slammed the door shut. Lamy shouted, Hey, wait a minute, Lamy sighed helplessly. I knew this would happen, Kanglum said blankly. Wait, weren't you this class's president? Why did she act like that? What's between you two? Why? Lamy began to explain. It's because people often come to me for tarot readings. 9 out of 10 ask about their love lives. They're thinking of confessing to someone they like and they want me to tell them if it's the right decision. It's generally like that. By this point, she sighed again helplessly. If the results are to their liking, it's fine. But if the results aren't good and I tell them the truth, there's bound to be a problem. Then they get angry. The more she spoke, the more unfairly Lamy felt treated. And if I try to lie and gloss over it, they end up getting rejected and then get angry at me. Let's go to another class first now, Lamy continued to talk as she walked. So if I find something odd during the card arrangement process, I usually make an excuse and stop. That's probably why some of my friends weren't happy. But she didn't stay sad for long, and soon smiled again. It's because I'm too honest, you know. Shouldn't they look in a mirror before looking for love? Kanglum, hearing this, said with a look of distaste, I think that's the real reason. Then he scratched his face and mumbled to himself, but now it's gotten annoying. This episode wasn't in the webtoon, but I can roughly guess why it's happening. It's too obvious. He was sweating. It must be because of that attractive face. I'm used to it now. Lamy actively devised another plan. If it's too difficult to convince the class presidents, then we should consider winning over the teachers. You understand Sunbae, right? Suddenly, Kanglum's gaze landed on a notice about the principal's 3 lost cats. Wait, that's... Kanglum looked at the notice board on the wall. Lamy here. A white shadow flashed by and he mumbled, perhaps with this. Lamy screamed in fear. Oh no! She sat on the floor shouting in fear. Shush this cat, don't you hear me? The cat meowed indifferently. Lamy leaned against the wall and pleaded with her. Sunbae, can you help me? Then she sneezed. Kanglum exclaimed, oh! He waved his hand to shoo the cat away. No, she covered her nose with a handkerchief, her face flushed. Achoo, I'm allergic to cats, Kanglum said. It'll be a bit difficult to make a good impression on others like this. Achoo, Kanglum suddenly remembered. Right, I'd forgotten that, he asked worriedly. Are you okay, Lammy replied. Yes, I'll be fine after a short rest. Kanglum also had no choice. All right, if it's like this, I'll have to find another way. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard nearby. Over here, push it this way. A group of students had just surrounded the cat from earlier. Is this the right cat? Yes, it's the principal's cat named Namu. A male student with buck teeth approached and smiled slyly. Hee, there's a teacher's meeting soon. If we can solve this small problem and curry favor with the principal, the other teachers' votes will be mine too. Kanglum looked suspiciously at the nearby people. Is that Kim? The buck-toothed man bent down to catch the cat and triumphantly spoke. Now it doesn't matter if it's that tarot-reading girl or the one who ignored me. I'll pay back everything she did to me in kind. The cat, frightened, scratched at people and ran away. The situation was extremely chaotic. How could this bastard HMPH try to escape? Stop it, Lammy laughed with amusement. As always, that guy with glasses is really unlucky trying to beat me with such cheap tricks. She tore down the notice and declared, Sunday, since the situation has come to this, we have no choice but to catch the 3 cats ourselves. Kanglum was still puzzled. Are you sure? No matter how hard I try to catch them, eventually. Lammy held up 2 fingers and winked playfully. It's okay, I trust that. Kanglum was startled and said, is she trying to find the cat's location with tarot cards? Actually, that's possible. If so, we'll have several methods. The 2 quickly searched the surroundings. She kept looking left and right and suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Lammy wiped her nose and pointed to one spot. It's this way. Kanglum was surprised and asked, wait, is this the method you're talking about? Kanglum glanced at her and mumbled, I thought you'd do something cool with tarot cards. She looked up at him and asked, what's with that disappointed look? Do you think a tarot reader is a prophet who foresees the future? Kanglum defended himself. It was almost like that in the webtoon. Lammy sighed and explained. Read fortunes, I have to draw cards. Even if I tried to find the cat's location with tarot cards, cats keep moving. They don't stay still, she lamented as she walked. That's why I dislike cats. No matter how carefully you care for them, they don't recognize their owners. I think dogs are better if you're going to raise a pet. He laughed in disbelief. Suddenly arguing about raising dogs and cats, Kanglum was still uneasy. But hey, your allergy isn't that severe, is it? You need to rest. I'll look for them alone, Lammy replied stubbornly. I've taken medicine, so I'll be fine for a while. A familiar sound rang out, signaling the end of lunchtime. She looked up and mumbled, if they ran away this morning, they couldn't have gone far. Let's keep searching around the school after class. After afternoon classes, the 2 continued their search. Lammy showed people photos and gathered additional information. Indeed, it was effective, and following the instructions, they found a cat named Barrow. On the other side, the buck-toothed male student with several scratches on his face caught a cat named Namu. A while later, 2 of the principal's 3 cats were found. Kanglum and Lammy were still diligently searching. The 2 continued searching late into the night. The next day was sunny, the sky was clear, and white clouds drifted by. The teacher looked at the entire class and urged, that's all for today. Don't loiter around, go straight home. Did everyone understand? Everyone replied in unison, yes. As Kanglum stood up to leave, Gehi called out, boss, what about club activities today? Kanglum didn't hear her, focused only on his phone and replied, I just finished too. I'll go out the back door. She was puzzled. What? Where are you rushing off to? Who are you talking to on the phone? You disappeared right after the meeting yesterday too. Yangsu pushed up his glasses and said, come to think of it, you seem to be unaware. Gehi, seeing him speak nonsensically, was slightly annoyed and retorted, unaware of what? I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. The weather was sunny during the day, but by night it was pouring rain. The 2 walked around with an umbrella, searching. Kanglum shouted, how about that way? Do you see anything? Lammy shook her head. Nothing, but someone just said they saw a cat near here. The rain grew heavier and thunder and lightning echoed. He looked at her, seemingly thinking something silently. Kanglum stood up and said, hey, let's stop here for today. We need to consider your allergy, and the weather's bad today. If you overdo it like this, you'll really get exhausted. Lammy refused. No, I can't. Tomorrow's the election. I really want to be the festival organizing committee chair. He frowned and thought, I understand why she's trying so hard too. But she suddenly spoke. Let's go. Lammy's voice held a hint of sadness. We're cold. How much colder must the cat be? It's not a stray cat. It's a house cat that's never wandered outside before. She lowered her head, her eyes full of worry. Wasn't this a misfortune? Hearing this, Kanglum's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Then he gave a slight smile. Kanglum gently spoke. You're really kind. Lammy turned her head and said, he continued, I'm starting to understand why you acted that way when your classmates came to ask about their love lives. Kanglum voiced what he had wondered for a long time. Why didn't you refuse from the start instead of stopping midway after discovering something strange? That was the question in his mind. The more he spoke, the gentler his voice became. You wouldn't have had to listen to complaints, and it would have even been more advantageous for the election. I wondered why you had to go through such bothersome things by reading tarot cards. But now I understand. Kanglum closed his eyes, a smile on his lips. It all stemmed from your kindness. So your actions in ESW weren't just because the protagonist was there. Lammy looked up and interrupted. Sunbae. She stared at him and said, I'm sorry, but that's too cheesy. He was slightly flustered. Lammy stuck out her tongue. That sounded like a cheesy pickup line. Aren't those kinds of words a bit old-fashioned? I wasn't impressed at all. Kanglam's face turned red. Hey, but everything I said was sincere, she smiled and asked. Sunbae, you don't happen to like me, do you? I just purely asked for help. Guys are too prone to delusion, he replied, flustered. HMPH, no. Lammy knelt and then stood up. I think I'm going to collapse. I can't handle being overwhelmed from 3 sides. I'm sorry, Kanglam also explained, flustered. No, I said no, didn't you hear me? Does this look like a failed confession? Her cheeks were flushed. Lammy laughed. Haha, but honestly, your words gave me strength. As soon as she finished speaking, she let out a loud sneeze. Sure enough, a cat meowed nearby. The two were startled and shouted in unison, "They're right there." The scene shifted to the principal's office. A while later, all 3 cats were found and returned. The principal laughed heartily. Thank you, kids. Thanks to you, our babies are safely home. Lammy inwardly admired his afro hairstyle. That afro hair. Kanglam had other thoughts. It's a real shame this person isn't part of ESW. The principal encouraged the two. Student Lammy, you said you're running for festival organizing committee chair, right? As a member of Manhwa High, I'll support you. She was so happy she asked. Really? He affirmed confidently. Absolutely. And if you win, I'll fully support the festival. Lammy was so happy she stammered. Thank you, sir. As the festival organizing committee chair, there's one event I've always wanted to do. The principal asked curiously. An event you've always wanted to do? What is it? She replied energetically. Fireworks. I really want to hold a fireworks show. He fell into thought. Fireworks, indeed the highlight of a festival. But it's been banned for several years due to safety concerns. Could I know why you want to hold this event? The more he thought, the more confused he became. The principal asked student Lammy again why she wanted to hold a fireworks show so much. Lammy replied, "It's because of my passion for what I love." She lowered her voice and explained, "While giving advice to others, I've heard many stories. Among them, there was one story that really impressed me. It was about a special child born into an unusual family. The child had many innate talents, but in return many things were taken away. The child's parents couldn't miss the opportunity to exploit the child's extraordinary abilities. From a young age, the child had to use their abilities tirelessly and travel from place to place. Furthermore, she was forbidden from making friends or meeting people to prevent emotions from dominating her abilities. So, the child often escaped from home and began a wandering life. During one of her escapes, her first friend asked the child, 'You don't know how to play with friends? Then let's go to the festival this time. There will be fireworks. It'll be really fun, I promise. It should be fine, right?' But not everything went according to plan. Lammy finished the story with a sad ending, but that friend couldn't keep her promise. 2 children were caught by their parents and returned home. She slightly lowered her head and said in a soft voice, 'I can't forget that story.' The principal listened and exclaimed softly, 'My goodness.' Dua tried to force a smile. 'So I want to see fireworks at the festival.' As she left the principal's office, she joyfully exclaimed, 'I'm so happy.' Kanglam was also happy for her. 'The principal seems very positive about your proposal.' Duami's voice was full of joy. 'Yes, the festival is in November, but I'm already so excited.' She suddenly spoke seriously. 'But Sunbae, thank you so much for listening to my annoying request.' Duami walked forward, smiling. 'Now I'll grant one of your wishes, Sunbae. As I promised, you can ask for anything, just say it.' He paused for a moment, then asked again. 'Really, anything?' She replied calmly. 'Yes, really.' What would he ask of his junior? Kanglam asked, 'Can you answer one of my questions?' Then he asked, 'The story you just told me. Is that your story?' Lammy hesitated and replied, 'Why? Why do you think so?' Kanglam scratched his head and replied awkwardly, 'I'm a homebody, or rather, you could say I'm addicted to YouTube. Like a drunkard's rambling, I search for various things based on the algorithm.' He showed his phone screen and said he had discovered a YouTube channel a while ago. The screen displayed the YouTube account Kanglam was describing. It was a consulting channel that operated tarot card readings. Most of the channel's 1.7 million subscribers were foreigners, and the channel owner was a mysterious person. They only communicated through a portable camera in the comment section. He remembered that the channel once held a QA event out of gratitude to its subscribers. Among all the stories at that time, Jamie listened quietly to his story. She wanted to see fireworks. She had to escape from home due to family problems and broadcast like that to make a living. That was the content of the channel. Kanglam concluded, "After hearing your story, that's exactly what I thought, that you're that YouTuber, and the story you just told me." She lowered her head at his question. "Is your own story? If so, everything would make sense." Kanglam stared at her intently. Of course, everything makes sense, because as usual I learned a few things thanks to ESW, but I couldn't just pass by this problem because of that." Jamie was silent for a long time, then asked again, "I'm really curious, how did you know that? What I'm more curious about is why you wanted to know that," Lammy asked nonchalantly. "If what you say is true and I really am the child in that story, what would change?" She spoke indifferently. "As I said before, destiny cannot be changed anyway. I just want to enjoy the remaining time." Dua spoke as if it wasn't her own problem. "So I won't answer. I don't want to drag Sunbae into our family's private matters. As you can see, they're nothing." Suddenly laughter was heard nearby. "Haha, I hate listening to this." A young man with white hair approached, smiling. Hee, it's been a long time, ha, my lovely Lammy." She was suddenly flustered. Why are you here?" Kanglam understood. "As expected, he appeared." He replied, still smiling. "Why, I came to pick up Lammy, you know, right? Even though everyone in the family already knew everything, they still let you play around until now, Julami said in a low voice. HMPH, he approached step by step. They gave you time to do what you wanted. But some problems have arisen, so we might have to move up the schedule a bit. Kanglam's expression was not good. It was because he knew that this man was the villain in Lami's arc this week and also a member of Lami's family, and also very disgusting, Min Hee-wook thought. In the past, to ensure that power was passed down through the family, imagine how extraordinary their combined abilities would be. Accept it. This is your destiny. Only then can this blessing be passed down through generations. Lami's fiancé put on his gloves and smiled disgustingly. How about you just follow me obediently if you don't want to get beaten? You don't want to wear a wedding dress with bruises all over your body, do you? Then he repeated his earlier words with a friendly smile. So how about you just follow me obediently if you don't want to get beaten? You don't want to wear a wedding dress with bruises all over your body, do you? Julami frowned with an angry expression. Is this crazy guy still spouting such nonsense? He shook his head. No, this time it's different. He spread his arms and narrowed his eyes, laughing. This is the family elder's decision. You know what that means. She trembled all over when she heard him say, You know what will happen if you defy their words, right? Kanglam silently watched Julami try to suppress herself. Her fiancé kept blabbering on by himself. Haha, I'm relieved. I thought I'd have to make a fuss again this time, but it seems I don't need to. He reached out to stroke her head. As expected, our Lami is really wise. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Kanglam reached out and blocked it. Hey, he stared at his opponent and said sarcastically, Don't ignore me. I'm right here in front of you. Do I look like an NPC? He still smiled and asked, Who are you? I've never seen you around here. Kanglam lowered his voice and said, Now watch carefully. I'll make sure you remember this face for the rest of your life. He scoffed and guessed, must be the sister's boyfriend, probably a new friend of the sister's. He had a smile on his face, but his voice was cold. I told you, don't meddle in other people's family affairs without even knowing the situation. That's rude. In the blink of an eye, he threw a powerful punch. Dua, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Stop, she pleaded in a trembling voice. Stop, please stop. I'll obediently follow your words. Please don't harm anyone else. He pulled his hand away from Kanglam's. All right, I'll give you a week, clean everything up. And then he didn't forget to warn her. And don't forget your predetermined destiny and the duties and responsibilities that come with it, Dua replied softly. Yes, the two watched his retreating figure fade into the distance. Kanglam clenched his trembling fists in anger. Phew, I expected it, but I still can't stand it. He wanted to chase after that person, even if he died countless times. Her hand grabbed Kanglam's clothes. Dua carefully lowered her voice. Please, I'm fine. So the two were just about to leave. Gehi approached and asked, What's wrong, boss? What's going on? Why are you here? Who is this person next to you? Is she a first-year student? Kanglam nodded. Something came up. Honestly, I need your help. Julami hastily shouted to stop him. Sunday, she told everyone the story of young Julami, who had cried miserably in the past. I hate them, I can't do this anymore. Lami wanted to go out and play. She cried and said, I'm sick and tired of reading tarot cards. Min Hee-wook was troubled. My goodness, this troublesome child becomes more stubborn the older she gets. He sighed. Well, there's no other option. Julami was confined to her room and loud noises constantly echoed. Then when she was dragged out, there were countless scratch marks on her exposed hands. Min Hee-wook instructed, Chairman Kim, proceed. Chairman Kim bowed and thanked him. Yes, thank you, Chairman. I will proceed as instructed immediately. He smiled kindly. Good, no need to rush. This way, both the group's affairs and internal matters will be handled smoothly. Min Hee-wook turned to his niece and smiled brightly. Oh, our lovely Lami has worked hard this time. You did very well today. He stroked Julami's head. Let's continue. Next are Chairman Choi and Minister Park. She could only reluctantly reply. Yes, Min Hee-wook laughed coldly. No matter how difficult it is, this is our family's destiny. His voice sounded like the devil's whisper in Julami's ears. Your special abilities must be used for everyone's benefit, understood? She replied, Yes, I understand. White clouds floated lazily in the blue sky. Dua lowered her head and explained, I had to grow up that way. Whenever I felt I reached the limit of my body and reason, I ran away from home. Everyone in the room listened intently to her story. My family mostly lives overseas, so I deliberately came back to Korea to escape. But even though I kept transferring schools to hide my tracks, they seemed to be able to find me everywhere. Julami sighed wearily. I thought they would let me go when I grew up, so I decided to endure for just one more year, hoping it would end. What a shame. Upon hearing this much, the atmosphere in the room fell silent, and everyone's faces turned grim. Gehi broke the silence and asked, Then who came to pick you up? He's a family member and my fiancé. Dua touched her chin and said, The elders in my family believe in bloodline. They believe this prophetic ability is inherited through blood, so to preserve this ability, she stated a shocking fact, they try to prevent the ability from being inherited externally and continue the bloodline this way. Cha Shurn exclaimed in surprise. Oh my goodness, profanity, that's ridiculous. Julami closed her eyes and nodded nonchalantly. Yes, it's not even worth calling an ancient custom. For this reason, the family decided to arrange my marriage, and that person is him. Then she opened her eyes again and continued. He was the perfect man, the ideal grandson-in-law my grandfather wanted to accept into our family. The scene shifted to a hotel in Seoul. 2 feet slowly stepped out of a black car, and as Julami's fiancé exited the car, everyone loudly called out, Chairman, people rushed forward and everyone's faces were filled with worry. Please save us. If this continues, our subsidiaries will go bankrupt. So please tell us what to do. I'm almost being murdered by my father-in-law. The bodyguard blocked them, exclaiming, these people, they all kept pleading. If things continue like this, our subsidiaries will go bankrupt, so please tell us what to do. I'm about to be killed by my father-in-law. He raised his hand and smiled, replying, it's all right. He had an empty smile. That's why I warned you. I told you your fate was very ominous. If you had accepted my help, this wouldn't have happened. The people deeply regretted. We were wrong. We thought the fortune-telling fee was too expensive then. Now they said regretfully, we'll prepare cash if you give us more time. Before they could finish speaking, he cut them off. No, that won't be the price anymore, they exclaimed blankly. What? He spoke as if everything was in the palm of his hand. Recently, the three of you acquired and merged companies to form a group and then invested in a small company, right? Then he continued. The people's faces grew increasingly rigid as they listened to his lengthy explanation. Although it seems secondary, it's actually core. Even the accounts of family members and unknown acquaintances overseas. You were preparing for an IPO and had already participated in the preliminary review process, and you have close ties with the parent company. A man sweating profusely mumbled, how could that be? He demanded. Hand over half of that company's shares to me. That is the price for me predicting your future. People were startled, because 50 of the shares was an enormous amount. He took out a death card and waved it in front of their eyes. Everyone paused at the sight of this card, and their faces darkened, thinking their future would be like this card. He was still smiling, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. It was as if a venomous snake was waiting with its mouth open for its prey. The scene shifted to the room where Julami's group was sitting. She spoke, confused about her family. My brother only sees others as tools, just a means to inherit all the family's power. That monsters. Yang-Su found it hard to believe but had to accept it. Unbelievable, not only his cruelty but to that extent. It's truly an unbelievable story, Dua suggested. We should report this. Isn't this domestic violence? This is illegal, right? Cha Shirin also agreed. That's right, if this comes out your family will have no other choice, right? Julami frowned and replied. Did you think I hadn't thought of that? Our family's client base includes large corporations, politicians, and even domestic and international mafia, she said, a smile that wasn't quite a smile on her face. Such reckless actions would only threaten your life, and naturally the plan would fail from the start because of my brother's ability, Gehi asked back, finding it hard to understand. His ability, Julami nodded. It's hard to believe, but he said he can predict his own future and avoid impending dangers through tarot. Cha Shirin cried out, sounding doubtful. What? Gehi still asked, as if unable to believe. Is that really possible? Kanglam bowed his head in silence. That's right, that's the problem. Even though I've already seen it in ESW, it's still surprising. This is no different from superpowers, isn't it? Right? I thought I could deal with that villain this time like last time. Even though I've tried every method, as he appeared in reality, his eyes darkened slightly. I've never felt this desperate before. Julami maintained an optimistic attitude. It's okay, actually. I didn't intend to ask for your help. I was worried you might get caught up in it without knowing the situation well. I just wanted to let everyone know how dangerous this is, she added to herself. There's no need to drag Kanglam Sunbae into this either, she suggested. Everyone, please pretend you don't know, Yang-Su replied. You know, Hung too. Julami lifted her head and stared somewhere. I didn't run away because I couldn't accept my family's situation. I know my fate is already sealed. I just wanted a little more rest. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. I want to go out and explore the world. I want to use all my abilities to directly help those who need me. The room fell silent again. Dua-Mi raised her voice. So there's nothing more to doubt, right? But I'm really sad to miss the festival. She looked at Kanglam and asked, Speaking of which, Kanglam Sunbae, could I ask you one more favor? He asked back, finding it hard to understand. What is it? Julami blushed and made her request. Please be my boyfriend. Not only Kanglam, but everyone was surprised. All the girls frowned. What? The two went out into the hallway to talk. Julami asked, So have you thought about it? Kanglam scratched his head, vaguely guessing. In the end, what you want is for me to act as your boyfriend for a day, right? To watch the fireworks together? She replied without hesitation. Yes, that's right. I saw it at the amusement park a few days ago. They're planning a fireworks show at Minhyuk Land nearby in the evening, so I felt a bit embarrassed to go there alone. Julami said, feigning weakness. You can't ask someone who knows nothing about my current situation, can you, Sunbae? Kanglam was flustered and wanted to scratch his head again. Of course, this also happened in ESW, but I didn't expect this part to remain the same even after the protagonist's role was passed to me. She covered her mouth with her phone, laughing, and asked, What's wrong, Sunbae? Are you excited to be the boyfriend of a cute first-year junior? He replied in a panic, No. Julami smiled playfully. It's okay, just think of it as a reward. What I'm proposing is my first and last date, she asked mockingly. Isn't it your first and last too, Sunbae? Kanglam was slightly annoyed. Who said it's the last without my permission? Don't end my love life, even though it hasn't even started. He scratched his slightly reddened cheeks with his hand, but honestly there was no reason to refuse. Julami smiled brightly. All right, it's decided then. I look forward to it. The date and time for the amusement park. Kanglam replied with a dark expression. Aha, on the sports field, Hojun looked at Gehi and smiled, asking before running, Gehi, can you show me all those scenes you filmed? She waved her hand and replied, Got it. Gehi sat in the stands and sighed. It's really an unbelievable story, like a movie script. If I told them exactly what happened, everything would become more complicated in the way that child worries about. She fell into thought. And that child, Julami, I don't know her well, but I feel a sense of familiarity between us. Gehi recalled everything, trying to find common ground with Julami. When she remembered Julami suggesting to Kanglum, please be my boyfriend, Gehi's face somehow flushed slightly. But that statement was a bit, she shook her head to erase that image from her mind. No, it doesn't matter. Whatever happens between them is none of my business. After that, her expression became serious. I need to find a way within the next week. Everyone was surprised to hear the news of her transfer and looked around. Transferring? Why so suddenly? Yang-soo and the others watched from outside the door as Julami laughed and talked with everyone. Shuren asked in a sad voice, what should we do? Yang-soo also replied in silence. I don't think we can do anything. He analyzed rationally. The last incident was very difficult and she was really kidnapped. It was very dangerous, but this time it's more dangerous. This matter is completely beyond the scope of what students like us can control. Shuren hesitated to make a decision, saying, I'm a bit hesitant to say this, but if I have to use my position, Yanga suddenly interrupted. It's too sad. Everyone saw Julami's bright smile and the way Lami talked to them. Yanga frowned sadly. She looks like she's accepted her fate. It's truly regrettable. As the scene shifted to the buildings near the amusement park, Julami put her hands on her hips and complained. Sunday, you're late. She was so angry that smoke was practically coming out of her. How can you be late for your first and last date? You're not qualified. You're not qualified, not at all as a boyfriend. Kanglum put his hands on his knees and gasped, unable to speak properly. Ha? Julami looked at him and frowned slightly. Really? Since Sunday seems to have run with all your might, I'll let it slide. Kanglum sighed in relief. Thank you, I had to stay a bit longer. Hearing this, she was slightly surprised. Where did you have to stay? He replied with a mysterious expression. That's just, I had a few things to do today. The amusement park was incredibly crowded and the atmosphere was very lively because of it. I exclaimed in surprise. Sunday, there are too many people here. It's my first time coming to such a crowded place. Kanglum was equally surprised and muttered to himself, there are really a lot of people. Did all the extroverts in this country come out because the weather is good? She turned to him and reminded him. Sunday, let me make it clear from the start. No unnecessary emotions because of my family situation, okay? It's forbidden. Today you have to faithfully act as my boyfriend, fulfilling your role, Lami urged excitedly. But let's go, good, let's hurry inside, he replied, flustered, thinking something was wrong. Okay, inside, I don't know what difference it makes acting like a boyfriend. The two quickly got in line. Seeing the long queue, Kanglum sighed. It'll take 30 minutes to ride that roller coaster. The admission is free, but it feels like I'm paying for admission by waiting in line. I don't understand why people like coming to places like this. I looked at the list of rides in her hand and exclaimed, they even have this. Excellent. Next we'll go here and then here. Seeing her so excited made him feel good too. I suddenly lifted her head and asked, Sunday, isn't there anywhere you want to go or any rides you want to ride? Kanglum bowed his head and looked at the paper. Actually, not really. I don't have any particular favorite rides, she replied, flustered. All right. Julami pointed to a spot on the paper and called out, Sunday, right next to us for a limited time they're selling a special drink in collaboration with Pengu. How about it? Sunday, aren't you suddenly thirsty? He still didn't understand her intention. Really, we drank bubble tea on the way here, didn't we? Julami folded the paper and took it back. -10 points. Kanglum was startled and stammered. What do you mean? She smiled and said, for today I'll be rating Sunday as a boyfriend. If Sunday gets 100 points I'll give you a special gift. But if you get 0 points or a negative score, Julami stood on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear. I'm going to tell Gehi Sunday that you and I were like that. He jumped in surprise, his face turning beet red. What, you're crazy? She burst into laughter. That's why I told you to do well. Julami pointed to her lips. So Sunday, please go and buy it quickly. Kanglum stepped out of line. You like making fun of me, don't you? Stay there, I'll go buy the drinks. She waved her hand goodbye. Oh, I wish I could go too. Then I'll wait in line here. Julami watched him rush away after that. She sighed. Phew, I'm quite perceptive about everything, I've known for a long time. Julami pondered the complicated romantic relationships surrounding her club Sundays. So even though I'm sorry to have kept Sunday here today, this is like a way to repay him. Even though it's a small thing, I wanted to try and understand Sunday's feelings. Thinking of that ridiculous hairstyle, starting with that hairstyle. What is that? But I really can't understand it. It's too difficult. Teasing him is fun, but when it comes to serious relationships. After a moment, Kanglum returned with 2 drinks and looked around. I'm back, you haven't moved at all. Julami took the drink with the penguin on the lid. Thank you, I like it, he said in a small voice. And this, Kanglum handed her a small fox-shaped toy. I bought it because they were selling it at the store, it's a gift. Julami looked at the small toy in her hand. What is it? He asked worriedly. Don't you like this character? Kanglum explained. Your phone case also had that character last time I saw it, plus I saw you following a child holding the same bear plushie at the entrance just now. He thought to himself, of course the biggest clues are what I saw in ESW. Julami seemed a bit flustered. Yes, I like it, thank you. Her face grew hotter and hotter. What's wrong with him? Sunday, unexpected thoughtfulness. This part is, Julami smiled playfully again. But Sunday, you've only moved up to 0 points, you need to work harder. Kanglum felt defeated. Really? Oh, please give me a break. The two started with thrilling rides. The more Do-Am-I got excited, the paler Kanglum's face became with fear. The two immersed themselves in the joyful atmosphere. Despite their different emotions, when they got off the ride, he looked like his soul had left his body. Next, the two headed to the haunted house. She trembled with fear, but he was unfazed. After the ride, the two went out again to buy snacks. After eating snacks, they went to a nearby restaurant for a hearty meal. Ju-Lami always had a bright smile on her face. As time passed and evening deepened, she laughed with joy. Really, Sunday, I had so much fun. It's my first time playing like this all day. Kanglum also smiled and replied, Really? I'm happy to hear that. It's my first time coming to a theme park since elementary school too, so everything was new and fun. Suddenly, a lively sound came from nearby. Welcome to Minhyuk Land. In a moment, the 30th anniversary special parade will begin. Do-Am-I exclaimed. Oh, it's about to start. They said there would be fireworks at the end of the parade, she suggested. Let's go to a place where we can see the fireworks better. Seeing him focused, Do-Am-I called out to Sunbae. She turned around and snatched something from his hand. What's this? It's a photo. Kanglum cried out, Hey, hey. The photo showed their completely contrasting expressions. Do-Am-I was satisfied. I told you to act like my boyfriend, so the fact that Sunbae kept this photo because I was smiling broadly adds 20 points. The more she looked at it, the funnier it got, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. But Sunbae, haha, Sunbae looks really funny in this photo, don't you? He also chuckled. Haha, just leave it. This is the best photo we got. Dua laughed even louder. Really? Haha. She looked at two identical photos, but there are two identical photos. Kanglum glanced sideways as Ju-Lami spoke. One is Sunbae's. She paused and forced a smile. No, it's nothing. Anyway, I'll be leaving soon, so I don't need it. Dua tried to suppress her laughter. Let's stop talking about this. Enjoy everything to the fullest today. She changed the subject and asked, Oh, by the way, Sunbae, have I ever read your tarot cards? I read other club members' tarot cards over the past few days, he asked in surprise. Oh, really? When was that? Ju-Lami replied. After school, but Sunbae barely showed up. Isn't that right? Kanglum nodded. Yeah, I was busy for a bit. A deck of cards suddenly appeared in her hand. Then I'll read your fortune right now, he exclaimed in surprise. Where did you pull that out from? Do-Am-I spread 3 cards on a chair. I'll do a 3-card spread with the main hidden card. Kanglum guessed. This means the main hidden card represents the main flow and the other 3 represent the past, present, and future, right? She was startled. How did you know? Could it be? A voice suddenly interrupted. Our cute Lami, her fiancé approached. Don't waste your talent on such trivial matters. Do-Am-I sprang to her feet. Why are you here? It hasn't even been a week yet. He laughed and explained. Grandfather just called. He said the schedule has been moved up, he said triumphantly. As you know, this commemorative event isn't just a family affair, it's a gathering of important figures from all over the world. Everyone is so busy, it's really hard to coordinate schedules. So unfortunately, Lami, your rebellion ends here. He waved his hand. It's time to come back with me. Let's save more people with our abilities. Put aside your selfish thoughts and think about greater things. Do-Am-I still clung on. Just wait until the parade ends, even if it's just today. He smiled, but called her name in a voice devoid of warmth. Lami, he approached with both hands ready to remove his gloves. You know how much I hate it when you defy my words, don't you? Seeing this action, she recalled the terrible memories hidden behind the door. She bowed her head and said regretfully, I'm sorry, Sunbae. I have to go now. As Jamie was about to move, a hand grabbed her. Kanglum gently said, Where are you going? We're on a date. Then he changed his voice to a cold tone. And you? I told you not to ignore me, didn't I? Her fiancé frowned at the tarot cards. Are you really dating this kid? I'm a bit concerned about your judgment. He rattled off the information he had collected. I looked into his background and he's mostly called a fanatical otaku. In his first year, he started liking activities at a famous NET shop. Recently, he even participated in a rock Kanglum music program. Kanglum was flustered. Honestly, I didn't expect such a psychological attack. He laughed triumphantly at the news he had obtained. Haha, and one more thing. In middle school, he seemed to have investigated a female student quite thoroughly. Her fiancé seemed quite confident about what he knew. The two here also stared at him blankly. Kanglum frowned in silence, deep in thought. He stepped forward and said, But you seem to have missed the most important thing. Today I'm this kid's boyfriend, do you know that? Whatever you say, I'm not letting this kid go. Do-Am-I said blankly. Sunbae, he heard her and snapped his fingers. No, that's not for you to decide. As soon as he finished speaking, bodyguards in black suits appeared. He said nonchalantly, Fortunately, no one's around because of the parade, and as for the CCTV, we've controlled all the staff, so 1 or 2 high school students are no big deal, she said worriedly. Stop it, Sunbae. This is too dangerous. If you keep this up, you'll get caught too, he replied seriously. Do-Am-I, you saw all the exercise equipment in the APC club room, didn't you? All of that. Do you think I exercised just for fun? She was surprised. What, Sunbae, you were not? The bodyguard slowly approached. The two took a defensive stance and both sides stared at each other. It was clear it would be an uneven fight. Kanglum suddenly grabbed Do-Ami's hand. The best strategy is to run. He dragged her and ran without a plan. Run right now. He was very confident in his stamina. Do-Am-I couldn't react in time. Well, what? Her fiancé clucked his tongue. Tisk, tisk, so it's come to this. Catch both of them. The bodyguards immediately replied understood, and chased after them. Kanglum continued to drag her and run. It might sound like a joke, but I'm truly confident. I don't want to fall into a hellish loop like last time. I found many things through multiple loops. He frowned slightly. And thanks to ESW, I knew he would find us as soon as the broadcast started. The vendor was preparing to hand a customer their order. Here's your warm Americano. He dashed past, leaving money, and snatched the cup from her hand. Excuse me. Kanglum threw the cup hard at the bodyguards, forcing them to block it with their hands. They yelped in pain from the heat. He gritted his teeth and dashed off. The timing is perfect. If we pass this path now. The bodyguards paused briefly due to the water and were startled by the sight before them. A crowd of people passed by, blocking their path. Kanglum glanced back with satisfaction. We did it. The people coming to see the parade will block them. He continued to drag her and run silently. Now let's go to gate 7. It's about to close. If we go now, only we can get out. The bodyguard bowed his head and apologized. It's my fault. I seem to have lost them. He laughed casually. Don't worry, I expected this, so I prepared in advance. People wondered when they saw him crouching on the ground. Why is that man like that? What's he doing on the floor? He looked at the cards on the ground, a slight seriousness on his face. He touched an overturned card. Why are there 2 identical cards? This isn't a main hidden card. I didn't put this card in my deck. The wind blew, scattering the cards into the air. Min-hee Wook's image came to mind. He possessed the ability to foresee the future. Even ESW's protagonist with overwhelming power was cornered multiple times by him. However, despite knowing the future due to the protagonist's interference, they couldn't react in time, and the future prediction was completely accurate. Cards were scattered on the ground. But at this very moment, in reality, they couldn't predict any of Kanglum's actions. The card symbolizing the future was, he muttered, looking at the cards on the ground. There isn't just one card symbolizing the future. He frowned suspiciously. How can there be so many futures? After running for a long time, the two stopped. Kanglum looked at Dua Mi, feeling a little embarrassed. He won't be able to catch me. He probably didn't get to read the fortune right. That's a relief. The existence of the loop ability is truly amazing. How could he predict a future that keeps changing due to a loop? He looked around cautiously. All right, now there's only one problem left. How to publicize this incident. The enemy is everywhere. Whether it's the reconnaissance unit or the Mafia Vanguard, even in ESW, they eventually solved the problem by exposing it to the public, he worried. This man has the ability to avoid disaster, doesn't he? If we try to trap him and expose him, he'll see the future and escape. The protagonist had to follow him around 24/7 to prevent him from reading tarot cards. Kanglum was silent. But I can't do what the protagonist did. I can't just keep going in silence. Only now did she speak. Stop, Dua Mi shouted. Please stop. He stood blankly, not knowing what she meant. Dua Mi, having too much experience with this, said, It's no use if you keep this up. You can't run forever. All these actions are futile. She bowed her head and sighed. From birth, a person's destiny is something that can never be changed, Dua Mi said sadly. That's why I told you. I've already decided to accept it. Kanglum asked blankly, Are you serious? She nodded slightly. Yes, there's no other way. There's just no other choice. A black car sped down the street. The man in the car said, Yes, we are currently locating and heading there. We will make sure to arrive on time. Dua Mi's fiancé received the call and replied happily. Yes, don't worry. Grandfather knows my abilities too. He was confident that no information would be leaked. Dua Mi's fiancé looked up at the building in front of him. Truly astonishing, isn't it? How far did she think she could run? The entire building was dark, plunged into silent obscurity. He walked down the corridor, his footsteps echoing in the night silence. Upon reaching his destination, he grabbed the doorknob and pulled. The door opened, and he smiled when he saw the person inside. Ha! So you were here after all, he said triumphantly. I thought you'd run further. That guy earlier must have abandoned you in the end, didn't he? Dua Mi turned her head. That doesn't matter anymore. Promise me you won't touch anyone else. She was angry, but had to suppress her voice, forcing me to read tarot cards since I was young, abusing me, marrying me off to a family member, and even coercing absolute obedience to the family. I will quietly accept all of this, but please don't harm anyone else. He spread his arms. All right, since it's Lammy's request, I'll grant it. But I wonder why you've suddenly become so obedient, thinking something is about to happen. Dua Mi was silent. After a long moment she spoke. As you know, I've run away many times, but I've always been chased and forced to wander. I couldn't stay in one place long enough to make meaningful memories. Upon saying this much, her voice softened. If there was such a place, it would probably be school. I met many people there. We laughed, talked, and became close. In the end, I even read a lot of tarot cards for them, you know. Dua Mi bowed her head and smiled. Many people appreciated and liked what I did, and thanks to their encouragement, I tried YouTube. She stood straight and stared at him. So coming here and reliving those memories, I came to understand the sense of responsibility you spoke of, commensurate with the abilities I was given. Dua Mi said in a low voice, I can sacrifice myself to help more people. He scoffed, his lips curling into a smile. A very excellent idea. Our Lammy should be like that. He reached out to stroke her head. She just has to accept it, her predetermined destiny. Dua Mi stood still, letting him stroke her head, and opened her mouth to reply, but she spread her arms and pushed him away with her whole body, shouting, I don't want to. Tears welled up in Dua Mi's eyes. I understand everything, but I just don't want to. She recalled what Kanglum and she had said earlier. Back then she had said despairingly, There's no way, there's just no other choice. He listened to her words, thought in silence, then smiled and spoke again. Remember last time you said you'd repay me for helping with the election campaign, and I asked for an answer to my question. Kanglum looked her straight in the eyes. But you didn't answer then. Will you answer my question now? He scratched his head and suggested. Let's put aside the talk about you having to do it for everyone, or that there's no other choice. Duami's eyes widened when she heard what he said instead. What do you truly want to do? Kanglum said seriously. Not what you have to do, but what you aspire to. His voice then softened again. There's a line in a comic I like. A good choice is doing something you truly wanted to do, no matter how bad the outcome. Duami stood blankly listening to him. Of course, I think it's very admirable and praiseworthy that you want to use your abilities to help others, but that's only possible if it's something you truly want to do. If that's the case, I won't stand in your way anymore, and I'll stop here. Those words hit her squarely in the head. But are you really sure that's what you truly want? Kanglum looked at her with affectionate eyes. Even if you regret it a little, if you have no lingering regrets, I hope you can choose your own life, Duami's fiancé said. I completely understand that everyone is using me, but when people value my tarot abilities, I feel it's worthwhile. It's enjoyable, and everything is truly wonderful. She shouted, but even so, I want to live for myself, for no one else but myself. He listened, then took off his glove and said, truly disappointing. Then he slapped Duami's cheek with a thunderous force. He frowned and said in a low voice, I told you have no choice. I told you to just quietly follow my decisions. Hot pain spread across her cheek and his voice echoed in her ears. Just because you don't like it. Suddenly, Gehi ran out with a camera shouting, you both did great, the web drama premiere is over. Destiny Tarot. At the unfamiliar sound he turned around guardedly. As Kanglum raised his hand and flipped the switch, the entire room was instantly filled with bright light. Besides these two, Yanga and Cha Shuren were also present. The two helped from behind to ensure the broadcast ran smoothly. The live chat was filled with excited and expectant comments. He furrowed his brows thinking, a broadcast? Are we live streaming right now? Ah, what in the world is happening? Kanglum looked concerned, but his face still brimmed with confidence. Recalling that moment, he gestured to stop a taxi. Then the two got into the car. Kanglum hurriedly said, driver, please start quickly. The bodyguards watched the car drive away. Duami still didn't understand what was happening. But Sunday, I don't want to crush your hope, but isn't that really unrealistic? She was extremely worried. As I told you, to go against my family. Kanglum cut her off, operating his phone. It'll be fine, everything is ready. Duami asked in surprise, what did you say? The call connected. Kanglum asked Gehi, how is it? On the other end the reply came, everything is ready now. I've promoted it as much as possible through people I know. Duami was still confused and asked Sunday what preparations. He smiled and replied, preparations to expose this. To avoid his disaster detection ability, or rather to expose things we shouldn't expose. At this moment, Gehi smiled at the camera. The main broadcast today will be much more interesting than now, so everyone please look forward to it. Duami also laughed along. Thank you for your support. Only Gehi was fuming. We will make good use of the production budget. Duami's fiancé watched their actions and speculated. Did they just broadcast everything on the internet? Are they trying to make this public? He smiled and denied it. No, that can't be. I've always been wary of the risk of exposure. How could I not have predicted this even with fortune-telling? Kanglum, as if knowing what he was thinking, opened his mouth. It's only natural that your ability couldn't predict it, he said confidently, because everyone thought this situation was like a web drama. He asked again in surprise, what did you say? Kanglum pulled out his phone. You, Gehi, and the others have been telling everyone since yesterday that we're filming a movie promoting this screening. The poster has already been released. He looked up at the comments below the broadcast, seeing people say this was just a small scene from a movie. That's why they had live-streamed Kanglum and Duami's conversation on YouTube. So even though they witnessed all your despicable actions, people simply thought it was acting for a movie. Kanglum looked his opponent straight in the eye. Of course, this only applies if you back down now. Only then did he understand everything. Right, that's what it was. If they had disclosed it live right then, I would have predicted it. He stood blankly. But because it was portrayed as filming, it hadn't been exposed yet, and thus it was outside the scope of my disaster detection ability. The murmuring of people echoed in his ears. But if I don't back down now, Kanglum sneered. So you finally understand, if you continue to try and take Duami, everyone will realize this isn't a movie. He silently listened to her say, but that happened in reality, and you'll be exposed to the whole world. Only now did he realize he had no other choice but to back down to avoid it. Kanglum smiled. In other words, it's an exposure that isn't exposed. The reason this was possible is because you relied too much on your abilities. Gather as many people as possible in one day. He and Cha Shuren promoted it widely everywhere. He scoffed at his opponent's confidence. If you had been a little more careful, you would have noticed it earlier. But after only investigating our surrounding situation once, Kanglum said in a low voice, you became overly reliant on your abilities and concluded that the future wouldn't change. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Haha, you really think you've created something amazing? He sneered at what had happened. Do you really think you can threaten me with this much? Of course. This childish prank may be creative, but the world isn't as simple as you think. He slowly pulled out his phone and threatened. Outside, the bodyguards were also rushing towards them. Everyone inside was drawn by the loud noise from outside. He spread his arms wide and said confidently, With just one phone call I can make this broadcast disappear and handle all these problems as if they were accidents. But as soon as the call connected and he heard the other side, he shouted in surprise, "Wait, grandfather, why suddenly? Of course there were some mistakes, but we can still turn the situation around," Minnie Wook shouted angrily over the phone. "You're too foolish. Have you forgotten who our clients are? They are people who tolerate not even the smallest mistake. Even if we buried this broadcast, rumors would spread right now." He was shocked to hear his grandfather say that in this situation they would sever ties with them out of fear of any association. And then hearing his grandfather say, "The moment you were cornered, you had already lost. Our business is at risk. Let's talk about the inheritance later." He slumped. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, grandfather?" His entire body stiffened. Unbelievable. His psychological state changed so suddenly that he was dumbfounded. The power and family I always believed in, the power and family that were like allies like snakes, are now turning against me as if to devour me. Seeing him slumped on the floor, Kanglum asked, "Why do you think the world only runs on money and power?" "I think that's basically true." He smiled and opened his mouth. "But because reality is so bitter in comics and novels, characters who return from the future are created to produce an unexpectedly satisfying story. What more can I say? You just happened to meet such a character." He was confused. What are you talking about?" All he got in return was a scoff. Kanglum suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Gehi, I'm sorry, I missed one scene. Is it okay if we shoot that scene again right now?" As soon as Gehi heard that, she understood the intention. She approached excitedly. "All right, I'll do it." Gehi smiled meaningfully. Scene 38, the manifestation of justice, right? He was startled to hear that. What? And then she punched him. Julami's fiance's face was turned and he tumbled to the ground, his eyes spinning. The bodyguards also arrived in time and dragged him out. Everyone watched blankly as they left. As the door slammed shut, the space fell silent again. Julami knelt on the ground at this moment. Gehi asked worriedly, "Jamie, are you okay?" Julami stammered in reply, "I'm okay, I just feel a bit drained." Cha Shuren announced that the broadcast was over. Yanga asked anxiously, "Is everything over?" Julami decided to erase all data from her phone. Suddenly a message appeared. "We'll definitely catch you." She hesitated and opened her mouth. "I don't think it's over yet. That old man won't let me go that easily," Kanglum said calmly. "At least for now you can rest comfortably. Besides, there are many ways to handle the follow-up." He was silent for a moment, then asked again, "So how is it?" Julami replied, confused. "Yes." Kanglum smiled and asked again, "Has your destiny changed?" With slightly moist eyes she replied, "Yes it has." Terrible old memories flashed through her mind and soon tears streamed down her face. Julami sobbed in front of everyone. Gehi set up a bulletin board outside the broadcast room door. She peeked inside the room and asked, Yanga, did you check the control panel area? There should have been an instruction manual there. You know, since we borrowed this place without permission, we need to put everything back in its original place." Yanga looked around and replied, "And we also need to tidy up the studio to its original state." Is this it?" Cha Shuren, carrying a pile of boxes, said. "If nothing goes wrong in a few days, I'll notify the fans that the web drama has been cancelled for a justifiable reason." Gehi pulled up a chair and agreed. "I'll do that too." The web drama was now spreading much more widely. Everyone in the room mumbled about putting things back in their original places. "Hey, isn't it this way, not that way? Should I put it here? Yes, right there. Hey Gehi, where should I put this?" After everything was done, Kanglum and Julami went home. She opened her mouth. "I can go back by myself. It's really close, so I'll be there in no time," he refused. "It's fine, it's the same road until the crossroads anyway. Besides, it's getting dark, and just in case, who knows what your grandfather might be plotting." Kanglum was still very cautious. If something were to happen before this episode truly ends, it would be an unprecedented disaster, like when Cha Shuren was kidnapped last time, Julami wondered, unable to help herself. "All right, but if Sunbae knew about the danger, why did you do it?" he replied nonchalantly. "I told you. If I had pretended to be indifferent and let you be in danger, I knew I would regret it later." Hearing that, she raised her head and looked at him. I was lost in thought. Does Sunbae understand that too? The more I see him, the more I realize this Sunbae is a truly strange person. Now she noticed the bag in his hand. She asked, "What's this? What is this?" Kanglum glanced at it. This." He held up the bag in his hand. "Earlier when we went to the broadcast room, while you and the others were getting ready, I had a little time, so I went to the convenience store and bought some bread and other things." Kanglum scratched his head, embarrassed. "It's getting late and I thought you'd be hungry after everything was done. That's it, right? But it didn't seem like the right time to say anything then." Her eyes sparkled, and seeing the food in the bag, her mouth watered, unable to resist her appetite. The two quickly found a place to rest. Julami happily held the bag of bread in her hand. "I really love this snack." He smiled and looked at her. "I like that too, hee. Actually, I saw it in a webtoon and tried it once, and it was really delicious. Especially the cream inside." She asked, "This one?" Julami took a bite of the bread. "It's really unexpected that we have similar tastes. At first I think I was a bit quick to judge. Seeing him like comics and such, I thought our tastes would be completely different." Recalling Kanglum's past appearance, she mumbled. "Before he was a little like that." Her cheeks gradually turned redder. "He was quite cool." Julami looked at him and thought to herself, "If his face was my ideal type, would I have fallen for him?" Suddenly, a vague thought popped into her head. Should I reread the comic? I only read a few episodes a long time ago, and now might be a chance to reread it. Julami suddenly raised her head. Wait, why am I thinking this? She felt a little sad inwardly. After all, I won't be able to see Sunbae often, once this fake relationship ends and the family problem is resolved. Kanglam suddenly asked, aren't you disappointed? Seeing Duami's wide eyes staring at him, he explained, I'm talking about the fireworks show. Kanglam said with a slight regret, we missed the chance to see it at the amusement park. You must have been really looking forward to it today. She smiled shyly. Ah, that's right, but that wasn't the time to see it, now that my family problem is resolved. I'll be able to see them at the school festival in November, he asked in surprise. Oh, really? No matter what, you'll be able to see the fireworks at that festival? Duami wondered. Oh, what did you say? What do you mean? Is something else happening that day? Kanglam was slightly embarrassed. Well, actually, I've prepared a few things, she asked out of curiosity. Oh, what did Sunbae? Before she could finish, a beam of light shot up from the ground. With a bang, fireworks exploded in the sky. Julami looked up at the light emanating from the fireworks, and soon countless fireworks exploded in the sky. Nearby, Yangsu gestured and said, Fleet attack. Kanglam looked up at the sky and wondered, how many did he launch? They're all school equipment, he said softly. Well, it's not that. You went through a lot today. I spoke a bit harshly and told you to choose, but I understand how difficult that decision must have been for you. Kanglam scratched his cheek. So he thought this was his way of saying well done, and in fact, he added with a bright smile, I'm really looking forward to the fireworks show too. Julami tilted her head and asked, what should I do? He scratched his head a little awkwardly. How should I do it? These fireworks are leftovers from the last festival that were stored in the warehouse. The principal told us to reconfirm them before the festival for safety reasons, so we decided to use them this time. Kanglam looked up at the sky. There was a hint of anxiety in his voice, but he hadn't expected it to be this grand. Is it okay to use them so blatantly, risking getting scolded? He chuckled foolishly and said, Yangsu seems too excited. Duami heard that and turned her head to look at him. What do I do now? She recalled past memories. Honestly, Kanglam Sunbae's looks aren't my type, and I teased him a few times, but I didn't really mean it. Duami clutched the hem of her pants, her face flushed. What do I do now? I think I've fallen for Sunbae. Kanglam was completely unaware of her inner turmoil. He raised his head and shielded his eyes from the dazzling light. Wow, this is truly impressive. Is this why celebrities flock to the Han River to watch this in the fall? She bit her lip to maintain her composure and then suddenly blurted out, Sunbae, you have cream on your face. Kanglam asked in surprise, where? I haven't eaten any bread. Before he could finish, Julami smeared bread cream on his face. Playfully, she said, here, you have some on your face, Sunbae. Kanglam said, hey, what are you doing? She explained her actions. Sunbae, do you know, your boyfriend's score was in the negatives until just now, do you know, but because of this I'm specially giving you an extra 200 points. Kanglam's jaw dropped. What kind of training camp score is that? Julami suddenly leaned in close to him. Then I should give Sunbae a special gift. His eyes widened at her actions. It turned out Julami had licked the cream off his cheek. Instantly, Kanglam's face turned beet red like a monkey who had eaten a chili pepper. She burst into laughter and ran off. Ha ha ha, that's my gift. Anyway, I'm Sunbae's girlfriend today, he hastily shouted. Hey, Kanglam grabbed his cheek and stammered. You, Julami smirked. Why Sunbae under the scenery of exploding fireworks? She asked shyly. Is it because of what I just did? He was truly speechless. Kanglam said threateningly. No, don't tease me anymore. Do you really like teasing me that much? If you keep doing this, things will get complicated. Got it? Duami burst into laughter, completely unafraid. Ha ha ha. Sunbae, I'm really looking forward to it. Ah, really? Seriously, you really? The scene shifted to Kanglam's apartment building. He opened his room door and yawned widely. Min Jiyoung saw him and asked, where have you been lately? You can't be out until 1 a.m. on a weekend. Kanglam replied without even opening his eyes, what do you know, I've been incredibly busy lately, okay? She burst into laughter. Nonsense. He chuckled, opened the cupboard but found nothing. Should I make some ramen? Min Jiyoung immediately shouted. Make some for me too. Kanglam fell into thought while waiting for the water to boil. This incident has many repercussions. The scale of this matter is too large. That's why in ESW it was mentioned twice in various media, like the stalker incident, he thought as he ripped open the ramen package. But going through this chaos again would be a nightmare. This time, I want to end it in one go. So I'll use the money laundering and corruption evidence mentioned in ESW. Kanglam felt that this wouldn't be easy. Unlike the facts, the core of the corruption issue is that the exclusive company named doesn't actually exist. I definitely remember the name, but the problem is how to expose it. Exposing the corruption of a large corporation through a personal broadcasting platform is very difficult, he recalled that time. That's when an unexpected gift arrived. The president of the fashion brand where there was a misunderstanding last time sent a dress to Yu Gehi as a thank you. Kanglam's eyes narrowed slightly. Along with the dress there was a business card that said to call anytime if needed. So now I've decided to use it. On TV, an announcer delivered breaking news. A corruption case related to an anonymous tip. The prosecution is reviewing charges including serious economic crimes. Min Jiyoung mumbled, damn it, it's a mess, all sorts of things are happening. Kanglam placed the ramen pot on the table and called out, hey, eat up. She heard that and excitedly shouted, let's eat. After that, he moved his ramen pot towards his computer desk. It's really burdensome to confront power. So what, as long as I can sleep soundly at night everything's fine. A YouTube notification caught Kanglam's attention. Live notification, worth girl. Live broadcast started now. First cam test. I'll continue consultations today. Julami's face was visible on the screen. Are you worried about an unfavorable card arrangement? She smiled gently. Don't worry, whether it's tarot cards or anyone's future, everything can change in any situation. Kanglam watched while eating his ramen, and Julami's voice echoed in his ears. Alright, let's look at the stories sent today. He was satisfied. This is enough. On the sports field, 2 female students said to Cha Shirin, we're really sorry. They explained, we don't think we can hang out today as planned. Mom told me to come home right now. The inspector is coming. The friend next to her also said regretfully, I'm really sorry, my tutoring time was suddenly changed to today. Cha Shirin reluctantly agreed. Alright, it's okay. We can go to Olive Young next time. The 2 friends hurried away saying, I'll text you, see you Monday. Alright, I'll be free next week. Cha Shirin waved goodbye. Yeah, be careful. As the 2 disappeared, she let her arms drop, looking downcast. A hint of loss was in Cha Shirin's eyes. My schedule suddenly opened up. Kanglam and Gehi said they were busy today. What about the others? The scene shifted to another location. Julami opened the door wide and shouted, Hello everyone, Gehi asked in surprise. You came again today? I nodded. Yes. Is Kanglam Sunbae here? Gehi replied. If you're referring to him, he didn't come today. Julami turned around and left like the wind. Oh, is that so? Then goodbye, honey. Gehi was dumbfounded. What? Cha Shirin walked alone thinking, come to think of it, the tarot reading when we first met. Julami looked at the card arrangement and said, Rather than worrying about how to deal with your rival, it might be better to cultivate your inner self. That will increase your chances of winning the heart of the person you like, honey. Cha Shirin asked blankly. Cultivate my inner self. I replied. Yes, but this is just personal advice. Boys often become a little indifferent after going through many relationships. She leaned in and whispered softly, You could also approach him a bit more boldly like this. Cha Shirin's face turned beet red because of what Julami said. Thinking about it now, her face still felt hot. She kept shaking her head to get rid of the feeling, but even if I cultivate my inner self, it's not certain. I only knew how to play games until then. Cha Shirin felt lonely among the people. Now that I've decided to rest for a while, I don't know how to fill all this newfound free time. All my unique skills and interests were related to games. She clenched her fists and resolved, Alright, let's do it. Let's find something other than games. The scene shifted to a shopping mall. At this time, Kanglam was sitting in front of a shelf, lamenting. Why did my mouse break now and on a weekend of all times? He grumbled, looking at the price. Buying it online is much cheaper. Geez, that's why I prefer online shopping. Suddenly, a loud noise from behind made him turn around curiously. It turned out a cart full of luggage had bumped into someone else. The person said apologetically, Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't looking where I was going. Kanglam looked at the scene puzzled. Who is that? Why are they buying so many things in the domestic market? This person was Cha Shirin. She tilted her head and asked, Fortunately, you're not hurt. He approached after hearing the familiar voice. Cha Shirin, why are you here? She also asked in surprise. Oh, Kanglam, why are you here? Kanglam, Cha Shirin frowned and asked, And why are you outside on a weekend? Do you have a deathly illness if you're not holed up at home? I go out sometimes too. Did you know? He explained. My mouse suddenly broke, so I came to buy a new one. Shirin pointed to her cart and said, I came to buy some cleaning supplies. Master Wusa will probably visit our apartment soon. Kanglam was blank. No, doesn't all that look like too much? Cha Shirin introduced. Kanglam, this is a new vacuum cleaner from S Company, and this upgraded version has even more features. His face crumpled. It seems she's found something new again. Kanglam looked at the towering cart and said, Alright, setting aside your bulk purchase for now, how do you plan to take all this? Now it was her turn to exclaim blankly. Oh, Cha Shirin touched her chin deep in thought and after a long time gave her answer. With all my strength. He shook his head. It's no use, it's too much, I'll help you. The 2 left the shopping mall and Cha Shirin said awkwardly, Thank you for your help. The 2 were laden with bags and she felt truly lucky. If you weren't here, Kanglam, I would have been in real trouble, he replied nonchalantly. It's fine, I didn't have anything else to do anyway. But Kanglam was still curious and asked, But Cha Shirin, you've been living here for quite a while, haven't you? Your enrollment was just postponed, but didn't you buy a vacuum cleaner and stuff when you first moved in? She also spoke without reservation. Actually our apartment was empty until now. I spent most of my time at Dua's dorm and only recently started unpacking. Understood. Oh, that must have been convenient then. Looking at her attire, Kanglam asked puzzled. Speaking of Dua, are you still wearing that school uniform? Didn't you say you were going to buy new clothes? At that time, Cha Shirin had planned to go shopping for clothes with her friends and said there was no longer any reason for her to wear that school uniform. She sighed. Yeah, I went shopping. I went with my friends, but it turned into a fan signing event without me realizing it. He heard that and his eyes widened. That's tough, like you Gehi last time. Cha Shirin smiled optimistically. Actually, I ordered some clothes online later, she suggested. If you're okay with it, could you take a look? Kanglam replied, flustered. I don't mind, but I don't know how helpful my opinion would be. Are you really sure? Cha Shirin smiled brightly. Yes, and since you helped me move my things, would you like to come in for some tea? The atmosphere suddenly turned silent and recalling something. She suddenly hesitated. Wait, could you wait outside the door for a moment? It's not completely ready inside yet. Cha Shirin hastily went into the house. After that, banging sounds continued. Kanglam wandered outside the door. What on earth is going on inside? He asked about her well-being. Cha Shuren, is everything alright inside? Dust was flying inside the house and she shouted, yes, absolutely, do not come in. Kanglam's voice came from outside the door. I'm not going in, the doors locked automatically. After a moment the door slowly opened. Cha Shuren said, it's ready now, I'll open the door. Kanglam was blank when the door opened. She was wearing a sleeveless shirt and a short skirt. She asked shyly, how is it? It's the outfit I told you about earlier, I tried it on. Kanglam replied, blushing, yeah, it suits you very well. After that, she changed into another outfit. Wait, there's more. How about a style I haven't tried before, or how about this one? He sat on the floor and looked up. Oh, they're all pretty. But hey, there's something I didn't tell you before. Kanglam burst out laughing. If you're going to school, isn't a school uniform enough? Cha Shuren made an incomprehensible sound. He thought to himself, all right, but he didn't. As expected, she said, oh right. After that, Cha Shuren turned her back to Kanglam. He asked again, right? Where he couldn't see, she smiled. It was all according to my intentions. Because her two friends had told her before that she didn't understand yet that a school uniform alone wasn't enough. Shuren, you have someone you like, don't you? I could tell from your interview. At that, her face flushed with embarrassment. Shuren hesitated. Yeah, her two friends had imparted this wisdom to her. According to school regulations, transfer students can mix school uniforms with casual clothes. Shouldn't you take advantage of that? She still had her back turned to him, trying to make a deeper impression on Kanglam. Cha Shuren puffed out her cheeks, her whole face slightly red, even though he knew it was all intentional. He spoke, Cha Shuren. She walked towards her closet. All right then, that's enough, I'll change into a hoodie. Cha Shuren reached out and opened her closet. A loud crash echoed and items tumbled out, almost burying her. He exclaimed in surprise, Cha Shuren? Kanglam asked worriedly, are you okay? Cha Shuren tilted her head back and replied, yeah, I was careless, I was just a little surprised. He approached, his expression hardening. Surprised by what? Don't tell me the noise I heard from outside the door earlier was because of this? She emerged from the pile of things. Yeah, that's right, my place was too messy. I was so embarrassed that I quickly hid everything. Kanglam picked up a trash bag and asked, all right, I get it, but why is there a trash bag? You're planning to throw all this away, right? She nodded. Yeah, but when I went to throw it away I felt it was a waste. I wanted to look through it again and only keep the useful things. He picked up another box. This is just an empty box, isn't it? Cha Shuren defended herself. I kept it because I thought it might be needed for resale or IS later. Kanglam was speechless again, looking at the broken lamp in his hand, and pressed her. Why didn't you throw this away? She explained awkwardly. Well, the screen still works, so I thought I could find a way to use it somehow. He shouted. How are you going to use it? Just throw it away. Do you like collecting old things? Why don't you throw some stuff away? You're just like my dad. Cha Shuren hesitated. But what if? Kanglam cut her off. No, throw it all away. That's the only way to tidy up. You don't need to buy a vacuum cleaner. What you need to do is throw things away. He pointed to the trash bag from earlier. Let's start with this trash bag. After that, the two were busy without noticing Cha Shuren's phone ringing. Wusa called, but no one answered. The work was finished. A person with a suitcase stood on the roadside. Wusa called again, but still no answer. She muttered, she's not answering the phone. Is she home? As the two cleaned together, the house became spotless. Kanglam wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. I think it's somewhat tidied up now, isn't it? It finally looks like a place people live in. Cha Shuren nodded. Yeah, you worked hard. Thank you, Kanglam, she explained awkwardly. It's not usually this messy. I just did a lot of shopping recently. He chuckled. All right. Kanglam picked up the trash bag and empty boxes and headed outside. All right, I'll go throw out the rest of the trash now. Cha Shuren looked around and said, meanwhile, I'll order lunch. It's already well past lunchtime. Where's my phone? He nodded. Okay, but what should we order? She replied very quickly. How about jjajangmyeon? Kanglam smiled. You really seem to like jjajangmyeon, don't you? You ordered that last time at the PC Bang too. He quickly confirmed the order. You worked hard cleaning today. So why not? Sounds good. Cha Shuren searched for her phone, but seeing the messages and missed calls, she shouted, wait, Kanglam. Cha Shuren, flustered, informed him. Wusa is coming here. Kanglam, surprised, asked back, what? Suddenly a knock sounded from outside. Shuren, are you home? Wusa was outside the door. Inside, Cha Shuren whispered, I just checked my phone. She said her return date was moved up. He also whispered, oh, then that's the person standing outside, she said, suppressing her voice. And Kanglam, I'm really sorry, but Ani is a bit overprotective if she sees me with a boy. Kanglam replied, his expression hardening. Yeah, I know what you mean. He looked at her worriedly. But Ani is right outside. What should we do? Cha Shuren, resigned, suggested. There's no other way. You have to go out the window. Kanglam was speechless. We're on the 20th floor. I'll die outside. Ani. Wusa wondered. Is she not here? Where did she go? She was about to knock on the door again. Just then, Cha Shuren opened the door and greeted her. Oh, hello, Ani. Ani, Wusa asked in surprise. You were home? I've been trying to contact you since I left the airport. Cha Shuren explained. Well, I just checked my phone. Seeing her drenched in sweat, Ani was puzzled. Really, but why are you sweating so much? Cha Shuren waved her hand and said, because I cleaned my room. Wusa was somewhat confused to hear her say that she had found too many things piled up, but her gaze landed on the men's shoes on the floor. Wusa dragged her suitcase inside. All right, I just came to check if everything was okay myself. I talked on the phone, but Ani was still worried. She lowered her head and looked at Cha Shuren. Not only the match-fixing scandal, but after your interview the online communities were buzzing, weren't they? That's right, you mentioned you wanted to try dating. Wusa opened the room door to check. Cha Shuren was sweating. This room is still a bit messy. Oh right, I clearly stated that I wasn't referring to anyone specific. I clearly stated it, but Ani saw the standing closet. So Ani was so worried that she couldn't help but come here. Our parents asked me to take care of you, so Ani feels obligated to you. Wusa reached out to open the closet. So, she opened the closet. Kanglum was hiding inside. Kanglum stammered, hello Ani. Ani asked him who he was. Cha Shuren and Kanglum felt extreme anxiety. Wusa spoke first. Alright, let's talk here. Cha Shuren introduced, this is Na Kanglum. I assure you he's not someone you need to be wary of, Ani. Kanglum was thinking differently. The problem is her real name is Song Yura. She plays an important role in Cha Shuren's professional debut. Of course, she's also from ESW. He saw her beauty and extraordinary aura. She's probably not one of the 6 protagonists, but she often appears as a sub-heroine in the story. Despite being categorized as a sub-heroine, her character's fame rivals that of the protagonist. Kanglum felt troubled. She's someone I could only meet if I got closer to the protagonist. I let my guard down. I thought there would be no reason to meet her if I wasn't the protagonist. He recoiled slightly. I didn't expect to meet her like this. Kanglum had to admit he was deep in thought. If I'm suspicious in this situation, how much more so must Ani be? It's perfectly normal for Ani to be wary, but the problem is this character is a bit. Cha Shuren still tried to explain. So Kanglum isn't a suspicious person, he's my close classmate. Ani nodded and summarized, okay, I get it. So that kid is your classmate, something like that. But Wusa thought differently. Someone who approaches naive Shuren to play interesting harmful pranks and entice her. Imagining Cha Shuren becoming arrogant and negatively influenced leading her astray, she frowned and asked, is the classmate you're talking about that kind of person, a bit unsavory? He heard that and denied it. What do you mean unsavory? Why are you distorting it with an imaginary definition? Why are you exaggerating the problem? Cha Shuren also waved her hand. No, Kanglum isn't that kind of person. He's just a member of the same club as me, Wusa calmly spoke. Ah, okay, same club. So that's how it is? Ani's imagination was very vivid. When you accidentally walked into what you thought was the restroom, blonde, red-haired male students teased her. Hey pretty lady, what's up? Isn't that the famous player Rosen T? Tang approached, holding a piece of paper and said orphan. Can't leave until you sign it, Wusa frowned slightly. Is the club member you're talking about that kind of person, really problematic? Cha Shuren explained with all her might. Duamong is a really nice person, he just wanted your autograph, Ani. Your imagination is too wild. Saying that, she turned to Kanglum. I'm sorry, Ani. Wusa worries too much. Maybe Ani tends to be overly cautious or sometimes thinks too far ahead of reality. Ani is too trusting. His expression darkened slightly. What do you mean unlike me? He was a little annoyed. I knew Ani would be like this, but I'm not famous and I'm not the protagonist either. I never thought I'd be suspected my whole life just for being ordinary. Kanglum held out his phone with his friend list to Ani. Wusa. Ani, look carefully, look at my pathetic friend list. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. But Ani showed an indifferent attitude. It seems you're living a secret life with 2 phones. Isn't this just the average number of chat friends for young people these days? He put both hands on the table and leaned forward. No, Ani, I told you it's not like that. We first met in a completely wholesome PC bang. Do you understand? Wusa still ignored him. What? You met my Shuren in a dark, dingy basement? Kanglum was now a little angry. Is that woman doing this on purpose? Cha Shuren, who had been quiet until now spoke loudly. Ani. Wusa, Kanglum isn't that kind of person, I mean, she said, her face slightly flushed. You don't need to worry. Until now, Ani had said nothing, then she smiled slightly. Really? Then Shuren? Wusa suggested that she was thirsty. Could you get me a cold Americano? Cha Shuren was slightly surprised. Hawaii? When she left, only the 2 of them remained in the room. Ani took a sip of tea and asked, You're Kanglum, right? He nodded and replied, Yes, Wusa asked again. Then there's nothing between you and her, right? Kanglum was sweating with worry. There's nothing between us, really. Honestly, Shuren and I would never be like that. Haha. She put down her teacup. Really, that's a relief. Then she stated her opinion. Shuren needs to focus on her career right now. After all, a pro gamer's career, as everyone knows, is very short, Wusa said, hearing that even when she was at her peak, a moment of carelessness could lead to a slump. He asked back, slightly surprised. What? She frowned and explained. Especially foolish elements like dating or romance scandals are even worse than match-fixing rumors. Kanglum seemed not to understand. Why is Ani talking about this? Ani knows Shuren best. Ani. Wusa bowed her head slightly, her voice full of worry. Considering her current fame and future potential, now is not the time to date. He cut off her words. I'm sorry. But I think Ani is misunderstanding something. She asked back suspiciously. What? Kanglum scratched his forehead. Of course, it's perfectly normal to worry about her meeting a bad person, but to say she shouldn't date for the sake of social prejudice and maintaining popularity. He spoke his mind honestly. I completely disagree with that perspective. At least not for Shuren right now. Thinking he had spoken too much, Kanglum scratched his head, feeling awkward. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interfered. Ani agreed, that's right. It's unnecessary interference. Ani. Wusa's voice softened slightly. She's just a friend to you, yet you dare to cross that line? After that, Ani burst out laughing. I like that, Wusa explained her actions. I came to see Shuren because she seemed a little different recently. He was slightly surprised. I'm sorry, Ani winked. You passed, I think you suit her well, Kanglum said, half understanding. Oh, what are you talking about right now? Wusa laughed. I was just making sure you were someone trustworthy. She glanced at a guitar place nearby. Shuren had previously mentioned having some worries, and then she saw items unrelated to games on a shelf. It was her break time, and she said she wasn't sure what she wanted to do besides gaming. so she had been trying various things to find a hobby. Kanglum also understood, glancing at the trash bags outside. Ah, so that's why everything was messy, Wusa then mumbled. She also said she felt like she was floating, but to me it seemed like normal behavior for that age. Recalling Cha Shuren's flushed face earlier, she cleared her throat. Even her expression before that. Wusa then placed her hand on the table and, lowering her voice, said sincerely, "Honestly, I was a bit relieved too. She seems to be living a more normal life in a positive way. I think you've had some influence as well." Then she smiled faintly. "That's why I said I liked it." Kanglum was slightly embarrassed by the compliment. "Oh no, I didn't really do anything." Wusa suddenly changed the subject. "Alright, so when should we plan an official meeting with your family?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Excuse me, what did you say?" She frowned slightly. "And don't you think this place is a bit small for the two of you?" He was speechless. Is Ani imagining things again? Meanwhile, Cha Shuren was ordering outside. "One warm iced Americano, please." The employee felt something was off. "What? How can it be warm if it's iced?" Kanglum and his group were walking. Yang-su suddenly burst out laughing. "That's when I used the power of my Demon King's Eye and borrowed the power of the Divine Dragon to eliminate all of them." Yanga chimed in, shouting, "Really? You made it to the final stage? You must have rushed in and played right after the update yesterday, didn't you?" Lammy mumbled quietly from behind. "What on earth are they talking about? Sounds like game talk. Are they still speaking Korean?" She turned to Kanglum and said, "Ah, Kanglum Sunbae, that game is for another time." But he was rubbing his chin, lost in thought about something, and wasn't paying attention to Lammy. Lammy asked worriedly, "Sunbae, what's wrong? Is something the matter? You don't look well. Are you hurt somewhere?" Kanglum looked around and replied, "No, I just felt a chill from someone staring intensely at me." Kanglum immediately turned his body, but behind him were only ordinary people walking on the street. At the sight, the two girls wondered. "Sunbae, Kanglum, Sunbae, what's wrong?" Kanglum still doubted if he had imagined it. Finally, he reassured them. "It's nothing." As Kanglum's intuition suggested, there was indeed someone secretly observing every move of his group from behind. In the classroom, students were chatting animatedly. "Hey, what are we doing in PE today?" "I don't know, but we've already done badminton, haven't we?" Kanglum was walking down the hallway, fiddling with his phone at this time. Recently, every after school, he had been getting an eerie feeling that someone was following and watching him. At first, he thought it was just paranoia, but it wasn't. He was a bit suspicious. But I can't find out who it is or what their purpose is. It doesn't seem like you, Gehi, or anyone else is looking at me. And there won't be any more stalker incidents, right?" Kanglum was very worried. "I wonder if I missed any details in ESW. I've rearranged and rewatched the episode order all night, but nothing comes to mind." With every few steps, he glanced back cautiously. But at this moment, surprisingly, not only after school but throughout today's classes, Kanglum discovered that someone was actually following him. He mumbled to himself, "That guy's here." Kanglum bowed his head in fear. "This is not happy at all, but in the worst case, I can still use the loop. I don't want to drag this out and get stressed for nothing." So he shouted loudly, "Damn it, I was too focused on my phone and got lost. I'll be late for class at this rate." At that, Kanglum immediately ran at full speed. Sure enough, the guy following him fell into the trap and chased him fiercely. The two ran down the hallway. Kanglum quickly went down the stairs. The guy also followed closely. He cleverly hid behind a wall. As the guy approached, Kanglum lunged. "Gotcha, who are you?" He seized the opportunity to grab the hand of the person who had been following him, and the person screamed in surprise. "What?" Kanglum was stunned when he saw the person's face. "Who are you?" He immediately pressed, "So it was you, the one who was following me?" Nari hesitated, about to speak, but quickly bowed her head. "Hello, my name is..." Then Nari introduced herself. "I'm Gehi, Ani's younger sister." On the sports field, the teacher was calling attendance. "Wait, we're still short. Where's the last one?" Kanglum, hearing her words from inside, exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Nari bowed her head and stammered. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to seem like I was following Oppa. I made you uncomfortable. I'm really sorry," Kanglum said awkwardly. "Oh no, it's okay," he thought to himself. At least it wasn't an ESW villain. He was relieved by that thought. Kanglum saw her repeatedly saying, I'm really sorry, and became a little worried. This is really relieving, but even though she's a sub-heroine, she's also one of the most dangerous female characters. If possible, I want to keep my distance from this character. "But why?" He looked directly at Nari and asked, "If that's not the reason, why did you do that? Why did you follow me?" She hesitated and replied, "I just had to see for myself what kind of person Oppa is." Kanglum was startled to hear that. "How what?" Nari's voice suddenly grew louder. "Oppa needs to be honest, please," she pressed seriously. "What exactly is your relationship with my Ani Gehi?" He was flustered by such a question. What relationship? Wait a minute. What on earth is she talking about?" Nari's face darkened. "This started not long after Ani started attending Manhwa High. Every time Ani and I had dinner together." She recalled her sister's face brightening every time she talked about Oppa. "And then boss, right, with boss. Yeah, boss really." Nari clasped her hands. "And it wasn't once or twice but every day. Ani smiled every time she talked about this boss. And Oppa seemed to have come to our house recently too." She suddenly raised her voice. "So I wanted to ask Oppa directly. Are Oppa and Ani dating?" Kanglum immediately denied it. No, absolutely not. We're definitely not that kind of relationship." "Really?" Nari was slightly suspicious. "Really," he immediately emphasized. "Really. We're just classmates. We hang out together because we're in the same club, but that's it." She heard that and sighed in relief. Thank you for letting me know, Kanglum spoke up. Anyway, if that's the reason, you could have asked earlier instead of secretly following and observing me from a distance, Nari said honestly. At first I tried to do that too. She blushed and bowed her head slightly. But honestly, the more I watched, the more suspicious Oppa seemed. Kanglum, understanding nothing, asked curiously. Huh, suspicious? Why? Nari replied. I overheard some of what Oppa said to his friend. It turned out Nari had been secretly listening to Yangsu's nonsense. I am a being who can erase the heavens. If they don't obey, there's no other way but to eliminate them, he chimed in. Alright, let's send our people to eliminate them. At the next word, she was even more horrified. Oh, let's inflict some pain and get some points before finishing them off, Nari accused. That happened several times, Kanglum immediately explained. Hey, that's game talk, just a game, and that friend always talks like that. She suddenly pointed out one thing. Besides that friend, Oppa always goes around alone, and if you don't go to Uni's club, you go straight home. Isn't that suspicious? He asked, so utterly baffled. Why is that suspicious? Nari analyzed. People usually go out to play after school, don't they? My friends often come to my house to play too, you know. Kanglum immediately retorted. That's just you, look at who you are. He was speechless. Who are these famous sisters making fun of? She continued. Anyway, that's why I came all the way here. Today is also our founding anniversary. I thought wearing a school uniform would look more natural. Kanglum asked with slight curiosity. Alright, I understand, but listen, just hypothetically. If I were dating Yu Gehi, what would you do? Nari quickly replied. Me? I would thoroughly investigate whether Oppa is worthy of dating Uni. If I think Oppa is a good person, I'll bless Uni and Oppa. But at her next words, her voice became chilling. But if not, Nari approached and said with emphasis, I will absolutely not let it slide. She looked directly at him and asserted that it was to protect her sister. Kanglum recoiled in fear. As expected, it's exactly like in ESW, he gradually understood. She's usually a model student, but when it comes to Yu Gehi, she shows an obsession that goes beyond madness. Kanglum recalled the storyline. So even the protagonist wasn't properly acknowledged. This child is not to be trifled with. I've already experienced such life-threatening situations, Nari asked suspiciously. Why is Oppa asking that? Are you perhaps lying? Are you dating Uni? As expected, Kanglum shouted in fear. No, I told you no, it's just a misunderstanding, please spare me. It's a misunderstanding. I don't want to be in any more dangerous situations. Nari's eyes widened as she looked at him. Oh my, he's even begging for forgiveness. It's all because of Uni, he overreacted. He was still terrified and thought to himself. That look in her eyes earlier really seemed like she was going to do something. She smiled dangerously and warned Kanglum. Alright, but I'll keep watching a little longer until there's no reason to worry, he complained, shouting, Hey, look how calculating you are. Nari cut off his complaints. And could you do me one more favor, she said cautiously. Please keep today's matter a secret from Uni. I don't want Uni to worry unnecessarily. Kanglum readily agreed. Alright, Nari bowed her head. Then I'm really sorry for inconveniencing you today. He watched her leave and mumbled to himself. To avoid any misunderstandings, I'll need to keep my distance from Yu Gehi during this period. Kanglum thought, but anyway, I probably won't have a chance to meet Yu Gehi outside of school. The next day, Kanglum arrived at Minhyuk Academy. He asked the person opposite him, flustered. Why are you here? Gehi replied nonchalantly. Hi boss, so you attend this academy too? Behind her, Lammy looked furious with a murderous expression. Kanglum asked flustered, Then why are you here? Did you enroll here too? You don't need to attend an academy, do you? Gehi quickly explained. Not me. I came to enroll my sister, but because of a promotion it was cheaper to enroll 2 people. I've never had a trial class before, so I thought I'd try it for a month. Then she turned and introduced the two to each other. Is this your first time meeting each other? Let me introduce you. This is Yunari, my second youngest sister. And this is Boss, who I've talked about a few times. Lammy quickly smiled sweetly. Hello, nice to meet you, Sunbae. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Yunari. While Gehi was distracted, she quickly changed her expression and signaled him to lie. Remember the promise we made between us? Can Boss just pretend not to know anything? And you didn't come to the academy to follow Uni, did you? Kanglum was stunned by her intense stare. Does she have a power to weaken me? Gehi asked worriedly, seeing his bad complexion. What's wrong? You're acting stranger than usual. Kanglum stammered in reply. Because, she didn't press further and said to Lammy, it's time for class to start. Alright then Nari, let's meet at the school gate after class. Understood. Lammy obediently replied. Yes, Uni, see you later. Gehi quickly turned around. Alright boss, you take care too. As she left, Lammy began to question Kanglum. So boss, didn't I ask you to be careful? Are you perhaps in love with Uni? He quickly explained. No, I told you I'm not that kind of person. I've been coming here for quite a while, you know. Kanglum said to her. I understand your worries, but I think you're worrying too much. Do you really think Gehi would fall for a bad guy? He said honestly. In fact, he said he was more worried that Gehi would make someone's life too difficult. At these words, Nari became even angrier. What did you just say? Are you bad-mouthing my sister right now? Kanglum was startled. I said the wrong thing. Filled with anger, she seriously warned him to be careful and stay away from her sister. You know, right, the stalker incident just happened. Kanglum quickly defended himself. Don't worry. Chuckled. If that guy is so terrible, he'd be nothing like me, and the two of us won't ever run into each other here again. After everything was settled, Kanglum hurried to class, but was utterly flustered when he saw the person sitting next to him. Nari exclaimed in surprise. Boss, she stammered in bewilderment. Surely you're not really targeting me, this can't be true. Wasn't class assignment random? Nari grew more confused the more she spoke. Or are you stalking both sisters? She immediately kicked Kanglum a few times. Pervert, get away, he quickly said. Hey, people might misunderstand. The two finally stopped fighting and focused on their studies. During their studies, Nari suddenly poked Kanglum's arm with her pen. She shyly said, "Hey, could I borrow an eraser?" He coolly handed it to Nari. "Ha, here," she said in a small voice. "Thanks, I left mine at home." Kanglum looked closely at Nari and noticed something. He asked, "What's wrong with your fingers?" She was slightly startled. "Oh, this? I recently started a part-time job at a restaurant." Kanglum asked curiously. "A part-time job? Aren't you still a first-year high school student?" Nari replied honestly. "As long as I have a work permit, most legal part-time jobs are allowed. So I started that job to help my family. I looked for something that could help with household expenses," she said shyly. "Right now, no matter how much I try to cook, my siblings refuse to eat it. They say it tastes bad." Kanglum listened to Nari's story and, confused, mumbled to himself. This detail was never mentioned in the main storyline, probably because she's a sub-heroine. He chuckled inwardly. Her fingers are hurt, everything's a mess, and her cooking seems really terrible. Nari continued to confide her inner thoughts. "I still have many shortcomings, but I want to somehow lessen my sister's burden." Kanglum immediately offered, "In that case, I'll help you," and she exclaimed in surprise. "Ha?" He quietly spoke about his own situation. "I also have a younger sister your age, and the way she treats me is truly something. It feels more like an enemy than family." At Kanglum's next words, Nari was blank. "So if I were gay, just the fact that my sister could think so thoughtfully would give me strength." Her face flushed slightly. "Thanks, that's really nice to hear." "Yes," Nari excitedly invited him. "So boss, if you come to the restaurant where I work, I'll give you special service." She said this, she suddenly stopped speaking, and Kanglum asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly stop talking?" Nari suddenly shouted, "So this is how you approach my sister." Her voice grew louder and louder, drawing the attention of many people. Pervert, I won't fall for it again." When she kicked him again, he couldn't take it anymore and said, "Damn it, seriously, stop saying things that could be misunderstood, alright?" Nari didn't back down. "Absolutely not, I'll never talk about that restaurant again." The teacher above couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Can you two keep it down?" The next few days passed quite quietly. Kanglum walked along, deep in thought. "I've been contemplating this quite a bit all last weekend. How should I deal with the sub-heroine from now on?" He quietly analyzed. "Essentially, this case is similar to a short story, so there won't be any life-threatening situations, not to mention stalkers, human traffickers, or crazy people." In the end, Kanglum came to a conclusion. "In conclusion, it's probably better not to get unnecessarily involved. Of course, honestly, it's not that I don't want to get involved." He wished everything would be as harmonious as it was in ESW. But that romantic comedy plot is a scenario for the protagonist. No matter how much I try, it might turn into a comedy. But worse, it could turn into a horror movie, right? Lost in thought, Kanglum inadvertently opened the restaurant door and stepped inside. "I don't want to risk confirming what I already know, so I'm leaning towards not getting involved as much as possible." Inside, a server quickly said, "Welcome," Nari asked as she wiped a table. "How many people?" Kanglum looked at her with a very flustered expression. "You're joking, right? Nari angrily put the water glass down on the table. She said in a threatening voice, "What will you order?" Kanglum helplessly explained, "Your eyes are so scary. Besides, this is a misunderstanding. I came out to buy mayonnaise chicken, but the place was closed." "It's true. If I had known you worked here, would I dare to come?" Nari retorted in a dark voice. "All right, inwardly, I'll raise my guard against you as a potential suspect. Get lost," he said desperately. "I really didn't know. What do you think I knew?" She ignored him and continued to warn, "From now on, stay far away from both of us. Don't approach us in any way. If you do it again, I'll report you." Hearing that, Kanglum couldn't take it anymore and accused, What is this?" he shouted. "Do you think I should report you? I've come here too many times. Isn't that too much?" Nari retorted without backing down, "That's exactly what I expected." She and the owner suddenly raised their voices, interrupting her. "He's telling the truth." The owner stepped in to mediate. "This curly-haired young man is quite an old regular customer," Nari asked hesitantly. "Owner, really?" he replied excitedly. "Yes, that's right, but do you two know each other?" "What a coincidence," Kanglum explained tiredly. "She's my friend's younger sister. I heard she had a part-time job, but I didn't know she worked here." After that, he turned to her and asked, "Isn't this quite far from your house?" Nari replied indifferently. "It's just a weekend part-time job," she added. "They mainly sell Western cuisine and value their regular customers. I thought it was also a good environment for studying." Nari looked at the trophies on the shelf and said, "Besides, the owner has participated in famous cooking competitions, international chef competitions, right? He was the winner." The owner modestly said, Oh, those days are long past." At these words, Kanglum was even more surprised. Wasn't he just a strange old man from the neighborhood? He looked at the menu and asked again. "Anyway, the misunderstanding is cleared up, right?" Nari said honestly. "This pervert is trying to seduce both of us sisters at the same time." Kanglum complained and shouted, "Excuse me, do you understand what I just said? How many times do I have to tell you this is a coincidence?" She retorted, "Why do these coincidences keep happening?" The owner stood by, watching the two argue fiercely, and warned her to be careful about continually calling him a pervert, then behave properly. Pervert, this kid keeps making things up. He winked at the opportune moment and asked, "It's almost lunchtime, curly hair, can you help me?" Kanglum was slightly flustered. Help with what? It doesn't matter whether you catch the fish or not. Focus." Nari was very flustered. "Owner, are you short-staffed?" The owner quickly closed the restaurant door. Nari tied her apron tightly and said, "Then I'll take care of it right away." Kanglum cautiously asked, "Is it all right entrusting a part-time employee with the responsibility of testing a new menu?" He affirmed decisively. Of course, a fresh perspective like hers can come up with amazing ideas. Besides, cooking requires love and passion. Hearing that, he thought to himself, "Now I know why this place is a hidden gem among foodies." Kanglum rested his chin in his hand and said, "Well, I'm fine with it. After all, the new menu will be free to taste." He paused slightly. "But what is this feeling? It feels like I've forgotten something." Kanglum suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Nari in class. Only then did he exclaim in fear, "Oh my God!" He broke out in a cold sweat. Cooking that seemed to jump out of a comic exactly, a food tasting event. Kanglum thought with dread about what the cooking disaster signified in the story. It was a characteristic indicating the uniqueness of the character. Beyond just terrible cooking, the exaggeration in the story led to tragic outcomes. He couldn't help but imagine a terrible scenario, like the entire kitchen being thrown into chaos. Kanglum was flustered again. Sometimes she even added completely unnecessary ingredients. Perhaps adding more pudding will make it taste better. Sometimes she created something that hardly looked like food at all, and if someone tasted it, they'd be lucky if it only tasted terrible. Fainting was common. In worse cases, tasting it could send them to the emergency room. And sometimes the food would just explode on its own. Kanglum was terrified. And now Nari, who I suspected had the characteristics of a cooking disaster, was diligently cooking, and I'm in the dangerous position of having to taste it. So he clutched his head and cried out inwardly, "No, this can't just end as a joke. Seriously, how could food explode?" But thinking about it, the tarot card prediction was right. "Who knows?" The owner chuckled, teasing Kanglum. "Well, you two-timing young man, you seem quite hungry, don't you?" But he was only focused on the chaotic thoughts in his mind. "No, moments from the past are flashing through my mind." Kanglum recalled the time he used to read comics on his phone, terrified. "These comic characters are really making me hungry. Even if the protagonist made poisoned food, it would be like winning the lottery. I'm dead. Is this some kind of omen?" By this point, he was sweating profusely. "If the protagonist only fainted after tasting this, it would be death for me. Besides, honestly, there's no guarantee of a loop for a sub-heroine at all. All previous loops were only related to the main character. I'm doomed." Kanglum was disheartened. What an absurd death after going through all these problems, and right at this moment Nari approached and said, "The food is ready, please taste it." She quickly placed the plate on his table. He paused at the sight of it. Fried rice, it looks quite ordinary on the surface, doesn't it?" But Kanglum quickly shook off his momentary complacency. "No, I can't let my guard down. Just because it looks ordinary on the outside doesn't mean it's not a disaster on the inside. This is a common scenario." The owner bent down to evaluate the food, asking, "Doesn't it look delicious just by looking at it? What's the name of this dish?" Nari immediately replied, "It's Central American-style vegetable fried rice with bite-sized roast beef and basil." Hearing that, Kanglum inwardly commented, "It doesn't sound like a dish you'd order at an ordinary restaurant, does it? Not even a high-end one." She urged him without hesitation. "Boss, you should taste it first. You're a customer after all." Kanglum bravely put a spoonful of rice into his mouth. "Whatever happens, I resigned myself." He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Kanglum was slightly flustered. "Ha!" he exclaimed. "It's delicious. What is this? It's not disgusting at all." And not only is it not disgusting, Kanglum, his face slightly flushed, confessed honestly, "I've never eaten anything this delicious before." The owner, who was standing nearby, also tasted it and exclaimed in admiration, "The temperature is absolutely precise, giving it a vibrant texture, and the flavors unfold in layers." He recalled his hasty words and mumbled to himself, "What on earth is happening?" "Why does it feel like last time?" Nari suddenly said. "I still have a lot to learn." She admitted herself that she was far inferior to her sister, and Nari decisively turned around. "I'm sorry, owner, just one more time. I'll try just one more time." The owner tried to stop her, but it was no use. "Oh my, wait, Nari." He turned to Kanglum and asked, "Curly hair, you know that kid's sister, right? What kind of talent does that sister have?" he asked, bewildered. Why are you suddenly asking that?" The owner said that Nari was quite good at cooking, but she pushed herself too hard, thinking she was inferior compared to her sister. She kept getting unnecessary injuries trying to create complicated dishes. Hearing this, Kanglum recalled Nari's self-deprecating words to him. "Right now, no matter how much I try to cook, my siblings refuse to eat it. They say it tastes bad." He opened his eyes wide as if he had solved the problem. "I see. It wasn't that Nari couldn't cook. It was simply that Geihi's ability was too outstanding." Kanglum couldn't help but recall the moment she confided in him. "Please don't tell Ani what happened today. I don't want her to worry unnecessarily. Even though I have many shortcomings, I want to somehow ease Ani's burden." Meanwhile, Nari was busy in the kitchen. She picked up items and thought, "But it's still not enough right now. I have to start all over again. Let's start with basic sauces first." Items on the shelf suddenly poured down and Nari was startled. She couldn't react in time and just stood there having to take everything. Large and small items rained down on Nari's small body. A moment later she was helped into the break room. Kanglum carefully wrapped the wound on Nari's foot. She moaned softly. It hurts, he calmly reassured her. Just a moment, it's almost done. The owner came in and said to Nari, Nari, we'll close early today, you can go home once you're done bandaging. She slightly bowed her head and said in a small voice, yes, I'm sorry I caused trouble. Kanglum replied, it's okay. More importantly, it doesn't seem like you need to go to the emergency room, but just in case, go to the hospital when it opens on Monday morning. Hearing this, Nari unconsciously raised her voice. It's just a small wound, do I not need to go to the hospital? He immediately asked, why are you trying to hide it from Gehi? At Kanglum's next reproach she was slightly embarrassed. Don't be so foolish. Look up how to cool a wound on the internet. He stood up and asked, now the problem is how you're going to get home. It's a long walk to the bus stop from here, isn't it? Do you have money for a taxi? Nari replied. No, I have a transit card, but it's almost used up. Kanglum immediately suggested, I also only have a little money left from lunch. Let's ask the owner to lend us some. She immediately stopped him. No, that's too much. I can't cause any more trouble. Kanglum was slightly speechless. Oh my, you're as stubborn as your sister. Then he chuckled and said, then why don't you cause trouble for me instead of the owner? The two finally left the restaurant. Kanglum carried Nari on his back and walked down the street. Everyone around them looked at them with admiring eyes. She blushed and complained, Sunday, people are looking, it's so embarrassing. He took a breath and said, that's good, if you can still say that, it means you're still okay. Then Kanglum turned his head and reminded her, imagine how worried Gehi would be if you were badly hurt, at least for your sister's sake, don't overdo it. Nari was slightly silent. She lowered her head. I've always relied on Unni. He didn't understand anything. Nari explained, I rely on Unni. She said that ever since she was little, she always felt she was lacking compared to her sister. Whether it was academics or hobbies, whenever she started something, her sister would soon surpass her. Nari always had to stand behind her sister's too big shadow, and after being compared so many times it naturally became a habit. Honestly, back then I was really jealous of Unni, she confided. But after both our parents passed away, my feelings changed. Seeing Unni work hard to support us, she looked truly reliable and I genuinely respected her. Nari said, but on the other hand, Unni looked truly lonely. She unconsciously gripped Kanglum's shoulder tightly. It felt like Unni was shouldering everything alone. I wanted to help Unni, but I wasn't capable of doing so. Nari continued, but if I just stand by and watch everything, it could turn into something like the stalker incident. Everything that seemed like her impulsive actions had a purpose. So I'm trying my best in my own way. Sunbei said, maybe I overdid it. Kanglum slightly raised his head and looked at the sky. So that's why you wanted to confirm if Gehi's boyfriend was reliable. I see. Nari also didn't deny it. Yes, I hope Unni's boyfriend isn't some unreliable guy. I hope they have a relationship where they can be a source of strength for each other. It would be really great if her boyfriend was that kind of person. She smiled slightly. Unni has been through so much, she deserves to meet a good person. Kanglum suddenly burst out laughing. Nari was startled by his laughter. Why are you laughing? What's wrong? I'm serious right now. Kanglum barely managed to calm down and said, I'm sorry, what should I say? You're really like your sister. She doesn't understand anything either. He spoke gently. Nari, you're a really good person too. Just then, Gehi rushed over. She yelled in a frantic voice, you Nari boss. Nari was surprised and asked, Unni, how did you get here? Kanglum replied indifferently. Of course I called Unni. His arm unconsciously trembled. In fact, he had been unable to bear it for a long time. Gehi asked urgently, what happened? Are you badly hurt? Did you go to the hospital? Nari reassured her. Calm down, Unni. It's just a small accident. Gehi scolded her. Nari, you fool. Do you know how surprised Unni was to get a call while working? I told you to be careful. She admired Nari's efforts. Gehi honestly told Nari, but you just need to be by Unni's side. You give Unni a lot of strength. At these words she shed tears. Nari sobbed. Unni gently hugged and comforted her sister. There, it's okay. Kanglum watched the two sisters sobbing from outside as night deepened. Nari sat on her bed deep in thought. She recalled the moment she was carried on Kanglum's back. It was my first time being carried like that. His shoulders were wider than I thought. Nari blushed slightly. Pervert. The car sped down the street. Inside the car a voice asked Gehi, how's school life these days? Gehi replied to Hyunjun, fiddling with her phone. It's okay. Hyunjun immediately responded. Really, just okay? Is something wrong? Gehi kept repeating nothing. Why do you ask? Hyunjun chuckled awkwardly. No reason. I've just been a bit anxious lately. As your guardian I was just asking. Then he continued to ask Gehi, how's your club? The Popular Culture Club, wasn't it? Gehi now took her eyes off her phone. She looked up. Yes, that's right. Do you remember the junior I mentioned last time? The first-year student who can read tarot cards recently joined the club. So the club won't be disbanded now. Hyunjun suddenly looked at Gehi with a suspicious gaze. Oh really? Then he thought to himself. But that means it's just one guy and a few girls. She thought worriedly. If they were university students it would be a real mess. But nothing will probably happen. They're still young at this moment. Gehi looked out the car window and said, the weather is so cold I have to close the car window even though summer is coming. The wind was still chilly. After school in the club room Gehi, Yanga and Kanglum looked at each other and asked, really? Then we'll go first, Unnies? Lami smiled brightly. Yes, Sunbays, please go first. I want to stay a bit longer and practice gaming. I also have a few things to think about. Everyone didn't ask further and said, "Alright Jamie, see you tomorrow." Lammy replied with a bright smile, "Yes everyone, please be careful on your way home." After everyone left, she finally began to change her expression. "Having come here quite often, I've come to understand the complicated relationships surrounding the sunbaes in the club." Sitting alone in the club room, Lammy continued to be lost in thought. It's clear that all three of them like Kanglum Sunbae, but they all seem different. Especially Gehi Sunbae seems to be the most formidable opponent. Fortunately, Uni doesn't seem to be well aware of her own feelings. Her eyes darkened, and there wasn't even a smile on her face. Even if I express my affection for Kanglum Sunbae, Uni won't be able to complain or express dissatisfaction. Lammy thought so and concluded, so the direct threats to me right now are the other two. They knew Sunbae before me. Yanga Sunbae can talk about webtoons with Sunbae, and Shirin Sunbae has a common interest in games. Their connection is stronger than mine. This made Lammy feel even more frustrated. She honestly thought that everything was going against her. Thoughts kept swirling in her head. The only advantage I have is that I'm less threatening, so I'm less afraid of ruining my current relationship with Sunbae. Thinking this, she let out a sigh of relief. Then actively continuing the offense would be the best method, but suddenly, Lammy remembered one thing. But on second thought, the advice I gave Shirin Sunbae was really to consider a more aggressive approach. Now looking back, she thought it was truly foolish. So she lay on the table for a long time and sighed. Besides, I've already expressed my feelings to that Sunbae, haven't I? Right, Kanglum Sunbae is the strange one. Then suddenly, Lammy sprang up and shouted like a madwoman. When someone as cute as me approaches him multiple times, why does he only end up getting shy? Then she slumped back onto the table. Then do I really have to confess, she mumbled, but if I confess too hastily. Lammy then after a long time stared blankly as she found Shirin standing right next to her. Shirin also had a very flustered expression. There was now another person in the room. Shirin and Lammy, the two sisters, sat facing each other with awkward postures. Lammy was the first to break the silence. "Shirin Sunbae, I thought Uni wasn't coming today." Shirin also honestly replied, "I said I had something for class today, but it ended earlier than expected. I stopped by thinking everyone would still be here." "I see." As soon as she said that, the space fell silent again. After a moment, Shirin cautiously asked, "Jamie, do you have feelings for Kanglum?" Lammy replied without looking directly at her. She looked elsewhere and said, "I owe him a debt for helping my family, but now I can't hide my feelings anymore." A second later, Lammy automatically spoke again. "That's right, I like Kanglum Sunbae. Not in any strange way, but as a man and a woman." She not only confessed but also attacked Shirin. "Sunbae feels the same way about him, right?" Shirin couldn't lie, so she just nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Lammy looked at Shirin silently for a moment, then sighed. "Now there's no other way." Suddenly, Lammy made a bold suggestion. "We could divide Kanglum Sunbae into 6 pieces. I'm serious, that way we could divide him fairly, couldn't we?" 1/6 of a husband, Shirin innocently asked. "But why 6 pieces?" Lammy immediately explained to her. "Besides me and Uni, Gehi Sunbae and Yanga Sunbae also like him. Didn't Sunbae know?" At Lammy's words, Shirin sprang to her feet. "What, those two too? But wait a minute," Lammy continued calmly. "In order they're first, and we're third and fourth." Shirin fell into deep thought. "But isn't 6 pieces too much?" Lammy smirked. "The number might increase soon anyway. Or it might have already increased. Wouldn't it be great if there were just 5 of us?" A moment later, Lammy stood up. "But Sunbae, do you know?" She looked at Shirin with slightly dangerous eyes. "Recently I started looking up webtoons again. There are many genres, but there's also the romance genre, right? They mostly call it romantic comedy aimed at male readers. Isn't that right?" Shirin continued to listen to Lammy's story in silence. "But in such stories, the later the female lead appears, the lower her chances. That's an unwritten rule." Having said this much, Lammy deliberately paused, then emphasized, "For the third and fourth characters, there's a 99 chance they won't end up with the male lead." She raised a finger and said, "So to be within the remaining 1 chance, how about we two form a temporary alliance?" Lammy made an alliance by herself. "Our goal is to take the first and second spots. What do you think, Uni? Will you accept my proposal?" Shirin seemed to vaguely understand Lammy's next intention. "The Minhyuk High School Sports Festival is coming soon, isn't it?" Lammy approached the window, opened it wide, and continued to explain loudly, "Like other big festivals, there's nothing special among the representative events like relay races or tug-of-war." She slightly turned her head and said secretly, "There's an event called 1 hectare." Shirin automatically continued, "Just the 2 of us." Lammy confirmed, "Yes, 123 and just the 2 of us." Lammy then walked back and forth in the room, her hands behind her back, continuing to explain, "The application method for that event is quite special, but you don't need to worry about that now. It's a competition where teams pair up and participate in 3 events. The 3 are a 3-person relay, a treasure hunt, and jump rope." Lammy seemed to have planned this for a long time. She spoke very clearly and fluently. "The top 3 teams will receive a small prize. In addition, you can also receive a photo of the 2 people on one team, and will be featured in the graduation album." Shirin asked in surprise, "Only 2 people?" This meant that even if their team didn't place well, only 2 people would get individual photos. Seeing that Shirin understood her intention, Lammy returned and said with a wicked smile, "As partners, we'll cooperate in the sports festival, right?" She continued to lead Shirin into her way of thinking. "So everyone will be aiming for Kanglum Sunbae's partner spot. My idea is that if we cooperate, we can secure Kanglum Sunday's partner spot before them. Shirin then said, and then we can decide between ourselves later, Lamy shrieked with delight. Exactly, what do you think? Shirin bowed her head in silence. It's an attractive offer, but having to do these things secretly makes me a little hesitant. Not that I'm completely against it though. Lamy just remained silent. She watched Shirin's expression with a smile, and at the same time thought to herself, what was that? I'm curious. Lamy suddenly asked herself, did Sunday just say something meaningless, or am I a bad person? But Lamy continued to find ways to persuade her. I told you I read romance webtoons, right? Ah, that's right. But as I kept reading, I quickly understood why I stopped early. Lamy slightly raised her head and mumbled, I don't like romantic comedies, they're full of cliché plots that I dislike. Then she looked at Shirin and said, if Ani asks what a cliché plot is, Shirin automatically cut her off. Aren't you talking about an obvious plot? Lamy didn't miss the opportunity and continued, yes, for example, in romantic comedies, she said with an annoyed expression, for some reason characters express their feelings on the rooftop, or someone accidentally overhears just before a confession, things like that. I guess I shouldn't ask about that. Shirin looked at her and wondered. Then you dislike it because it's predictable, Lamy hurriedly denied. No, I actually like such cliché plots, because if I can predict the plot, I can feel a certain degree of satisfaction. Then she seriously revealed why she disliked cliché plots in romantic comedies. In the end, only one person's feelings are reciprocated, aren't they? From that person's perspective, it might be a happy ending. Lamy's interpretation truly captivated the listener. But from the perspective of the person whose feelings aren't reciprocated, it's not a happy ending. A wounded heart can lead to growth, but no matter how you sugarcoat it, pain is pain. Losing someone you love is an unchangeable reality. Shirin sat blankly as Lamy led the conversation, but these cruel stories became cliché repetitive plots. That's the essence of this genre. That's why I'm not a fan of romantic comedies. Lamy's voice softened as she spoke, but even so, if I find myself in such a situation, behind Lamy's lovely and bright face a will of steel was hidden. I have no intention of giving up and becoming a supporting character. Shirin finally got a chance to speak. I don't know much about webtoons, but I think I understand what you're trying to say. But Shirin's tone was also quite sharp. After all, the biggest characteristic of a professional gamer is their self-esteem. Lamy was slightly surprised by her change in tone and looked back. What did you say? Shirin sat in her chair and uttered words full of determination and individuality. A legendary pro gamer once said, it's better for me to be the MVP even if our team loses, than for our team to win even if I'm lacking in skill. And Shirin slammed the table and stood up. In other words, I also have a strong desire to win. But I didn't know this trait would be needed in love too. Now she, like Lamy, didn't hide her feelings. It really works. In the end, I also have feelings for Kanglum. Lamy was momentarily stunned by Shirin's somewhat violent reaction, but then she pursed her lips and smiled. Lamy approached Shirin. Then will you accept my proposal? Shirin immediately agreed without hesitation. All right, let's form an alliance and make that partner spot ours. But Shirin was still a little suspicious. But I have one question. Isn't there a way not to use Jamie's tarot ability? Lamy was blank. I've already tried that. But just then Lamy detected a suspicious rustling sound outside the door. Indeed, a black shadow was flickering outside the door. Lamy hurriedly rushed out, but by the time she reached the door, the black shadow had vanished without a trace. Lamy sighed anxiously. Damn it, a new school year began. The teacher stood at the podium and announced, all right, starting today, the sports festival registration box will be placed on the central staircase. The students below were very excited. They whispered to each other, and the teacher continued to urge, the application forms are on the podium. While it's not compulsory, I hope many students will participate. Understood? Gehi also reacted, and she suddenly asked, the sports festival registration box. A moment later, during break time, 3 classmates gathered around Gehi. Hojun spoke, the 1, 2, 3 and the 2 of us registration box is for that event. Gehi nodded. Ah, the one you talked about last time, the sports festival? The brown-haired friend held up a heart-shaped paper and confirmed. That's right, the couples competition. Write both your names here and put it in the registration box on the central staircase. Seeing this paper, everyone exclaimed, wow, it's heart-shaped, isn't that too explicit? It's childish. Isn't this another one of the principal's secret ideas? Another friend added. Why not? It's like a special event. If you're lucky, you might even get a boyfriend. Gehi asked blankly. How? I thought partners were decided from the start. Hojun continued his friend's explanation to Gehi. If you submit a half-heart application form, you can register individually. Then the organizers will collect them and randomly pair them up, the 2 friends added excitedly. So every year some male couples are formed too. Why? Interested. Gehi, there will definitely be many people who want to be your partner. The short black-haired friend said to Gehi with a sarcastic smile, if you want, why don't you partner with Hojun? That male friend also eagerly said, really, I refused before because I had to participate in other events. But with Gehi hadn't made a decision yet. She was still contemplating what to do. Should I go? Just then Yangsu and Kanglum appeared. Kanglum sighed as soon as he entered. Having to move classrooms from the first period is already annoying. Seeing him, Gehi thought, will Kanglum also participate in such an event? She was already denying her feelings. It's not that I want to be his partner. And even if he participates, he'll probably register individually. Gehi continued to think various thoughts. Of course I don't care about such things. As everyone was chatting, Shirin approached from behind and cut in. Excuse me everyone. She actively joined in. Are you talking about the 1-2-3 event the day before? Shirin and Lamy were walking home together. Hearing Lamy's words, Shirin screamed in surprise. What are you saying? Someone overheard. Lamy was a little calmer than her. I'm not sure, but it's highly possible. But Lamy immediately reassured both of them. But that doesn't matter, even if it was Gehi Sunbae or Yangsu Sunbae. Once the sports festival registration box starts accepting applications, we'll be the first to register. Shirin asked curiously, if you're going to do that, why didn't you tell him in advance? Lamy laughed. Kanglam Sunbae? Absolutely not. With Kanglam Sunbae's personality, Lamy knew Kanglam's reaction too well, so she immediately mimicked him. He'll definitely say, why participate in something like that? It's a waste of time, won't he? Ah, right, you're right. Then she put on her familiar sly smile again. Anyway, tomorrow morning after the assembly during break time, Shirin Sunbae, could you keep an eye on Gehi Sunbae? Shirin was slightly uneasy. What do you mean? Lamy hurriedly reassured her sister. Don't worry, we're not planning to do anything bad, Lamy actively suggested. Just talk to her normally. And now Shirin was doing as Lamy had instructed. But her attitude was a little unnatural. Gehi is very good at sports, isn't she? If you find good teammates, winning should be a piece of cake, right? Lamy had already anticipated Gehi's reaction at that time. If I do that, Gehi Sunbae won't see 1-2-3 as an opportunity to find love. As she expected, Gehi was surprised by the information Shirin had just given her. Instead, she'll see it as a competition, won't she? The 2 or 3 friends standing there also exclaimed in surprise. Really? Then I can also get a high score for my record. Gehi, I want to go to college on a sports scholarship. Please, let's team up and win. Gehi's competitive spirit was ignited. She chuckled heartily. Really? All right, just trust me. Such a formidable opponent. Shirin, having completed this task, earnestly prayed inwardly. Then Jamie, the rest is up to you. 3 minutes before school, in another classroom, the teacher was also announcing about this sports festival. All right, the rules have all been explained, and starting today. Before the teacher could finish speaking, Lamy shot out of the classroom like a bullet. Running at full speed, Lamy thought to herself, only Yangsu Sunbae is left. I can't let my guard down. Coincidentally, Kanglam Sunbae and I have to move classrooms during the first period. She had already quietly predicted all possible scenarios. What I know is that they're likely to meet in the hallway and Unnie will draw attention. But if I go to the central staircase, I can get there first. Just as she thought that, she fortunately met him in the hallway. Joseph, Lamy shouted loudly. Kanglam Sunbae? He turned around in surprise. Lamy said, panting. Oh, what a coincidence to meet both of you here. Kanglam asked in surprise, why are you in the second-year section? But he already knew her true intentions. She's even pretending it's a coincidence. Lamy hurriedly grabbed Kanglam's hand and pulled him away from her friend Yangsu, who was absorbed in acting. More importantly, Sunbae, I have something to tell you. Come this way. Seeing Lamy dragging Kanglam down the hallway, the friends whispered to each other. Who's that girl? Isn't she a first year? She's cute. In a corner of the hallway, Lamy actively invited, let's participate in the 1-2-3 and the 2 of us event together. Kanglam exclaimed in surprise, that thing. Participate with me. That's right, I've already brought the application form. Please fill it out with me. Seeing Kanglam's blank expression, Lamy playfully teased him. Sunbae, are you shy? Because a cute junior suggested teaming up. As she was enjoying herself, Kanglam poured cold water on her. No, I really don't intend to participate, Lamy shouted angrily. Absolutely not. You can't say you don't want to participate. Kanglam actively refused her. Why not? It's not mandatory. Why should I participate? I was planning to read overdue novels during the sports festival. I was just going to read all my novels to kill time. Lamy was furious and jumped up and down. Oh, Sunbae, are you serious? This sports festival only happens once. You should participate and enjoy it. Kanglam didn't back down and retorted, that's why I told you. You can participate comfortably, but you can participate with someone else. Suddenly, Lamy burst into tears and confessed, sobbing, no, I can't, she expressed through tears. If I don't do it with Sunbae, I won't participate. It turned out that clever Lamy took advantage of Kanglam's lowered guard and stamped his hand onto the application form. When he said, what? And realized, wait a minute, Lamy was already smiling triumphantly. Everything's done, Sunbae. Now we're partners, right? He consoled himself with a blank expression. It'll be fine just this once, Lamy excitedly said. Great, I'll put it in the box right away. Late at night, Lamy was leisurely eating a lollipop. She was leaning on a chair looking at her phone. Lamy actively sent a message in the group chat. Everyone, Kanglam Sunbae, I'm really looking forward to our 1-2-3 competition. As soon as her message was sent, a reply came immediately. The first was Gehi. Wait a minute, are you participating in the sports festival? So this is how things turned out. Yanga also expressed surprise next. What? Lamy calmly watched their reactions. Yanga continued to send messages. No way, Kanglam is participating in the sports festival? Lamy then leaned back comfortably in her chair. A private message from Shirin popped up on her phone screen. Lamy, understanding what Shirin wanted to ask, automatically explained, alright, I won't give up on everything so easily like this. We'll solve the team problem soon. but she chuckled and muttered to herself, I'm not going to be that bad a person, at least not this time. Lamy stretched comfortably and sighed. Anyway, this way I can bridge the distance with Gehi Sunbae and Yanga Sunbae. That's what I thought, however. Next day, a male student hurried down the hallway. Big trouble, big trouble. Another male student burst through the door and announced loudly, someone stole the sports festival registration box. Everyone was bewildered by the unexpected news. What, it's gone? Hey, what are you talking about? Lamy silently listened to the murmuring crowd. Seriously, I just checked and it's gone. Are you sure? The box is gone? Positive. The teachers are talking about it too. The murmuring continued to make Lamy anxious. What about the people who applied? I don't know. They'll probably have to apply again. No way. So she too hurried off. The whispers of people still echoed in her ears. But why did someone steal the box? Who knows? No, maybe they didn't get paired with the person they wanted. Crazy. They took all the boxes just for that? Lamy comforted herself as she ran. It's okay, it's okay. I already talked to Kanglum Sunbae. We just need to fill out the application again. But why did everything turn out like this? Seeing Kanglum's back, she immediately called out, Kanglum Sunbae. Just then he was talking to someone. This person was also holding a sports festival application and handed it to him. Then she requested, okay, I'll leave it to you. This person was Yanga. She happily called his name, Kanglum Sunbae. Lamy froze the moment she saw Yanga, and Shirin was also there. After handing the documents to Kanglum, Yanga quickly left, saying she'd see him during break time. Yeah, let's talk later. With that she hurried away. Lamy, approaching from a distance, shouted, Kanglum Sunbae. No. Seeing her, he exclaimed in surprise. How, Lamy? Lamy, forgetting her manners, warned Kanglum, Sunbae, you're not going to be partners with Yanga Sunbae for the sports festival, are you? You're not, right? You promised to be partners with me. Kanglum scratched his head, embarrassed. I'm sorry, everything just suddenly turned out that way. How did it turn out that way? Why, he confessed. I'm really sorry. As soon as Lamy heard that, she turned and ran away, and Kanglum had to shout, hey Lamy, wait. She hurried and bumped into Shirin. Lamy? Shirin, seeing Lamy continue to charge forward, quickly chased after her. Lamy, wait a minute. After running for a long time, Lamy stopped, her shoulders slumped. Lamy, with wide eyes and an open mouth, panted and said in a trembling voice, I am so exhausted. Now that she thought about it, she had been running earlier too. Since things were this way, let's just get some cold water. So she and Shirin went to the vending machine together. Shirin listened to Lamy's story and comforted her. Kanglum was a bit too much this time. Even if the registration box disappeared, he can't break a promise without a valid reason. Lamy took a sip of water and replied, honestly, I had a vague guess why Sunbae did that. She immediately jumped to a conclusion without any evidence. Sunbae must have been captivated by that enchanting gaze. Only Kanglum Sunbae. Sunbae is the only one I have to talk about myself with. Lamy suddenly became sad and her voice sank. But I didn't expect Yanga Sunbae to act that way. I was probably caught off guard, or maybe I underestimated her too much. Shirin, who was beside her, calmly said, it's not over yet. Lamy asked back in surprise, what do you mean? Shirin said it was because Yanga hadn't submitted the application yet. That's all she had accidentally overheard, and she added that it would take some time to make a new registration box. Since this was a theft case, it would take time for the school to investigate and conclude. Lamy silently listened to her Sunbae's explanation. Surely everyone will be concerned about personal information leaks, Lamy wondered. But Sunbae, you've already filled out the documents with Yanga Sunbae, haven't you? If I do anything in this situation, people will think I forged or counterfeited the documents. Shirin said firmly, no, there's another way. Another way, Shirin seriously suggested. We'll find the stolen registration box again. During break time, the classroom was as noisy as usual. He slammed her desk with a cheerful smile. Doesn't this feel like a case? Kanglum asked with a hardened face. What? Why so suddenly? Gehi continued. I'm talking about the registration box. Didn't someone say it was stolen? Then she asserted like a professional detective. My intuition tells me this isn't a simple accident. This is full of suspicious points of a case. No, in other words, this is the case of the stolen sports festival registration box. But why does it sound so exciting? Gehi finished her deduction and concluded. Because this was one of the wishes in my diary. To become a detective and solve the 7 mysteries of the school. Kanglum exclaimed in surprise. A detective? Then Gehi passionately reenacted her future self catching the culprit. Gehi made the sign of the cross and sprinkled holy water, shouting, you impious spirit, vanish before the power of the holy cross. Kanglum, who was beside her, immediately dashed her hopes. There's no such thing in the world. You're completely imagining things. Detectives don't do that. That job is closer to an exorcist. Gehi suddenly lost her excited mood. I didn't expect this to happen. Amazing. Anyway, I have to solve this case. Yangsu, on the other hand, was very interested in Gehi's words. An exorcist, it seems it's my turn to step up. Okay, Gehi, delighted by his support, said, oh, Yangsu Sunbae wants to join the investigation too? Yangsu flapped his coat and said loudly, all ye wandering spirits, is it not the mission of the dragon god who has descended upon this land? Gehi said in surprise, oh, of course I wasn't just joking. Then she joined Yangsu and chuckled. We have to catch the guy who stole the sports festival registration box and punish him. Kanglum looked at this scene with great disapproval. You two really get along well, talking by shouting like this. Then he asked the two, but what if the thief isn't from our school? Even if you catch them, you won't gain anything, will you? He firmly believed her deduction. No, I asked about that. The school entrance CCTV didn't record anyone entering. That means, Young-soo eagerly responded beside her. That means both the thief and the box are inside the school. Let's gather everyone and find it together. He then enthusiastically invited Lemmy and Shirin as well, and after explaining her intentions asked, so we plan to search after school, what do you two think? While Shirin hesitated, Lemmy fully agreed, that's great, we were planning to look for it too, even if we can't find the thief, we want to find the box. He asked in surprise. Really, you think so? Lemmy nodded with a sly smile. Yes, it's really unsettling to give up so early. It's like I put in the effort, but the most important part was taken away in the end. It's like eating a cake without the cherry on top. Shirin also chimed in. Honestly, I feel that way too. It's like I did my best to inflict damage, but someone else delivered the finishing blow. Lemmy quickly got to the point. Anyway, what's the plan? What exactly should we do? He said in an excited voice. While we look for the box, let's also gather evidence about the thief. We'll form teams and search every corner of the school, one of them asked back in bewilderment. In pairs? He confirmed with a bright smile. Yes, two people have to go together. I'm going to team up with Young-soo Sunbae. Then she added a remark that stiffened Shirin and Lemmy. Because Young-soo Sunbae chose to team up with Boss, he was startled when she saw their expressions. Why do you both look so upset? In the art room, Lemmy and Shirin were searching the place. The room was full of dust. Shirin sighed. It doesn't seem to be here. Lemmy covered her nose with her hand and replied, of course not. Yeah, look at all this dust. Then she said to Shirin, yeah, you already guessed, didn't you, Shirin Sunbae? All of this. Lemmy guessed. Isn't it strange? Young-soo Sunbae is the only one who benefits, she concluded in one sentence. So I'm curious why we're here, Lemmy then added. I mean, I don't think Young-soo Sunbae is the type to do such a thing, but isn't the timing of the registration box's disappearance too coincidental? Shirin, hearing this, stood blankly for a moment, then shouted in confusion, wait, Lemmy, even if that's the case, Lemmy quickly denied. I don't believe Unnie would do that either, but if it were, suppose someone overheard our conversation in the APC club room last time. She turned around and looked directly at Shirin, leading her according to her Sunbae's assumption. And what if that person happened to be Young-soo Sunbae? Lemmy acted out according to her guess. After overhearing my words and Unnie's words, Shirin Sunbae, would Unnie consider this a challenge or maybe a fight? No, then she said in a low voice. But even if Young-soo Sunbae caused this, we can't blame anything. After all, we started it first, Lemmy chuckled. But isn't it ironic how everything changed like this? It's like digging your own grave. Shirin, hearing that, only said one thing, it's not over yet. The search continued, but as time passed, neither Shirin nor Lemmy found the box. The other members also got similar results. So Yu-Gaehee's ambitious plan to catch the thief failed. Moreover, the registration box was replaced with a new one and the participating teams seemed to be confirmed. Still at school, Young-soo hesitated with a worried face and asked, Lemmy, what's wrong? Why so suddenly? It turned out she was surprised because Lemmy looked like a soulless person right now. Young-soo exclaimed, those swollen eyes, wait, just like Konglum, Lemmy simply said. Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. Lemmy immediately gave an excuse, whether it was true or not. I suddenly listened to break-up songs. Before I knew it, it was morning. Lemmy suddenly became serious. More importantly, Sunbae, can you be honest with me? Young-soo asked back in surprise. What? Lemmy raised both hands and said, this time I surrender. Everything is over, just this once. Just this once? Then Lemmy questioned her as if interrogating. So what was Unnie's plan from beginning to end? Young-soo, still not understanding anything, asked with a blank face. What? Wait a minute, what are you talking about? Lemmy, convinced her guess was correct, continued. Unnie knows too. Sunbae, you took the sports festival registration box, didn't you? Just then, someone suddenly shouted, hey, look at the box. The students rushed to one side. The stolen box had returned. Friends gathered in a corner of the hallway. All of them exclaimed in surprise, hey, look at that, it's the box. What's going on? The thief returned the box. Everyone was speechless with surprise. Why now of all times? More importantly, what happens now? Seriously, is this damn thief crazy? Gaehee frowned, very angry. The teams will remain as they are, right? This is no joke. Still not giving up, she shouted in a high-pitched voice that stiffened Konglum. I really don't know who did it, but that person must be a habitual offender. Disgusting piece of social garbage, he thought to himself with a blank expression. Wait, hearing it spoken out loud really hurts. Thinking that, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Because as you can see, I was the one who took the box, but it's probably better to just leave it as is. I don't usually do such pathological things. Everything was because of the girl over there. The girl with short curly purple hair and round glasses. This girl made Konglum internally decide that he had to act before she did because of the girl over there. Because she was a character from ESW. More precisely, she was the main villain of the sports festival registration box theft incident. Though blended in with the crowd, Konglum was deep in thought. Where should I start again? He recalled the situation of the actual incident. The sports festival registration box theft incident was an episode of ESW. The 123 competition also came from ESW. Although the principal was often called eccentric, he wouldn't go so far as to make students write their names on heart shapes. He remembered this was another semester right before the sports festival, so participating was. The 123 was like fate. Yu Geihee and the others all appeared in ESW after all. That's why I observed this semester so closely. When the homeroom teacher mentioned the competition that day, I was certain that a similar incident would occur in reality. The sports festival registration box theft incident unfolded as follows. There's a villain who desperately wants to be partners with the male protagonist. But the male protagonist, who received many proposals including from the female protagonist, couldn't choose who he wanted to partner with, so he only wrote half on the registration form. In the end, who would be the male protagonist partner was left to fate. That's when the villain stole the registration box, intending to modify the form. She took the registration form where the male protagonist had only written half and modified it as if she and the male protagonist had registered together. Then she secretly returned the box without anyone noticing. But unfortunately, Yu Geihee happened to stay late at school and caught her in the act. However, being a villain, she didn't give up easily. She tried to frame Yu Geihee, and Yu Geihee, being a kind girl, couldn't properly refute it. It took 4 chapters for the truth to be revealed, and 4 more for the accusations to be cleared. Readers lived in suspense for 2 whole months. There was no male protagonist in reality. I was just curious what truth would be revealed, but since Kanglum seems to have taken on that role and both of them are cunning, I realized this on the day the registration box was prepared. I purposely stayed late at school and discovered it. Hiding outside the door, I saw the villain sitting alone in the classroom. At that time she clutched her head and muttered to herself, "Hojun must be mine, he must be mine, only I can be Hojun's teammate." Kanglum thought with disgust at the sight. But unlike ESW, Yu Geihee isn't just an innocent girl. She'll be able to handle this villain with confidence. Kanglum imagined Geihee punching her and shouting, "Who are you to dare blame others?" Now Kanglum continued to ponder. That villain will be hospitalized soon anyway. But why choose such an uncertain path? Why not prevent the theft in the first place? So I took the box before the villain could do anything. I intended to hide it for a while and quickly return it, but I didn't know she was crazier than I thought. At that time she screamed in anger, loud enough for the whole school to hear. Who dared to act before me? When she found out who stole the box, she completely exploded because of that. The next day, I asked Yanga to be my teammate. Since the villain and Yanga were in the same class, I used the excuse of talking about the 123 competition to go to that class and secretly observe all the villain's movements. But everything was more difficult than I thought. Yu Geihee suddenly rushed in, insisting on finding the culprit. Intuitively thinking this was a case, she was the person most likely to uncover this incident. So I had no choice but to partner with Yanga in the registration box search. While carefully watching the interactions between Yu Geihee and the villain, I had to keep changing the location of the box. So when partnering with Yanga to find the box, Kanglum kept making excuses and disappearing. "Hey, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom," Yanga yelled again. Isn't this the 10th time already? But thanks to that, today I safely completed my mission. Today was the last day for registration. The villain must have backed down without getting involved with Geihee, but at this point I made one mistake. Kanglum then asked someone outside the door, "Excuse me, could you make a phone call for me?" I had been rude to Jamie. When she and I became partners, I hadn't found the villain yet. Although it was an ESW problem and there were no other options in the end, I broke my promise to her and couldn't even apologize properly. That friend looked inside and then outside. "Jamie isn't here, she must have gone somewhere," Kanglum just said. "Ah, really?" and vowed inwardly, "Anyway, I need to make it up to her." Still at school, Lammy was bowing her head and apologizing to Yanga, with Shirin also by her side. "I'm really sorry for misunderstanding and making assumptions," Shirin also said from beside her. "I knew Yanga wasn't that kind of person." "No, that's just an excuse, I'm sorry too." Kind Yanga hurriedly waved her hand. "Ah, it's okay, it's in the past, right? I think I should apologize to everyone. I only agreed after hearing Kanglum's words after all." Yanga then became a little sad. "But I understand, you both have feelings for Kanglum." At those words all three suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere became awkward. Yanga then spoke first, but she smiled kindly. "The feelings between us are unpredictable, aren't they?" Lammy, overjoyed, stammered in reply. "If Sunday says so, yes thank you." Yanga then laughed at herself. "Ah, of course, compared to you two, I'm not even cute. I really have low self-esteem, so just think of it that way." Shirin sighed and comforted her friend. "No, Yanga, you're very cute too." "No, compared to Shirin." Yanga stopped there, suddenly embarrassed and unable to continue, and then all three burst into laughter under the gentle sunlight. Shirin advised Yanga to do as she pleased. Yanga smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's try our best together." Lammy also smiled brightly. "Yes, Sunday, thank you." But Lammy suddenly uttered a remark that made both older girls blank. "But I have a bad feeling that none of us three will make it to the end." After Shirin and Lammy left, Yanga remained standing in the same spot. Suddenly, Nyan appeared from somewhere behind drinking a beverage and asked with wide eyes, "Ha, Yanga, is that you? What are you doing here?" But she seemed not to hear, still standing motionless. Nyan, flustered, shook her. "Ha, Yanga, can you hear me?" After a long time, Yanga opened her mouth, her face deep in thought. "Nyan, is being called kind a compliment?" Nyan didn't understand what she was trying to say and asked again, "Ha, what are you talking about, Yanga?" She continued to mutter, I was so scared back then too. She recalled the rumors from that time. Hey, the registration box is gone. What? People are saying someone stole it. Yanga's face completely changed and the atmosphere grew darker. Perhaps it's time to shed the role of the kind childhood friend. I need to discard it now. And then she finally shouted. Love is unpredictable, isn't it? In the next class, the teacher stood at the podium and announced, everyone, as you know, there was a small incident recently, so the principal decided to change the partner rules. The students listened carefully. This year, instead of forming teams of 2, you can freely choose the number of teammates you want, the teacher urged. So think carefully after school. Someone stomped their feet in annoyance. Kanglum stood opposite Lammy and yelled in frustration, then what do you think? How about our whole club forms one team? Lammy crossed her arms and said indifferently, what should I do? I'm afraid that might happen again. Kanglum hurriedly said, no, listen to me. I'm sorry. Kanglum scratched his head. I was thoughtless. I'm really sorry. Lammy asked again. Are you serious? Then could you grant me just one of my requests this time, please, Sunbae? Kanglum, eager to make amends, immediately agreed. Okay, sure, I'll grant everything, anything I can do, Lammy shouted excitedly. Wow, that's amazing. Then I'll forgive you. And then she began to explain. Okay, Kanglum Sunbae, let's go to the hair salon together and get your hair cut. As soon as Kanglum heard this request, he froze. Lammy continued to laugh. I know a very good place. A new hairstyle changes a lot for a man, she made the demand, but to persuade him she spoke clearly. If Sunbae changes his hairstyle then Kanglum Sunbae will also. She was talking but didn't notice Kanglum standing blankly like a statue right now. He didn't say anything. And he didn't move, only sweat was dripping down. Lammy hurriedly called out, Kanglum Sunbae. But he still stood blankly. Lammy continued to ask, how is it? Kanglum Sunbae. In the end he seemed to have gone to the hair salon with Lammy. Small strands of hair kept falling to the floor along with the question, shall we die together? No, Gehi didn't know what she was seeing. She just stood with her mouth open and eyes wide. It turned out she was looking at herself in the mirror. Wow, it suits me better than I thought. Is this product really that cheap? Shirin replied, yeah, I got a great deal at Olive Young. I went with my friends before. Gehi exclaimed, I see, Korean beauty shops are really amazing. Seeing Yanga sitting alone in the corner, Gehi hurriedly called out, Yanga, come sit with us. This palette color would suit you well. Yanga turned around in surprise and said, but Gehi laughed and said, don't worry, just use it comfortably. Yeah, sit here. Really? Meanwhile, Kanglum sat blankly, resting his chin on his hands with a gloomy face. Gehi secretly glanced at him but then returned to her conversation with her friends. It's really fortunate that the school regulations aren't too strict about these things. Yanga also replied with a laugh. Yeah, the principal seems very lenient on these matters. And then she said to Gehi with a bright smile, as long as we don't dye or bleach our hair too conspicuously, the teachers don't really care either. Gehi wholeheartedly agreed. Right, there were even evaluations about these things, weren't there? Gehi said thoughtfully. They say the most natural look is the most beautiful for a student. I believe that. I think it's the core value of beauty perception, but people still say at this point, Shirin interjected. I suddenly remembered a wise person's words. Before worrying about fans, taking care of one's own body and mind is most important. Gehi fully agreed with this opinion. Right, but that's not me talking about more profound things. Honestly, simple things like washing up and for boys perhaps paying attention to their hairstyle. And then Gehi's gaze suddenly shifted elsewhere. There was a slightly dangerous glint in her eyes, and her voice seemed intentionally meant to influence the person sitting nearby. Ultimately, a man's true value lies in his hair. No one but Kanglum entered Gehi's line of sight. Kanglum, clearly feeling the gaze scrutinizing him from behind, stood blankly. Am I imagining things, or is the back of my head really on fire? These people. And then he, like a good student, crossed his arms and listened carefully to the teacher's words. Listen carefully. Only someone who truly possesses such a thing has the right to say that. Whether it's fashion or hairstyle, looks determine everything. Looks. His friends even passionately gave examples. Even wearing the same clothes, good looks enhance the beauty even more, don't they? Even the most ridiculous clothes become a trend if you have the right looks. So it's a lie to say everything is due to self-care. As one teacher finished, another continued the lecture. For example, do you know that in comics a character with glasses suddenly becomes handsome when they take them off? That's all a lie. There's no such thing in reality, Kanglum rudely retorted. Handsome people are always handsome no matter what. Conversely, unattractive people stay unattractive, Gehi warned in a stern voice. Wait, in your case it's a different story. Isn't the problem your overly dismissive attitude when talking about this issue? Shirin scratched her chin. No, in other words, this is like a debate between talent and effort. It's a common topic among gamers. Yanga listened and exclaimed. Are you talking about the in-game debate about which should be prioritized, talent or effort? Gehi voiced a dissenting opinion. But shouldn't talent be prioritized? Look, Sunbae has maintained gold tier for a long time, Shirin yelled in annoyance. Hey, and then she continued. Yes, there are people born as truly unrivaled geniuses, but saying they occupy the top 10 means that with enough effort you can reach the top 11. Shirin also raised her voice and explained cynically, at least in such cases, livelihood is no longer an issue, come to think of it. I heard that on TV, Yanga also added, right? What's important in a blind date isn't looks but showing sincerity to the other person. Like saying something like, I came prepared so diligently. Or similar, of the two friends, Yanga advised with the gentlest demeanor. Gehi continued to speak with a very fierce attitude. Right, it's even more important when looks aren't your strong suit. Self-care affects the impression you give to the other person. You know, sometimes it can be easier to accept a little change than to stubbornly stick to your own ways. She continued to pour out her words without stopping. Of course it's not good to live worrying about what others think of me, but in the case of an interview, shouldn't you at least dress neatly? Yanga chuckled awkwardly, seeing Kanglum being scolded. That's right, Kanglum replied indifferently, neither annoyed nor angry. I know what you're trying to say, but I just don't think it's particularly helpful right now. He rested his chin on his hand and replied, looking at the computer screen, if I ever go on a blind date, I'll consider it then. Gehi, exasperated, said loudly, You mean you're never going to do it? Boss seems to have a terminal illness. Kanglum also retorted angrily, Hey, can you stop calling it an illness? And if it's really that special? Lammy listened silently to their argument. This was what happened in their clubroom. Now only the two of them were in the hallway. Lammy brought up the topic again, and seeing Kanglum standing blankly, she quickly called out, Kanglum Sunday. But he still didn't respond. His eyes were filled with extreme bewilderment and his gaze gradually became vacant. Kanglum unconsciously imagined sharp scissors and clumps of hair falling to the floor. Seeing him continue to stand like a statue, Lammy quickly shook his body and kept calling loudly, Kanglum Sunday. She was also flustered. What's wrong? Your face suddenly turned so pale. Kanglum only then came to his senses and returned. Ah, my bad. Sorry, I'm fine, it's nothing. Lammy, still anxious, continued to ask. No, but until just now, Kanglum. He quickly shook his head. I'm fine, it's nothing. He wiped his sweat anyway and confessed honestly to Lammy. I'm sorry about getting my hair cut. I don't think I can go. Lammy suddenly imagined Gehi whispering something to Kanglum. She thought to herself, I mean it's a soliloquy, but there's no way it's nothing. The next day, in the cafeteria, when Yangsu hadn't finished his meal, Kanglum stood up first. I'm going first, Yangsu asked. So what's a new story today? Kanglum thought as he carried his tray. If I'm not mistaken, there's still one more thing. There was another episode before the sports festival, he unconsciously worried. It's probably the warehouse fire incident during the sports festival, as the name suggests. A serious episode occurred during the sports festival when a fire broke out in the warehouse where props were stored, causing all students to evacuate. He walked alone in the hallway, lost in thought. Moreover, there will be problems with the fire doors. Given the scope of this episode, many heroines will be in danger simultaneously. Simply repeating it won't stop it. Like the box incident that happened recently, I need to take action before the incident occurs. Kanglum stopped in front of the second sports warehouse and thought for a long time. The only problem is that I don't know the exact date. Annoyance was evident on his face. From now on I'll have to wait in this warehouse every day. Ah, what terrible luck. At this time in the classroom, students were laughing happily as usual. Gehi was talking with a smile when someone called out, Gehi Sunday. It was Lammy. As soon as she entered, she looked around. Is Kanglum Sunday here? Gehi was surprised. No, why that's strange. I haven't seen him since lunchtime. Gehi looked at Lammy and wondered. If you want to find him, why don't you just text him? Lammy quickly said. No, it's not necessary. It's even better if Kanglum Sunday isn't here. Lammy then frowned and seriously suggested, I have a question for you all. About Kanglum Sunday's past and the story of the protagonist saving the heroines. After a moment, Lammy, Gehi, Yanga, and Shirin, the four girls, sat on the stairs to talk. Lammy spoke first. Something happened the day before yesterday. Girls listened silently to Lammy's words. I think it's related to Kanglum Sunday's middle school days. Perhaps you two might know a little. Lammy spoke very emotionally. I just can't pretend not to know, but if I ask him directly, Kanglum Sunday's pale face back then worried me too much. Gehi spoke, seemingly vaguely understanding. Is that why he can't go to the hair salon and his hair is like that? Is that why he sticks to that hairstyle, and is that why he chose to live alone? Gehi continued. Wait, didn't we talk honestly about this yesterday? I wonder if I said something that might have upset him. Shirin also spoke at this time. If it's his middle school days, then it must be related to that rumor, right? She lowered her voice and brought up an old story. There was a rumor that Kanglum was involved in several incidents at Taewon Middle School where he attended, Shirin explained. I heard it by chance right after moving here. Some people told me not to get too close to Kanglum. Lammy nodded. That's right. I heard a similar story and my brother also mentioned it recently. She recalled a friend's warning. And one more thing, in middle school he seemed to have investigated a female student quite thoroughly. The person who warned Kanglum to Lammy was none other than her fiancé. Remembering him, Lammy shook her head vigorously. No, that's not the story at all. Gehi also began to get flustered. But we all met him after moving here, didn't we? Isn't Yanga the only one who knew him from before? Yanga only then opened her mouth. Yeah, probably. But actually, I only got to know Kanglum better since my first year of high school, so I don't really know what happened in his middle school days, she added. Besides, every time he talked about his middle school problems, Kanglum seemed as if he was about to. Yanga's voice suddenly sank. He seemed like he was about to cry at any moment. She also spoke honestly. So I couldn't bring myself to ask him in detail. More importantly, that story is really hard to believe. Gehi was still curious. Hard to believe story. Shirin was the same. Don't you know anything else? Yanga continued. Yeah, we went to the same cram school as Kanglum, but I quit early because I couldn't focus on studying, she continued. But there was a female student from Taewon Middle School there too, and I overheard them talking. The story Yanga heard from the female students was that Kanglum had threatened a certain female student. The ending of that story was very shocking, and the female student chose to take her own life. Inside the sports warehouse, Kanglum sat hugging his knees, lost in thought. I'll just have to give up today. I definitely saw smoke rising during lunchtime. Sitting there for so long was boring. He stood up, stretched, and muttered to himself. It's really annoying not knowing the two causes of the fire. I've been waiting for 10 days until today. He thought he was alone, but suddenly curses were heard nearby. Damn it, this is really annoying. Who the hell found our last hiding spot? It turned out there were 3 other students here. The guy with round glasses seemed to be the leader. At least no one has noticed us here yet, right? We can smoke here at least until the sports festival. Kanglum poked his head out and quickly hid behind the shelf again. He secretly peeked at the 3 students. They were still whispering. Hey, did you buy deodorant to get rid of the cigarette smell? I left it on my classroom desk. You idiot, you should have brought it. Kanglum secretly watched them and cursed inwardly. Damn it, seriously, look at those guys, their arrogant and conceited attitude just because they achieved a small feat. Isn't that the guy from last time? He cursed, remembering their dirty tricks. The guy who competed with Lemmy in the festival organizing committee election. This annoying guy messed everything up. Sometimes there are lazy guys who pretend to be proper on the outside but are rotten on the inside. No wonder Yanga hates them. The 3 guys stood there for a while and then left. Now I'll check the classrooms first, but they carelessly left their cigarette butts behind. Kanglum walked out annoyed and stomped on them, continuing to curse. At least you guys should properly extinguish your cigarette butts before leaving. Immediately after, he vaguely guessed. Now I know the cause of the fire. If I stop this, the warehouse fire during the sports festival won't happen. Suddenly, the 3 guys screamed. They also screamed in a foreign language. Damn it, we've been caught. What do we do now? Lorem ipsum dolor sit amet consect xua. They quickly slammed the door shut. The guys whispered, who knows, let's just hide inside anyway. Outside, the disciplinary teacher pounded on the door and shouted at the same time, there are 3 of you in there. I saw everything. He stood there for a long time and said, if you don't come out right now, I won't let you off easy. The guy with round glasses cursed. Damn it, this is dangerous. If this gets on my student record, Mom will kill me. Just then, the eyes of the 3 guys and Kanglum met. A few seconds later, the PE teacher kicked open the door. You brats, how dare you? The guy with round glasses slyly shifted all the blame to Kanglum. Teacher, this person instigated us. Sunday told us to smoke. At this time, Kanglum's homeroom teacher asked, what's going on? Seeing the empty chair next to Yanga, the teacher asked, why is that seat empty? Who's absent? Hojun quickly replied, yes, teacher. Na Kanglum, he's been called to the faculty office. Students mumbled at the news. What? Na Kanglum was called to the faculty office? He was definitely in the warehouse. Oh my god. Gaye pursed her lips and thought about something. In the faculty office, the teacher said to the 3 guys, all right, you all go back to your classrooms. The 3 guys bowed their heads as if innocent. Yes, we are truly sorry. Sitting in the chair, the teacher asked again. Now you, what are you going to do? Kanglum. The teacher began to enumerate Kanglum's past mistakes. Last time you skipped my class and this time you're smoking at school and doing such things in the school warehouse. Kanglum clicked his ballpoint pen, thinking to himself, it's useless to make excuses now. Everyone is already blaming me as the main culprit. After that, Kanglum obediently wrote a reflection paper. What if I had been a little smarter in this situation? The situation seems irreversible. I'm not a superhero or a protagonist, but at least I prevented the fire. In an emergency, another teacher added fuel to the fire. Teacher P, you must set an example for that delinquent student. Make sure they don't become the main instigator of problems at school again. The teacher smiled very confidently. Don't worry, I'll definitely guide them well. After that, she added a scolding. Only students who aren't interested in studying and keep causing problems are like that. Students these days have all sorts of hairstyles. Kanglum continued to write while being scolded. I think the rules of this school are a bit, he complained inwardly. Teacher, what are you talking about? My hair is naturally curly. Bowing his head and writing the reflection paper, Kanglum was filled with injustice. I only said a few words and the teacher already labeled me as a problem student. Given my current reputation and image, it's understandable. Then he recalled the previous incident where the box was stolen in ESW again. Everyone has to believe me. Even when Gaye defended herself and tried to prove her innocence, everyone believed her thanks to their good reputations. Then he pitied his own situation. No matter what worse situation I find myself in now, who would believe my words? I know this too well and I've already gotten used to it. Kanglum suddenly remembered the scissors and the clumps of hair again. It all started then. His eyes became even more wistful because of that. He remembered Gaye's advice. It was advice without any particular attitude. To be precise, when looks aren't your strong suit, it's even more important. A neat appearance affects the impression you give to others. You don't need to change 180 degrees, you can improve starting with small things. This will be much better than sticking to your ways, okay? Then he encouraged himself. It's okay, I can still endure it. Reflection paper. My name is Na Kanglum. I am truly sorry for my past actions. Today during lunchtime I smoked. I know that smoking is bad, and as a student, I'm not acting like a naive child with adolescent syndrome. I'm not trying to be some kind of knight of the night either. I just felt that enduring and living like this was easier and safer. After leaving the faculty office, Kanglum returned to the classroom with heavy steps. He grumbled, annoyed as he walked. I ended up being held until the end of 7th period after all. Suddenly, he heard a voice from above, so you shouldn't get involved with Kanglum. Other girls were talking with Gehi. I'm giving you this advice because I'm genuinely worried about you, Gehi. That's right, we're worried that if you hang out with him you'll definitely run into trouble. There are so many bad rumors about him. Gehi, though prickly, fully trusted her friend, so she gave an embarrassed laugh and said, thanks, but hey, don't worry, I can protect myself. The two girls were still adamant. No, Gehi, I'm serious. I know someone who went to the same middle school as him. The girls spoke loudly as if no one else was around. My friend said he's not a suitable person to be friends with. He exploited other girls' weaknesses and extorted them. Gehi began to show clear displeasure. She asked bluntly, did you see it with your own eyes? The two girls froze. Huh? Gehi pressed, glowering. I mean, were you really a victim, or did you witness Kanglum doing such things yourself? I don't want to hear rumors. The two female friends began to stammer. Oh, not exactly, but Gehi pressed on. Then what is it? You only heard rumors, didn't you? After that, Gehi warned the two. I once cared too much about what other people said, but thanks to one person I realized. I don't need to live that way. My life is my decision. She put her hands on her hips and declared, so whoever I hang out with is none of anyone else's business. It's entirely my choice. The two girls, chastised by Gehi, returned dejectedly. Left alone, Gehi sighed and said aloud, even so, he really seems like someone to avoid, she muttered. He's weird and likes to eavesdrop, doesn't he? Hearing that, Kanglum felt a pang in his chest. He immediately said, embarrassed, what? You noticed I was here. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. But Gehi brushed her hair back, acting cool. You don't need to thank me. She raised her face and said loudly, thanks to you, I'll have bad rumors now. People will say I'm hanging out with him, but it's okay, I'll take full responsibility, so you don't need to thank me. Kanglum frowned. Why are you teasing me so much? Still, thank you. After that, Gehi took the opportunity to ask, by the way, could you tell me what happened to you in middle school? Honestly, I really want to hear it. Kanglum looked away, but Gehi continued. Oh well, it would be a lie to say I'm not curious, but she couldn't force him as a friend. If it's hard to talk about, it's okay. Kanglum was slightly surprised when Gehi suddenly gave up. He widened his eyes and asked, she said comfortingly. There must be a story behind it. Everyone has secrets they want to hide, don't they? And then Gehi suddenly remembered the conversation she had with her friends on the stairs earlier. Lami had said, I also heard such stories about Sunbae. That Kanglum Sunbae threatened a female student and that's why it happened. Now Gehi looked at Kanglum with gentle eyes, listening intently. He stood blank, unable to say anything. Gehi then confessed, blushing slightly. We all feel that way, it's not just me. I've said everything. From now on you need to remember that we're always here. I still don't care. Gehi turned and left, and Kanglum stood alone in the hallway. He continued to be lost in thought. I still don't care, no matter what anyone says, whether I'm treated unfairly, blamed, or rumored about, I have to deal with it all alone anyway. With that thought, Kanglum steeled his resolve, so I'll just leave it as it is and pretend not to see it. His fists clenched firmly, showing his determination for change, he told himself. But now, Kanglum suddenly remembered Gehi defending him earlier. He took out his phone, pressed a few buttons, and called someone. Kanglum said in a clear voice, UAMI, it's me. Remember when we talked about the hair salon? That's right, let's go. We have to go right now. The next day at school, Gehi met Shirin as she entered the classroom. Then she shouted, good morning. Shirin replied, oh, good morning, Gehi. Then Shirin asked, are you wearing your summer uniform? Gehi nodded vigorously. Yeah. I'm going to coordinate like this from now on. It might be a bit chilly for the first few days, but the weather will warm up soon. Ha, Gehi grinned. So I just wore it. These small changes make me feel much better. Shirin laughed and replied, I understand too. Suddenly, Gehi paused as a group of female students gathered in front. She immediately wondered. Why are they all like that? Shirin suddenly had an extremely flustered expression and opened her mouth but couldn't say anything, only stammering, Kanglum was in his familiar silent chin-propped pose, but his appearance had completely changed. Kanglum now had short hair and looked much neater and more attractive. Startled by all the murmuring, he turned around and asked, Why are you all like this? Gehi now widened her eyes in surprise and opened her mouth even wider than Shirin. Words swirled in her mouth. Nah. In the end, she shouted Kanglum's name loud enough for the entire school to hear. Nah, Kanglum. The teacher, standing at the podium, also looked down awkwardly. That's all for the announcements, she said, staring intently at Kanglum. If you have any questions or don't understand anything, you can always ask me, all right? The students continued to murmur even now. Gehi kept rushing forward and asking, Hey Kong Sunbae, what's wrong with your hair? She shouted. Why did you abandon your iconic 3-strand octopus hair? What do we do now? You look so ordinary. Is she complimenting him or insulting him? Gehi began to deduce like a detective. Did someone hurt you? People say they cut their hair when they break up. She made up a story herself before even hearing his answer. What was the reason for the breakup? What was the reason for the breakup? Naive. If you say you broke up because of hair, that's just an excuse. I see, you just want to pick a fight, don't you? As Kanglum remained silent, Gehi pressed on. Hey Yangsu, do you know anything about this? Why is he suddenly like this? Yangsu, seeing himself in a bind, looked back. What do you mean? Only now did he realize that the attention of the entire class was on him. My loyal servant. The servant's hairstyle has changed today. Gehi was even more surprised to hear this from him. Only now do you notice? Yangsu pushed up his glasses, which were perched on the bridge of his nose, and seemed to understand everything. I usually don't judge people by their appearance but by feeling their chakra. Konglum made an openly disgusted face. Why didn't you say anything about this before? Gehi kept repeating. Then what's the real reason? Why did you suddenly cut your hair? Konglum replied, embarrassed. Perhaps it's a small change in mindset like you said last time, he confessed honestly. I thought I needed to take care of myself a little. Gehi began to feel a little strange. She widened her eyes and stammered, no, but you. She recalled what she had told him before. A man should pay a little attention to his hairstyle. A man's worth lies in his hairstyle, doesn't it? Hey, didn't we talk about this yesterday? I wonder if we said something that might have upset him. Gehi began to get flustered. But last time you said you didn't want to do it and that it was meaningless, so why suddenly? Konglum smiled. Because of you, she asked blankly again. Why? Konglum slowly stood up and continued to answer. Because of you I rethought everything. And as you can see, I wanted to cut my hair, he quickly summarized. In short, it's all thanks to you. Konglum smiled brightly, even making an eye smile for the first time. Thank you, Gehi. His attitude surprised Gehi slightly. She hadn't adjusted yet. Why, Konglum continued, flustered. But too many people are talking, so I think I'll go out for a bit during break time. Suddenly he paused for a few more seconds after finishing his sentence. Shuren stood blankly in front of him. He asked hurriedly, what's wrong, Shuren? Do I look weird? Shuren laughed and gave 2 thumbs up. Yeah, you look weird. Konglum is weird, so why did you only cut your hair now? Hey, I could have cut it in a pompadour style too. You really exceeded my expectations. Wow, he was embarrassed by Shuren's barrage of compliments. Oh, really? Then I'm relieved, thanks. Just then, someone else entered, and their tone was much rougher than the 2 girls. You startled me. It was Hojun. He glared at Konglum and said, I almost didn't recognize you. Konglum also replied, no, I was more startled by what you said. Hojun then said again, yeah, but not as much as me. Startled me quite a bit. He recalled a few moments when Konglum exuded a strange charm. Konglum didn't know how to react to him. Hojun continued, did you forget the day you wore the same clothes as Gehi? Konglum quickly cut him off. Hey, stop it. Yeah, that happened all right. He admitted it in his mind too, right? So it's natural for people to see me as eccentric. Hojun mentioned something else and said, and the cigarette incident a few days ago made me even more suspicious, he said honestly. You're quite a mysterious guy. Then Hojun bowed his head and muttered, but I think I judged you too hastily. Konglum then took the opportunity to ask him, I wanted to ask you something. Do you know a good smoking spot somewhere on the school grounds? Hojun was startled. What, are you serious? Ignoring the loud murmuring now, only the sound of a can opening was heard. Seeing Lammy standing in front of the vending machine, she approached and shouted, found you, Sunbae. Oh, hello, Yunari. As soon as she arrived, she asked, how was Sunbae's splendid debut? He replied. Nothing special really. Lammy smiled alluringly and gently poked Konglum. Really? Actually, that's not true, is it? Why, everyone must have been very surprised, didn't they? Sunbae nodded. They really were. Then Lammy burst into a joyful laugh. I told you so, ha ha ha, I'm so proud of myself. Now Sunbae will go to the hair salon every 3 weeks, won't you? Don't make excuses and avoid me when I call you. Konglum was startled. Every 3 weeks? That often? That's not often. That's the average time you should go to the hair salon. Didn't Sunbae know? Wow, people who follow trends spend so much time on their hair. Konglum began to calculate. How many bowls of Didiyokboki ramen can one buy with the money I spend on haircuts every 3 weeks? How much would that be in total over 10 years? Lammy chuckled at the sight. You still have a long way to go, Sunbae, she said alluringly again. Sunbae, surely I'm not. Perhaps Sunbae is embarrassed. Because you have to date a cute junior like me. Konglum was blank at the girl's audacity. Hey, no, don't tease me. I really struggled to make a hair salon reservation. Lammy smiled brightly and said seriously, honestly, Sunbae should really consider himself lucky. You should be grateful to have a cute junior like me by your side. Konglum raised his head and said loudly, yeah, you're right. Lammy was even more excited to hear that. What? He continued. I told you I hadn't been to the hair salon in a long time. Only now did he confess. So I had to cut and style my hair myself. Honestly, it was a real mess, wasn't it? Then Konglum turned to Lammy and smiled. So thank you so much for being here. At his warm smile, Lammy blushed with embarrassment. After speaking, he quickly said, I'll go first. I have some things to tidy up. Left alone, Lammy covered her face and chastised herself. Big trouble, I've created a monster. Inside the faculty office, a few sighs were heard. In any case, young people nowadays easily go astray. The teacher who caught Konglum earlier was now grumbling. Look at Konglum, he's a perfect example. In my day, if you were caught smoking, your life was over. After a moment, the teacher quickly moved on to other matters. During a recent faculty meeting, the content of the meeting was as another female teacher sat nearby, arms crossed in silence. Konglum is that guy who was on the rooftop with Yanga from our class last time. Suddenly, the phone on her desk rang. The teacher answered the phone. Hello, this is Go-jong Min Hee-wook. How may I help you? I'm sorry, who is this? As if the connection was bad and she couldn't hear clearly. The teacher shouted, what? Our school student is doing what, where? Then she immediately ran out without hesitation. Just a few minutes later, she caught 3 students secretly smoking in the gym. She scolded, "Ah, these brats," her anger boiling. The teacher now looked like a witch. The threatening voice strongly permeated the air. You girls, do you want to start a rebellion? Just then, a deafening thud echoed from the teacher's lounge. Konglum, standing nearby, smiled triumphantly. HMPH, you guys are really annoying. Understand? He walked away with a satisfied smile. Finally, I can rest easy. Seeing Yanga walking from a distance, he excitedly called out, "Oh Yanga, hi." He conversed cheerfully with her. "You're wearing your summer uniform too." But Yanga didn't care at all. She brushed past Kanglum without even looking at him. It turned out Yanga was hiding her embarrassment. "No, I can't look at him. I just can't." Kanglum's old look was already cool enough, but now he's even changed his hairstyle. "If I look at him, I'll blush too much. I can't dare to look at him." Squatting in a corner, Yanga thought, "I don't want him to see me flustered. So from now on I need to avoid running into him." But an unexpected turn of events occurred that Yanga couldn't comprehend at all. She and Kanglum went on a private date to watch a movie. She was very confused. What is this? Wow, how did this happen? A few days ago in the club room, Yanga still couldn't hide her embarrassment. What should I do? I can't look Kanglum straight in the eye. I just thought I needed to be more careful, and now it's just the two of us." With Kanglum alone, Yanga was even more confused. Everyone said they couldn't come to the culture club today. Seeing her continue to mumble, Kanglum quickly turned his head and asked her what's wrong. She was like that in the hallway just now. "Did I do something wrong to Yanga?" She said over the phone that the box incident was fine last time. Suddenly, Yanga fixed her gaze on the computer screen and exclaimed, "Oh, it's out," Kanglum asked in surprise. "How what?" Yanga replied. "Webtoon contest, the application was just uploaded." He stood up to get a better look. "The contest you were waiting for." "Oh, on the portal?" Yanga nodded. "That's right, the submissions will be judged and selected directly by professional artists. They won't be serialized immediately." But Kanglum, standing next to her, said, "Still, it's a large-scale event. Let's see, what's the theme?" The screen displayed a spoonful of love contest in cute pink. Webtoon detailed guidelines FAQ. A spoonful of love contest, Kanglum read carefully. Genre and theme are free, but just add a spoonful of love to the story. Yanga continued his words. Romantic elements should be supplementary. We're looking for works delicately integrated into the main genre. Kanglum had a reluctant expression. "What is this? It's like a Korean drama. They always ask for romance stories, and besides, doesn't Yanga write more action?" She looked at the screen and replied, Yes, this means the concept of love is very appealing to everyone. Broadcasters have made safer and more rational decisions. Even I thought about tackling the romance genre, even though I'm not proficient in it," Yanga then gently explained. "And if they suggest adding it as a supplementary element, they are clearly trying to catch up with current trends. To target global audiences with social platforms, diversifying genres is important," Kanglum asked blankly. "How really? I see," Yanga continued. "And even if it's not my area of expertise, she gave a confident smile. "If I just add a spoonful, I think I can do it with just a little research. The contest deadline is after the vacation. I'll research other works to better understand the romantic elements." Kanglum suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh right, isn't it being released soon? That famous romantic animation movie?" Yanga, hearing his words, finally remembered. "Oh right, is it this weekend? I should watch it." She actively invited Kanglum. "Kanglum, Sunday, do you want to go watch it with me? We could discuss our thoughts afterwards. I think it could also be used as material for the Webtoon contest, like a small learning session." Kanglum agreed without hesitation immediately. "Okay, that's a good idea. You can bring your tablet if you want." Yanga actively set a date for their outing. "How about this weekend morning?" Yanga was at home talking on the phone with a pillow on her lap. An excited voice came from the other end of the line. "Why does it sound like a date? What did you say?" It was Nyan. She was very excited. "If you two go to watch a movie on the weekend, it's definitely a date." Our Yanga must have planned this in advance. Seeing her friend getting too excited, Yanga quickly stopped her. No. "What date? It's just research for the Webtoon contest," Yanga confessed without anyone asking. "We're just going to watch a movie, have coffee, and discuss Webtoons. And if there's more time, we might even have dinner." After saying this much, she paused. Nyan let out a joyful laugh. "This morning you couldn't even look him in the eye. That's amazing. Good luck. Call me when you get back." Nyan didn't stop teasing. "No, I've changed my mind. Call me the day after tomorrow." "Alright, what are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Yanga was flustered. "But seriously, what should I do now? I'm hooked on Webtoons and this too." "Don't hang up, Nyan. What should I do now?" Sitting in the movie theater, Yanga was still not herself. She sighed. "It ended up like this anyway." Yanga still had a flustered expression. "Only now do I realize I'm too nervous to concentrate on the movie at all." Sitting in the movie theater, Yanga was flustered. "Do I look weird? Am I too unsophisticated? I tried to dress comfortably, but I should have checked my hair," she thought to herself. "Of course it's not the first time I've come to watch a movie with him, but before Sunbae Yangsu was always with us, and Kanglum Sunbae always had that familiar hairstyle. Besides, recent events have made me pay more attention to Kanglum Sunbae." But suddenly, her hand and his hand accidentally touched. Yanga was startled and pulled her hand back, but Kanglum still had no expression, and was just focused on the movie, munching on popcorn. Yanga was surprised. "Am I overreacting? Does Kanglum not think of this as a date?" Then she hunched over. "Actually, I should be grateful to Kanglum. He's genuinely helping me with my Webtoon contest-related work." Thinking that, she suddenly felt even more motivated. "Right, I need to take this seriously too." After the movie, everyone poured out of the theater. Yanga said to Kanglum with a bright smile. "Wasn't it fun?" He replied. "Yes, it was better than I expected." Yanga continued to speak. That's right, especially the last highlight scene was truly the best. The scene where the heroine chases the male lead barefoot." Kanglum enthusiastically joined the conversation with Yanga. Exactly. That was the climax of their emotions, wasn't it? But I prefer unexpected developments. After saying this much, her eyes suddenly drooped. The timing of the music change then was truly perfect. How should I express that properly in a webtoon? Kanglum then came up with an idea. I wonder if you could get some inspiration from there. How about we go see how other webtoons handle it? Shall we go now? Luxury Comic Cafe, Minhyuk Comic Cafe. Kanglum and Yonga stood in front of a bookshelf. He and she read book after book. The two continued to read, and when they got hungry they sat down and ate, and even while eating they kept reading without a break. He and Yonga moved from one cafe to another. She was still engrossed in reading. Kanglum surrendered. Yonga chuckled at his reaction. The sketches were also gradually completed. Yonga shouted with joy, "It's done. The storyboard for the first episode is complete." Kanglum sighed in relief. "Yeah, it looks good. The romantic elements are delicately integrated into the main storyline. Although this story isn't my area of expertise, my previous experiences seem to have helped." He then encouraged Yonga. "You're really perfect for a webtoon artist." She smiled and said, "Thank you. Actually, Kanglum Sunbae is really amazing too. I always think Sunbae's advice is right." Yonga's eyes were filled with deep respect for Kanglum. Sunbae's advice on the romance part just now was really realistic, wasn't it? Does Sunbae perhaps have dating experience? Seeing her misunderstanding, Kanglum quickly clarified, "Me having dating experience? That's 100 my imagination. Don't you know how much of an otaku I am?" Yonga shouted. "Oh really? I'm sorry," he continued. "But everyone dreams like me, don't they? The dream of a beloved fictional character becoming real. If something like that happened, what would an otaku do? They'd surely be overjoyed and dream of dating that character, and even more." The image of Gehi inadvertently flashed in his mind. Then Kanglum gritted his teeth in anger. "But to me I was betrayed by that very dream." Overwhelmed with emotion, Kanglum suddenly shouted, "To the point where I can't even dream anymore. My love for my favorite character was completely trampled." "How, what are you talking about?" After venting his anger, he spoke softly again. "It's like telling Axter that a witch isn't a witch. Love in comics and love in reality are so different from imagination. Anyway, let's clean up now and go home. Time's up," Kanglum kindly advised Yonga. "If you encounter any problems during your work, call me anytime," she happily replied. "Okay, thank you. See you next time." After that, the two argued with each other. "You paid for the movie ticket, so it's my turn this time." "No, I went with you to help you, so..." Once again, their fingers accidentally touched the same book. The two involuntarily exclaimed, Kanglum took his hand away first. Yonga quickly left. I can do it. I'll put it back in its place." Her heart began to stir again. "My heart keeps pounding, even though I tried to stay calm." Even as she hurried away, Yonga clearly felt it. Just a glance, just a light accidental touch. Even with a different hairstyle, Kanglum is still Kanglum, but she pulled herself together. "No, maybe that doesn't matter. Maybe it's just because I like Kanglum too much?" Thinking that, Yonga smiled. "But maybe spending time together like this is why I'm happy." As she ran, she inwardly wished, I hope Kanglum feels even a little of the same emotions as me right now." Kanglum was standing inside the convenience store at that moment. He was also slightly flustered. "To be honest, it's not that I don't know. I'm a man too, and I've criticized how male leads behave before. Spending the whole day together." Kanglum was flustered. "I somehow feel like I'm on a date." He recalled the moment their hands touched. "Honestly, it was the same in the movie theater just now. I was pretending to concentrate, but inside I was thinking other things." Calm down, Kanglum. "Don't mess this up." But Kanglum still reminded himself, "But Yonga is really serious about her webtoon work. And if I'm lost in such daydreams, it's really rude and strange. No matter how awkward everything gets, I need to know my place." Seeing him standing at the counter, Yonga quickly rushed over. "How you paid," he immediately said. "What? Oh right, let's go. Your bag is here." After that, the two stood in the elevator and the numbers went up and down. Yonga was still flustered by her emotions. It's hard to look him straight in the eye, if it were Kanglum. Kanglum was actually embarrassed in the same way. Why am I thinking such thoughts right now? If I try to look at Yonga? The two didn't speak, but they were thinking the same thing, and it was very embarrassing. Suppress your feelings. Endure it. What if he finds out? As the two walked together, Nari was also there. She said with a blank expression, "Oh, isn't that pervert Oppa?" Morning, Minhyuk High School's 12th sports festival. Students stood in an orderly fashion on the sports field, looking up at the speakers on the podium. "Next, we will hear a few words from our principal, the super curly-haired principal." He looked at the students below and smiled cheerfully. "I'll keep it brief." Below, Kanglum sighed in relief, confidently and triumphantly. "It's really comforting to have thoroughly prepared in advance. A large-scale event like a sports festival is really advantageous for me. The organizing committee was set up in advance, so I had plenty of time to prepare. Thanks to that, I've prepared for all possible situations that could happen today. Now I can just relax and read web novels to pass the time." Principal on the podium smiled and gave a speech, adding, "Recently, there was a small incident at school. So the school has decided to resume the 123 event. Thanks to that, the number of participating students has increased significantly. Therefore, today's schedule has been slightly changed." Kanglum held the day's schedule in one hand and handed it to the girl behind him with the other. The principal's voice still echoed from the loudspeaker. The school immediately expanded the scale of the 123 event. The school wants to introduce more diverse activities for this festival. Kanglum's face turned pale as he looked at the packed schedule. Sweat poured down his face and he stammered, The sports festival schedule has changed. His schedule showed that the Manhwa Sports Festival schedule from 9 o'clock to 9:20, 9:20 to 9:40, 9:40 etc. had been extended by 2 hours for assembly and preparation, opening ceremony and relay 123 respectively, and the order of activities was completely different from what he knew. Kanglam clutched his head. Are they kidding me right now? That means all the measures I prepared will be useless. No, more importantly, if everything proceeds like this, it wouldn't be strange for the ESW incident to happen in a different way. The principal and teachers excitedly said, "This way, more students can participate, right?" Following the recent incidents, all school staff were busy preparing. Kanglam made a phone call. Did my preventing the sports festival registration box theft incident cause this? Is that why it's come to this? Is this real? Is everything going to proceed like this? The principal said. Manhwa High School's model students, based on what happened today, enjoy the sports festival to your heart's content. Manhwa? I'll have no choice but to do my best to prevent all incidents. The sports festival was bustling with energy. Yanga said, "I think all the necessary items are sorted. I'm not getting up from this spot until the festival ends." She looked to her side. "Hey, are you all ready too?" There was no one next to her. Outside the sports field, Gehi said, "Really, isn't this like a local cooperation project? It's surprising that all the street vendors are participating even though it's not a major festival." The female students gathered around Gehi, murmuring, Since it's a big festival, we set up our own stalls. We need to go get something to eat quickly. Now it's Gei's turn." Suddenly, a quarrel was heard. "No, it's too dangerous." The skewer shop owner tilted his head. "What's wrong? It's always been like this, hasn't it?" Kanglam angrily pointed at the gas cylinder. "It's too dangerous to leave a propane gas cylinder like this in hot weather." "I'm sorry, but look closely at the spray nozzle. Isn't there a small hole in the old rubber hose?" The owner bowed his head and asked, "Really?" Gehi approached and asked, "What's wrong, boss? Why are you here?" Kanglam saved someone's life. Anyway, immediately after, a gas cylinder explosion occurred right before Kanglam's eyes. Kanglam made a phone call. "Yang-soo, I think you need to get here as soon as possible. It seems like a cat is trapped in the car hood." "No, I'm not kidding. If anything happens, it could explode. You said you saw it." A loud explosion was heard and a cry of "ouch" came from nearby. Kanglam turned around annoyed. What now? Outside the sports field, the female student cheering squad was enthusiastically cheering. "I'm a fan of Rose and T. Please sign for me." Me too, me too. Let's take a picture together." The crowd was in chaos. Really, everyone swarming like they saw a celebrity. "Look, Shuren's in trouble." Shuren, standing next to her, looked at the crowd and said, "No, I'm fine. No matter how long it takes, I'll communicate with everyone. It'll be fine to communicate right here. This auditorium hasn't been used since it became old." Kanglam ran up and shouted in confusion, "No, Shuren, get out of here, Shuren." Kanglam. Suddenly, the gym shook and the crowd looked at Kanglam and Shuren. Everyone was startled. Another loop. Kanglam grabbed Lammy's hand and hurriedly dragged her down the hallway. Lammy, not understanding what was happening, asked, "Where are we going, Kanglam Sunbae?" Kanglam replied without changing his expression, "Just follow me. The floor was just cleaned yesterday, so it's slippery." 9 out of 9 people slipped and a major disaster happened. Lammy was startled. "What?" Suddenly, Kanglam said, "Then to the emergency exit." Lammy called out, Sunbae." Before anything could happen, another loop occurred. After going back in time, Kanglam desperately ran to resolve the disaster, but disasters kept occurring endlessly, giving Kanglam no time to resolve them. A moment later, Kanglam was standing in front of a vending machine. Kanglam thought to himself, "Everything seems to have calmed down now. What should I drink now? I'm tired of coffee. How many times have I looped today? But at least I know what incidents will happen, and thanks to the loops I was able to prevent them. But there's exactly one incident I haven't resolved. The obstacle course race that will happen in 10 minutes. As always, Yu Gehi will compete against the track and field ace opponent. But she'll be surprised by Gehi's unimaginable speed, and overwhelmed by her competitive spirit. She'll speed up to catch up, and in the process, an unexpected accident will happen. Yu Amy will also be running very fast at that moment. Unfortunately, she'll lose consciousness and be taken to the hospital. But I can't think of a suitable way to prevent that accident. It's too difficult for me to intervene as usual, and it's difficult to completely stop both of them from participating. The only way is to try to persuade them, so it would be best if they voluntarily withdraw from the competition. But no matter how much I think about it, I can't find a rational reason. I don't even know all of them. So for what reason should I stop their participation? I've been thinking for a long time, but nothing comes to mind. But I can't just watch. I'll have to try anyway. Gehi started running. Kanglam awkwardly approached and spoke to Gehi. Gehi looked at Kanglam and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you here?" Kanglam said, "It might be hard to hear, but what I mean is, do you really have to participate in this race?" Gehi asked, puzzled, "What are you talking about, Kanglam? I'm just worried you'll be exhausted if you participate. Isn't the upcoming 123 event more important? You said you'd participate as the representative of the sports club, didn't you? But this time, you're not fighting against a representative player, are you?" Gehi, my friend, don't you understand me? If I'm exhausted, how can I get this ranking? Over 90 of this ranking came from you, Gehi. Isn't that a lot, Gehi? But why are you suddenly saying that? Did you really come for this? Or is there some other reason why I shouldn't participate? Kanglam felt guilty. Just a little anxious. Gehi asked. What? Kanglam stammered. I have a bad feeling. I can't shake the feeling that you'll get hurt during the race. It's a kind of premonition, that's right. I had such a dream, that's why I'm worried about something so absurd, Kanglum thought. Even I find it funny to hear myself say it, let alone her. I'm acting like a crazy person trying to persuade her. Gehi looked at Kanglum in confusion. Gehi, alright, Kanglum sighed. As expected, it's unconvincing. Kanglum was suddenly startled. What did you just say? Gehi, I'm not participating. I mean, I'm withdrawing. Besides, I want to experience watching from the sidelines for once. Lunchtime is also approaching, so it's a good time. Kanglum thought, what is this? What the hell is going on? Why is you, Gehi, acting like that? But if it's like this, isn't everything resolved? Yanga, Kanglum called. She said coming. The three gathered. Shirin said the two of them can't come. Gehi eventually decided to have lunch with everyone. Yangsu said, I have to guard the city academy. Lamy said, Sunbae is really consistent. Lamy, then let's the four of us eat together. What's everyone eating? I heard there's a place that sells lunchboxes these days. Shirin said, oh, I brought my own lunchbox. Yanga also said, I brought mine too. Lamy stretched her limbs and said, I made mine myself too. Sunbae, look at this. Everyone's lunchboxes are too much for one person. Yanga laughed awkwardly. Great minds think alike, don't they? Kanglum approached the three of them. Everyone's here, Lamy said. Only Sunbae is late. I didn't even see Sunbae cheering. Lamy laughed playfully. Sunbae said he wasn't interested in the festival at all, but he participated in all the games and even seemed to enjoy it very much. Kanglum asked, what? I enjoyed it. Shirin said, right, I just saw you doing it. I was surprised you were better than I thought. I just practiced until I got used to it. Anyway, my stomach is rumbling. Let's eat together. I have some bread that Yangsu and I bought on the way here this morning, Lamy said. I knew Sunbae would buy something like that. Yanga said, right, we all brought our lunchboxes, Shirin said, but it seems like a lot. This is leftovers. I'll give you some, Kanglum said. Isn't it too much for just leftovers? Shirin awkwardly said. Actually, I prepared it to eat with my club friends, but everyone brought their own lunch. Kanglum excitedly said, Kimbap, that's my favorite. Kanglum Yanga awkwardly said, do you want some of mine? I have a lot too. Kanglum said, I'll gladly accept it. It seems like a lot. Yanga awkwardly said, today is a very special day, so I prepared a little more. Lamy thought, oh dear, these two Sunbaes are truly something. Kanglum said, and this is Jamie's. It looks really impressive. Lamy boasted, of course. Anyway, this is a lunchbox I specially made for Sunbae. The other two looked at Lamy. Lamy was startled. Oh dear, I forgot the promise I made earlier. Everyone's lunchboxes are too much for one person, aren't they? Aren't we all thinking the same thing? So are you two really planning to give this lunchbox to Kanglum? Lamy said. That's right. I thought Sunbae would eat more than a normal amount, Yanga said. Then what should we do? He won't be able to eat it all. If we say we prepared it specially for him, he won't be able to swallow it. How about we let him choose? Lamy decided who would be chosen. Ani, are you okay? I'm quite confident in my cooking skills. Yanga said, it's okay. I put all my heart into it too. Shirin awkwardly shouted, me too, I'm really confident too. An invisible fierce battle was unfolding between the three. Currently, Kanglum was conflicted among the lunchboxes. So which one should I eat first? I feel like I'll burst if I eat it all. How about this one? Yanga proudly puffed out her chest. Suddenly, Kanglum felt a dark aura from behind. What's wrong? What's happening? Did I do something wrong? Kanglum changed his target again. Then this time, Lamy rejoiced excitedly. Kanglum changed direction again. No, Shirin felt good seeing that. Kanglum thought to himself, wait a minute, isn't this it? I've read about this kind of situation a lot in comics. This is definitely a cooking battle, isn't it? They'll definitely be very proud of their cooking skills. Although the protagonist has no intention of showing off his taste buds, their confidence in their skills must have triggered this battle. Yes, that's right. And I'll have to give them a very important evaluation. Kanglum suddenly opened his mouth. It's okay, don't worry. I'll evaluate it as objectively as possible, Lamy said. Sunbae is misunderstanding again, isn't he? Kanglum started tasting them one by one. Everyone asked, which one do you like best? How does it taste, Kanglum? Kanglum replied, it's not an exaggeration. All three of these are really delicious. But if I had to choose one, Kanglum suddenly realized. Wait, this situation feels familiar. Could it be? Kanglum clutched his head, thinking, oh my god, I just realized it. Yes, it might not just be a simple battle. Kanglum clutched his head. Am I trapped in a loop? Yes, there's a high possibility. If I recklessly evaluate which lunchbox is delicious and which isn't, and make them angry, could it perhaps lead to ruining the 123 race? Will this mistake lead to another mistake and trap me in another loop? I feel like I'm overthinking, but looking back at the past, it's not impossible. If I think about it that way, wouldn't choosing any lunchbox lead to disaster? I need to choose a safe way to prevent this from happening. Lamy picked up the rolled omelet and said, come on, Sunbae. I can't wait any longer. What are you hesitating about? This is yours. I'll go on. Kanglum was startled. Hold on. The other two also unconsciously followed suit. Kanglum, eat it while it's warm. Kanglum, taste one of the three and choose the most delicious one. Kanglum was flustered. A voice came from the speaker. Next up is the main activity of the 123 event. The three-legged race will now begin. Participating teams, please proceed to the starting line. Yanga, Kanglum. Are you okay, Kanglum? Didn't you eat too much? No, I'm fine, everything was so delicious I couldn't resist. Shirin and Lammy were in the stands. Both of you, good luck, I wish you the best. This was the event I was looking forward to the most. I wish I had won rock paper scissors. Yanga, standing next to Kanglum, blushed. Isn't this my first time participating? Why am I so nervous? Honestly, I don't think I'll do well. But what matters is that I tried to participate, right? Kanglum said with a serious face. No, we have to win. Kanglum thought to himself, because I can only intervene and resolve any accidents if I make it to the finals. Yes, I'm doing this for the race, not because I'm tempted by the prize of victory. Kanglum's team's race began and they finished in 4th place. Kanglum, overall we did really well, didn't we? We can make up for it in the next event. Good job, Yanga. Hey, are you okay, Yanga? She replied. No, my heart feels like it's going to burst. What? You need to go to the infirmary right now. Should I give you a piggyback ride? No, just leave me alone, Yanga thought to herself. My heart feels like it's going to burst because of Kanglum. Gehi, it's finally tug of war. Is everyone ready? We're going to use strategy number 5, understood? We're all relying on you. Gehi, wait a minute, isn't Shirin participating this time too? Now that you mention it, I don't see her. Ever since we had lunch with Hojun and a few others, right? Isn't it too obvious? She's probably with her club friends, that culture club. Isn't Kanglum there too? Oh, there he is. What, everyone's a girl except Kanglum, even the name. Isn't that club a bit strange? I'm sorry, isn't Gehi also in that club? Gehi replied emotionlessly. Yes, but it's okay, it's a really strange club. Gehi frowned and thought, yes, as I said, it's strange. Nari asked, what? You saw Sunbae with some girl? Nari replied. Yes, a girl with long black hair. Gehi thought, then it must be Yanga. Gehi remembered Yanga saying she really liked Kanglum. Gehi thought to herself, okay, then those two will spend the weekend together. Gehi chuckled and said, I cheered for them a lot and it seems to be going well. Gehi thought to herself, that's a relief, Nari asked. Ani, Gehi suddenly came to her senses on Kanglum's side. Thanks to the new rules, our team has enough members, but the girls will be at a disadvantage, which brings to mind Squid Game. Gehi stares silently at Kanglum. Kanglum is still chattering excitedly. At this moment, all participating students hold a piece of paper in their hands. They are playing a treasure hunt game. Lammy suddenly leaned in close. Sunbae, what do you think? Have you decided about me making you lunch every day? Kanglum was startled. I know you'd be willing to do that. Kanglum replied. No, I really appreciate your thoughtfulness, but it's too much of a burden, Lammy asked. Really, why do you feel that way? Because the school provides enough meals, he replied. She looked a little pouting. If you make more it'll be too much? I see, but you're not just making excuses because you don't like my lunch, are you? Kanglum quickly explained. Nonsense, absolutely not. Your food is really delicious, he thought a little awkwardly, that even if it weren't delicious any man would be truly happy to have that. Wouldn't they? Lammy chuckled, seeing Kanglum's awkwardness. Oh my, such a cute junior making you lunch. Wow, look at Sunbae's expression, what kind of face is that? She bit her hand and thought, is he showing a cute side now? But the important thing is, I feel like a lot of competitors will flock around him now. Kanglum suddenly shouted, watch out. Jamie Lammy flinched. She was startled. She blushed as Kanglum suddenly got close. Sunbae, you're too close. Why are you suddenly like this? You shouldn't do this here, it's embarrassing. But Kanglum picked up an item from the bush behind. Found it, the treasure hunt target. The next game was dodgeball, and Kanglum's team also participated in this game. Shirin said confidently, you two are unlucky to have to face me and Kanglum. Today is your unlucky day. Kanglum looked at her and thought uneasily, why is she suddenly so confident? She was eliminated right at the start of the game and was standing outside the court. Hey, you guys are the unlucky ones. Both of us from the soccer team only train our arm muscles. We always win and never give any opponent a chance to retaliate. Kanglum felt something was off. Then why are you two on the soccer team? This prize has a very valuable item. We're going to resell it on a cross-trading platform, the two boys replied. Kanglum cursed. These damn guys, they want to sell it, but I just have to win, he said smugly. It's no use. I'll win with one throw. As soon as he finished speaking, the ball in his hand flew like a cannonball. Kanglum cursed. That's even better. Don't you know we're very confident in catching the ball? At the student level, power isn't the problem, but failing to catch the ball due to misjudging its trajectory is the problem. But our team has the flexible vision of a top professional gamer. Instead of tracking the ball's movement, we'll observe muscle movements to predict the ball's trajectory. Shirin saw everything, muscle structure, arm strength, power, etc. Shirin, if I tell Kanglum to move left, he moves left. Kanglum, understood, this is it. So Kanglum dodged to the left as Shirin instructed, but was immediately hit square in the face by the ball. Kanglum fell to the ground, hit in the face by the ball. Shirin rushed over. Oh my god, from my position it was left. Are you okay? The two opponents were speechless. What are these two doing? So the referee announced, the winner is the soccer team. The teacher announced the final game. For the 123 event, we will finally begin the mother-carrying child race. The winning team will receive a whopping 1,000 points. The students below cheered excitedly. Nyan grabbed the microphone and said, everyone calm down, the mother-carrying child race will be very dangerous. Only the leading teams are left now. More precisely, this is a showdown between the strongest teams, and the first challenging team is Yu Gehi's team, one of the most influential teams. The next challenging team is the multicultural club team, a team that has quietly reached their current position, Kanglum said. The atmosphere is heating up. Yanga just laughed awkwardly. But thanks to Shirin it's become this exciting, right? And the club members also enthusiastically participated in this showdown. And the next team, Gehi said again. Not bad, right? Kanglum was surprised. He couldn't believe they had made it to the final round. Kanglum looked back. Perhaps non-sporting events like the treasure hunt gave them priority due to fewer team members. Looking at the people behind, Gehi looked like a zombie. She kept muttering, "We have to win, we have to win," Gehi asked. "But can our team really win?" Kanglum replied, "Absolutely not." The children behind seemed to have been brainwashed by Gehi. "We have to win, we have to win, we can do it, we can do it, we can do it." Kanglum asked, "What did you do to those kids?" Gehi replied calmly, "Well, I just boosted their morale, you know." Shirin and Lammy were terrified. "A bit scary. Are they zombies?" They seemed brainwashed. On Kanglum's team's side, they were discussing a plan for the longest goal. "For now, I'll be at the bottom. If we don't win, there will be a team on screen that I don't know." And in the blink of an eye, as soon as that team stepped onto the field, they were defeated by Gehi's team. So fast, after a long discussion, Kanglum was carried on the shoulders by the girls in his harem. Kanglum's team was suddenly intimidated by Gehi's slaughter. Seeing this, we know the outcome. How can Kanglum compete with a sports genius like Gehi? As expected, after a light exchange, Kanglum was defeated by Gehi. And with that game, the 12th Manhwa High School Sports Festival came to an end. There was also an award ceremony. Date, 0th month, 1st day. "We are the champions of the 12th Manhwa High School Sports Festival." Suddenly, an announcement came over the speakers. "The closing ceremony will begin in a few minutes." A moment later, in the classroom hallway inside the restroom, Kanglum had just used the restroom and wiped his hands on his clothes. That was really refreshing. Everything's in place. Anyway, everything will go smoothly. Not everything went according to plan, but I had to intervene several times to avoid accidents. Thanks to that, I was able to interact with other students. These guys whispered, looking at Kanglum. "Is that the Kanglum guy? I heard he's pretty close with Gehi, right? And I heard he's also close with the gamer Rosen T. That club is all girls." They continued to talk. "That's really amazing. I don't understand why only he gets that." Kanglum listened to their conversation and thought, "Do these kids not care that Young-soo is there too? I just participated in the sports festival with girls and everyone's talking about it. Oh dear, it's tough being handsome kids." He walked, thinking, "Honestly, I understand too. At first, I had similar thoughts. Anyway, I know what Gehi likes and dislikes. To be honest, I also had high expectations and wanted to get closer to her. But after countless repetitions, I can no longer focus on romance. That's to be expected. Especially today of all days, I witnessed them getting injured multiple times, and even more severe injuries, so I had no time to think about romance. It's like 1 in a million, hee. Even if I feel emotions, they are not for one specific person. Although I am genuinely grateful for everyone's help, those are not romantic feelings. After meeting the heroines of ESW, I understood the difference. Oh, I see. Although everything is about you, Gehi, let's not talk about this anymore." Kanglum walked, his mind filled with thoughts of the heroines. "Furthermore, I feel a little guilty because I was able to desperately solve the incidents thanks to ESW's support and countless repetitions. Let's assume they developed feelings because of that. Even if it's romantic love, do I deserve it? To wish for such a thing at this point?" Suddenly, a young man doing multi-level marketing appeared. "Everyone look, these are photos taken by the photography club. Sports festival photos today, 1,000 won for 2. Kanglum looked. Thought, "One will be enough, right? This is a first-year photo. Impressive. Hey, wait a minute, what is this? There are no photos of me. I participated in several activities too. Why are all my photos only from behind?" Kanglum turned and thought, "That's right, it's not that I'm expecting too much, it's something only I can do. And I feel responsible for my thoughtless habit of speaking, so I just have to take responsibility myself." The young man looked surprised at the sight before him and walked out. It was the girls in the harem loudly chattering while looking at the photos. "Minion, so funny, haha, oh look, he closed his eyes in this pose too, ha ha ha, really, look at this pose, hee hee, you two have so many pretty pictures." Kanglum approached and asked, "What are you doing?" Gehi turned and said, "Oh Sunday, you were here? Do you know they're selling photos inside?" She showed a picture of Kanglum playing tug of war and said, "Look, it's so funny." Kanglum watched the girls share photos and choose them and thought something. "But there are a few photos of Sunday, Kanglum, that turned out well. Not many, but perhaps this one." "Oh no, not that photo. Unnie K looks a bit strange. It's strange that the girls only buy photos with Kanglum's face. They snatch them from each other. Oh, I'll take this photo. If I were Kanglum, I would have taken these girls into my harem a long time ago. Hee hee." The 4 girls turned to Kanglum, who was dumbfounded. "I'll take this photo. Sunday, what's wrong? Why are you like this? Kanglum." He was lost in thought many times. His mind felt like it was breaking down and he wanted to give up. Yes, for such a perfect sports festival, Kanglum had to go through countless repetitions and countless trials. "But now I know. Kanglum said, lost in thought. "I know. Unbeknownst to me, I've already been rewarded." The children looked at Kanglum, not understanding what he was doing. At the comic book store, a limited first edition of this comic book was in Kanglum's hands. "Welcome to the class of Ultimate Beauty. Acrylic stand included. As expected, there's a reward for buying it directly from the store. This isn't anything special, but it's collectible. Shall I take a look at the new releases corner?" Oh, Nari is here too. She saw Kanglum and exclaimed in surprise, "Sunday. But these sisters are really cute." Kanglum was startled. "You Nari, why are you here?" She replied. "Why, oh, I came to buy books, but Sunday cut his hair, didn't he? I heard about it, but Sunday looks so different." Kanglum felt like if he met this girl, more problems would arise. "Seriously, We met by chance again. Why has it been like this since last time? Isn't it too unrealistic? Kanglum hastily explained. Hey, don't misunderstand. This is a coincidence. If you misunderstand again like last time, I'll scream. I'm not here to stalk you, okay? The more he explained, the more suspicious Nari became. The more Sunbae says that, the more suspicious I get. But it really might be a coincidence. I've never been to this bookstore before anyway. Kanglum stammered. Oh really? Anyway, I'm glad your ankle is healed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Kanglum thought he should nip all misunderstandings in the bud. Suddenly she grabbed his sleeve and pulled him. Sunbae, wait a minute, Kanglum asked worriedly. What's wrong? Nari said. I have a favor to ask you, Sunbae. In the end, Kanglum sat down and listened to her story. It's actually about Unni. I think Unni has some worries these days. Kanglum was startled. What? You gay, he has worries too, Nari replied. I don't know what it is, but Unni has been spacing out a lot lately. It's happening more and more often. I've asked her many times what's wrong, but Kanglum was uneasy. Could it be related to some incident in ESW? Nari replied. No way, that can't be true. I never miss anything related to you, Gehi. Don't worry, it's probably nothing serious. Looking at Unni's reaction, it's not a serious problem. What Nari was worried about was her sister's spaced out look. Oh, it's nothing. I can tell by that expression. It's an expression that makes you fall in love at first sight. Haha, Kanglum said. Really? Then I'm relieved. Even as he said that, Kanglum was worried. Nari replied, then what I wanted to tell you is that I want to ask Sunbae to teach me how to play games. Hey. She's suddenly asking Kanglum, a gold-tier gatekeeper gamer, to teach her how to play games. Kanglum was filled with question marks. What? Games? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Then the young girl said she wanted to understand her sister more. Sunbae is also a member of the popular culture club, right? Nari's eyes were filled with determination. Since Unni joined the game club, she's really gotten into games. Kanglum thought that the club wasn't entirely about games. So I want to learn how to play games and get closer to Unni. But I'm so clumsy at it. So that's why Nari was buying these kinds of books. Should I call this child devoted or honest? Nari said hesitantly. I heard Sunbae knows a lot about games. Is it okay for me to ask Sunbae like this? I also know a lot about games. Isn't there anyone who wants me to teach them? Haha. Kanglum awkwardly replied. No, it's okay. If you think I'm okay, I'd be happy to help. Then when shall we go to the PC cafe together? Nari happily asserted. No, please come to my house this weekend. Kanglum was surprised that she invited him to her house. What? If a younger sister invites someone home, her older sister would be furious. Eventually that day came. Kanglum gathered his courage and went to Gehi's house. Nari came out and opened the door. Oh hello, I've been waiting for you. Come in, Sunbae. Hey, dressed like this and saying, I've been waiting for you. It's easy to misunderstand. Kanglum entered with an awkward expression. I'm sorry for bothering you. I can't believe I'm here. Nari softly said that her sister and the children had left about an hour ago. I was originally going to work today, but I decided to take a day off. She handed Kanglum slippers. As I said, they'll only come back late at night. Oh, here are Sunbae's slippers. As you can see, Unni finally has some free time. And these days most games can be played on phones, right? It's much more economical to do it this way than going to a PC cafe. Kanglum sighed and replied, I told you it was okay. Do you really think it's okay to let me into your house when you're alone? Is it because you live overseas that you're so open, or perhaps you've accepted me? Has it been clarified that I'm not a pervert? Nari said, oh don't worry, Sunbae. Then she pulled out a stun gun and smiled at Kanglum. I've taken measures for perverted Sunbaes. Seeing the flashing electric sparks, Kanglum was worried. Kanglum was aghast. Oh my god, what did I do wrong? Stop, that's enough. All the protagonists of ESW are crazy. Is it too late to change my mind now? Nari laughed and replied. It was just a joke, Sunbae. This is just a self-defense item Unni bought me before. We live alone, you know. Sunbae knows too, right? Seriously, don't be so dramatic. Haha. Kanglum's heart was pounding. If you prank me like that again, I'll be so surprised I'll die of suffocation. A moment later, Nari made 2 drinks for them while Kanglum installed the game. Kanglum opened his bag and rummaged through it. He brought a game console and other accessories. It's better to play with a game console than a phone when playing at home. Nari asked, a game console, what's the difference? He replied. Simply put, if you leave it like this, it connects to the TV. It's connected. Nari was surprised. Wow, he asked her what game she wanted to play. Choose, she pointed with her finger and chose. I'll take this one. I think I've seen these names somewhere, Kanglum said. Okay, this game has simple mechanics. You have to control the heroes on the screen and move forward, defeat enemies along the way. Your goal is to rescue the kidnapped princess. A knight version of Mario. Nari pressed the buttons with both hands. It's easy. Kanglum sat and watched, teaching her. See, haha. Anyway, this is just the tutorial. That's enough. It's surprising to see her so engrossed in the game. What? Kanglum didn't know how to teach her after seeing her play. The words game over appeared on the screen and Kanglum was shocked to think there's really someone who can't even pass the tutorial. She said innocently. Sunbae, it's strange. This hero is too weak, Kanglum shouted. It's strange for them not to get weak when they're hit by every attack, and I teach you how to jump. And aren't the enemies too unfair? Why do they attack so much? Also, if he calls himself a hero, where are his companions? Kanglum explained logically but was helpless. It's a strange perspective but plausible. But what if this hero is a loser? Give it to me. I need to lower the difficulty a bit. Nari refused. No, I can do it. Anyway, she's a bit stubborn. She'll improve if she keeps doing this, Nari resolved. Hero, be careful, move this way. 30 minutes later it was still the tutorial, an hour later it was still the tutorial. Kanglum couldn't take it anymore. 2 hours later Kanglum was so angry. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Nari was startled. What's wrong, Sunbae? Kanglum was so frustrated that he ran over, grabbed her hand and taught her. What are you asking for? Focus. You have to do it like this. See? Nari's face turned red in embarrassment as Kanglum suddenly got close. She stammered. Ha! Kanglum shouted. If that guy shoots you, press the jump button after he shoots. She was so flustered and he kept shouting, which made her more confused. Wait a minute, Kanglum shouted. Focus, focus. From now on we'll play in Spartan style. Spartan style refers to someone brave, strong, tenacious, disciplined, highly disciplined and good at fighting. Thanks to his efforts, Nari passed the tutorial. Phew, it took 2 hours to clear a tutorial that could be cleared in 5 minutes. You're really a genius, she was delighted. I did it. I succeeded. Sunbae, look at this. Kanglum praised her. Well done, really well done. That's the first step. You're on the right track. If you can do this step, you'll be able to solve the next thing too. Nari smiled and replied. Thank you, hee hee. Kanglum scratched his head and awkwardly added, and I'm sorry about earlier. I'm a true gamer, so I lost a bit of self-control. I couldn't help you at all then. Nari replied. No, I'm the type who sees everything through once I decide to do something. So I think it'll be more fun and interesting, hee hee. Besides, those games feel familiar somehow. I think I saw them on a list of recommended games for beginners on the internet. Sunbae chose these games for me, didn't he? Kanglum was embarrassed as if caught. Yeah, let's say that, Nari smiled. Hee hee. I didn't know Sunbae was so thoughtful. Kanglum thought to himself, honestly I was a little nervous before coming here. I even mentally prepared for repetition loops. Was I worrying unnecessarily? We get along quite well as long as I don't talk about Gehi, don't we? Kanglum said. But it's been a really long time since I've enjoyed a game like this. Usually it's just terrible games, haha. Especially for picky people like you, Gehi, it's a headache. She always acted refined and scolded him for being immature. She frowned when she heard Kanglum talking about her sister. Wait, Sunbae, are you bad-mouthing my sister? Kanglum felt a murderous intent behind him and broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, I said the wrong thing, he hastily explained. No, I mean thanks to her challenges I was able to improve, haha. Oh, it's lunchtime now, isn't it? She looked at her watch. That's right. I've been playing games for so long I didn't even notice the time. Sunbae, please wait a moment. I'll quickly make something. So Nari went into the kitchen and put on an apron. Doesn't this look like a little wife? Since I'm a commoner, I'll go first. Kanglum rolled up his sleeves and went in. Why are you still standing there? I'll help you. What should I do? She was startled. No, Sunbae is a guest. I'll just do it. Kanglum said. It's okay. I've washed my hands too. Kanglum guessed, looking at the ingredients. Oh, Bongol pasta. Are you making such a fancy dish because you work at a restaurant? At least let me help you prepare the ingredients. So Kanglum showed off his excellent knife skills. Since he cooked for his siblings every day, his skills were not ordinary. She watched in surprise. Wow, I didn't know Sunbae was so good at this. Kanglum replied, when I was young our family's financial situation wasn't good. It wasn't to the point where we couldn't eat, but both my parents worked and often worked late. So as the eldest, I felt a responsibility to do the housework. Nari was surprised. Oh, I see. She recalled that time. Come to think of it, it was like that back then too. When I fell at the restaurant, Kanglum Sunbae took care of me like a younger sister. She stood frozen looking at Kanglum, and he recalled the previous events. But doesn't this scene look like a young couple? A moment later, thanks to their mutual help, the dish was completed. I see shrimp and clams. The two sat facing each other at the dining table. What would happen if Gehi returned at this moment? Kanglum said, so it's really necessary to play games on a laptop, she replied in surprise. Oh, Kanglum Sunbae is a completely different person from my first impression of him. Even though I was suspicious when we kept running into each other by chance, the more we talked and spent time together, the more comfortable I felt. Nari's face turned red and she lowered her head. What am I thinking? It's like I've fallen for him. In the end, from that moment on, this child fell in love. I really like him. Kanglum saw her spacing out and asked, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly spacing out? She stammered. Oh, it's nothing at all. She suddenly recalled the moment she asked her sister, Ani, is something bothering you? You seem to be spacing out. Gehi replied to her with a blank expression. Oh, it's nothing. At this moment, Nari seemed to realize something. She vaguely suspected, could it be Gehi? Ani, are you, Ani, in love with him? Kanglum looked at her, not understanding. Nari was shocked by her own thoughts. Ani, are you in love with him? No, it should be the other way around. She recalled her sister's appearance, muttering continuously. And boss too, with boss, haha, she recalled and was startled. So that's why, she fell into thought. That could be, but wait a minute, what? If Ani really likes Kanglum, then what about the senior from before? She remembered her sister always cheering them on. Everything seemed to be going well. Ani said she was rooting for that senior. Looking at the atmosphere then, everyone would have known from Yanga's expression. Yanga was smiling brightly while walking with Kanglum. She was shocked and lost in thought. Could it be a love triangle? Oh my goodness, or could it be this way? But that also makes sense. Everything made sense until just now. Is that why Ani has been so anxious lately? Kanglum called out to her, finding her strange. Nari, what's wrong? She quickly said. Sunbae, can you show me some pictures of the members of the popular culture club you're in? Kanglum was surprised. Why all of a sudden? She thought to herself. Okay, maybe I misunderstood. Besides Sunbae, there might be other attractive people around Ani and Yanga. Sunbae, right? Kanglum pulled out his phone. Wait a minute, I have a few photos from the sports festival. Nari was shocked when she saw them. No way, these are Sunbae's friends. I've met all of them before, haven't I? More importantly, all the other girls were really pretty too, but was the guy with glasses blurry? The innocent child's perception shattered. My goodness, what kind of person is Sunbae? Oppa, I haven't given you food yet, have I? Sunbae, you're a real pervert. Kanglam introduced. Ah, this is Shirin. She's a professional gamer. Hee hee, Nari thought. So the curly-haired Sunbae really cheated on me? Restaurant owner's words confused Nari even more. No boss, this isn't cheating, this is more like polyamory. A moment later the two finished their meal and decided to wash the dishes later. The two played games again. It'll probably take about 10 minutes to install, Kanglam asked Nari. But it's still daytime outside, why did it suddenly get so dark? Is it going to rain? Suddenly Nari called him. She asked if he perhaps had a girlfriend. Kanglam, hearing her question, spit out the water he was drinking. Doesn't this child know I've been single for over 10 years? He cleared his throat. Why are you suddenly asking that? You were acting strange earlier too. What's going on? Nari shyly said. I just asked. There are so many pretty unnies in Sunbae's photos. He thought to himself, what kind of interrogation is this? Does she still think I'm chasing her sister? Kanglam told her, please, how could I have a girlfriend? Honestly, we don't have anything like that in our club. At our last meeting, all we did was talk and play games. When we meet, we just talk. She looked at Kanglam wondering, does Sunbae really not know anything, or is he pretending not to know? She said flustered. Then Sunbae doesn't have anyone you like right now. No, what's Sunbae's ideal type? Kanglam felt it was a little strange. What, am I auditioning now? He didn't think much of it. What's the big deal? It's just a normal question, just small talk while waiting for the game to install. He hesitated about his ideal type. This is a pretty sensitive topic for me, so I need to think about it a lot. He recalled the moment he saw Gaehee's photo. Wow, this person is really the heroine, but honestly, he thought about it and told her, maybe because I can't be like that. I hope my ideal type is someone sincere and honest. You know, someone who can't stand injustice. That's just an ideal type, she asked again. Then what about appearance, like hairstyle for example? Kanglam replied, appearance. I don't think I'm in a position to choose, but well, if I really had to say, probably someone with long hair and bangs, he continued. Oh, and if possible, I hope she's good at games. Because that's my hobby. Kanglam suddenly paused. Damn, if I say this, people might think my ideal type is similar to Gaehee. I need to say something opposite to balance it out, he started bluffing. It might be better if she's not good at games. Then I can teach them when we date. What? Isn't that referring to Nari next to him? He continued, right, there's no perfect person, is there? They're not Webtoon characters, for example, in cooking rather than someone who's super good at it from the start. Someone who can improve their cooking skills with effort would be better, but something strange, various thoughts swirled in Nari's head. Honest, sincere, long hair with bangs, not good at games, diligent, dating, good at cooking. Honest, sincere, not good at games, diligent, long hair and a girl. Wait a minute. That's me, isn't it? She shook her head and refuted herself. No, Unnie must be talking about someone in a parallel universe. Seeing that, Kanglam quickly explained, I just said that. Don't misunderstand, such a person isn't from a parallel universe. As he said that, his words caused an even bigger misunderstanding. He's talking about me. He's aiming for me right in front of me, she shouted. No, Sunbae is a pervert. Even if there's interest, it can't progress further. From an ethical perspective, the installation seems complete. Kanglam just picked up his phone, but she thought he was going to do something to her. No, I said no, I'm not ready to accept these feelings yet. So the author turned off the lights for the two of them. Now you're free to do whatever you want, right? Kanglam asked. What's wrong with the lights? Is it a power outage? Kanglam turned on his phone. I should turn on my phone light first. Nari opened the window and looked outside. I'll go outside and check. Why is it just our house? Outside was dark and thunder and lightning roared as if some Taoist was cultivating through tribulation. After the thunder and lightning, raindrops began to fall. This situation gave Kanglam an excuse to stay after dinner. Kanglam was startled. Wow, lightning struck right before our eyes. It's suddenly raining heavily. So that's why there was a sudden power outage. Kanglam walked over and saw her cowering on the floor in fear. Nari, what's wrong? What happened? She was scared because of the thunder and lightning. Go and comfort her with a hug. It's an opportunity. Outside, the thunder and lightning roared, and Nari inside the house trembled in fear. Kanglam approached. Is it because of that, the thunder and lightning? Nari, trembling in fear, nodded slightly. How many times has this lightning tribulation happened already? The cultivation process will probably continue a bit longer, Nari thought to herself. I've always hated days like this. Days with thunder, lightning, and heavy rain. Days when Unnie comes home late. Days when I worry about Unnie. Recalling those memories reminded her of the family vacation that everyone had been looking forward to, which was ruined. And on that rainy day, the day her parents passed away forever, Nari was still young then, and knew nothing more than having lost her parents. But Gaehee, her older sister, knew she had to take care of her younger siblings in place of her parents. Kanglam silently watched her. He probably knew her past through the webtoon. Kanglam turned off his phone light and sat behind her. Nari was flustered by Kanglam's actions. Oppa, Kanglam sighed. Don't just cower like that, sit up, she asked. What? He said again. Don't just cower like that, sit properly, your knees might hurt, okay, quickly. Just trust me this one time. So she gradually relaxed her grip and sat, leaning her back against Kanglam as he instructed. He asked Nari if she was sitting. Good, now close your eyes and listen. Maybe you'll hear some scary sounds, but surely you'll also hear familiar sounds in this place, won't you? the ticking of a clock, the bell of an apartment parking lot, the sound of a refrigerator, and sounds I can't hear, the sound of an elevator arriving, he continued kindly. So we'll hear a sound at the door soon too, won't we? See, this is a trick I used in elementary school. Have you ever watched an anime called Midnight School Ghost Stories? Kanglum said. After watching it he was so scared that he couldn't sleep and trembled, but he was too embarrassed to call his mom. Ha right, haha, he said with a confident expression. This isn't a magical method, but it worked when I was alone in an unfamiliar place, but now I'm here with you. Oh my, Kanglum Sunbae is so sweet. No wonder girls fall for him. At those words Nari blushed, she thought to herself. Surely his shoulders are wide enough, and my back is sturdy enough to lean on. But there was no one. She felt happy and comfortable. In the end she succumbed to Kanglum's warmth. Kanglum's arm was a strong support. Suddenly Nari reached out her arm and touched his warm hand. Kanglum was startled by the sudden touch and recoiled his hand. She approached again and placed her hand on Kanglum's. Just a little longer, please stay like this for just a little longer. Two fingers slightly intertwined. Moment later, the rain outside stopped. Perhaps the Taoist priest had finished cultivating. So the electricity came back on immediately. She turned around and said, "Ah, the electricity is back on. Thank you for earlier, Oppa." But Kanglum was already asleep. Sunbae is asleep, huh? This is just his trick for when he can't sleep, but I still can't believe it. How can he sleep now? He's truly amazing. But I'll let it slide today. Nari didn't want to wake Kanglum, so she laid him down. I won't wake him. And Kanglum lay with his head on her lap. Good night, Oppa. Look at Kanglum's face. A moment later Nari was on the phone with Gehi. Unnie, I'm fine. Be careful in the rain, she replied with a smile. Unnie can take her time coming home. Early the next morning Nari sent a text message. Sunbae, did you get home safely last night? Thanks to Sunbae I'll be playing games with Unnie and Oppa today. Thank you again. It's all thanks to Sunbae, Kanglum replied. Ah ha ha ha, that's good, have fun. Kanglum sighed. Anyway, we're still in contact. It's not bad like this anyway. This way if anything happens to Gehi I can deal with it more easily, he thought. Come to think of it, I've been more anxious every day since the sports festival. I'm barely holding on every day. If someday there's no more information about ESW, what should I do when I've caught up with everything? I mean, what should I do and what will happen next? This is something I knew would happen but wanted to postpone. It's fine. What good does worrying do? He pulled up a chair. I'll just wait until it comes. Hee hee. Right, let's play a game trusting my repetition loop. Suddenly the phone rang. Kanglum answered. Hello, who is this? Unnie called. What's wrong? Kanglum suddenly got excited. What? Something urgent about Shirin. What happened? I'll be right there. So Kanglum hurriedly ran downstairs without even changing his clothes. When he arrived, Song Yunsa was already waiting. She calmly said, "You're here. Get in the car. That Unnie is like a supreme commander, full of grace." Kanglum was surprised. Unnie came all the way here? You look brighter with your new hairstyle. Good job. Kanglum quickly replied, "Yes, thank you. So what's the urgent matter?" Song Yunsa replied casually. "Oh, we're just going on a date. Get in the car." The great Unnie is really straightforward. So Kanglum went on a date with that Unnie in an open-top car. Kanglum sat in the car, still confused about why he was in the car. Unnie asked him if he had eaten. Kanglum stammered that he hadn't yet. "What? I had goat spaghetti an hour ago," Yunsa said while driving. "Then that's settled. We'll have dinner together later." Kanglum was very confused. "Okay, but wait. Before that, explain what's happening." "What's a date?" Yunsa calmly replied. "Oh, a date is when a man and a woman go out together." Kanglum became annoyed. "I'm not asking for a definition," she said while driving. "I want to give you a special experience today. I'm sure you've never been on a date before." Kanglum wondered. "Why do you think so, Unnie?" Yunsa replied. "Because Shirin has never mentioned it." While driving fiercely, the Unnie suddenly stopped and Kanglum almost hit his head. The Unnie looked at him with dangerous eyes. "You haven't been cheating on Shirin, have you?" Kanglum cried out indignantly. "Unnie, stop making assumptions. We haven't even been on a date." Hearing that, Yunsa started acting knowledgeable again. "I understand you're not a complete idiot either. Kids these days grow up so fast. According to research, the percentage of students with experience." Before she could finish, Kanglum quickly cut in. "Stop it, Unnie. How long are you going to exaggerate this?" Yunsa ignored Kanglum and continued. "Hey, do you know this is important? Young people these days need to seriously learn about contraception." Kanglum was speechless. Unnie, you've really gone too far, and we haven't even started the main topic yet." The Unnie looked at him. Hee hee, of course. I don't know what kind of person you are, so I need to show you what an adult date is like." Kanglum's head was full of question marks. The Unnie said again, "First you need to change into these clothes." Immediately after, the two went shopping. The saleswoman gently said, "Could you please raise your hands?" Kanglum hastily replied, "Yes." He stood frozen in place, thinking nonstop. "I'm so nervous. I've never done anything like this before, but seriously, what kind of place is this? It's so luxurious." The Unnie over there told the owner to bring more clothes in simple shades without floral or complex patterns. The proportions seem good. "Then please bring more samples of pleated styles." Kanglum wondered over here. Wait, what is she saying? What are simple shades and pleated styles? Anyway, isn't this a place only rich people can enter? The Unnie approached Kanglum and said, "Hey, send me the exact address. I'll send the clothes once they're ready." It was as if he was being sponsored by a chaebol. Kanglum turned back. Right, since it's custom made, it won't be ready immediately." "Ha," the Unnie suddenly said. "That's right, we need to choose other clothes for our date today." Kanglum thought to himself, "Then shouldn't I just choose one for today? Why do I need other clothes too?" The Unnie said, looking at it again. "This hairstyle is also pretty." then she added, looking at it again, this hairstyle is also pretty. People often say the face completes the outfit, but actually the less attractive the face, the better it often is. Kanglum was annoyed. Stop it, I've heard that many times. A moment later, in front of the water park, whales were swimming happily. Kanglum exclaimed, wow, that's amazing, did you see it too, Unnie? The big-chested Unnie also admired. I saw it, indeed seeing it up close is a different experience. The young people behind them stared at Yunsa without taking their eyes off her. Suddenly, Yunsa asked, alright, now I have a question for you. Can you guess why I brought you here on our date? Kanglum stammered, haha, is this some kind of sensory ability test? Kanglum thought, let's see. Ah, I got it, he replied. Is it because today is the special exhibition day for white whales? Yunsa was very surprised to hear that. What? Where did you get that reason from? Is there such a day? He grinned triumphantly. Hee, when I arrived here I saw a hint on the billboard. I used my observational skills. No, I saw it thanks to my pathological repetition loop. Suddenly, Yunsa broke Kanglum's thoughts and said, I don't want to say much, but this isn't a deduction game, she continued. The first step of a date is observation. Kanglum wondered, observation? Is observing together that important? Yunsa explained, it's important to share experiences after observing together. In fact, from that perspective, other dating activities can't compare. It provides the best experience. At that time, the two people even walk together, but in the early stages of dating it can be a bit awkward. And you definitely don't want to ruin the image you carefully prepared for the date, plus your girlfriend might even see your awkward side. Kanglum, having learned how to date, now seemed to understand better. Ah, I think I get it now. So dates usually involve going to the movies, right? Yunsa replied, that's right, but it's more than that. There's a reason why I chose this place instead of other observation spots. Kanglum replied, I see that the movie theaters here are divided into family theaters and luxury theaters. I think Unnie chose this place for its quiet and comfortable atmosphere. Ah, Yunsa replied that was also one of the reasons, but she asked if going to an art exhibition wouldn't also be good for a quiet space. Kanglum argued again. But Unnie said this was an adult date. Then aren't there criteria for how much money to spend? Yunsa was quite surprised to hear that. My goodness, that's really a stereotype about adults. You've suddenly made me reflect on myself. Then the two walked together, and Yunsa said as they walked, I specifically chose this place because it's easy to move around. Moving too much on a first date is a bit strange, but places like shopping malls have everything you need inside, and there are many restaurants you can book in advance. Kanglum looked bewildered. So simply put, it's a way for both sides to avoid awkward situations? Then Kanglum suddenly became confused. But Yunsa, Unnie, what's wrong with moving around a lot? Isn't it better to drive on a date? Why are we assuming adults don't have cars when dating? Yunsa smiled. We're talking about your adult date right now. Kanglum didn't understand. Mine? Then Yunsa sighed. How long are you going to keep calling me Yunsa, Unnie, so formally? Don't you think I'm not Yunsa to you anymore? Kanglum was flustered. Then what should I call you? Yura. Calling you Yura, Unnie, is a bit awkward. She gently approached, placed her hand on his nose and said, just call me Yura. Kanglum blushed. Yes, understood, Yura. So from now on he would call her Yura, Unnie. A moment later, inside a luxury restaurant, a waiter came out. He said to the two, please wait a moment. Kanglum looked around. It's a bit late to ask, but is this okay? I feel like I've been receiving things all day today. The prices here are also, Yunsa said softly. Anyway, since I brought you here, it's only natural. Kanglum was slightly embarrassed. Wow, I wish I could say that someday too. A moment later the food arrived. They immediately started eating the warm food. Enjoy your meal. Kanglum swallowed and started talking. I heard from Shirin that Unnie is a sports consultant. Yunsa replied, that's right, simply put, I'm a psychological expert for athletes. Kanglum smiled slightly. Hearing that, I understand, so people called you Yunsa. You helped Shirin when she was struggling. But Yura said no. Kanglum was surprised. Why? Yura looked sad. Actually, I should say the opposite. I don't deserve to be called that. I only started becoming a consultant after meeting Shirin. Kanglum was surprised again. Ah, she continued, in the past I was a coach and manager for a famous sports team, and with my sharp eye I could easily recognize talented athletes, but as the years went by, the talents of those promising athletes gradually withered and disappeared. The more attention and expectations I poured into them, the more they fell into temptation and started acting like they were already stars. So I thought the problem was a lack of self-control, and that was why they weren't fully utilizing their talents. So I forced more training on both coaches and athletes, and when a large corporation proposed sponsorship for esports, I first met Shirin. But by then, Shirin had already achieved everything, perfectly managed herself from schedule to training, and showed a correspondingly high level of skill. Nevertheless, at that time, there was no smile on Shirin's face. That's when I first realized why new talents are easily corrupted. Not only talent, but also strong mental fortitude and finding meaning in what you do are important. So all I did was lighten the burden on Shirin's shoulders, not only doing her best at what she does, but also being grateful to the fans who always cheer for her and wish her success. She continued. That child has the ability to bring them joy. He recalled what Shirin had said. After meeting Yunsa, Unnie, and starting my professional path, I realized this. The ability to bring joy to fans, that's truly a precious gift. Yura continued the story. From then on I studied more to become a sports consultant to make up for my past mistakes and help talented people not go astray. So I'm a little embarrassed that Shirin considers me her savior. I'm the one who was helped by that child. I only had a small influence and that child did everything herself, suddenly Kanglum said. Being called a savior isn't bad either. Yura was surprised. Why? Kanglum was quite nervous as this part wasn't in ESW. It would probably be the word Shirin wanted to hear most. Kanglum smiled brightly and said, Ani, you're a really wonderful adult. Yura suddenly blushed when Kanglum praised her. Yura replied, you'll be able to say that too, it'll be fine. Kanglum didn't understand. Yura continued, I'm talking about Shirin. You probably don't know, that child is planning to study abroad and will leave Korea soon. Kanglum was shocked to hear that. Kanglum was startled. Shirin is going abroad? Wait a minute, isn't she participating in another competition? Since she's studying abroad, it's not just a visit, is it? Yunsa bowed her head, lost in thought. Yes, if that child leaves, she probably won't come back. He jumped up and slammed the table. Why? Seriously, why so suddenly? What is this? This kind of development isn't supposed to happen. Yunsa looked up at him and said, Hey, calm down, nothing's decided yet. She smiled mysteriously, and that's why we went on a date today. I thought it was very important to learn the dignity of an adult in advance. Seeing Kanglum's face still blank with confusion, Yunsa had to explain further. What I mean is, going abroad to study is Shirin's parents' wish. She pointed at him and said, So you should at least meet them once. On the school playground, students were happily chatting and walking around. Kanglum stood in the hallway and replied to Shirin, What exactly happened? I wanted to ask this morning but I held back because I thought the whole classroom would get noisy. Shirin bowed her head. Yes, I heard from Yunsa Ani too. She said she told you everything. I'm sorry I didn't tell you first, she continued. But it's just a proposal for now. Kanglum was still a little uneasy. Is this what your parents want? Shirin confided. That's right, I told you they're abroad, didn't I? Both of them are professors at prestigious universities and have settled there stably. From the beginning I was supposed to move immediately after graduating middle school, she continued. But in the end I stayed in Korea because of my pro debut. But now that I'm on a break, the discussion about whether I should live there or not has come up again. If it weren't for you, I would have dropped out of school. I don't particularly like studying either. Shirin looked into his eyes and said, When I decided to stay here, I had almost achieved my goals as a pro gamer. He wondered, What goals? Like winning a championship, she replied. That's right, one is to win the world championship and the other is to be recognized by people on the street. Kanglum was startled. Then you've almost achieved it, Shirin frowned, confused. You know, it's really strange. Even if I try to disguise myself, you easily recognize me. He said helplessly, Well, perhaps your costume makes you stand out even more, she laughed. Of course, the ultimate long-term goal remains the same. There are esports teams overseas too, so I'll adapt quickly. Kanglum added, If you eventually decide to leave, where will you go? Shirin replied, The United States. I heard there's a school that many celebrities and their children attend. She didn't show much emotion. Even an extraordinary child like me, they said I'd adapt without any problems. He said in a flustered tone, But you're doing well here too. That's right, you got along well with everyone here, didn't you? Shirin bowed her head and said disappointedly, I told them that too, but my parents still seem worried, she explained, because living alone in another country can be quite dangerous. Kanglum remained silent, lost in thought. Shirin reminisced, Until last year, Yunsa Ani used to come often and take care of me, but now Yunsa Ani also goes on business trips frequently, so my parents' worries have grown even more. Her eyes were filled with an obvious apology, making it difficult for me to flatly refuse. After she finished speaking, Shirin's face flushed red and she fidgeted. So Kanglum, you she clasped her hands tightly and exclaimed, Would you consider dating me? Kanglum was startled. Shirin shyly explained. Actually, that's Yunsa Ani's plan, he stammered, unable to process the information he had just received. What did you say? After a long conversation, Kanglum nodded. I get it. He broke an ice cream stick and handed her half, confirming, So you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend and meet your parents? She replied, Yes, that's right. Shirin's face was still slightly flushed. We need to show them that we're passionately in love and can't be separated right now. She tried to persuade him. If I can show my parents how dependable you are, Kanglum, I think they'll feel more at ease. Kanglum looked doubtful. Will that really work? I'm not sure. He still hesitated. So we're temporary lovers? At least it's not a fake relationship, which is a relief. Shirin wondered. Wait, are those two different things? Kanglum replied. Yes, they are. In a fake relationship you have to act, even in front of others. You might even have to promise an engagement or something similar. But it's better than I thought. This scenario wasn't in ESW, so I was a little worried about how it would turn out. I wondered if her parents would force this. In that case I thought I'd have to stop it, but luckily it doesn't seem to be the case. Shirin hesitated. Are you perhaps uncomfortable with this situation? Seeing her misunderstanding, he quickly replied. What? Why would I be? I should be asking you, are you really okay with someone like me? Shirin suddenly exclaimed. Kanglum, it has to be you. Kanglum asked blankly. She lowered her head. Last time when I was kidnapped, Shirin explained the situation at the time. My parents were in the middle of a research presentation. It was research they had been working on for years. But when they heard I was kidnapped in the middle of the presentation, they immediately prepared to fly to Korea. Fortunately, thanks to you, Kanglum, the problem was resolved. and I was able to contact them before they boarded the plane. She clutched the bag in her hand. Nevertheless, I can't shake off this guilt. It's like I haven't fulfilled my duty as a child, so at least I want to put my parents' minds at ease. She turned to face him and said in a firm tone, so, it has to be you, Kanglum. After saying that, Sharon's face was flushed and she couldn't look him straight in the eye. Of course our date is fake for now, but I'm still so nervous. Yunsa-ani smiled brightly and reassured her. Don't worry, in the future we'll make it real. Kanglum thought for a long time before speaking. Alright, let's stick to the plan. She was delighted. Kanglum, thank you so much, he asked. First, what kind of people are your parents? Sharon replied excitedly. They're quite ordinary but very warm and loving people. Soon the two went to meet Sharon's parents. Her father Mo had a murderous look in his eyes. So you're the one who stole our Sharon away. I thought they were ordinary people. Sharon's mother quickly cautioned. Honey, don't scare the child. It's okay, don't be nervous. Make yourself at home. Honey, would you like some water? Sharon also comforted him. That's right, Kanglum, make yourself at home, he lamented inwardly. How can I be at ease when I'm sensing an approaching repetition loop? Her father Mo gripped the cup in his hand, trembling. I never thought this day would come. My daughter Sharon loved me the most when she was little. The cup in his hand could no longer withstand the pressure and instantly crumpled in his grasp. My daughter, who said she wanted to marry Daddy when she grew up, has now brought home some unknown nobody. Kanglum was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat and slightly questioned life. Wasn't that an empty stainless steel cup? Sharon quickly interceded. Dad, you're too old-fashioned. Sharon's mother, as if she hadn't seen what had just happened, calmly asked. Are there any more cups? Mom will order some later, she replied nonchalantly. Don't worry, Mom, we rented out this entire place for today. Kanglum was startled. Why does she seem so at ease? Is this the source of all the abnormal things? Did I underestimate the difference in people's standards too much? Her father Mo frowned and stared at him. I heard what you said. You said you'd rather die than let Sharon go, didn't you? He apologized. He asked, startled and blankly. I'm sorry, father, what did you say? Sharon, sitting beside him, blushed and answered on his behalf. Yes, that's right, Dad. An invisible flame reappeared behind his back. Her father Mo chuckled coldly. He, that's a very bold move, threatening me using my daughter? Kanglum was flustered. Hey, what did you say about me? It's not like that. Sharon's mother rested her chin on her hand and said with interest, it seems the two of you have deep feelings for each other. If that's the case, her parents won't force you anymore. After all, studying abroad was a program for Sharon from the beginning, she continued. Our daughter has already achieved her wish of becoming a pro gamer, hasn't she? So we both want to support her next goal. Sharon asked back. Next goal, Sharon's mother said again. Oh, did you forget? You told your parents. Her father Mo also continued. Someday, if there comes a day when you wish for something while playing games. Saying that, he held up a picture of her and showed it. You said you hoped a cool knight would come to meet you someday. Sharon was flustered and retorted, What? Dad, why are you bringing up such old stories? That was just a feeling I had after playing a game. She quickly reached out to snatch it away. Besides, why do you take it so seriously, Dad? Her father Mo teased. So Dad wants to help you find someone suitable. Oh no, I can't give it back. How will Dad work without this? Sharon's mother chuckled. Your dad gets his motivation from Sharon's collection. Sharon's face flushed red and she fidgeted. Dad is still collecting, he replied proudly. Of course, I even collect the latest news. Kanglum was speechless at the sight he had just witnessed. Honestly, I'm completely fed up, Sharon's mother asked again. By the way, how long have you two been dating? He politely replied. Yes, a little over a month, and of course we're keeping our relationship a secret, he thought to himself with relief. But at least the expected question came up. Sharon's mother showed understanding. Given Sharon's situation, I thought it was inevitable. But isn't it more interesting that way? He didn't understand. Yes, interesting, she said vaguely. You two know, right? Like secretly kissing at school. Both Kanglum and Sharon's faces flushed and they were speechless. Ho. Sharon's mother waved her hand. Oh, it's okay, we're not old-fashioned. I've lived abroad for several years, you know. In modern terms, you could call it a Western mindset. You two know, right? But her father Mo's burning rage was still blazing and Kanglum was still uneasy. My husband doesn't seem to think so, Sharon's mother lamented. But with a secret relationship, planning dates will be a bit of a headache, he carefully replied. Yes, so when we date, we mostly choose places that cater to an older crowd or date at home. She showed understanding. I see. Sharon has her own personal space too. After saying this much, Sharon's mother paused and uttered one sentence. You too, did you perhaps do that? This made the man sitting beside her no longer able to maintain his composure. Kanglum and Sharon were once again startled by her mother's bold question. What did you say? What did we do? A vein throbbed on his face. No matter how American your mindset is, isn't this going too far? My veins still flow with Confucianism and the strict etiquette of Eastern culture. Kanglum quickly clarified, of course, we are dating purely like students. Only then did her father Mo calm down a little. Really, if that's not the impure reason, then why are you two dating? He hesitated. Yes, he elaborated. What I mean is, what do you like about our Sharon that you're dating her? Seeing Sharon's father's furrowed, serious face, Kanglum scratched his face, chose his words carefully, and replied. There are many things I like about Sharon. First, she's pretty, and even though she's the same age, she's really good at games. I truly respect Sharon, he continued. There are many other things. What made me fall for Sharon was her considerate and thoughtful personality. The way she approaches everything with sincerity sometimes seems naive, but he smiled genuinely, recalling the moments they shared together. Thanks to that side of Shirin I gained strength, truly. Shirin has made me very strong. Both parents listened seriously. Kanglum continued, so to be honest, Shirin is more than I deserve. Our relationship developed naturally, and with this atmosphere, the study abroad issue seems to be easily resolved. But then Shirin was surprised and asked again. Why? He said again. I've thought a lot. Kanglum stood in front of her and persuaded her. You really should study abroad. It would probably be better that way. Kanglum said in a sincere tone, thanks to that side of Shirin I gained strength, so to be honest, Shirin is more than I deserve, and I'm really grateful to be friends with Shirin. Shirin's mother looked at him with warm eyes, then inadvertently knocked over the cup on the table. She said, made a mistake. I need to clean it up right away. Shirin, help me please. Kanglum asked, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Shirin also stood up. Yes, I'll go with Mom. The two went out side by side. Only the two men remained at the table and an awkward silence filled the air. Her father, Mo, spoke first. It's a shame. Kanglum asked back. Yes. He opened his mouth and threatened, as you know, gun ownership is illegal in Korea. My father-in-law used to chase me with a gun, making me run for my life. Hey, I wish I had brought it today too, but I can't help it. He trembled inwardly. What? That sounds like an American story. Her father, Mo, frowned. In the past, I thought parental permission wasn't important. I thought it was enough for two people to be of the same mind, and I still think so, he explained. Do you understand what I mean about studying abroad and your relationship with our Shirin? If Shirin has decided, I have no intention of stopping my daughter. Kanglum was startled. Father, her father, Mo, turned his face and said, if you were truly a bad guy, Yura would never have trusted you. And if Yura trusted you, then you're not a useless guy, he added. But there's still one more thing I need to think about myself. As you know, Shirin is still too young and naive about the world. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but from a parent's perspective it's not reassuring. So if there's a man suitable for Shirin, he must be able to discern right from wrong and be kind. At first glance you didn't seem very trustworthy. But her father, Mo, recalled what he had just said. He crossed his arms and looked at him. Seeing that you truly treat Shirin sincerely, I feel relieved. Now I can return to the US with peace of mind. After speaking, a menacing aura emanated from his entire body. But remember, if you dare to even play a trick, you'll die by my hand. At that time I won't hesitate to use my gun. Hee hee, Kanglum's face turned pale. Yes, I understand, I will do my best, her father, Mo, sighed. But looking at my daughter's current situation, everything won't be easy. Besides, this is a secret relationship. After all, the more fans you have, the more haters you have. He suddenly remembered. Oh, wasn't that the guy from last time, the one who pretended to be a fan and tried to harm Shirin? He's really bold. Kanglum was startled and his heart sank. Just then, Shirin's mother returned, breaking the atmosphere, and shyly asked, Honey, shouldn't we order now? Shirin's face was as red as a tomato and she lowered her head, unable to look at anyone. Her father, Mo, turned his head and said, Ma, yes, right. At this moment he noticed Shirin behind him and worriedly tried to stand up. Shirin, what's wrong with you? Your face is all red. Shirin, her face flushed, replied loudly, Yes, it's nothing. Shirin's mother teased, Hee hee, the more I see it, our Shirin is. From then on I thought it might be safer to send Shirin abroad. As the sun set, Shirin's parents got into their car ready to leave. Shirin's mother bid farewell. Keep in touch. Are you two going to stay up all night tonight? Shirin fidgeted. No, Mom, drive safely. The car gradually receded, disappearing into the bustling crowd of the city. Shirin, feeling shy, spoke up. Kanglum, thank you so much today. Anyway, I think it would be best if we continue to act like a couple until my parents leave. She plucked up her courage and suggested, if you agree, please continue to act with me like this next time too. But Kanglum, seemingly deep in thought, didn't reply to her. After returning home he lay on his bed lost in thought and didn't even notice Youngsu's message. Shirin's father's words still echoed in his mind. Ah, that guy who pretended to be a fan and tried to harm Shirin last time. This incident keeps making me recall it. While Shirin was training to become a professional gamer, she spent the summer vacation in the United States with her parents participating in an amateur tournament. And of course she won. But afterwards one of the opposing team members tried to break her wrist in the waiting room. While it might sound exaggerated, that man was no ordinary lunatic. He suffered from antisocial personality disorder. He was the wayward son of a cross-border drug lord, a villain who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. But this incident occurred before the ESW events, so how could I have known about these things? It's because that lunatic returned to Korea to commit crimes. After that incident he received an arrest warrant from the court, so Shirin was relatively safe during that period. Furthermore, as his family's business base was in that state, the lunatic lost his chance to inherit the family fortune and found it difficult to recover. However, as time went on, everything became more complicated. He saw Shirin on TV. Shirin was happily holding the championship trophy, surrounded by people and respected. The announcer introduced her. Let's revisit the highlights of Shirin's brilliant career. She recently announced her comeback. He went mad. My life has gone downhill since I met that girl. It's all because of that devil, all because of that devil. So he returned to Korea with the intention of harming Shirin. If he had attacked directly, it would have been an easy matter to resolve. The male protagonist's fist would have been enough with just one blow. He raged and screamed, I'll completely ruin you. Enraged, he attacked everyone. He pushed Shirin down the stairs and eventually fired a gun. The bullet immediately flew, aiming to pierce Shirin's heart. Fortunately, someone rushed over and pushed her away, allowing her to avoid the deadly bullet. How could I forget his existence after such a long story? But anyway, I found a solution to this problem. My recent method of solving problems is to nip all seeds of disaster in the bud before the problems occur. In this case, that man's deep hatred led him to blame Shirin for everything. Simply blocking Shirin's image on TV is not enough. So the best solution is to send Shirin overseas. If she goes to the United States, the restraining order will still be valid, and studying at a prestigious aristocratic school will ensure her safety. But the most important thing is that there will be no news of her returning to the professional gamer world. So leaving is the best way, but honestly it seems there will be another long journey, not just this one. At that time, all the heroines will be in danger, and I will have to consider things that were not in ESW. Anyway, leaving is still the best way, but if such a thing really happens, I won't be able to meet her again. But there's no other way. Her life is hanging by a thread right now. So now is the time to make the right decision. The chat window with Shirin appeared on his phone screen. The next day, Shirin rushed towards him. The sky was clear with only a few clouds floating by. The time of sunset was rapidly approaching, and as night fell, the two walked along the road, and Kanglum spoke. "It's getting dark," Shirin replied. "Yeah." She happily looked up at him. "Time really seems to fly when you're having fun. How about you? Did you have fun today, Kanglum?" Kanglum lowered his head. I'm sorry, I have something to tell you." Shirin was curious. "Tell me," he said. I hesitated a lot. Kanglum paused and then said, "Honestly, you should go study abroad. It would be better for you." Shirin was flustered. "Huh, study abroad? What are you talking about? Wasn't this issue already resolved?" Kanglum scratched his head and forced a laugh. "Yeah, I think you'd gain more advantages if you went to study abroad. I looked into it and I found a good school for you." He tried to persuade her. "It looks pretty good there. Many celebrities study there too, and like you said, you could become a pro gamer if you went to the US. You could grow even more by winning overseas tournaments. And your parents seem to listen to your opinion well too." Shirin lowered her eyes. "Yeah, that's true, but what I mean is if I go abroad I won't be able to meet the APC members," she continued. "And I won't be able to meet you either, Kanglum. So I thought you'd think the same. That's why I wanted to come back to school in the first place." Waves alternately crashed against the embankment, and in the distance a windmill steadily turned. Kanglum tried to act nonchalant. "Good heavens, in this day and age you can't meet each other? We can still keep in touch, play games together, video call, and there's Discord too," Shirin retorted. "But I don't like that. I don't want to do that," she said firmly. "I'm not going to study abroad." He fell silent. I knew she would react like this, but I have no other choice. She has to go. "Now's the time." Kanglum plucked up his courage and told her, "You know, right? I can see the future." Shirin asked blankly, What are you talking about?" Kanglum explained. "It's really hard to explain, but you can think of me as someone from the future. It's not exactly that, but it's something like that. But whatever way you define it, it doesn't matter right now." Her eyes widened. "From the future?" He looked at her sincerely. "I know it's hard for you to believe, but I'm not joking, I'm serious. And in the future I saw, you're in danger. If you stay here, you'll fall into a dangerous situation." Kanglum concluded in one sentence. "So I want you to go study abroad and be safe." Sea creatures flew like rain, and the area around the embankment turned white as waves crashed. Shirin sadly said, Why do you have to lie to me like this?" He was startled and flustered. Kanglum thought to himself, "I knew this would happen, but honestly I really hoped you'd believe me." "No, I just hoped you'd trust me." He turned his head. "Yeah, I know this decision is difficult for you," she replied. "What you just said could just be a lie." Shirin lowered her head in disappointment. "That's right, if you were the Kanglum I know, you would never have gone this far." Kanglum went mad. Wait a minute. Didn't you understand anything I just said? I'm not telling you that you're in danger for no reason," he screamed. "It's true. You're really going to be in danger. You're going to get shot. By then it'll be too late. I'm not playing with your life. I'm desperate and helpless too." Kanglum suffered, recalling the events that would happen in the future. "But I have to endure it. I don't want to see you all in such situations again." He lost control and screamed, "I don't want to see that happen." Shirin called his name in surprise. "Kanglum." Seawater surged, sometimes spilling over the top of the embankment. Only then did Kanglum come to his senses. Shirin sadly asked, "I understand what you're trying to say. Thinking about it again, do you really want me to go?" He paused. "Even I can feel that what I'm about to say will make her very sad, but anyway." Kanglum lowered his head and didn't show his emotions. "Yeah, listen to me. Go study abroad." Shirin looked at him in disappointment. She lowered her head and thanked him. "Okay, thank you for everything and for today. It was really fun and happy." Shirin turned and left. "Goodbye, Kanglum." The next morning, the school they attended broadcasted an announcement. The principal mentioned Shirin, saying she's going to study abroad in the US soon. Everyone was surprised. Why so suddenly? Is it true?" She replied. "I also found out this morning during break time." Students gathered and talked to her. Gehi exclaimed in disbelief, "Really? So it's less than 2 weeks away?" Shirin replied softly. "Yeah, I'm sorry, it's so sudden for me too," everyone sadly asked. "I'm so sad I could die. I don't know what to do. Is it a family matter? Shouldn't we have a farewell party?" Gehi agreed. "Yeah, let's do it. That sounds like a good idea. I'll call some club members too." Shirin was surprised. APC members?" Gehi asked again. "What?" she replied, flustered. I mean I want to talk to the members directly. I'll go to everyone in APC myself and tell them." Gehi suddenly looked elsewhere. she saw Kanglum still nonchalantly using his phone. Yangsu, who was next to him, also said, "Oh dear, what is this?" Gehi frowned and approached him angrily, asking, "Hey Kanglum, what happened between you two?" Kanglum avoided her gaze. "What are you talking about, Gehi?" Gehi asked exasperatedly. "What do you mean what? Just looking at you, it's so obvious. I'm sure there's something wrong between you two," Gehi speculated. "Surely it's not related to that incident. Is it possible that she suddenly wants to go overseas because of you?" He scratched his head. "I made a mistake first. I yelled and we fought." She was speechless. "Ah really?" Kanglum had no other choice either, "but the outcome will be the same. You heard it too. It would be better for her to study abroad," he persuaded. "Her future will be much brighter. That school is much better too. Shuren's father also knows. She's not the type to be easily swayed by others." Gehi frowned and said angrily, "Hey nah Kanglum, don't you know your way of speaking is very unpleasant?" Kanglum didn't say anything. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. She turned and said, "It's no use forcing you two together. I'm going to comfort her now." Then she quietly asked, "But ask yourself, are you okay with this?" Laughter echoed in the room. Shuren and her friends were gathered talking and partying. Kanglum trudged alone across the school playground. Then he spotted some boys whispering, their faces flushed. "Who's that girl? Who is she waiting for?" It turned out Song Yensa was leaning against a sports car waiting for him. "Get in, let's go for a short drive." He was overwhelmed, his head full of question marks. In the car, Yensa frowned. "You said you broke up with Shuren, right? Couples often argue, it's not a big deal." Kanglum retorted, slightly annoyed. "Shuren and I are not a couple and I'm not in the mood for jokes. It's all over. What does that even matter? Don't you know people can get divorced even after marriage?" he replied. "You're only high school students, why are you already talking about marriage and divorce?" he nonchalantly retorted. "So if you get married as a student," just as he was about to finish, he realized something was wrong. "No, I said we're not getting married. Why do you keep saying that?" Yensa ignored his words and asked, "Then why did you two break up?" Kanglum replied curtly. "You came all this way to ask me that. Didn't Shuren tell you in detail? Did you two fight?" Kanglum said unpleasantly. "Do I look like a 3-year-old? Her studying abroad is for her safety, that's all." She didn't understand. "Safety," he spoke calmly. "Shuren's father said there was someone who pretended to be a fan and tried to attack her before, so I still believe that danger hasn't disappeared," Yensa said disbelievingly. "So I don't think that's the reason." Kanglum turned his head. "No, that rigged match incident was the same." He recounted, "Shuren didn't want to bother anyone, so she downplayed it as much as possible to the media and even to you. But in reality she almost died several times," she retorted. "But she didn't die, did she, because you were there?" Kanglum was still uneasy. "Who's to say that won't happen again? And no one can guarantee Shuren's safety. In a game of Go where the life of a loved one is threatened, no move should be taken lightly." He got out of the car. "Thank you, honey," Yensa said, what she had been curious about for a long time. "I've noticed it many times, but you seem much more mature than kids your age. It's like you've lived several years longer than your actual age." His words startled him, but she answered herself. "Perhaps you learned to be more mature in games, but even so," she looked at him. "You're still just a kid to me. Maybe I showed you how adults date, but that doesn't mean you have to act like an adult. Do you understand what I mean?" Soon after, night fell. Shuren hesitated in front of her phone, staring at it. After a long deliberation, she thought, "Is it okay to send this message?" Her hand reached for the phone, then recoiled. "No, I need to rethink," but the more she thought, the more determined she became. She slowly approached her phone, thought, "Okay, I'll send it," and sent the text. However, her courage soon faltered again, but anyway it was the right decision. But suddenly breaking up like that also hurt her heart. "Kanglum, that kid was worried about me, but I answered too coldly." The words he said. "Kanglum, when I was kidnapped before, I gradually came to believe your words were true." Shuren recalled the moment Kanglum helped her when she was kidnapped. "But most of all, Kanglum, you are truly a trustworthy person. It's not that I don't want to trust you." But she remembered his retreating back. "I wish you were the Kanglum I know." This time, Shuren was much more determined and immediately picked up her phone. "That's right, that's why I should find him first." She typed a message for a long time, then pressed the send button for a long apology. She sighed in relief when she finished. A reply arrived immediately, and she was surprised. Shuren stared blankly at the screen with the message displayed. Everyone was focused on a group playing a game. Yanga took off her headset and sighed in relief. "Phew, we finally won." Lamy couldn't help but exclaim. "Wow, winning one game is really hard." As soon as she finished speaking, Gehi's intimidating voice was heard. "Hey Junie, do you want to lose? You're supposed to tell me when you call me I." Yangsu replied casually. "I definitely told you." But Gehi became even more furious. "Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. Enemies appeared while you were mumbling." She recalled what he had just said. "I am informing you that I have just activated my ability as a member of the Dragon Clan to sense the space around me, therefore enemies are approaching me." Yangsu persistently teased. "Oh my goodness, you're just dumping all your incompetence on me. Why are you so weak compared to your appearance?" Gehi had nothing more to say to him, so she turned to Shuren. "This is the result of a lack of leadership. It's so annoying." Shuren chuckled awkwardly and mediated. "Hey, I've played this game thousands of times, but playing it with everyone really creates new fun. It's a bit disappointing that I have to part ways with you all so soon," Shuren said worriedly. "And I also need to apologize again. I should have told you in advance about making that decision without consulting everyone." Yanga heard her words and comforted her. "It's okay, you're transferring to a better school. This is something to celebrate, no problem, Lammy continued. That's right, it's not like we'll never see each other again, and it's not like we can't play games. No matter how far away you are, we can still play games together, right? So everyone will send Shirin off with a smile. Yanga nodded in agreement. I think so too, not just us but Kanglum too. I just hope Kanglum and Shirin can sort everything out well, she carefully asked. I'm not sure, but did you two have a fight? Shirin was startled. How did you know? Lammy said with a speechless expression. How could we not know? It's so obvious that you two are avoiding each other. Yanga persuaded. I hope you two reconcile before you go, but Shirin, didn't you say you felt the same way as us? Lammy narrowed her eyes and added, it's like a bittersweet victory, right? Whatever happened between you two, leaving things as they are now isn't good. Yang-Su pushed up his glasses and interjected with a mysterious expression. Yes, if you two sit down and try to resolve it gently, everything will change. Yanga continued. I hope they both feel that way too. When I was young and only loved games, I played an indie game where you defeat monsters. It wasn't very popular due to its simple gameplay, but the heroine's story left a deep impression on me. A long time ago, a young princess loved a knight. Because her status was humble and she had no ambition for power, she planned to build a house in a remote area when she grew up, and spend the rest of her life with that knight. However, the sudden death of the king led to a war for the throne and all her siblings died. Seizing this opportunity, monsters swarmed and attacked. This forced the newly crowned queen to join the resistance. With her innate magical abilities, she saved the kingdom and earned the trust of her people. But after that, she realized she was growing further and further apart from her knight, frightened by the barrier between them. The two of them couldn't find the courage to approach each other, and eventually they broke up. I thought this story was sad. Shirin wrote in her diary, I played a game today and I felt a bit down. I hope a cool knight will come to me someday. So I gathered my courage and tried again. Shirin was still staring blankly at her phone screen thinking, I think this is the right decision after all. She saw Kanglum's reply on the screen, I'm sorry, I think I can leave without regrets now. The airport. Though it was a short time, it became one of my most precious memories. I learned a lot and experienced new things. These memories will probably be a valuable stepping stone for my future. Gehi comforted her. Don't worry too much. Yanga's eyes welled up with tears. Should I call you when you arrive? Her friends also bid her farewell. Finally, it was time to part. Shirin pulled her suitcase and looked back at everyone one last time. Her friends waved goodbye with regret. Passengers for Manhwa Airlines Flight N, please proceed to boarding. Now it was time to say goodbye. Shirin wore a baseball cap so her expression was hidden. If you just call my name, I'll run barefoot through thorny bushes or scorpion-infested paths. If this path ends in your warm embrace, I won't fear anything. If you just call my name. Shirin suddenly turned her head as if she felt something. It turned out to be a child running looking for his mother. Mom. She bit her lip in disappointment, turned and left. The plane eventually took off. Yanga stared at the plane. That kid really flew away. Gehi checked her phone, her face filled with disbelief. No way, the boss really didn't come. How can he be like this until the very end? She was extremely angry. That kid even skipped school recently and didn't answer his phone. Gehi couldn't help but complain. No matter how much of a boss he is, this is too much. She stared blankly, a little suspicious. What's going on? Did I dial the wrong number? Yanga asked. What's wrong? Gehi, did Kanglum say something? Lammy chuckled awkwardly as if she already knew the situation. Haha. A cold can of soda pressed against Kanglum's cheek, startling him. Lammy approached cheerfully and greeted him. Are you angry with me or with the two seniors? Yanga. She stood with one hand on her hip and glared. Why such a lukewarm reaction? A cute junior came all the way here. Kanglum said indifferently. But you come every day, it's not rare. It's no different from usual, Lammy boasted. But I really held back this week, didn't you see? Sunbae has been so strange lately. I haven't even seen Sunbae's face. He didn't answer her question and changed the subject. So what's up? Did something happen? She replied. I just wanted to talk to Sunbae for a bit. Lammy threw a can of soda at him. Sunbae, you like this, right? Kanglum was startled and tried to catch the drink, but it wobbled and bounced off his hands. Hey, if you throw it like that. As expected, the can of soda dropped to the floor, splashing water everywhere, and silence filled the space. After a moment, the two automatically picked up a broom and a mop and cleaned the floor. He muttered to himself, I feel a bit bad for ruining the mood. Lammy frowned. That's right, I had something to say, but now my mind is blank. Kanglum apologized. Really? What should I do? Lammy comforted him. Anyway, despite the fact that Sunbae couldn't catch the can properly, I'm actually relieved, because that's just like Sunbae. Sunbae? He asked blankly. What? She took a breath and said, since I'm here, let's get to the point. Sunbae must have already guessed, but I have something to say about Shirin Sunbae. Kanglum quietly turned his head and said nothing. Lammy continued. Honestly, for me, she held the broom in one hand and put the other on her hip, saying indifferently, it doesn't matter whether that Unnie goes abroad or not. He didn't understand what she was trying to say. She explained. I mean, that's not really the reason, is it? How long have we known each other to be this excited and restless? It's not like we're breaking up for a bad reason, and Shirin Unnie is quite rich. She can come to Korea for dinner anytime she's bored, right? Kanglum replied uncertainly. I suppose so, Lammy added. And besides, this is also beneficial to me. She frowned. But what frustrates me in this situation is that Sunbae is acting so unusually. Sunbae. Her words came as a great shock to Kanglum. Lammy reminded him, don't you remember when I hesitated, Sunbae came and helped me? Right? At that time he had said to her, instead, tell me what you truly want. not what you have to do, but what you genuinely desire. Lamy slowly approached him, repeating the words he had said. Even if there's a little regret, if nothing else ties you down, I want you to choose your own future. He had said that. She looked at him with disappointment. How could someone who said such things act like this now? How can he act so coldly, and as if it's none of his business? Lamy exposed him. Sunbae, you don't want Sure and Unnie to go either, do you, Sunbae? Kanglum, as if his tail had been stepped on, bit back angrily. Hey, even if that's the reason, this is none of your business, she calmly retorted. Don't lie. Then what was the reason for the fight between you two? Sunbae also contributed to Unnie's decision to study abroad. Didn't you, Sunbae? Kanglum was surprised that Lamy could accurately deduce what had happened. Kanglum shouted, you don't understand this at all. This issue isn't simple enough to be solved just by how you feel. He lost control and screamed, it's really complicated and messed up, I can't fix this. This is a life-threatening situation. Lamy glanced at him as if to warn him. Then please find a solution. She was a little sad. Honestly, I don't want that Unnie to leave either. Is there some binding reason why Sunbae has no choice but to let her go? Then please find a solution, no matter how irrational or hasty it may be. Please do your best until the very end. Lamy smiled brightly, her eyes shining, and looked at him trustingly. That's more like the old Sunbae than the current one. Kanglum stared blankly, unable to say anything. Lamy recalled that conversation at the airport and became angry. I was really doing something foolish, the other friends asked. What's wrong, Gehi? Gehi couldn't believe her ears. No way, that kid. An international call notification rang on her phone. Collect call. As soon as she finished speaking, Kanglum suddenly clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. She called him blankly, Kanglum Sunbae. He lowered his eyes and admitted, why did I complicate things so much? In the end, I already had the answer. Kanglum recalled her appearance and he tried to explain his actions because he didn't want her to leave. In the current loop, I have no other choice. I have to work hard. That's the only option and the last resort. But now everything is easier. All I have to do is fly to the US, right? So he unconsciously followed that option. His face suddenly twisted as if possessed, but there's another solution this time too, right? It won't be easy, but no matter how difficult, there's a way to protect Shuren even if she stays here. Kanglum quickly hurried his steps. I'm sorry, you Amy, something urgent came up. I might need your help. I'll contact you then. Lamy replied unconsciously without time to react. What? Oh yes, he suddenly looked back while running and added a sentence. Oh, and one more thing. Kanglum was genuinely grateful. Thank you, you pulled me out of a difficult situation. Lamy's face immediately brightened. Yes, as soon as he returned home, Kanglum immediately packed his bags. It'll be no use blocking the TV broadcast. That madman will still blame Shuren for ruining his life and cause that incident. Then there's only one solution. Fly to the US and destroy that madman's organization. That's the only way Shuren's father can be safe. But remember, these villains are no longer greenhorns. Originally in ESW, the heroines only had to deal with minor enemies. They and the guards were easily defeated, so they weren't considered targets for elimination. All the enemies we've faced so far, whether from small organizations or underground groups, all had weaknesses, and I was able to exploit them. But this time there's no way around it. They are a real drug trafficking organization. It will be even harder to deal with than before, but despite all that he carried his bag with determination. Haven't I learned my lesson? Instead of acting alone, I can actively ask for help. At the airport, with people coming and going, Kanglum was sitting on a waiting room chair talking on the phone. What, you can't read the tarot? Lamy replied nervously. I don't know why, but I can't read it. For you, Kanglum Sunbae, Gehi Sunbae, Shuren Sunbae, and me. I can't read the future for any of us four, she sighed helplessly. The cards are all jumbled and they even interpret differently each time. I've tried everything but I can't do anything about it. Lamy's voice came from his phone. If this succeeds, he asked curiously. What would you do? Lamy blushed and muttered to herself. If I had used my future predicting ability, I would have had Sunbae by now. Outwardly she replied nothing. Kanglum guessed. So it doesn't apply to me and the 3 ESW heroines? Maybe you can't read tarot when you're caught in a repetition loop. I understand, she asked curiously. But Sunbae, what on earth is going on? Are you starting to make up lies again? Didn't you just explain it? Lamy was speechless after hearing his reasoning. He just happened to find a villain targeting Shuren, and he just happened to think of a way to save her from danger, and so he just happened to… She cut him off angrily. Fine, if you don't want to tell me, don't. Is it okay for you to be so mysterious just because you're Sunbae? So you're saying I should just focus on reading tarot and not worry about anything else? Of course. Lamy is such an obedient child. Kanglum was embarrassed. Hey, don't say that. Right now the only thing I can trust is your tarot ability. At least for me. Lamy blushed at his words. She finally replied, okay, I'll help you. He suddenly had an idea and suggested, listen, maybe if I give you some information about that villain. Can you read his cards? Lamy, still embarrassed, replied, yes, I can. But the subject here isn't someone who asked directly, nor is he related to Sunbae, she guessed. I won't be able to read everything accurately. I can only make vague guesses, the airport announcement sounded. Attention passengers, please wait a moment. This is for the flight to the United States. Kanglum quickly continued. Okay. I'll call you back later. An incomplete tarot card reading, that's a bit unsettling. What if this time really? Can't I use the repetition loop? He had already reached the airplane door. Because this episode never appeared in ESW. After the sports festival incident, some details of a few episodes changed, but this is the first time an incident that never appeared in ESW, a new episode, has occurred. A professional flight attendant greeted him from outside. "Is your ticket okay?" Thinking that, I pondered over the conditions for the repetition loop based on my game over hypothesis. I hypothesized that a repetition loop occurs due to game over, that the loop occurs when the game ends. The game, that is, the episode, hasn't even started. I might not be able to create a repetition loop. Of course that's just a guess, but if I really die it's over. Is it okay to rely only on tarot readings? No, they're not opponents to be dealt with so easily. Kanglum thought, is there any way I can use the power of the repetition loop? If it's not an ESW episode I can't. Wait a minute. Yes, that's it. Then maybe. He suddenly stood up, startling the flight attendant. "Excuse me, what's wrong?" Kanglum shouted. "I need to get off, I'm on the wrong plane." She was aghast. "What did you say?" Inside a derelict building, thugs with ferocious expressions glared at something. An orange-haired man held a baseball bat and raged. "Damn it, these damn bastards." Consecutive blows struck the body of the person lying on the floor and blood splattered everywhere. He clutched his head and screamed, "Those guys can't even sell this much? Are these damn bastards messing with me? Can't even do one thing right?" The man with the scarred face said in a low voice, "I apologize, Nari. This is not our territory," he stated clearly. "Reckless expansion activities can cause conflicts between organizations and worse, attract the attention of law enforcement." The orange-haired man contemptuously gestured sideways. "Then you handle it. Who are you making excuses to?" he shouted, pointing the bat at the people. "I don't care if you use my father's name or kill them all. What if my control over the organization is passed to my brother? If that happens, you'll all die." "Understood?" The orange-haired man ran his hand through his hair, his face pale. "Damn it, what happened? My life was already messed up back then." Suddenly the siren of a police car blared, startling everyone. "Police?" The man with the scarred face answered the phone with a serious expression. "What?" "Understood." After hanging up he reported, "It seems someone reported us to the local police." The orange-haired man asked in surprise, "What? So those guys are here?" The man with the scarred face reassured him, "It's fine, we'll escape through the back door. As long as it's not the Drug Enforcement Agency, there's no problem." After speaking he immediately ran, beckoning, "Hurry." The orange-haired man still complained and grumbled, "Damn it, what am I doing here?" But as soon as they came out they were surrounded by SWAT police. The man with the scarred face quickly ordered, "Buy us some time." Then he turned and said, "Nari, go this way. I'll escort you myself." But the orange-haired man was so scared his legs trembled. "How dare you!" The two immediately ran towards the black car in front of them. The orange-haired man continued to curse. "Damn it, who are those guys? How did these damn bastards track us down?" The man with the scarred face approached the car, surprised and terrified. He was bewildered. "The tires?" Kanglum suddenly appeared with a walkie-talkie and said nonchalantly, "I found the targets. They're in the parking lot area." The orange-haired man asked blankly, "What?" The man with the scarred face didn't understand. "What are you talking about?" Kanglum walked leisurely with the walkie-talkie. "If there's a boss, there must be subordinates. Isn't the unspoken rule to teach the subordinates an unforgettable lesson?" Chinese was still ringing, ping ping ping, and he walked over, greeting, "So as I said, to meet you again, as I said." Kanglum suddenly turned to confirm something. "Excuse me just a moment. In short, there's only one problem. If this isn't an ESW episode, a repetition loop won't occur. So I took a step ahead and started the next episode earlier than the original timeline. The episode that I have to solve later with Yu Gehi." Elsewhere, Yu Yang sat cross-legged on a chair fanning herself and asked worriedly, what on earth is he doing? He should hurry up and solve grandfather's code." Ingong exclaimed in surprise. "What? You want to solve your grandfather's will code?" Gehi explained calmly like a sage. "Yu Yang's grandfather was a nobleman and a nomad." Ingong still kept his mouth open and said again, "Really?" Gehi casually asked again, "Have you ever heard the name Golden Day Bali Kyung? Haha, his grandfather." He opened his mouth even wider again. Yu Yang said sadly, "That's right." She quietly put down the teacup in her hand and recounted everything that happened before her grandfather passed away. Her grandfather's image appeared in her memory. "I'm sick of your inheritance squabbles. I'll hide all the assets, so find them yourselves." At this point Yu Yang handed them pieces of paper, which were her grandfather's will. He had left this will with an encrypted message. Ingong held the will with the encrypted message, which was as difficult to understand as ancient script. Clutched his head and screamed, "My head hurts." "What is this?" Gehi focused and said, "I heard that hundreds of tons of gold are hidden where this code points, right?" He was surprised. "What, hundreds of tons of gold?" Yu Yang said with a serious and sincere expression. "That's right, so I want to ask you for a favor. I'll give you a few gold nuggets. Find them before our relatives do." Ingong couldn't believe what he had just heard from Yu Yang. He asked again, "You're giving it all to me?" Yu Yang pondered. "Grandfather was a very special person to me. I traveled all over the world with him when I was little." Gehi smiled brightly. "Ah, so that's why we met in Korea when we were in elementary school." And the two exchanged sly smiles. "Ho ho ho ho, what a fated encounter, isn't it?" "Kakaka, yes, quite memorable." In that sly atmosphere, Ingong pretended not to notice. "I don't understand anything, let's just move on," Yu Yang said again in a serious voice. "So I can't just sit and watch our relatives get their hands on that inheritance and use it for illicit purposes." Ingong's eyes lit up as if he understood everything, and he pointed at Yu Yang. "Ah, so that's why you made that announcement? You were looking for someone who could find the location of that gold." Yu Young lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Yes, it's not about the money, but about preserving my grandfather's honor. Okay, I'll definitely find it, don't worry." Gong clenched his fists with determination. That was the content of that episode. You could call it a treasure hunt journey with Seo Yu Young. Of course, many things happened after that. If I had seen that announcement and gone directly to him through Yu Gaehee, they would have known me. So I thought I could start this episode myself. If there were supporting characters in that episode, my life would be safe. Actually, the code was so long that I forgot how to solve it, but since I remembered the answer, it wasn't difficult. But it's still just an ESW episode. Oh right. If that's the case, since it's related to Yu Gaehee, I should be able to use the repetition loop, and it actually worked. I exited the Seo Yu Young episode and used the repetition loop to learn about this criminal organization. From their hideouts and factories to smuggling routes, distribution processes, and their schedules. I even found a list of politicians who sponsored this organization. However, perhaps because I used the repetition loop of another episode, the save point was set too early, which was a bit inconvenient. But thanks to that, I gained enough time and even collected enough evidence to completely dismantle the organization. But since I didn't have the power to influence the government, I deciphered more than half of the code to gain Seo Yu Yang's trust. And Kanglum said, panting, "Hey, big problem. I found the location, but there's a US drug cartel there." Yu Young immediately instructed everyone, contact the person in charge there immediately. Ask other companies for help too. Anyway, you led us this far. They hurried and chased their car. The target is escaping in a car. Gong bit his lip. There's another car too. The words were simple, but the reality was very complex. In fact, repetition loops had a very annoying aspect. If the repetition loop was not directly related to Seo Yu Young, it wouldn't activate. It only activated when I was in a dangerous situation. In other words, I had to die or be on the verge of death there for the repetition loop to activate. So of course I died several times in this repetition loop. The scenes where he died in previous repetition loops reappeared. Their car stopped in front of a tall building. Ari escaped first. The blonde man fled and his colleague with the long fierce scar continued to shoot at Kanglum's car. As soon as the car stopped, Kanglum jumped out. "Hey, it's dangerous. The informant should stay in the car." The special agent tried to stop him in surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, Kanglum urgently chased the man, shouting, "If we go like this, we'll lose them." He gritted his teeth as he ran. "Actually, we're already too far behind. It's truly the worst, isn't it? It's really the worst, but anyway, there's still a chance. As Lammy said, I'll succeed somehow." He smiled slyly. "Right, that's what I should have answered. No matter what, I wanted you to stay." He recalled what Shirin had said. "I understand what you're trying to say, then tell me honestly. Do you really want me to go?" Kanglum, don't overthink. You should have been honest from the start. At that moment, a message notification sounded. He wondered if it was Seo Yu Young, but it was a text message from Shirin. Shirin's father, "I'm sorry to make you worry, but I can't reply right now." He hastily sent her a few lines and then chased after the guy again. But he didn't know the message hadn't been sent yet. The blonde man ran in a panic. "Damn it, nothing's going according to plan. Why did it turn out like this, damn it?" Then he suddenly grinned slyly. It's okay for now. There's a helicopter waiting on the rooftop. If I don't get caught, there won't be any evidence to prosecute me. I just need to ask my father one more time and sacrifice a few subordinates." He flung the door open and a red helicopter was already landed there. This is it, I have to go quickly." But he had no idea there was no one in the cockpit. "What is this? Where did the pilot go?" Utterly helpless, he screamed, "You son of a bitch, in this emergency you're still, shall I tell you?" A voice echoed, and it was Kanglum. "Do you know where the pilot is and what he's doing?" The blonde man was startled. His face turned pale. Meanwhile, Kanglum slowly approached him. "This morning the pilot received a call saying his daughter had a serious accident. Of course that was a lie, so he's probably at school now." The blonde man turned around and looked at him with sharp eyes. What have you been doing since earlier? Looking at your face, you don't seem like a police officer. Who are you? Which organization do you belong to? Or are you one of ours?" Then he suddenly laughed heartily. "You think these stupid guys can catch me? HMPH, that'll never happen. You think I'll be caught by you?" He pointed a gun at Kanglum and let out an inhuman laugh. "You lost from the start, you son of a bitch." Then he pulled the trigger and shot him directly. "Die, a new repetition loop is beginning. HMPH, that'll never happen. You think I'll be caught by you? You lost from the start, you stupid bastard." He pulled the trigger again, but this time nothing happened. His gun no longer fired. What is this? Why won't it fire? This is what you get for continuously firing your gun, you stupid bastard. Kanglum chuckled slightly. He didn't know the gun had already been swapped. He was startled, unaware that he had fallen for his trick. "What, now you're finished?" Kanglum punched him, and he also punched Kanglum. "You son of a bitch, do you know who I am? All I can do is move forward one step at a time like this, but even so, there are so many things I want to do. I can't give up. I can't give up on their safety. I can't give up on their smiles, and I can't give up on the people by my side." Both took punches, but the blonde man seemed stronger and Kanglum recoiled. At this moment he pulled out a stun gun from his pants pocket and generously gave him a one-way ticket to forever. As if I could live and die with him for the sake of my life, I couldn't give up on anything. The blonde man was zapped by the stun gun and fell to the ground unconscious with his eyes rolled back. Just then the special forces arrived. "Are you okay?" Kanglum looked up at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the longest day of my life is over. Meanwhile, as expected, a large-scale cleanup operation was launched, and the entire criminal organization was dismantled. Thanks to the evidence I had previously collected from low-level executives to the leadership, everyone was arrested and the entire organization was broken up. However, there were still some political issues involved. The scale of it shook the United States and threw the entire world into confusion. Just talking about it made me dizzy, fortunately. My intervention was kept secret. Co Yu Young said there was no need to worry about the outcome. Power is truly terrifying. Oh, one more thing. The grand treasure hunt adventure with Yu Young concluded. After deciphering the code and obtaining the key and map, the two followed the instructions to a specific location. There, a subterranean facility, just like the one seen in ESW, appeared. While not hundreds of tons, there were at least a few gold bars. The gold bars were neatly arranged on a table covered with a white cloth, and on top of it lay a large book with simple yet elegant patterns. Yu Young picked up the book suspiciously. Just one book. Then her grandfather's video appeared on the wall. Her grandfather smiled gently. "Lily, my beloved granddaughter, welcome to my humble home." Yu Young was confused. "Ha, grandfather, is that a projector?" Her grandfather smiled brightly and gently. "Of course there won't be any enormous treasures here that my foolish children seek. I've given everything to those who need it, so I will leave this book to you." My humble home. Yu Young opened the book, and inside were a map and a note of her grandfather's will. Her grandfather looked at her with kind eyes. "This is an unfinished adventure log, but since you view this world more positively than others, you will complete this book, my beloved granddaughter." Yu Young couldn't contain her emotions and teared up, hugging the book and crouching in front of her grandfather. The next morning, Konglum sat on his bed recalling the scene. So it ended with a satisfactory conclusion. But it feels like a terrible ending to me. He opened his phone and just realized the message hadn't been sent yet. So there's been no contact since that day. Isn't it a bit strange to send an apology message at this point? Someone might misunderstand and think I'm trying to push her away. What should I do? He clutched his head and screamed, "Should I send it right now? But it's really hard to explain everything clearly in a text message." Yu Young looked at him worriedly and asked, "Are you okay? Your eyes are a bit swollen." She was holding her grandfather's book. "I'm fine." Your eyes are a bit swollen. Thank you. I'm calm now." She smiled. "I don't know how to thank you. You said you didn't need anything, but I'll definitely repay you later. Plus I won't ask any more suspicious questions, okay?" Konglum was curious. "Huh? Suspicious questions?" Yu Young covered her sly smile with her hand and said, "Like how you deciphered the code at the end. What about the US drug organization? Why is it a secret from Gehi?" And she continued to interrogate Konglum, who was very flustered. "Alright, please don't ask." Yu Young took the opportunity to make a deal with him. "Instead, you have to keep your promise. Isn't that an honorable thing for you?" Konglum stiffened and laughed awkwardly. "Ah yes, of course. Good. Now I'll take you to Korea." As soon as he heard that, he waved his hand. "Oh, wait a minute, by the way." On the other hand, inside a plane about to land, Shuren stared blankly out the window as if expecting something. This moment, a sound echoed from the plane's system. "Attention passengers, please wait a moment. Our flight will soon be." It was the announcement for the plane's landing. After safely landing, her family went to a nearby cafe. Dad will be back after finishing the procedures. Dad and Mom left her alone to guard the luggage and went to complete the necessary procedures. With no one left to talk to, she opened her phone and sent a text message to her friends. "Everyone, I've just landed safely." As Konglum's contact remained silent, a hint of sadness crossed her face. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. "Oh, you're pro gamer Rosen T, right?" She recalled that Konglum had also asked her that when they first met. "That's right, that's how we first met. Now that I think about it, it was a truly amazing coincidence. To meet like that in such a place." As she was lost in old memories, the voice spoke again. "Rosen T, I'm sorry, but I'm your fan. Could I get your autograph?" Hearing that, she snapped out of it and stammered, "How?" Yes, I'm sorry. Where should I sign?" Then she looked up towards the voice, and a handsome man was waiting for her. It was Konglum. She was surprised to see him. Why are you here?" Konglum was flustered and didn't know what to say. He scratched his head. Where should I start?" "First, I'm sorry for replying to that message like that. I was a bit busy then." Suddenly he became serious. "I think I need to talk to you properly. So I came here. We still have things to talk about, don't we?" Shuren was silent, and he, thinking she didn't understand, continued, "I'm talking about the moment I yelled at you. I understand your intention then. What you said then was that it could be a lie because I was talking about the future, right?" She was still silent. "If I really knew the future, there would be no reason for me to say that. No reason to avoid it just because it's difficult. That was your intention, right?" he said firmly, as if he understood her very well. Shuren lowered her head at his words. "Yes, but I was too arrogant. You must have your own difficulties. It must have been a decision you made after much deliberation." Her voice was very sad. "I spoke hastily without knowing everything. I think I inadvertently placed an unnecessary burden on you," he replied nonchalantly. "Ah, that's right. Not everything solves itself with just cheering." Konglum shrugged slightly. "As I said, a big crisis was approaching." She was silent, pretending not to hear. "That was the reason. I went ahead and solved it. I resolved the approaching crisis. It's not completely over, but that was just the first big problem. No, eventually more crises will come in the future. But now I've decided to be more honest." Shuren had several questions about his words. Why did he already resolve the approaching crisis? How does he know the future so well, and what does he mean by being honest? Kanglum continued. The reason I was able to overcome countless repetition loops even if no one knew. No, even if it seemed endless. The reason I was able to bravely die and come back to life was because talking and laughing with all of you was truly a happy thing for me. He looked at Shirin and smiled brightly. So I hope everything continues that way in the future. I don't want you to study abroad. Shirin was silent for a long time, then suddenly chuckled. Hee hee ha ha ha. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. If anyone saw you now, Kanglum, they'd think you were confessing your love. Are you flustered? What, are you that embarrassed? Suddenly he was embarrassed. To be honest, I should have done this sooner. I'm really sorry, I think I was too clumsy. No, that's not it, he shook his head repeatedly. It might sound like an excuse, it was my inadequacy. I'm really sorry, he smiled and extended his hand to Shirin. Then are you still willing to help me? Will you stay by my side when other problems arise? At this time it was already dawn outside. Shirin smiled, lowered her voice and politely bowed her head. I'm sorry, it might be a bit difficult for me. Kanglum was startled. How really? Shirin's face was beet red and her ears were as red as tomatoes. But the problem is I've already completed all the procedures for school and visa issues. It's okay, that happens. Oh, she suddenly became honest. But I knew it would be difficult from the start. The competition was too fierce after all. And you, Kanglum, you made my dream a reality when you recognized me on the street. Shirin recalled the story of a young princess who fell in love with a knight. Because her status was humble and she had no ambition for power, she planned to build a house in a remote area when she grew up and spend the rest of her life with that knight. However, the sudden death of the king led to a war for the throne and all her siblings died. Seizing this opportunity, monsters swarmed and attacked, forcing the newly crowned queen to join the resistance. With her innate magical abilities, she saved the kingdom and earned the trust of her people. But after that, she realized she was growing further and further apart from her knight, frightened by the barrier between them. Two of them couldn't find the courage to approach each other, and eventually they broke up. But despite all this, the two decided to overcome everything together. So someday the two would arrive at the place they had always dreamed of. Then in a small hut by the sea, the knight, after a fierce battle, quietly arrived at the door of the house. At this moment, a girl rushed out of the house and ran straight to him. And in reality, Shirin also ran to Kanglum and hugged him. She hugged him tightly and quietly confessed her feelings. I feel the same way from now on, whatever happens to us. Whatever difficulties and trials come our way, we will overcome them together forever. His face flushed beet red with embarrassment. How is that really true? At this moment, Shirin's parents returned. Mom grinned, very pleased, and Dad was stiff with his mouth open. But I said goodbye to everyone and left. Right, it's a bit complicated. I'll have to explain it to them later. He wondered why she said that since she had implied she was going overseas. I guess we'll have to spend a little more time. I heard there's a Disneyland nearby. Actually, I've always been envious and really wanted to go when I go to an amusement park with Lammy. Want to go? Anyway, we're already in America. He vaguely brushed it off, saying they would discuss it later. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time. Only then did Kanglum wake up and answer the phone in a very clumsy manner. He yawned and picked up the phone weakly. It was Eun's call. Yeah, so it's today. Are you really going to do it? From the other end of the line, Eun replied. Of course you won't refuse, right? I've already taken care of the financial problems and all the school absence issues. Kanglum went downstairs to get some water. Okay, thanks. I heard I just need to submit the field trip report. Just a few documents, like I want a travel package. Okay, is that all? He chattered for a long time and then hung up. Okay. Just then, Minjong came out of the bathroom. She wondered who he was talking to so early in the morning. Kanglum pretended to sigh and said it was just a debt collection call. Minjong asked with a suspicious look, what are you talking about? She gently reminded him. Oh right, Mom said she's coming home early today. So all of us together, if Eun hadn't covered for me, I would not only have been expelled from school but also beaten to death by Mom. My grades went up, but that doesn't mean anything either. And exams are coming soon. No matter what Minjong said, he was only engrossed in his own thoughts, making her feel very helpless. Hey, are you listening to me? He yawned again and answered distractedly. Ha, I'm listening. And Kanglum went to school. He had missed many classes, but had he returned to a normal life, or was it just him thinking that? He sat blankly in the classroom. What is this? Why, on the contrary, everyone was laughing and talking very happily, especially Gehi, who was happily talking to her friend in front of him. Really? Wow, I guess I'm just imagining things, but no, I definitely thought so. He suddenly stood up and called out to her. You Gehi, can I talk to you for a moment? She didn't answer and coldly turned her face away. Hojun, who was next to her, was also flustered and called out, Gehi. Then he turned to Shirin. Hey Shirin. Shirin was signing autographs for her friends, but her face turned red at his call and she quickly ran away. I'm sorry, something urgent came up. He was puzzled why everyone was suddenly avoiding him. His classmates laughed and talked behind his back. He stood blankly, not knowing what to do. Look, they're avoiding me. Why? He opened his phone, and only then did he realize. The chat room was quieter than usual today. They had been talking until last night. What happened? Why are they suddenly avoiding me? He stood in the corner of the classroom, chin in hand, deep in thought. As soon as I returned from America, I met them and made up a few excuses to tell Mom, everything's fine, right? Anyway, studying abroad was cancelled, and especially Shirin told me she came back to me that night I met her at the airport. They were on the same flight and even sat next to each other. Shirin stared at him intently. Kanglum, you said you could see the future. I believe that, because there are many psychics in the world. She suddenly burst out laughing. She was teasing him about what he had said. She showed him her phone screen where she was looking at psychics on social media. Kanglum looked at it and said in a gloomy voice, check the type of channels you're watching again. Don't tease me like that. Then he sighed and said, okay, I'll explain everything from the beginning. So the truth is, he kept hesitating with his arms crossed, not saying anything. Shirin saw that and smiled, saying again, if it's hard to say, I won't ask, okay? We talked about it through Gehi before, right? How, right, you did. It's the same this time. She looked at him with affectionate eyes. If it's a situation that's too difficult to explain, I'll always be on your side. Just one promise, when you truly need help, don't hesitate to come to me. I'll fight alongside Kanglum. As I said before, she smiled warmly at him. Just a few days ago they were so happy, but now it's come to this. That's what happened, right? It could be called a happy ending, couldn't it? He walked, scratching his head. Suddenly he had a flash of thought. Wait a minute. He remembered telling Shirin before that they could be allies, but Shirin was very skeptical. Now I remember why she seemed quite disappointed. Why did everything change so drastically in just 1 or 2 days? Just then, Kanglum saw Yanga and Lammy talking in front of him, quickly dismissed his thoughts and ran towards them. Hey, what were you two talking about? As soon as they heard him, they suddenly panicked, broke apart and ran in different directions. Nothing, Sunbae. Goodbye, Kanglum. Kanglum was once again extremely flustered and frozen stiff. Did I perhaps cause another problem because of my reclusive nature? Yanga used to say that to me too, if so, it'll be fine. He was worried it might be an ESW problem. He scratched his head, recalling incidents that had never appeared in ESW recently, such as Shirin's situation or the appearance of the drug organization. The flow of the real world and ESW had changed several times. If it was a butterfly effect, it would be understandable, but something was wrong. Kanglum was completely lost in thought. From then until the class started, it was completely off plot. If so, the entire flow should change, not just a few things. He thought deeply about it, but broadly speaking, the main plot was still heading in the right direction. It was as if someone was intervening, as if someone was leading him along the ESW plot, but at the same time preventing him from manipulating it as he wished. But who was it? Who created this situation, mixing ESW and reality? Are they thinking of themselves as gods? This was the most difficult problem for him at the moment. As he was thinking, he whispered to Yangsu. Hey, if there really is a god, he replied confidently. If you have a question for me, just ask. Kanglum froze blankly. It's nothing. I almost told that deluded guy. He quickly changed the subject. No, it's nothing. Forget it. Do you know what happened to the others when I wasn't here? They're acting strange today. They seem to be avoiding me. Yangsu pushed up his glasses. That's the price for your sins. What? Kanglum was startled. Or perhaps your blessing. He looked at him with meaningful eyes. Kanglum was flustered. Does Yangsu know something? Have you seen the new anime? It's really fun. Kanglum did a 360-degree turn. You saw it? It's cute, right? Yangsu also happily chimed in. Moreover, this new season will definitely have a lot of good content. After chattering about the movie for a long time, Kanglum was startled to see her staring at him intently. I'm sorry. No, this isn't the time to be talking about this. He breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by his reaction, nothing seems to have happened to them. Then this is just my problem. Then he was filled with determination. His body felt like it was burning. Okay, it's time for a head-on attack. Anyway, we go to the same school. How long can they avoid me? But reality hit him. No, class is over. Wait, is this deja vu or are they playing with me? Kanglum was desperate. They weren't answering texts or calls, so that couldn't be it. I must have forgotten something in my situation. He tried hard to recall the plot. But if it's an ESW problem, then at that time, Shirin hurriedly ran down from upstairs. Kanglum, there's big trouble. Gehi and the other friends are in a predicament. As soon as he heard her, he quickly ran towards them. Oh my goodness, something really happened. They couldn't even explain what had happened. He gritted his teeth and ran quickly. Are they all in trouble? Even in ESW, this rarely happens. As soon as he arrived, he flung the door open and shouted, Everyone, what's wrong? Bang, 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 paper bombs exploded everywhere. Surprise, happy birthday, everyone shouted, and Gehi, Yanga, Lammy, and even Yangsu were all there. Kanglum still couldn't believe his eyes. What? Gehi smiled broadly and said, look at your face, ha, I heard today's your birthday. So I prepared something special. Yanga also genuinely explained, I'm sorry, Kanglum. That's why I had to do that in the hallway. Lammy laughed foolishly. Kiki, how is it? Sunbae, are you surprised? Sunbae fell for Lammy's cute plan. Even Yangsu collaborated with them to trick him. Congratulations, that's it. Congratulations, my minion. Shirin patted his shoulder. Congratulations. He suddenly realized that Gehi had told them to be careful. He felt something was wrong. Kanglum, he quietly said, and then suddenly sank to the floor, breathing a sigh of relief. That's all it was? This was it? I was surprised. Gehi laughed joyfully. Hee, how is it? You were lonely when we pretended not to see you, right? Were you worried no one would celebrate your birthday? Live a good life, okay? Kanglum denied it. No, that's not it. I mean, really? Oh, right, today's my birthday, June 29th. He seemed surprised that he had forgotten his own birthday. He was surprised by that, but the others were even more surprised than him. What, you forgot? I can't believe it, we were so careful not to let you notice. Ah, now I remember, I think I heard it this morning. He recalled Minjong telling him about his birthday this morning. Then everyone brought out the cake. Okay, let's light the candles. Kanglum was still trying to remember something. Wait, I think I forgot something. Definitely this morning, a voice echoed in his head. So I said it might be today, right? You won't refuse, will you? While he was deep in thought, the door suddenly opened. Everyone wondered. Ha, who is it? Laughter echoed. Ho ho ho, that was a very familiar voice. For all of you meeting for the first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Seo Eun-young, and his beloved fiancé. Saying that, she hugged Konglum in front of everyone and he froze in shock. Yanga and the others stared wide-eyed, mouths agape at what they had just heard. What? Yanga and Lamy simultaneously asked back. Fiancé, Shirin and Youngsu were flustered. Darling, Lamy frowned. Wait, who are you? Gehi roared angrily like a lion. Hey Seo Eun-young, why are you here? When did you come? What did you just say? Lamy asked, looking at Gehi suspiciously. Gehi Sunbae, do you know her? Eun-young hid behind Konglum and peeked out, making a playful face. Oh, you didn't tell them? As Gehi's best friend, I'm really disappointed. Gehi was enraged to hear this. Best friend? Younga's eyes widened. Seo Eun-young? Ah, Gehi talked about you before. You two were childhood friends in England. Eun-young winked and smiled at Yanga. That's right, but from now on I hope you remember me as his fiancé. Hearing that, Yanga was incredibly surprised. Shirin still couldn't believe it. Fiancé, how can that be? Lamy tried hard to convince herself that this wasn't true. No way, that can't be true. He must have asked for something, right? Like when he went to the amusement park with me or met Shirin's parents. She stared at Kanglum intently. He's definitely pretending to be in a fake relationship. Under Lamy's gaze, he couldn't look her straight in the eye and turned his gaze elsewhere. Lamy saw that and her face darkened. Ha, Sunbae? Youngsu pushed up his glasses from behind. Oh my god, this isn't a joke, is it? At their questions, Kanglum broke into a cold sweat and dared not open his mouth. A shout of what? Echoed throughout the school. He recalled their first meeting. They sat facing each other. Eun-young sat across from Kanglum, elegantly holding a teacup, and cut straight to the chase. I understand what you want, but even if you're Gehi's friend and say you'll find my grandfather's legacy. Eun-young continued to speak and Kanglum cringed. If you're just asking for financial support, honestly it would be really difficult to help you, he stammered, not knowing how to reply. Well, isn't this a bit much? I'm sorry for suddenly asking for money. Kanglum lowered his face, feeling awkward, but to investigate that criminal organization he needed operating funds. He had spent all his money on the plane ticket. Eun-young covered her mouth with a fan and chuckled when Kanglum fell silent. Hee, but considering what I just heard, this can be called a deal, so I'll gladly help you. Kanglum was suspicious. How, deal? She covered half her face with the fan and said, while I'm in Korea. You have to act as my fiancé. Kanglum was startled. What? Fiancé? Something strange is about to happen again. He froze for 5 seconds. It was strange, but it got even stranger. I just have to act for a little while, right? He hastily said. Hold on, just a moment. So are you preparing to return to your country? Eun-young nodded. Of course I have to go back. No matter how far away, I have to see it myself. She smiled and said, there are other reasons for this deal, but first I need to see Gehi's reaction. As expected, it will definitely be interesting. Hearing that, Gehi became furious, as if her whole body was on fire. Eun-young grabbed her hem, bowed and introduced herself. Allow me to introduce myself for the first time. I am Lily Spencer V, a legitimate heiress from the centuries-old Val family, closely related to the British royal family. For convenience, my Korean name is Seo Eun-young. It would be an honor if you would call me Seo Eun-young. After the introduction, the students below gasped. Wow, amazing, she must be a noble, her way of speaking is really something. The teacher rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. Why are there so many transfer students this year? It's really strange, they keep getting assigned to our class. The teacher said to Eun-young. First you said you know Gehi, right? Then please sit down for a moment. She shook her head and pointed to another seat with her fan. No, I think that seat over there is more suitable. Eun-young walked down step by step and then stopped. I'll stay here. After speaking, she rushed to Konglum, held him down and said, I've come to meet my beloved. The boys gasped. What? His beloved is not Kanglum? Eun-young sat on Kanglum's lap, hugged his neck and said to Youngsu, so I'm going to sit next to him. Youngsu jumped up and shouted, how dare you do as you please, this is my sanctuary. She snapped her fingers without a word. A maid came with a suitcase full of money and said, if this isn't enough, please tell me, young lady. Youngsu lowered his face and chuckled wickedly. Here, the black sword is yours. Konglum was dumbfounded by his best friend's actions. Hey, don't you have any pride? Please use your head just a little. Youngsu shook his head. Without money, there's no pride. Please sit down. Oh, this person is very understanding. Gehi fumed from the side. Gehi pointed her finger at him, stomped on the table and shouted, hey Eun-young, are you crazy? Do you want to fight? Eun-young stood up and rested her chin on her hand. Oh my, such rude and vulgar language. Oh dear, how dare you? Gehi seemed to be fuming with anger. Don't you know I'm doing this on purpose? You want to upset me, don't you? Gehi kept nagging from the side. How could you get engaged to Kanglum from the start? You met him by chance in America. What are the chances of that? Didn't you lie about having a 180 centimeters tall boyfriend? Eun-young stammered. THTH, that's ruined. I did tell that lie. Gehi cut her off. You just admitted it, didn't you? The past doesn't matter now. Eun-young didn't argue with Gehi anymore. Right, instead we went through countless difficulties to reach this engagement. That's why my beloved and I have such a passionate relationship. Eun-young leaned in close to Kanglam's flushed face. Isn't that right, my beloved? He stammered, and Gehi, enraged, rushed over and slapped Kanglam's face, making him spit blood. What are you muttering about? Kanglam gasped. Shirin felt dizzy next to him, and her friends were terrified. Shirin. Kanglam took Eun-young on a tour, and the students were curious. He pointed in one direction. And this is the music room. Eun-young was startled. Oh my, it's smaller than I thought. It's like a private practice room. Kanglam shook his head. There's no need to compare it to the royal school you attended. You've always lived in luxury. The surrounding girls whispered. Why is a noble like her hanging out with Na Kanglam? Isn't he rumored to be mean? On the other side, the boys also whispered. But she seemed close with Gehi earlier, so maybe the rumors weren't true? Yanga, standing behind watching the two, was spellbound. Perhaps an ordinary girl like me won't have a chance. It'll definitely be like that. The two of them look really good together. Nyan grabbed Yanga's shoulder and shook her hard. Yanga, snap out of it. Don't you think this whole thing is really strange? To meet on a trip and get engaged, it's unbelievable. Hearing Nyan's words, Yanga slowly came to her senses. Right, it really is. They didn't even date. They went straight to engagement. How can they fall in love so fast? But soon she lowered her head sadly again. It might be possible for Kanglam, but what is he doing? Nyan said. Hey Yanga, this isn't the time for that. Meanwhile, in the school infirmary, Shirin lay on the bed with a tired face, muttering, unbelievable, Kanglam already. Shirin imagined Eun-young and Kanglam having fun. The two friends next to her said worriedly, is that the person Shirin likes? A message was displayed on the phone screen next to her. In the dining room, Eun-young's maid was preparing food. She held a spoon and fed Kanglam. Here. My beloved, open wide. Kanglam refused. No, I can eat it myself. Kanglam was sweating. Hey, do you need to go this far just to tease Gehi? Eun-young clicked her tongue. As rumored, he's really timid. He was suspicious. What? She replied, but this won't do even for a short time. Eun-young smiled and said, my beloved is my fiancé. Didn't we agree on that from the start? After all, this is a contract related to financial matters. She held out the food on the spoon to Kanglam. So open wide. He shook his head. No, everyone's watching, Kanglam said, feeling uncomfortable under the gaze of the surrounding students. No way, never. Eun-young pretended to cry. All right, so you don't want to taste my lunch. I prepared it all night for you. Kanglam wasn't easily fooled. Don't lie, you just had your maid prepare it. But he finally opened his mouth. All right, I'll eat it. Before he could even put it in his mouth, Julami appeared and ate the food on the spoon. She savored it as she ate. Eun-young was angry. What are you doing? What is this? Julami pointed at Eun-young. This won't do. It's substandard. It's too salty. She put her hands on her hips and said, surely it doesn't suit Kanglam Sunbay's taste? Inwardly she was triumphant. How could she know? Eun-young stammered. What did you say? What? At that moment the other three also stubbornly insisted. Gehi frowned. Wait a minute. Seokan called Yanga. Yanga decided. Okay, I'll try. And Shirin was lying in bed. Kanglam forced a laugh. Haha, this is awkward, too awkward. Julami replied triumphantly with her hands on her hips. Well, I guess it can't be helped. That Ani doesn't know Kanglam Sunbay's taste. After all, that's something Sunbay's cute junior found out while preparing lunch for Sunbay. She said this much and then angrily pointed at Eun-young. Not some fake fiancé or anything. Eun-young frowned. What did you just say? How rude. She turned to Kanglam and pressed him. Sunday, are you really engaged to such an eccentric old-fashioned senior? Eun-young couldn't understand old-fashioned eccentric. Kanglam shut his mouth. He couldn't look Julami straight in the eye and averted his gaze. Julami narrowed her eyes and speculated. Look there, right. If I think about it again, you were silent all yesterday, weren't you? Perhaps some contract silenced you. Or if it's a real engagement, it might have happened as soon as you returned from abroad. She lifted her chin. This might even be a formal transaction, out of necessity, or perhaps forced. I can already picture the scene. So cliché. Hearing that, Kanglam almost fell over on the spot. Wow, she's really sharp. Eun-young now jumped up and shouted, HMPH, I can't listen to this anymore. Who exactly are you? You seem to be a junior, but you're so rude. Julami ignored the fuming Eun-young. She took out a box. Here, Sunbay, it's a lunchbox I made myself for you. It's tailored to your taste. Feeling ignored, Eun-young shouted, Hey, don't ignore what I'm saying. Kanglam sweated, watching the two snarling at each other. Eun-young's voice was heard. And don't underestimate our chef's cooking skills, This isn't homemade food, is it? What a coincidental lunchbox. Yang-soo appeared from somewhere, patted Kanglam's shoulder and said, my master. Excuse me for a moment. Kanglam was suspicious. What's wrong? Yang-soo made a dangerous expression. Don't mind it too much, just listen. And he pushed up his glasses. Have you ever heard of marriage fraud? It's commonly known as a gold digger. Kanglam was slightly intimidated. I thought you were saying something else. If you're really worried about that, then what am I? Yang-soo replied. I've looked into it, and people who have little interaction with the opposite sex are particularly susceptible to such temptations, for example, intelligent people like us. He jumped up and shook his head. No, I told you, don't worry. I won't be fooled. As he was speaking, a finger poked his arm. I'm genuinely worried, that's why I'm telling you. It was Yanga. She smiled. Hey Kanglam, you look busy, are you okay? Kanglam asked suspiciously. Hi Yanga, what's wrong? Is something happening? Yanga smiled. That webtoon, I'd like you to review it quickly. Can we talk privately for a moment in the club room? Kanglam asked. Now, and he looked back at the two people who were fighting behind him, then nodded. As soon as Younga got his consent, she dragged him away. Thank you, Kanglum, this way. Kanglum was led away, bewildered. I haven't even answered yet. The other two now stopped fighting and watched Younga drag Kanglum away. Eun-young shouted, my love, where are you going? Julami gasped. Younga, honey, don't cut in line. Then a battle for the man erupted among the three and Kanglum felt dizzy. Wow, my head hurts. Unexpectedly, Gehi also happily ran over from a distance. Oh my, you've grown so much, so you were here. Gehi called Seoken. Gehi waved the paper in her hand and said, Chun, do you know this? I found an old photo, I brought it to show you. Seoken, the students behind whispered. Mr. Chun, who are you talking about? Surely Gehi covered her mouth and pretended to make a mistake. That was a secret, wasn't it? I'm sorry. This story happened a long time ago. When she was young, she traveled all over the world with her grandfather, visiting wonderful countries, and she decided to settle in Korea to complete her elementary education. However, all long-term foreign residents in Korea must possess an alien registration card, like an ID card, and they must use a Korean name. At that time, she chose a name without knowing its foolish meaning. Since she was from the West, she chose the surname Seo, and she registered the name Chuna, meaning a spring flower like a lily. Gehi shrugged. So Chun is the name recorded on her official documents. She chose it herself, not something like TLU or whatever. The two listened to Gehi's story, holding the paper and reading it. But after realizing the name was old-fashioned, she came to dislike it so much that she even banned its use in her fan cafe. Previously, Gehi and she received their degrees together. She requested to be called by her stage name Seo. Gehi put her index finger to her lips and said, everyone, don't call her Chuna. And be careful when mentioning the name Chuna, okay? The others quietly said nothing as Gehi instructed, but one girl couldn't hold back her laughter. Eun-yang's face turned red with anger and she stammered, You, what's wrong with you? Julami next to her held her stomach and scoffed, What, Chuna? Then Gehi and Julami burst out laughing, holding their stomachs. What a cute name, it really suits you, honey. Don't you think we get along really well? I also like the name Chun. I don't know why she dislikes it. As the two laughed and teased her, Eun-young got angry. How dare you mock someone's name? That's really vulgar. She turned to Kanglum, seeking his empathy. Darling, you think so too, right? Kanglum replied. It's a bit much to mock someone's name. His own name was strange, but Gehi's face turned pale and she growled, boss, whose side are you on? Lami turned away. Sunbae, just stay put. Eun-young fanned Gehi with her fan, calming her anger. You've always been rude, haven't you? Don't you remember? Back then, on the bus going for the outdoor excursion. Before she could finish, Gehi quickly covered her mouth. Hey, are you crazy? Why can't you shut up? Eun-young struggled to get away. What are you doing? What's this rude behavior? Gehi screamed, and Lami pulled her from the side. Eun-young shrieked unpleasantly, and Kanglum was dumbfounded. Now I don't know either, Lami exclaimed. But I wanted to hear the rest of that story. Gehi yelled, Hey, you little kid. Kanglum, holding the lunchbox in his hand, wondered. Let's eat first. I'm hungry. He looked at Younga and asked, Younga, what? You haven't eaten yet. Would you like some tea? I don't think I can eat all of this alone. Young-soo next to him pushed up his glasses and slowly backed away. This doesn't seem like a place for me to interfere. They were still fighting. Kanglum ate with chopsticks and Young-soo fled. Farewell, my oasis. Meanwhile, Shuren's father lay lonely in the infirmary. In the playground, students were having physical education class. Kanglum sat next to Eun-young, who was holding an umbrella. Anyway, I'm relieved. Gehi was running below. Eun-yang's voice resonated. I know you've already heard, but she went through a lot in England, she continued. I was really worried because of that incident, but I'm relieved and glad she ended up making good friends. Kanglum suddenly thought, wait a minute, no, I thought the atmosphere was tense. Eun-young smiled. I'm relieved and happy to see you doing well, she thought to herself. Even if you tease me, I don't mind, Eun-young said again. But now there's another worry, Kanglum asked. What is it? Eun-young started talking again. When I heard about it over the phone, I thought it would be fine because it was Gehi. I thought there would be no need to worry, but when I actually met her I realized. She paused and continued, if you continue to be ignorant of this, even if it's Gehi, I can't guarantee it. Listening to Eun-yang's words, Kanglum didn't understand. What are you talking about? She bowed her head. To be honest, I didn't come here to tease him, and truly, Eun-young stood up and laughed. I also genuinely want to get serious with you. Kanglum's face flushed slightly, but the role of fiancé seemed insufficient. Eun-young sighed, recalling Lami and Gehi. The resistance is stronger than I thought, Gehi had yelled. Prove you're his fiancé, Lami asked again. Where did you two first meet? Count to 3 and say it at the same time. She was sad. So she wanted to take the engagement ring, but the artisan said she would have to wait 6 months. Can you believe it? I want a meticulously handcrafted diamond ring. Kanglum's face darkened. How much did you say it was? Hundreds of millions of won? Eun-young turned around and replied. By the way, I heard about your achievements from Gehi. Darling, do you want to be my business manager? Eun-young said she had a very important audition coming up soon. Kanglum was lost in thought. That episode has finally arrived. The 4th heroine episode of ESW. Nari was on the phone in a small alley. Yes, then Oppa, could I ask you a favor? Once the other party agreed, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank you, yes, I'll wait. After finishing, Nari hung up. It turned out the person on the phone was Kanglum. Nari stared intently at her phone, quietly thinking something. Reporters waited outside the door, and as a man emerged, they all pointed their cameras at him and shouted, He's here. He's here. The announcer handed him a microphone. Director JP, a word please. Will you continue working in Korea this time? There are rumors about a new film, is it true? The announcer continued to ask questions without giving him a chance to speak. Is it true that you're directing the film based on the Idol Goddess novel? This man with freckles and dark circles under his eyes is Hollywood director J.P. Yoon. He casually nodded, yes, without denying it. Yes, it's true. My next project is indeed Idol Goddess, that's why I had to return, he declared. Now, in the home country of the original work and the land of idols, we will hold auditions to find our heroine. Elsewhere on the set, everyone did their best. Director Choi laughed heartily, seemingly satisfied. Ha ha ha, great job everyone. Excellent. Eun-young looked at his expression with curiosity. Something strange. The company told us we had to be cautious today. They said the director was very sensitive. Gae stopped walking when she heard that. Come to think of it, it's been a long time. By the way, is your maid going to take us? Eun-young turned her head and looked around, searching. The car is waiting outside. Hey, where did she go? Kanglam approached and told her that she had already left. Eun-young asked in surprise. What? Where did she go? Kanglam, holding his phone, replied, our next schedule was originally an outdoor shoot, but it was suddenly cancelled due to rain. He pointed behind him and said, it's been postponed until tomorrow. But we have other filming schedules, so we had no choice but to contact the company for help. But the filming costumes are in another location, so I asked your maid to go get them. While speaking, Kanglam received a call. Yes, hello, understood, I'll be right down. He informed her that the taxi he called had arrived and told her to change and come down. Eun-young frowned and remained silent, and he continued. Oh right, I just heard from a staff member that Minhyuk Post's editor-in-chief is also nearby. Kanglam put his phone away and his hands in his pockets. Since we're heading that way, why don't we stop by and meet him for a moment? Eun-young finally reacted. Darling, what is it? What's going on? Kanglam replied. He brought up this story last time, didn't he? He really likes blonde hair, you know. So if I introduce you to him, he'll definitely. She shook her head, disbelieving. No, that's not it. I'm really surprised at how quickly you handle things. When I suggested you be my manager, I didn't realize you were this amazing. HMPH, he scratched his head. Thanks, he thought to himself. I can handle things like this even without ESW information or repetition loops. Thinking that, Kanglam asked, I wouldn't have known if you hadn't said anything. Gae, with her arms crossed, said, something strange. It's not okay at all. Even I'm surprised at how quickly you handled it. Kanglam felt a slight annoyance at her words. Is it that hard to give an honest compliment? Finally, the taxi arrived. Gae got in the car, propped her chin on her hand, and asked, but how did you manage to reschedule such a tight schedule? Everyone thinks you're very busy. Eun-young laughed. Oh, I'm very busy too, you know, unlike some people. Gae was speechless. Second, really, did you think I wouldn't know? Gae scoffed mockingly. Didn't your exclusive model contract with a commercial company get terminated? Eun-young was startled. How did you know? Gae sneered. I know everything. Eun-young laughed heartily. At least some people don't even have an exclusive model contract, so they have nothing to lose, Gae yelled. What are you mocking me now? Kanglam was speechless. These two will never stop fighting. Eun-young sighed and replied, and of course I came here for personal reasons. While I'm in Korea, I need to reschedule my itinerary more reasonably. Gae asked. Why? Eun-young said she wanted to focus on the audition. She looked at Gae and said, the casting call for the Idol Goddess movie. That's one of the hottest news these days. Gae propped her chin on her hand and looked out the car window. I'm a model, What does that acting audition have to do with me? Eun-young raised an eyebrow. Why wouldn't it? You used to be a child actor, didn't you? Kanglam nodded, confirming that Eun-young's words were all true. Eun-young recalled that Yoo Gae was a child actor in Korea when she was little, in elementary school. Then she quit acting when she moved to England, but after starting her modeling career, she briefly resumed acting. Gae cried. However, after the accident where she lost her parents, she had to take care of her younger siblings, and once again had to give up acting. Magazine modeling had many overnight shoots and long hours away from home, so modeling was better than acting. So she had no choice but to give it up. Eun-young guessed that her siblings were old enough now. She looked at the dumbfounded Gae and said, more importantly, don't you have a passion for acting? Who said that? It's just a job. Eun-young laughed and said again. Oh dear, have you forgotten the whiskey incident? Gae was drunk. He. Me too, I want to be an actress too, Gae yelled while drunk. Why do you keep bringing up my past? Gae calmed down and said, and even if I wanted to act again, I'd have to start all over from scratch. Besides, modeling gives me a stable income. I need to focus on this to pay off all my debts as quickly as possible. Eun-young wondered. Oh dear, do you still have debts? Gae sighed. It'll probably take about 6 more months. Then I'll be able to pay off all my debts. The three's car was still driving down the road, Eun-young suddenly said. I hope the Idol Goddess movie becomes a turning point in your life, Gae wondered. What is it? Eun-young genuinely wished Gae well. I hope this is an opportunity for you to be truly honest with yourself and realize what you truly want. Only then can I pay off all your debts and truly surpass you. Gae narrowed her eyes. Anyway, I'm not interested at all. Eun-young said, why don't you give it a try? Gae leaned forward. Kanglam leaned back and laughed. And who's to say you'll pass the audition? Most auditions are very difficult to pass, Eun-young snapped her fingers. That's like counting your chickens before they hatch, Gae said. No, that's like counting your desserts before they arrive. Kanglam asked, do you two know you're both saying it wrong right now? Gae crossed her arms. But if you two are so stubborn, fine. I'll go home and discuss this matter. Meanwhile, Kanglam was walking with Nari. Oh really, Yu Gehi is also going to the audition? Nari nodded. Yes, our family gathered and discussed this matter and made a decision, Nari laughed. Now I think I can help Ani take care of the younger siblings at home. I think it will be a good opportunity for Ani to restart her acting career, she told The Legend of Yoon. Especially the original Idol Goddess movie is considered a masterpiece, and the director of this movie isn't he a very talented person who recently won a prestigious award? Nari was excited. I hope it goes smoothly. I'll be cheering very enthusiastically for Ani. Kanglam looked at her and thought, don't worry, she'll get the role anyway. He wondered, but what else happened? She asked. What am I saying? Then he whispered in Nari's ear. That guy you called a stalker. Didn't you say you felt like someone was watching you recently? That's why we've been going home together after school these days. I even called you about that last time. She suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I sometimes felt like someone was watching me, but since Oppa has been walking with me these days that feeling seems to be gradually disappearing. Thank you. Kanglam rubbed his chin and wondered, really? I'm glad you said that. Nari pointed nearby. Oh, should we go by that today too? The place she pointed to was a fast food restaurant. The two went there and bought ice cream. Nari smiled contentedly. I really enjoy this food when I go home with Oppa these days. It's become my small happiness every single day. Kanglam was startled. Really? That much? You look really happy, hee. He urged her to eat again. Nari nodded. Yes, it's not only delicious but truly delicious. It makes me feel like I've lived my life knowing nothing about the world until now. Nari smiled slightly. So I think, she looked up at the sky and muttered, even if I know nothing. Kanglam thought about how Yu Gehi had been absent from school since that day. She seemed to be diligently preparing for the audition. He was restless, partly because there was no one left to tease. Are you guys idiots? So we somewhat explained that the engagement was fake and told people the truth. He looked at Yanga and her group in front of him. But most people already knew the truth too well. Ah, I see, they must have thought I didn't fit in well. I'm hurt. As he was lost in thought, a piece of paper appeared before his eyes. Lami grinned. Sunbae, since you're the president, please fill it out yourself. Kanglam was puzzled. What is this? Club activity report, Yanga explained. It's about the audition Gehi Sunbae is participating in. Idol Goddess, the challenge to become an idol, that's it. Kanglam was still bewildered. So, Lami smiled triumphantly, thinking, come to think of it, that audition doesn't seem to need to be taken so seriously. It feels like a movie promotion event. They even said newcomers and amateurs could participate. Sunbae, get up. Surely, she replied. Sunbae, I was always disappointed that only Gehi Sunbae and I talked about work. So when I heard our club also needed to be active, I thought it would be a good opportunity. Yanga and Shuren came in from outside. Ah, and that's also a reason. So Lami pointed at Kanglam. We've also decided to participate in that audition. Yanga was puzzled. What? Lami said in an excited voice. Let's go, Idol School Project. Kanglam was startled. No way, don't suddenly change genres. At the audition venue, a man poked his head in and announced, announcement. After a 5-minute break, next up is the vocal group preparation. Inside the room, a man in a white shirt yawned with a shrug. A long way to go. The older man next to him nodded. That's right, still a long way to go. The man was Kim Taek, the script team leader. He turned and said, but isn't the female lead role already decided? With that person's appearance, this audition seems a bit meaningless. Video director An Hung raised an eyebrow. Hey, you shouldn't say that. If they do well, they'll be chosen fairly. The board PD Yoon rested his chin on his hand and listened to their questions. That's right, director. PD Yoon nodded languidly. Yeah, that's right. The girl next to him was Lee Ji-sun, CEO of 66th Century Film. Ji-sun said, even if it's meaningless, it has its own meaning. This is the next project of JP Yoon, a director successful in Hollywood. Anyway, holding an audition like this will attract a lot of public attention. Ji-sun's eyes sparkled. Especially young actors who can play student roles are our main target. We have legitimate reasons and motivations to discover new talents. Hung was startled. Wow, so this was also pre-calculated. Ji-sun looked back at PD Yoon and saw him playing around. That's because our director flatly refused any alternatives. If this movie fails immediately after release, the company will have a lot of problems. Hung looked at the participant resumes in his hand and exclaimed, wow, an audition is an audition after all. At least we can get some decent supporting actors. Hung picked up Lami's resume. Oh, the next group has good looks. Yanga, Lami, Shuren and Youngsu were sitting on chairs. Please start from the participant on the far left. Introduce your part to act and begin. Lami, upon hearing the question, excitedly raised her hand. Yes, all of us have prepared the part from Act 1, the first variety show recording. Hung was startled, thinking. All of them, all four? Lami pretended to clear her throat. Ahem, then she made a cute expression. Lami winked. Hello everyone. I'm your idol Brittany. This is my first time on a variety show, so I'm a bit nervous, but I'll do my best. Do I look cute? Hung was surprised by Lami's cuteness. Oh, she's really cute, Lami nodded. Yes, Brittany isn't acting cute, she was just born cute. Hung evaluated that her acting wasn't the best, but it wasn't awkward. Lami continued. Brittany is struggling with her innate cuteness, Hung thought. An idol supporting role and innate cuteness. Did she choose a character with a similar personality to herself? Lami looked back at Shuren. Oh, hello, are you doing it too, honey? Hung smiled to himself at the sight. She's really cute anyway. I can't take my eyes off her. Sharon, upon hearing the question, fidgeted and searched for her lines. Hello, it's really surprising to meet you here. Surprising things always happen. Hung, seeing Sharon fumbling like that, thought, oh no, this young lady won't do, she can't act. Sharon broke out in a cold sweat and rolled her eyes. Nice to meet you. Oh no, please take care of me. Sharon grumbled inwardly. I like her looks, but it's a shame. But wait a minute, she looks a little familiar. Hung looked at Sharon's resume. What, a professional gamer? Isn't she Rosen T. Dust who exposed the match fixing last time? He looked at Sharon again, and Sharon, bewildered, didn't know how to act. Why is she here? Is she trying to become an actress? Sharon dropped the script, startled. The script? Yanga next to her smiled calmly. Haha, both of you are here. Nice to meet you. I'll be the senior on this variety show, so I'll help both of you well. Hung was startled. Wow, Yanga replied calmly. I feel a bit of a healing vibe. Of course, I don't have much movie experience either, so let's work hard together. Hung observed each of their expressions from the side. No acting experience and cautious, but a really refreshing change. Yanga replied. Okay then, shall we create a group chat? Hung was slightly puzzled, but that name sounds a bit familiar too, but on the application it just says ordinary student. Yang-soo, sitting on a chair with a cool expression, his hands in his pants pockets, said, Ladies, may I also join these beautiful flowers? Oh dear, I apologize for being late, there was some traffic. Your eyes are truly beautiful. What's your name? Where are you from? Hung, hearing Yang-soo's words, looked back. Oh, this guy's good. Hung praised him slightly. The lines are a bit awkward, but his acting is really natural. Yang-soo pushed up his glasses. I've been trapped in your eyes. Hung was quite satisfied, even though the lines didn't connect at all. Hung looked at Yang-soo's resume. But on the application it says Dragon Tribe that destroys the world. What does that mean? Did I miss something? Team leader Kim Tae clapped his hands and interrupted. Okay, that's enough. Do you all have any other prepared parts? Hung was still lost in thought. But this alone isn't enough yet. It's just that the previous groups were so terrible that these guys look good now. The director's expression was a bit blank. Lammy shouted. Wait, what do you mean? Sharon made a pitiful expression. I'll tell you until you understand. You and that guy don't suit each other. Lammy was startled. What are you talking about? Hung looked at the script. This was the part where they fought over an ex-boyfriend. Sharon, immersed in her role, replied. How can a child like you be next to him? Then Sharon stood up. All you have is your family's support, Lammy snorted. HMPH, how dare you say such a thing, but do you know? Whenever Sunbae needed help, he always came to me. That's a pure love beyond what Uni sees. Yanga slammed the script. Hey, stop it. If you just keep babbling, people will think both of you are a mess. Yanga's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Both of you look really pathetic. Lammy shouted. Who are you talking to? Hung was bewildered by what was happening. What's going on? Their acting skills suddenly exploded, especially the ex-boyfriend was an imaginary person and didn't even exist, but it was so realistic as if they were fighting for him. Hung watched the three deliver their lines. Even the added lines are perfect. There's a limit to a script. All three of them were causing a commotion with their lines. They all think they've known him for a long time. How funny. Kanglum, no, that guy and me. Hung nodded with satisfaction. Still, they can act. PD Yoon finally opened his mouth and winked. Still, they're good. How many supporting roles are left in the previous section, aren't there? Hung was startled. That's right, yes. Yanga looked at Eun-yang and said, it seems like it's Eun-yang's turn next. Lammy whispered to Sharon. It's almost time now, the man called out. Next up, QY group, please come in for your audition. Lammy was startled. It's Kanglum Sunbae. Inside the room, Ji-sun had her arms crossed. From now on, everything will truly begin. Hung nodded. The people coming in from now on are those connected to the company. Hung thought that the roles they chose were mostly lead roles. He watched Eun-yang enter confidently. She seems to have the most experience among the four, but it still won't be easy, Hung thought to himself. Honestly, the lead role of Idol Goddess is not a role a child can handle. Recalling the popular web novel Idol Goddess Conquering the Peak, the story was about a hunting fairy. Expelled from heaven, she passionately sang on stage. To return, she needed to gather a lot of love energy. So she decided to become an idol loved by everyone. But the main focus of this movie was not when she first debuted to the public, but the second part, when she grew to become the top idol. And the main content of the second part also involved another expelled fairy, her rival Ahi. Hung rubbed his chin and thought, the role she applied for was precisely Ahi. If Ahi's motivation and painful jealousy cannot be expressed through acting without being cut due to the length of the movie, Eun-yang, immersed in her role, shouted, why not me? It has to be me, not that woman. Eun-yang growled in anger. How dare you mock me? The stage was mine. How dare she take it? The atmosphere was frozen. Even the audition participants sitting next to her were now scared. Eun-yang's eyes were filled with coldness. I will never forgive her. Hung praised Eun-yang inwardly, seeing her acting quite well. She's good. PD Yoon next to him couldn't hide his satisfied expression. Wow, wow, wow. Such boldness with that appearance, ignoring everyone, immediately captivating, explosive emotions and connecting lines. Even the script was condensed. She's truly a seasoned and natural actress. Eun-yang's body trembled slightly, but PD Yoon noticed it. And the interesting thing is her left hand. Even though her body trembled with rage, her left hand didn't move at all. PD Yoon's eyes sparkled. Perhaps, like Ahi's storyline, she had to give up her qualifications as a pianist due to a left-hand injury. Although it was briefly mentioned and not accurately depicted, she did really well. Hung rolled his eyes. Oh dear, the director's fan mode has finally been activated. Hung said, okay, next person, please start your part. Eun-young sighed with relief that it was successfully over. Thank you, team leader Kim Taek was puzzled. No one's starting? Hung thought that the other three in the same group looked really pitiful because of her. Seeing them cowering and not daring to step forward, it will be difficult to follow her. Suddenly, a flash of light. The light came from a girl in the corner. Hung was puzzled. Gaehee stood up. This is beyond returning to heaven, beyond everything. This is for my fans, Lammy asked Kanglam. How was it? Did you see it, Sunbae? Gaehee Sunbae's acting. Kanglam raised his head and thought for a long time before replying, I saw her in the practice room when I went to pick her up. But I don't think that's acting, Lammy raised an eyebrow. Gaehee sang, don't foolishly search for reasons. Gaehee playing Sanhee left everyone bewildered. Chasing light is an animal's instinct, simply because that person was there. Gaehee transformed into another person. For everyone, I will become the best idol. Everyone was mesmerized by her. Pidiyun stared intently at Gaehee with starry eyes. Sanhee, Sanhee, Sanhee. Hung was startled inwardly. She's a rookie, really surprising. It's like she's the real Sanhee. On the other side, a girl held a pile of documents and clicked her tongue. Tisk, Kanglam, seeing Gaehee leave, said, it seems like it's over. Yanga, puzzled, looked back at Gaehee. Gaehee came out with a bright face. Oh, were you waiting? The two girls behind her said awkwardly. Sorry, thank you, I learned a lot, the brown-haired girl said with envious eyes. Me too, I almost ruined it, but thanks to you, I was able to show my prepared acting skills. Gaehee laughed and replied, that's not worth mentioning. It's nothing. A man poked his head in and announced, due to internal issues, we'll take a 10-minute break. Young-soo wondered. Lammy asked curiously. What's going on? Is there something happening inside? Young sighed. To be honest, I was distracted, but your skills weren't affected. Shirin shook her head and said, I don't know, but I think something big is going on inside. Kanglam remained silent beside them. Gaehee walked ahead, then turned back. Hey boss, what's with that expression? Are you finally feeling great about yourself? Kanglam got annoyed. Can't you shut up? Young nodded beside him. I agree, don't be so presumptuous, you're not even humble and the results aren't out yet. Gaehee lazily stretched her arms. We've done all we can, so now we just have to wait and see. Surprisingly, there aren't many competitors for the Sanhee role, but Lammy shook her head. No, especially since Mia is participating. Kanglam looked at the girls walking ahead. They were chattering loudly. Regardless of the outcome, everyone worked hard. I'm hungry, want to grab some food together. Sure, I wanted to try Korean food. Then there's a good place nearby. Gaehee saw him spacing out, walked over and pulled his sleeve. Hey boss, let's wait a bit before we go. Kanglam wondered. Wait for what? Young-soo asked curiously. Then is it true, is there really such a shining star? Tak asked, holding a resume in his hand. She's truly a person with genius talent. She was a child actress, so why did she choose that profession? Yoon rubbed his temples with a pen. Thanks to Gaehee, the two people standing next to him were also affected. Young-soo glanced at him. He's doing it again, Yoon continued unperturbed. Although she was almost overshadowed by Ahi's performance, she was able to recover thanks to Yu Gaehee. He recalled those who had come before and thought, so that's what it was. That's right. Not only did she shine, but her acting also illuminated the surrounding space. Young-soo crossed his arms. She's the most adorable person on set. Yoon snapped his fingers. Exactly, he wondered. Then we definitely have to cast her, right? Tak said. After seeing that performance, no one else catches my eye. He shook his head. It doesn't have to be that way. She agreed. Not yet. Ji-yu Mia hasn't appeared yet. After that, the audition continued. Alright, everyone did well. Next to the staff room door, Gaehee and Kanglam were secretly peeking in. This is the last group, right? She'll finally be out soon. Kanglam asked worriedly, is it okay to peek like this? No, how did you know about this place and how do you have the key? Gaehee chuckled refreshingly. A staff member gave it to me a while ago. Kanglam's mouth twitched. I'm going crazy. Gaehee gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, if we get caught I'll blame you and run. Boss, you're my manager, so it's fine, right? Kanglam countered. What do you mean don't worry? What are you doing bringing me here? The faces of the girls who came out after the audition also looked sad. But I really wanted to see it with my own eyes, Gaehee evaluated. She's the best actress of our generation. I heard she even made a name for herself internationally. Kanglam glanced sideways. I heard she swept awards at famous film festivals last year and received many calls from directors around the world. He thought to himself, I understand why she's called the siren of the film industry. She has unparalleled beauty in this field. A man opened the door, apologizing repeatedly, and a girl followed behind him. Sorry for being late. That was Mia, the fourth heroine of ESW. Mia introduced herself as she entered. I am Ji-yu Mia. All the judges focused their attention on Mia. Since ESW is a romance manga, not only one but all characters are very beautiful. But among them, Ji-yu Mia along with Yu Gaehee is the most praised character in terms of appearance. After that, she began her acting. Seeing her in person, I understood why. Everyone in the room held their breath waiting for her performance. And now I understood why she was called a siren. Even someone who knew nothing about acting could feel it. Mia clenched her fist and said, nevertheless, I will become the best idol. Kanglam was startled. This is what irresistible charm is. Gaehee, seeing his mesmerized face, got angry. Gaehee scoffed coldly. HMPH, we'll see. The black-haired girl sitting next to her trembled with fear. Why is she suddenly acting so boldly? Wasn't this a script-reading audition? The black-haired girl was anxious and fidgeted. Suddenly, excessive acting practice, and why is Mia sitting next to me? Mia looked back and asked, then what do you think? The black-haired girl was startled. The black-haired girl stammered. Oh, that. Mia didn't give her a chance to speak and stood up after seeing her surprised expression. That's enough, that explains everything. This isn't the time to give you encouragement and comfort. Yoon looked on, mesmerized. The darker the surroundings, the brighter the light shines. If Gehi is a type of light that shines. Yoon stared intently at Mia. Mia absorbed all the surrounding light with her acting. Mia was as if an idol had incarnated. Nevertheless, I will become the best idol. Yoon's eyes sparkled. Youngsu was startled. Youngsu opened his mouth. Look, there's still one problem. Both Yu Gehi and Ji Yu Mia applied for the Sanhee role. Tak poked his head out and looked at her. Then which of the two will be the main character? It's really difficult, she replied. For me, it's clearly Ji Yu Mia. Giving a lead role to a rookie is risky. It would be better to give her the Ahi role. Youngsu rubbed his chin. I think it should be the opposite in terms of character psychology. After all, Ahi is as much a lead as Sanhee. Yoon nodded. If we look at the whole movie, it's Gehi, and if we prioritize the character's personality, it's Mia. Tak raised his hand and offered his opinion. But if we really have to compare, what about Mia? Didn't she have some rumors about her personality? Konglum walked around with his hands in his pockets. He thought, as he had said before, that manga is just manga. In ESW, unless a character was a villain, most were good-natured. He walked towards a room, but there was one exception. As he passed by, he heard voices. Honestly, do you like it when people criticize me? Inside the room were Mia and her manager. Mia said, your intention wasn't that, was it? The manager bowed his head and said, no, that's not it. Mia asked the manager why he didn't cover for her. You should have said the audition was delayed because of your tardiness. Konglum stood at the door, arms crossed, and thought, she was designed as a character similar to Yu Gehi, but with an opposing personality to suit the rival role. Her voice rang out accusingly. Or you should have picked me up earlier. The manager's timid voice was heard. Sorry, the manager said. I went an hour early. I called you over 10 times. Oh, I should have done that earlier. He thought Ji Yu Mia was the only such character in ESW. Mia got annoyed. Ah, damn it. It's really annoying. Then you should have rung the bell. Did I ever eat you alive just because I woke you up? She had the worst personality among the heroines. The villainous heroine. Mia frowned. The more I think about it, the more annoyed I get. Why do I have to take an audition like this? Mia crossed her arms. I'm Mia. My name alone gets me called to many places, the manager explained with difficulty. This was personally arranged by the CEO. It seems this film company wants to utilize our talent. She raised an eyebrow. What? Are you saying they just threw useless things at me? The manager shook his head in fear. No, the manager informed. Director JP is quite picky. Mia cut the manager off. It's annoying, so cancel all my remaining schedules for today. The manager trembled in fear. Ha Mia Nim, if you do that again, you'll really be fired. Please, what can I do for you? The manager said. What can I do to make our Mia Nim happy? Mia replied indifferently. Bring me some Romania root and nutmeg soup, then I'll consider it. The manager was scared by the scolding. Ha, what? Mia said angrily. Romania root and nutmeg soup. You don't know that either, manager. It's the herbal medicine I used to take. Go find it. The manager couldn't understand. Where am I supposed to find herbal medicine suddenly? Mia raised an eyebrow. How should I know? Go look in a convenience store or something. HMPH? Oh, they wouldn't sell such things there. Oh, all right, I'll go look right now. Konglum watched the manager frantically run off from a corner. In conclusion, she is a completely wicked villainess, in contrast to the completely good-natured Yu Gehi. Although this appearance was a bit ridiculous, he decided to put that aside for now. Konglum sighed. No matter how hard I try to prevent an incident, I won't be able to intervene in ESW incidents in the first place. Konglum bowed his head. In other words, attempts to solve everything easily won't work. It's been like that lately. He imagined himself breaking a leg. No matter how hard I try to prevent an incident from happening, if I fix this, the storyline will change later when Gehi passes by. Where is she going? Then she'll meet a bear, or a completely different development will appear. Konglum grabbed Gehi's hand and ran. In the end, all my efforts will be in vain, and I'll still go through the same repetition loop. Konglum shook his head, clearing his thoughts, and sighed. Damn it seems better to just leave it alone, but I can't do that for major incidents. He was still leaning against the wall. So he decided not to act first, but only to intervene at the last moment when the danger actually appeared. Yes, I've decided, and perhaps this is the right decision. Konglum took out his phone. Still, it's probably okay to intervene a little in small matters like this, right? He said. Oh yeah, bring that to me too. The man with the bowl cut at the convenience store asked with a chuckle. Excuse me, do you sell Romania root and nutmeg soup? Un was startled. Yes, he replied. Romania root and nutmeg soup. Oh, sorry, who would sell something like that at a convenience store? It's weird for me to even ask. Before he could finish, Un handed it to him. We do sell it, all for 1,000 gold. He was startled. After checking, he was surprised. What, you sell this here and it's only 1,000 gold? Konglum handed him a bag and said, later if I call you, someone might come looking for Romania root and nutmeg soup. Please, I'll even give you a bigger tip. After hanging up, he fell back into thought. I can't just leave it alone, because in the story that manager always has a hard time, thinking of the scenes where Mia always harasses, scolds, and orders the manager around. I felt sympathy for his struggles. I have no choice but to help someone in the same situation as me. So I was thinking simply, when Mia appeared behind me without me knowing. Hey, Mia called out to him, startling him. Hey, are you an employee here? Kanglam's mouth opened. Gee, Mia, wait a minute, when did she appear? When he didn't answer, Mia frowned. I asked you, are you an employee here? Kanglam came to his senses and replied, yes, as you can see. Mia ordered Kanglam, quickly call the director and have him come here. How long are you going to delay announcing the results? I'm waiting. Kanglam was bewildered. What? Today isn't the day to announce the audition results. The official notice says next week, she frowned irritably. Ha, what? I'm Gu Mia. Isn't it obvious that I passed the audition? Then she put her hands on her hips and sighed. What kind of idiot would deliberate over me for another week? He thought. Wow, her personality is so clearly revealed. Annoyingly rude. Kanglam forced a laugh. Actually I'm not an employee but a manager. What? Then you should have said so from the start. You misunderstood. Mia asked curiously. Then you're a manager? Then she looked up at him. Really? Kanglam shouted irritably. What's with that unpleasant attitude? She shook her head. Nothing. You look more like a stalker than a manager. Don't be so overtly rude to others. And why do I look like a stalker? Mia glanced at him. That's just my perspective. Oh, I'm dying to punch you in the face. What's the problem? The problem was saying it out loud. Mia growled. What? Kanglam didn't want to argue with her, so he turned and left. Whatever, you're disgusting, so I'll just leave you alone. Mia opened her mouth and asked, which company's manager are you? Kanglam turned around and replied, Okyongchang Company. Mia crossed her arms and threw her head back. I can't take this anymore. I'll file a lawsuit. A few minutes earlier, Gehi had been wandering around looking lost and then suddenly disappeared. She said she was going to the restroom and wasn't answering her phone. As I was searching for her, my phone rang. I should call her back, Wang said. Wow, well done, Gehi. How was the audition today? Gehi asked, puzzled. What? How did you know, honey? Wang smiled triumphantly. What don't I know? From now on, you just need to be careful on set, Wang said. You'll be acting with Gu Mia in any role. Right, be careful. She's famously known for her terrible personality. Gehi nodded. I know that too, everyone knows it. A shadow fell across her face. I always wondered how she landed roles with that attitude, but after seeing her acting I somewhat understood. Wang asked, puzzled. What did you say? You two auditioned together? Gehi swept her hair back and said, no, anyway, I'll take care of it. You know me, honey. I can pretend to be innocent in front of people. Seeing Mia and Kanglam in front of her, she hung up the phone. Honey, I'll hang up now. Can I call you back later? Mia asked. Then you're the manager, really? Kanglam didn't like her attitude. What's with this unpleasant attitude? Gehi raised an eyebrow. Gu Mia, why is that kid here? Why is she acting like that? She seems to be getting scolded. Watching the two talk, Gehi wondered, what on earth is going on? Hearing Mia say, I can't take this anymore. I'm going to file a lawsuit, Kanglam asked in surprise. What on earth are you going to do? Mia said. I'm going to file a lawsuit against the company. What kind of manager is this? I know a few people at Okyongchang too. Kanglam listened to Mia's words in silence. You can tell an entire organization's way of working by looking at one person. If she talks like that, what will happen to the company's actors? Kanglam bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry. Kanglam frowned and thought, my mind is blank. There's no point in arguing with someone like this. If I cause a scene, it will definitely harm you, Gehi. Mia replied unpleasantly. There's no sincerity at all. Kanglam raised his head. What, sincerity? Then what should I do? Mia spoke like a queen. Kneel down and I'll forgive you. She looked at Kanglam with cold eyes. Hearing this, Kanglam gritted his teeth, but he slowly lowered his body. Phew, it's fine. What's so great about kneeling? No one's watching me and it's just once, so it'll be better this way. As his legs started to give way, Gehi appeared and stopped Kanglam from kneeling. You don't have to do that. Kanglam was startled. Huh? Gehi glared at Mia with murderous eyes. Mia asked unpleasantly, what are you doing? What on earth? Gehi walked up to her and stood face to face. You, what are you doing to someone else's manager? Mia lowered her head. That rude manager was yours, she said. Thank you. I just taught that kid a lesson about this industry, Gehi scoffed. Taught a lesson? You mean you resorted to violence, don't you? Kanglam, fearing this was more serious than ESW, was terrified. The storyline has changed to a different kind of fight because you, Gehi, is no longer an innocent girl. Before he could finish speaking, the two glared at Kanglam with warning eyes. Kanglam was startled. Oh no, I understand their feelings, but hey, I know the two of them are connected. Mia's manager rushed over. Mia, it started. The director says he has something to tell you, so please come quickly. Returning to the audition venue, team leader Kim Tak was on the phone. Yoon was busily tidying up. PD Yoon said languidly, first I need to check. Fortunately, the two of you haven't left yet. Gehi and Mia, have either of you considered other roles besides Sanhee? Mia and Gehi approached PD Yoon. Of course I want the role of Sanhee, PD Yoon exclaimed in surprise. Oh, surprising, PD Yoon sighed, but anyway, yes, I think so too. She stood next to PD Yoon and said, then we have no choice but to decide which of the two of you is most suitable for the role of Sanhee. Then she announced, let's give the public the choice. Gehi was bewildered. What? But Idol Goddess is a movie, how can the public choose the actors? PD Yoon scratched his head. Right, that's why I don't really like this idea either. It feels more like a promotional project than an audition, she said. Have both of you read the original Idol Goddess? Gehi nodded. Yes, of course. Mia also nodded. I'm familiar with the character now. She looked at the two and asked, then both of you know the climax of the second part of the movie and the 765 festival storyline. she began to explain. The rivalry between Sanhee and Ahi reached its peak, and they clashed directly at the famous idol festival, the 765 festival. She shrugged. They performed on the same square, at the same time, on the same stage, completely captivating the audience's attention. Gehi asked, puzzled and unable to understand. You mean you're inviting us too? She said. Yes, we proposed a challenge to recreate that confrontation simultaneously with the Sanhee role audition. Mia's manager was busy on the phone. Yes, boss, I'm sorry, he replied subserviently. It's the KDOL Festa held every summer. Yes, it will proceed as scheduled at the Idol Festival. Mia and Ms. Yu Gehi will have a performance battle. He apologized repeatedly as he was reprimanded on the other end of the phone. I am sorry, I know this is absurd too, he said. But Mia herself volunteered to participate. Mia leaned against the wall, wearing glasses, and unpleasantly reminisced about the past. Of course this won't be a battle between Sanhee and Ahi, but a battle between Sanhee and Sanhee. Thanks to the co-hosting with KDOL Festa, it will be a performance that requires not only singing but also a short acting segment. Gehi lowered her head. This is a battle to see who can attract more audience, right? Correct? She replied. If it goes through, it will be seriously conducted with a scoring system that includes YouTube live views and SNS sentiment index. We are looking for a scoring system that meets both criteria. PD Yoon clicked his tongue. Tisk, it's just an audition, but now it's like an audition finale program. To find out who will really get the role of Sanhee, he disagreed and said, nonsense, Mia would never participate in such a thing. She's not a rookie actress but the most highly rated actress. PD Yoon nodded. Right, I don't like this either. This seems like an adult problem. She cut off PD Yoon. If the plan passes, we will secure a flexible production budget. PD Yoon laughed and said, holding an event is good and it perfectly matches with idol models. Mia pointed at Gehi. Nonsense, how dare you use me? Mia was displeased to be used as a tool to compete with an unknown rookie. HMPH, are you trying to use me to make a name for yourself? Did you make a deal behind the scenes? Your company was suspicious from the start. Gehi was silent, then said, if such an opportunity is given, I'm ready to do anything. He looked at her with challenging eyes. But our senior doesn't seem confident. Mia gritted her teeth. What, are you crazy? Mia's eyes were arrogant. It's no use trying to ride on my popularity. There's a world of difference in popularity even before acting. Who would care about your stage? Wouldn't it be really embarrassing to live stream? Gehi looked at her with burning eyes. Oh my goodness, our senior is truly generous. But if you want to talk about embarrassment, what could be more embarrassing than a celebrity like you losing to a rookie in a performance battle? Kanglam admired the two girls fighting fiercely. Is this kind of quarrel common among actresses? No, it seems there's something wrong between the two of them. She scoffed. Man is well prepared and a veteran warrior has mental strength. So what are both of you going to do for the upcoming performance battle? The two shouted. We'll fight. Gehi left with a sullen face and Kanglam followed. Kanglam thought there was no problem with the two of them fighting. After all, this incident was still within the ESW storyline. The only problem was that the tension in their relationship had increased tenfold. A major reason was that Yu Gehi was no longer an innocent girl. Thinking that, he raised his hand to stop her. Hey, let's think positively. He thought, she's a bit strange, but anyway it's a good opportunity. She stopped and replied. Don't do that again, he asked, unable to understand him. Do what? Gehi remembered the scene where Kanglam tried to kneel and fell silent, her face hardening. Gehi angrily pinched Kanglam's face. Don't make those creaking noises and don't kneel in front of others again. Kanglam screamed in pain. Ow, 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 if you keep doing this I won't consider you my manager. Stop it. Kanglam forced a laugh and explained, oh, was it that? No, isn't it the opposite? Oh, what a headache. In this industry you have to back down a bit to save face. She let go of his hand. That's enough. I can't stand to see you acting like that, because you, then she hardened her face, lowered her head and turned to leave. Watching her leave, he rubbed his aching cheek and wondered, why did she suddenly stop talking? Anyway, aren't I your first slave? After a few steps, Gehi spotted Mia. Mia was signing autographs for fans. Yes, thank you, the manager asked worriedly. Mia SSI, please, what's wrong? You just objected to the audition. Why are you suddenly reconsidering? Mia held a cup and stared intently at Gehi. Gehi also stared intently at Mia, saying nothing. Mia held the cup and squeezed it slightly. Gehi broke the atmosphere, turned and left. Let's go quickly. We don't have time for this, she muttered as she walked. I will never lose, no matter what. She thought about the confrontation between the two. Anyway, the showdown between Yu Gehi and Gu Mia has officially begun, and soon advertisements will flood online. Initially, as Gu Mia said, there was a lot of controversy. Many comments were posted under the post. Who is Yu Gehi? How dare she challenge Mia? Get lost immediately. It's disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Is she the company president's daughter or something? Damn it, to associate her with an unknown rookie. Who is Yu Gehi anyway? During the audition, there was a short clip of Gehi posted by the director. But as the video clip from the audition was released, such negative reactions quickly disappeared. From then on, Yu Gehi immediately rose to headline status as the most noteworthy idol goddess showdown. The topic of Gu Mia's rival was actually a rare talent became a hot topic. Reporters surrounded her. Are you Ms. Yu Gehi? This is NBC Broadcasting. Please look this way. I have a question about idol goddess. Shirin stepped forward to help. Everyone please stop. It's really inconvenient to do this at the school gate. But someone recognized Shirin. That's Shirin. The reporters turned their cameras and microphones to Shirin. There was an article with her audition photos. What, are you really quitting pro gaming? Are you seriously thinking of debuting as an actress? Lammy came out and pushed the reporters away. HMPH Shirin Sunbanim, Unni is the most famous person here. Appearing in the media like this will backfire. But Lammy became their target. You're the one who does YouTube with Tarot Girl, right? Lammy was startled. Me, no, the announcer said. You have many followers. You're not an ordinary student. What's your relationship with the other two? Suddenly, ropes appeared from somewhere and bound the people. Excuse me, just a moment. The three were bound and pulled into the air, escaping from the reporters. Wow, the girl pulled the three onto the roof. Then she put them down on the ground. Lei Young ordered the maid to save the three. Ho, well done, truly well done. Gehi clicked her tongue. Wow, I thought I was going to die. Gehi stood up and shouted. Hey, Seo Eun-young, you should have warned us, Shirin said with admiring eyes. Wow, that's really cool, like a ninja from a game. Eun laughed delightfully. Hey, this is a basic skill all maids have, you know. Gehi was speechless. Is that really true, and why are you so arrogant? Lammy said. Yanga Unni is going to scold me. But until then, the storyline proceeded as he knew it. Konglum and Yanga sat together. The two were awkward. You Eun-wong, so that's why that name kept sounding familiar at the audition. So you're Ms. Park Yanga, right? Yanga nodded in surprise. Yes, that's right. I heard it on the phone. But I'm not sure why. Yanga asked, so are you saying I should join the script team? She looked back at team leader Kim. That's right. To begin from the start, team leader Kim said understandingly. Hello, I'm Kim Tak, in charge of the Idol Goddess script. I was also at the audition back then. Kim Tak chuckled and explained, since this project is a live-action adaptation of a web novel, the director essentially has many parts to adapt, he continued. But adaptation always causes conflict with the original author. This was also one of the contract clauses for the Idol Goddess movie, stating that the original author wanted to review it personally. Team leader Kim sighed. But recently, the original author was injured and hospitalized, so they couldn't attend the audition. Konglum was startled. Hospitalized? Is it that serious? Team leader Kim shook his head. No, it's not that serious. It's just back pain, but it's a chronic condition that requires surgery. They said it would be difficult to participate in the movie production for a while, so a representative for scriptwriting was recommended. Then team leader Kim pointed to Yanga. It's her, Park Yanga. Yanga was surprised to hear that. The original author chose me, but wait, I'm just an ordinary high school student, team leader Kim sighed. Yes, actually, I had similar questions. Before that, team leader Kim had received a message. I heard the author's side recommended someone to review the script. He was startled. A cartoonist, why suddenly, and an amateur. Yanga blushed at those words. Is there a better challenge than this? They said they read her comic and liked it very much and that Yanga would be the perfect representative. Then she bowed her head and listened to team leader Kim's words. They had asserted that many times. Yanga said softly, yes. Team leader Kim scratched his head. Honestly, this situation is quite perplexing for us. We were planning to wait until the author was discharged, he continued. But we don't have much time because of the first performance showdown, so we need your help. Yanga broke into a cold sweat. But can I really be of help? Even knowing the busy schedule, team leader Kim smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, we won't make it too hard on you. He handed the script to Yanga. You'll be a script assistant focusing only on student dialogue. He nodded from the side. Okay, then we'll discuss the details later. Green Entertainment will review the contract. Konglum received it. Understood, I'll convey it to them. What on earth is going on? Numerous questions popped into Konglum's head. Why is this episode related to Yanga on the way home? Konglum continued to wonder. What on earth is going on? How is Yanga involved in ESW's Idol Goddess episode? He frowned, recalling. There was definitely nothing like this in ESW, and the original author never mentioned her. So is it just a coincidence? Konglum speculated from all angles. Strictly speaking, it can't be a coincidence. Yanga's comic might have coincidentally suited the author's taste, and the original author might have coincidentally gotten injured. No, does that make sense? If they were going to lie, they could have done better, he sighed. Anyway, Yanga is participating in ESW, and that incident clearly happened in a dangerous situation. Konglum gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, but I don't want to stop her. From Yanga's perspective, this was clearly an opportunity. This isn't a comic, but she's involved in professional work. Yanga suddenly called from beside him. Konglum was lost in thought and didn't notice her. There won't be a better chance to gain experience and build her resume. He called again. Konglum, are you listening to me? Konglum was startled. Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought for a moment. Yanga smiled. Yeah, I know. You're always like that. Your eyes get sharp when you're worried. Then she imitated his expression. Like this. Konglum burst out laughing. I do? I had no idea. Yanga smiled brightly and nodded. Yeah, it makes you look a little different and quite cool, but I think eyes free of worry would be better. She explained. That's why I always say that whenever I meet you, he asked, unable to understand. Absent-minded eyes, I just noticed. Yanga was slightly shy. Yeah, but it's become a greeting these days. I don't think I can say it anymore, then she suggested. So what I mean is, Konglum, why don't we not go back to school and go out to play together, just the two of us? Konglum agreed to the suggestion, and the two got into the car and arrived at their destination. He looked around. Where is this, Yanga? She guided him. Just go straight this way. Konglum's eyes widened as he looked at the sight before him. grilled food sizzling and giving off delicious aromas, the bustling chatter of people. Yanga introduced, "This is a night market. It's still bright, but I still wanted to bring you here." Kanglum said, "Oh, right, I remember you mentioning it before. So this is the place where you lived when you were little?" She nodded. I can't call it my hometown since I lived in the city, but," Yanga looked around and said, "now that I think about it, that's probably why. We lived in an ordinary apartment complex and there wasn't much to change up our routine. So even if I didn't want to, my sister always brought me here," she said proudly. "So I got to know a lot of elderly people," Kanglum admired. "Oh really? They must have cherished you when you were little." Yanga nodded. Maybe some of them are still here." She tried to recall one of them being quite famous, but the more she thought, the more confused her mind became. Yanga hesitated. "Anyway, there is," Kanglum understood. "You can't remember, that's understandable. Memories from childhood are usually like that," she whistled, changing the subject. No, I'm serious. There really is such a person. That old man was a legend of the night market known as the lion-headed hunter." He frowned and said, "What night market has such a person? You're such a clumsy liar, Yanga." Yanga suddenly pointed to a nearby woman. "Ah, over there, she'll recognize me too," she approached and said shyly. "Hello auntie, it's Yanga. Long time no see, right? You remember me?" the woman said suspiciously. She stammered. "Oh yes, Kanglum sighed. 100 can't remember reaction." He could only scratch his head as he watched her gesture. It seems the vendor is being considerate and polite to her. Perhaps I've been worrying too much about her lately. Was my expression that bad? Damn it. Yanga led Kanglum to another spot. He watched her concentrate on catching fish. Then Kanglum showed off his dart-throwing skills. The two happily blended into the crowd, watching many performances, eating cotton candy and enjoying snacks. Time passed, and it was finally late evening. The two were resting by a fountain. Yanga opened her mouth to eat takoyaki. Kanglum tapped her face. "All right, Yanga, are you ready?" She was startled and asked, "How ready for what?" He looked at her with a serious voice. "It's time to talk seriously now. I brought you here with a purpose. Isn't there anything you want to ask me or say, especially with that serious look on your face?" Yanga said with an uncertain expression. "Not really." Then she thought to herself, "What I'm wondering right now is, do I look like a big eater? If I eat one more takoyaki?" Kanglum asked suspiciously. "What, really nothing?" She nodded. "I really just came to clear my head. If you have too much on your mind, you need to move your body. That's what I do when I get stuck writing a story." Yanga spoke at length. "If there was something worth talking about, I would have told you right away. I don't want to pretend everything's fine, without knowing what's happening. It'll be okay, just relax." Her words suddenly startled him. "To be honest, Kanglum, you have every reason to be like that, ever since Gehi moved in. So many comic-like incidents have happened in a few months, right?" She smiled softly. "But even in those situations, Kanglum, you handled it really well." He hesitated at those words, muttering, "Not really." Kanglum was silent. "I don't think so, but I couldn't do anything. In the end, I always compared myself to ESW's protagonist. Compared to him, I'm just pathetic." Park Yanga said HMPH and cut him off. "Stop putting yourself down like that." She turned and gently stroked his head. "Kanglum, you've done enough. You're doing really well, okay?" Kanglum was shy and moved aside. What, you're making me embarrassed. Stop it. The only answer to him was a cheerful laugh. He avoided the other person's gaze. "Honestly, I feel comfortable with you, Yanga. Perhaps someday I really will." Kanglum closed his eyes and muttered softly, "Be more honest about everything." Yanga didn't hear properly and asked again, "What did you just say?" Kanglum shook his head. "Nothing." Then he told her about joining the script team. "I just wanted to cheer you on, Yanga." Yanga touched her chin and said, "Oh, Kanglum's back." She swept her hair, which was blowing in the wind. "In the end, you've got your absent-minded eyes back as always." The two were now leaving the night market and riding the bus. Having been active all day, the two leaned against the bus and fell asleep exhausted. After a while, Yanga vaguely woke up hearing something. She was startled and blushed. I fell asleep for a bit, leaning on each other." Yanga covered her hot cheeks with her hands. "I just fell asleep for a moment, but all the embarrassing things that happened today suddenly seemed to be washing over me. I tried to make Kanglum forget his worries, but I was too focused on my own enjoyment and didn't pay attention to that." At that moment, Kanglum's phone in his pocket kept vibrating. She bowed her head and found the phone that had fallen out of his pants pocket while vibrating. "Oh." Yanga bent down and picked up the phone. Her gaze fell on the phone's notification list. "GU Mia incident, prepare in advance," Yanga said suspiciously. She quickly scrolled through other notifications out of curiosity. A myriad of notifications appeared. Among them, what stood out was match-fixing incident. Check the details related to Shuren's father in advance. Yanga's gaze was fixed on the content related to Shuren. She recalled Kanglum's strange behavior in the early evening at the night market, and she remembered Kanglum's suspicious words, "I just happened to win a trip abroad, so I'm going overseas." The more she thought, the more questions arose. Yanga's eyes widened in surprise. She stared blankly at his sleeping figure. "No way." On the street, the sounds of people coming and going mixed with the wind, creating the vivid sounds of daily life. Yanga sat blankly in her seat. "I've thought a lot about this." She was silent. "It seems like the Webtoon story is happening in reality, and Kanglum seems to know it." Yanga lowered her head and eyes. "That's right. The more I think about it, the more I think my hunch is right." Her mind was in a whirl. "But how long will the Webtoon story continue? Only with unrealistic incidents? Or until Gehi and the others transfer, maybe even Kanglum?" Yanga sat up straight and organized her thoughts one by one. I can't be sure, but right now Kanglum is fighting alone and trying to hide this secret from everyone. What's the best I can do in this situation? She clutched her bag and muttered to herself. I want to quietly help Kanglum, even though I lack knowledge about webtoons and games. The next train arrival notification appeared on the screen. Yanga also made up her mind. But if the things on the list I saw really happened, this time I must stop them. Her eyes were resolute. If I can revise the idol goddess script, I can help him. People boarded the train one by one and Yanga sighed. But in the current situation it seems difficult. I'm just an assistant member of the script team. Then she jumped up. Alright, I'll do my best. Today was the script meeting for the idol goddess conquest team. Everyone was already there when Yanga arrived. She bowed deeply and greeted them. I'll do my best, please take care of me. Kim Taek greeted her in return. Nice to meet you. No need to be so nervous, the man next to him continued. It's good to have someone new to inject energy into this boring meeting room, the black-haired man with glasses said sarcastically. Did he really come? Don't just cause unnecessary trouble, another man in the room added. Ah, he's a writer, but saying that was a bit much. He raised an eyebrow and said it would be better to make everything clear from the beginning. He only came here because of Director JP's name, but why bring in an amateur like a student? Tak sighed and said, even if the original author wanted it, they should have refused. At that moment, Kanglum was leaning against the wall as if waiting for someone. Nyan approached leisurely, one step at a time. Oh, you were here? He asked curiously. Why did you call me so late? Is something wrong? She explained. I heard Kanglum Sunbae is versatile and is also participating in the Idol Goddess project. Shirin Sunbae is also participating, so what else is there to discuss? Plus, Shirin Sunbae and Ju Lami Sunbae will also be on stage together at the Korean Idol Festival. Nyan snapped her fingers. Even Yanga Sunbae is making a guest appearance. Kanglum interrupted. Wait a minute. I can't concentrate on the conversation because of those strange nicknames you just used. Since when did they have such nicknames? Your social skills are really a mess. She didn't answer and pointed at him. Anyway, everyone seems so busy, but aren't you participating, Sunbae? Among the 6, you're the only one not participating in the Idol Goddess project. That thing. Kanglum raised his voice in anger. Why are you repeating it twice and emphasizing it? He frowned and asked in return. As a manager, I'm officially participating in the project too. That's why I didn't participate in the audition. Strictly speaking, Yanga isn't participating as an actress either, is she? Right? Nyan sat down and replied. Yes, that's right. That's why Yanga Sunbae must be even more concerned. She'll be thinking she has to do her role well. Kanglum was surprised and asked again, why, did something happen to Yanga? She nodded and replied, I'm just a bit worried because Yanga Sunbae keeps spacing out. She was absent today because of a meeting and yesterday she was engrossed in thought with her tablet all day. He suddenly asked an out-of-the-blue question. Kim Nyan, what do you think about what's called the secret to success? Nyan was startled. How when Sunbae says something like that it feels too cringeworthy. Should I think of this as a documentary? It's a bit too much to accept, Kanglum said. Oh. Wow, you even have the skill to avoid the point of the question? You can say such profound things even with average grades? He frowned. What's the big deal about degrees these days? Nyan replied nonchalantly. Yes, that's what people who aren't good at studying always say. Kanglum frowned and said philosophically, a famous person once said that life is a gamble of luck. She was surprised. What do you mean? Does Yanga Sunbae also need luck? He lowered his voice. On the contrary, it seems luck isn't on Yanga's side. Regret was in Kanglum's eyes. Yanga should have debuted much earlier. Last year was just bad luck. He crossed his arms and nodded. Webtoons have no spatial limitations, but there are still evaluation criteria. If you try the same genre as a famous author's new work, it doesn't mean they won't choose you, but the requirements will be much stricter. Nyan didn't understand and suggested, please speak in Korean. Kanglum blushed and swallowed. Oh, okay, he explained more clearly. Even if it's an amateur work, her persistence in trying until the end for her fans and her stubbornness not to chase popular websites are admirable, so she couldn't debut, but that made her stronger. He was still skeptical. But aren't webtoons and movies different fields? Kanglum walked past Nyan. Yes, but at least they're in the category of content creation. He turned his head and said with a confident voice, Yanga is not an amateur, and she'll do more than her part. Back in the script team meeting room at that moment, Kim Taek was rummaging through a pile of documents and said, okay, now it's time to deal with the tricky part. Everyone listened to him, focusing on the script. In this episode, former idol Yumin will appear. She dreamed of being a charming idol but was frustrated, and she proposes the 765 festival to Shirin. Yanga also quietly listened to Kim Taek's words. Currently, there isn't enough time allocated to this character, so we need to condense all her appearances. The brown-haired man offered his opinion. We could quickly get through it using videos and narration, or we could explain it through other characters' dialogue in the usual way. Kim Taek nodded. That's a good idea. That's the safest way, isn't it? The writer asked skeptically. Will it really work? I don't think it will save enough time, he offered his opinion, making a note on the script. We just need to change the overall atmosphere of the character. She doesn't need to have a tragic past. She just needs a legitimate reason to quit being an idol. Kim Taek forced a smile and asked everyone, will that be okay? Anyway, in the movie, this character only needs to convey news about the 765 festival. He looked at Yanga and asked for her opinion. Yanga, what do you think? What should we do with this part? She replied slowly, in my opinion. Yanga quickly flipped through the script. This character should be completely deleted. Everyone in the room was startled. The brown-haired man asked in surprise, Ms. Yanga, you want to delete this character? The writer angrily slammed the table and shouted, Nonsense, hey kid, have you read the original work? He frowned and explained, without Yumin Sanhee wouldn't participate in the 765 festival, plus she's a popular character thanks to her beautiful illustrations. If you completely delete this character, we won't be able to handle the strong backlash from fans. Kim Taek was troubled. The writer's voice is still strong. The contract itself isn't favorable to us, so even as team leader it's quite difficult for me to resolve this issue, Taek couldn't refute. His skills are excellent, and what he said this time is also true, the brown-haired man agreed. I agree. The success of a work adapted into a movie like Idol Goddess depends on how many fans it can mobilize. Yanga nodded. Yes, that's exactly why. At this answer, everyone in the room exclaimed, ha, in surprise at the same time. She pulled out a thick stack of documents from her bag. I prepared for this topic to come up. The episodes where Yumin's fans reacted positively were episodes 140 and 151. Both were when her past storyline connected to the present. Everyone received the stack of documents. Yanga's voice echoed, but if the previous parts are cut due to time constraints, Yumin will lose the charm that made her famous. The brown-haired man hesitated. So you think it's better to completely remove the character? We don't intend to ignore that opinion, but other problems will arise if we do that. She proposes the 765 festival to Shurin, right? She pulled out a notebook full of notes again. Yes, then what if we assign this role to another character? The characters I found can replace Yumin's role, and I've organized them in chronological order. Everyone was surprised by her words. In my personal opinion, the character Sola, who was mentioned as having met Yumin in the original work, seems most suitable, Taek understood. So Yumin will make a cameo appearance in that scene. Yanga nodded. Yes, exactly. He rubbed his chin and thought, it's much better to completely delete a character than to diminish their charm with an awkward introduction. And it would be good for her to appear as a bonus for the fans. Oh, that's not bad, Taek seemed impressed with Yanga. That's a really great idea, plus you thought of this in just a few days? The brown-haired man looked at the script and nodded. Not bad. Kim Taek turned to his left and asked the person next to him, Writer, what do you think? The writer heard that and replied honestly, not bad. Upon receiving this person's compliment, Yanga smiled brightly. Thank you. After a long day of work the sun had set. Everyone left one by one. Kim Taek stretched his arms satisfied. Honestly, I was very worried, but Yanga surprises me. With this level of skill I can give her more difficult tasks. The brown-haired man was excited. That's right, plus if she likes games we can easily get along too. Then he exclaimed excitedly, I said this before, but can I get an autograph from Rosen T? She blushed slightly. Oh, of course, I'll bring it to you next time. Hee. With that the two left. Kim Taek turned his head and waved goodbye. Then we'll go this way. Be careful. Yanga nodded and waved back. Yes, thank you. You worked hard. Please go home safely. He watched their backs recede with a smile. After that, Yanga turned and left in a different direction. Suddenly a voice was heard and she stopped. Are you Park Yanga? A girl her age approached. I have something to discuss. Do you have some time? That person was Nari. She smiled. I want to talk about Kanglem Oppa. After that, the two went to a cafe. Yanga broke the awkward silence first. You're Nari, right? Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Gei said she would introduce us soon, but we ended up meeting like this. Nari also smiled and replied, I've heard a lot about Uni too. I'm sorry for coming to see you so suddenly. Yanga got straight to the point and asked, it's okay, but you want to talk about Kanglem, right? Have you known him for a long time? Nari nodded slightly. Yes, Oppa has been to our house. Yanga recalled. Oh right, I was studying for an exam with Gei then. Nari was distracted, recalling another scene. Oh right, Nari hesitated slightly. So I didn't come for that reason today. Uni, you know don't you that Uni has feelings for Kanglem Oppa? Yanga froze for about 3 seconds. Her face turned red. What are you talking about? How do you know? Wait a minute. Did Gei tell you? Nari quickly waved her hands. No, please don't misunderstand. Uni didn't tell me separately. I just saw you two walking together on the street. Yanga said, and understood, Nari continued. And I know one more thing. She lowered her head and her gaze also fell downwards. Uni also has feelings for Kanglem Oppa. Uni also likes him, she asked Yanga. Uni knows, right? Yanga, Uni, from the outside there's no way Uni wouldn't know. Yanga stammered. That's, Nari said mockingly. But humorously, Uni doesn't know it, she said in a serious voice. So I came to see Uni before it's too late. I hope you can help me prevent Uni from realizing those feelings. During their conversation, cake was served. Nari cut a slice of cake with a spoon. She ate a piece and cupped her cheeks, exclaiming, the cake is really delicious. I'm obsessed with this chocolate cake these days. Yanga hesitated and asked, Nah, Nari, what do you mean? Nari replied while cutting the cake. Well, it's exactly what I just told Uni. I don't want Uni to realize her feelings for Kanglem Oppa. Yanga found it difficult to understand. Why can't I understand? I thought you would side with Uni if you said something like that. Nari rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Uni saw, didn't you? I'm really embarrassed to say this in front of Uni, but I really dislike Kanglem Oppa. Yanga was startled by this answer. You dislike Kanglem? Why? Nari suddenly shouted. That Oppa is a pervert. He seems to be approaching me, not just Uni. We always coincidentally run into each other everywhere, don't we? Even said he would teach me how to play games last time, but seriously, his eyes were sparkling. Isn't Kanglem Oppa a playboy? Why do girls keep following him? Yanga forced a laugh. I think so too. Even though he always insists he's alone, Nari crossed her arms and scoffed. Anyway, as Gehi Uni's younger sister, I can't accept that oppa. Even if Uni realizes her feelings for that man, I think Gehi Uni will ultimately be unhappy. Yanga understood. Alright, so you want to prevent your sister from knowing, Nari smiled slightly. That's right, that will be beneficial to Uni too. Yanga Uni knows, doesn't she, that this is a good opportunity to eliminate this competition, Yanga exclaimed in surprise. Ha, eliminate? What do you mean by that? How can that be? And how can we control this? How can we control Gehi's feelings as we please? No, Gehi has to decide for herself. Nari's voice sank. If Uni wants, there are actually many ways, she confided her thoughts. I've calculated about 107 different plans. One of them is to use the principle that physical distance creates emotional distance. Or we pretend to bring them together, but actually instigate fights, or we make Uni feel guilty to control her emotions. Creating a third party is also a good method, Nari got more excited as she spoke, or making Uni fall for someone else is also good. Or creating a climax of discord through misunderstandings, shock and disaster, her face was flushed with excitement. At this point the strategy might be a bit cruel, but there's no other way. I've decided to suffer a little for this. The more time we waste, the more Uni will suffer. If possible, I don't want to hurt Kanglem Oppa. Nari's words were chilling. But if I have to, I will gladly dedicate this body and soul to comforting Kanglem Oppa. Uni, don't worry too much. Yanga paused at her suggestion. If Yanga Uni cooperates, we can finish this relatively smoothly, Nari continued. Of course, Uni might realize her feelings faster than we think, but even in that case, I have a secret plan prepared to salvage everything. Yanga was confused about Nari's fundamental purpose of preventing her from realizing her feelings. What's wrong with her? What is she saying? Nari clenched her fist, determined to cut ties with Kanglem. First, what kind of place is the Korea Idol Festival? The scene shifts to the Green Entertainment Office and the sounds of the Dongfesta resonate from inside. Yu Wang explains that as Korean music idols created hit songs a few years ago, this festival became part of a national idol program supported by the Ministry of Culture. She talks about incidents related to Gaiden. This festival is held biennially for 2 days and most recently it attracted 30,000 spectators, setting an all-time record. Thanks to this, the main stage is considered a dream stage for all idols. And for newcomers, just participating is considered an honor. This is also said to be the main reason for the second idol boom in the entertainment industry. Eun-young was surprised. Oh my, that performance is much grander than I thought, Ju Lami said in disbelief. So we're participating in such a wonderful event, Shirin said worriedly. Will it be okay? There are barely less than 3 weeks left, Gehi said a little more calmly. That's what I'm worried about. Do we really need their help? Gehi rested her chin on her hand and slowly analyzed. The first is a singing performance, then acting. We just need to follow that order. No one is asking for a grand entrance in the singing performance. Yu Wang waved her finger, disagreeing. No, that's why I don't want to take the risk. It's too dangerous. In this situation, Gehi will definitely lose. Gehi was slightly surprised. Why, honey, don't you trust me? Eun-young interjected. Actually, you're underestimating Ji Mia too much. Among actresses her age, she has the most powerful fandom. Ju Lami frowned and said, after hearing rumors about your quarrel with Gehi, I did a little research. There are quite a few rumors circulating about her terrible personality. Although her manager seems to be trying to cover it up, Shirin touched her chin, lost in thought. Still, she's still famous, right? It's probably thanks to her strong fandom, Yu Wang nodded. They're trying to cover it up and manipulate the media. Their company is also quite infamous for such handling practices. She frowned and looked at everyone. They use negative information about us and even dig up our past participation in idol competitions and exaggerate it. Yu Wang's worries were not unfounded. Although we're trying to overcome this, in this situation, Gehi and Ji Yumia's starting points are too different. No matter how good your acting skills are, the outcome of this competition is already largely decided in the singing performance, Gehi asked. I understand what Uni is saying. So the singing performance is more important? Yu Wang nodded. That's right, we have enough members so we can't lose. She looked at the other 3 girls in the room. We have a rival appearing in the same movie, Eun-young, who plays Ahi, and a YouTuber who can reach international fans. Most importantly, Shirin is already a huge hit on social media. Even people who aren't interested in idols will come to support her. Yu Wang smiled, but everyone's heart sank. There's not much time left, but we only need to prepare 1 or 2 songs. Everything will be fine. I'll turn you into star idols with rigorous training. As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened, so don't hesitate any longer. Let me introduce our trainer. Yu Wang excitedly introduced. It's our trainer, Na Kanglem. Seeing him appear here, Gehi was angry. What is this? Why is the boss our trainer? Minjung explained. Oh, why not? Some family businesses can always be short-staffed. Eun-yang's manager said that she had just finished the training program. She said in a confident voice, and our Kanglem naturally has quite an impressive resume, right? Producer, leader, expert, conductor, executor, teacher, veteran, and even trainer. His abilities are quite comprehensive, aren't they? Gehi frowned. Are you kidding? That was all in the game, okay? Back in the cafe, laughter echoed continuously. Nari looked at the other person and asked, so this is what I want to tell you, Yanga Uni. What do you think? Yanga was silent and didn't answer. It was impossible to know what she was thinking. Then she opened her mouth. Nari, I'm sorry, but I understand what you're saying, but something seems wrong. Yanga raised her voice. You shouldn't think that way either, especially for Gehi, okay? Nari grinned slyly. Actually, I initially intended to approach the other sunbaes in the club, but the reason I came to meet Uni is because she lowered her voice. I felt that we were a good match, Yanga asked in surprise. Nari slowly supported herself with her hands and stood up. She leaned closer and whispered, think about it, in the future Kanglam Oppa will be with someone else, and that person won't be Uni. Then Nari's voice sank. It's a truly terrible future, can Uni endure that? By the time Yanga left the cafe it was already late at night. She walked alone on the street. Nari was still sitting in the cafe clutching her chest. I'm sorry Oppa, I said things I didn't mean, that I don't like you. She hugged herself tightly. But you'll forgive me, won't you? Nari's smile was a little creepy. Everything is for us. Gehi and her group were practicing their dance, sweating profusely. The dance instructor clapped her hands, keeping time. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, let's take a break now. At the signal to rest, they all collapsed on the floor, panting and exhausted. Kanglam turned and asked, Instructor, what do you think, can we do it? The instructor looked at them, evaluating. Overall, everyone has reached the level one expected. Except for one person, her skills are really terrible. Kanglam forced a laugh. Please look forward to Nari's offbeat performance in the next episode, the instructor said. But as you know, the most important thing in pop culture is the profitability of the product. Then the instructor said that selling well is much more important than making a good product. From that perspective, appearance is the alpha and omega. With just that, even if the group breaks up, they can survive as solo artists. And even if they make mistakes on stage, it creates positive buzz. Kanglam was suspicious. That seems a bit irrelevant. But what's the instructor's point? Everything will succeed within the time limit. Even if I only teach the basics, the instructor raised an eyebrow, they won't mess up the stage. It's hard to judge with 4 faces like that participating. She glanced at them, but Yu Gehi was a little disappointed. Kanglam was startled. Why? The instructor glanced at Gehi, who was wiping her sweat. I had high expectations because the director praised her so much, but even if she pretends to listen, she's actually not concentrating. Of course, she's still better than others, so I think this much will be enough. The instructor clicked her tongue. Is she worried, or does she have other concerns? Tisk, still young. Kanglam frowned. I see now, I understand after hearing the instructor's words. The instructor suddenly turned to him and asked, Have you ever been told you're slow or dull? Kanglam shook his head. No, I don't think I'm dull or slow. I've dedicated my broken body for 18 years. Why do you think so? The instructor nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Ju Lamy, sweating profusely, said to Eun-young, Unbelievable. I thought nobles had weak physiques. Oh my, who do you think nobles are? She raised her head and replied, All those stale thoughts are products of the media. Actually, we also live ordinary lives and are not much different from others. Ju Lamy frowned after hearing her words. What ordinary person comes to school in a limousine and even has a ninja maid? Ju Lamy said. My family is quite special too, but not like that. Eun-young asked in surprise. What kind of family did Lamy grow up in? Ju Lamy replied. It's a long story. To summarize, with a group of bad people, she sighed. So I really hated being born into such a family. Ironically, thanks to that family, I gained useful abilities. Ju Lamy asked again. Chana Sunbanim, it might be a fantasy created by the media, but can you actually spread rumors in the media? Eun-young nodded. Of course, it depends on the content and evidence. But why do you want to do that? I don't quite understand, Ju Lamy replied with a playful laugh. I'm thinking of creating an exclusive scoop about Mia. How could I just let someone insult my Sunday? At least Lamy can't let it go. At dusk in the faculty room, she held Gehi's hand. Okay Gehi, do well at the Korea Idol Festival. As your teacher, there's nothing I can do for you, but she got more excited as she spoke. Cheer up, everyone will sincerely support you. Gehi smiled and nodded. Thank you, teacher, I'll be back soon. Gehi left the faculty room and walked down the hallway. It's ending right before vacation, I'm really going to miss school. As she walked, she heard a group of students laughing and talking behind her. That's right, Gehi came to school today, didn't she? Shouldn't we get an autograph before she gets famous? What autograph? You should confess to Gehi. You idiot, you're head over heels for her beauty. Haha, the blonde friend felt it made sense. Should I confess? Then what about you? Gehi stood still, watching them playfully tease each other. I don't think I'll miss this. She took out her phone and scrolled through messages. I appreciate the attention, but I wish they'd mind their own business. It feels like I'm back when I first transferred. Gehi looked around. At least no one is paying attention here. Seeing reporters waiting on the other side in the distance, that side is really hopeless. They're completely out of control. Of course, there's still one way to solve this problem. Gehi directly climbed the wall and escaped. She jumped over the wall and landed on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. I would have entertained them in the past. Gehi stood up and dusted herself off. Now if I don't like it, I don't like it. Suddenly a voice echoed. Gehi, you must have gone through a lot. About 10 people today, right? Just as she was about to leave, a friend approached. I've been through similar things, so I understand how you feel right now. That's why I waited for you here. It was the right choice after all. The wall was lowest here. Gehi had a bewildered expression, not knowing who this crazy guy was. Who is he? Seeing her expression, he shouted, "Ha, what? What's that look? It's like you're asking, who is this?" He hastily explained. "We played doubles together, remember?" She finally remembered. "Ah, that's right," Gehi forced a laugh. Yes, hello, tennis club president. You were a third year, right? What was your name? Anyway, senior who exercises." As she kept laughing, he scratched his head. It seems you don't remember. It's okay, I have many friends, but again, if you keep acting like this," he asked. "Won't troublesome things keep happening?" Gehi suddenly got a call. Another one. "See," he kept asking, "this is what I want to tell you. How about I be your boyfriend instead, Oppa? You can use me however you like." Kim Gehi quickly bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, I have to refuse." Sunbaenim, he hasn't even finished speaking yet. "But it's okay, it's a bit surprising. Can I ask why? Did you perhaps develop feelings for someone?" He asked if it was because of that person. Gehi was confused and wondered, "What are you talking about?" He shrugged and smiled. "You know that kid in the club." Seeing that she didn't understand, he immediately added, "The one you call boss." When Gehi arrived at the parking lot, she found a familiar car waiting and got in. She said, "Honey, I'm sorry. I told you I had to be careful, but I had to face Gu Mia before I could even do anything." Yu Un-won glanced at her and replied, "Well, it can't be helped. It was truly surprising. Gehi, you're usually not like that. If that kid had handled things properly with words from the beginning, it wouldn't have come to this." She leaned back. "So, Unnie thought you would just let those annoying things go." Gehi sadly bowed her head. "Yes, I don't know why I reacted that way either." Her eyes darkened when she heard those words from boss. "Why was I so angry?" Then he raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Really, do you like that kid?" Gehi hastily shook her head and shouted, No, I just want to focus on work right now." She stammered her explanation, and when she talked about boss, he smiled. All right, I understand. Sorry for interrupting." Her answer was already. Kanglim's many expressions floated through her mind and were reflected on her face. Gehi blushed with embarrassment and silently turned her head back on set. Gehi stood blankly. She sadly bowed her head. "Why do I think of Na Kanglim that way? It's absurd. If it were the other way around, maybe, but how could I like such a bookworm?" The photographer saw her bad mood and hastily said, "All right, cut. Let's take a break. I know it's late and you're tired, but try to focus a little more." Gehi knew she was messing up everyone's work by not concentrating and hastily bowed her head. I'm sorry." After that, she went to the break room. Gehi sat in the break room and sighed. Kanglim opened the door and called out, "Hey, you Gehi." Gehi replied, "Stop." She quickly prevented Kanglim from speaking. "Don't say anything." Kanglim was puzzled. "What? Is something wrong?" Gehi replied firmly. "I don't need comfort, so just leave." Gehi was sad. It was because she had been careless before. Her schedule was packed because of Idol Goddess. "I should have concentrated more." Kanglim was silent. Was he really worried about Idol Goddess? Oh my, was he worried because of Gu Mia? Damn it, it's natural to be worried about such an opponent. His gaze shifted to the towel beside her. Gehi closed her eyes and replied, "So just leave me alone." Before she could finish speaking, a towel flew from somewhere and hit Gehi in the face. The one who threw the towel was none other than Kanglim. Gehi removed the towel from her face and was angry. "You, what's wrong with you?" she shouted unpleasantly. "Hey boss, are you really crazy? You want to die. If you want to get hit, just say so honestly." Gehi opened her mouth and said, "You really want to get hit, don't you?" Just as her fist was about to land on his face, Kanglim spoke, stopping her. "All right, you're back to your senses, you Gehi." Hearing what he said, she looked somewhat bewildered, unable to understand. "I already told you I am myself." Kanglim tightly held Gehi's fist. "But you just lost yourself. You can open your fist. If you don't want to hear comfort from someone like me, then do whatever you want. It doesn't matter who the opponent is." Gehi listened to Kanglim in silence. "It's better to be angry than depressed. Anyway, you're always someone who can do anything." After speaking, he stared intently at her. He held out his fist in front of Gehi. "Fist bump," Gehi asked. "Are we fighting?" Kanglim raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What? You don't know this?" He was surprised to realize she had misunderstood and explained, It's something that often appears in comics. So, we do a fist bump like this." Seeing him flustered, she burst out laughing. "He probably means to work together," peeved. Kanglim looked at Gehi, who was trembling with laughter. "What is this?" After that, she held her stomach and giggled. Seeing Gehi leave, he was flustered. Hey, what's this? Everyone does this in real life too. Haven't you seen the NBA?" Gehi laughed happily. All right, we'll be late for the photo shoot. Hurry," Kanglim hastily said. "Listen to me carefully." She walked away, lost in thought. I'm really screwed, really. But something like that can't happen." Gehi's eyes were sad. "I can't have those feelings for boss." Yanga's face came to mind. No, everyone focused on dance practice. Now we officially began preparations for the Kadon festival. Yu Gehi and her team were completely immersed in practice. Mr. Yoon and his group were still talking to investors and many other stakeholders. PD Yoon and Jaehoon were looking around the stage. Meanwhile, everyone faithfully carried out their respective duties. Yoon Wang and the teacher were still talking. Yanga was reading the script over here, but her expression was a bit off. They seemed to be having an intense argument. Kanglim was handling his phone elsewhere. On the other hand, I only had to manage the group schedule, so I had more free time now than before working as a manager. I even had so much time that I went and took the motorcycle license test. Yu Gehi and her group had social skills, physical strength, intelligence, perseverance. Kanglim muttered to himself, I'm called a coach, but this is a bit awkward. It's like a modern entertainment game, isn't it? It feels like it's running on auto mode. He frowned and thought, but I need to start preparing to deal with Gu Mia. Oh right, I need to complete these daily missions. Kanglum was playing a game on his phone screen. A notification popped up. Received a heart from Yu Nari. Kanglum happily muttered, she really likes this. He wasn't looking ahead, but suddenly a girl stood in front of him. HMPH, it was Ju Lamy. She grumbled at him unpleasantly. We're all practicing hard every day, but Oppa is just sitting around playing video games. Kanglum heard the sound and knew who it was, but still didn't lift his head. Hey, is practice over? Ju Lamy replied. It's break time right now. I came looking for Oppa because I didn't see you. Why didn't you borrow my tarot reading ability this time? She put her hands on her hips and frowned. I thought he'd ask about Gu Mia's future like before. Kanglum lifted his head, drank his drink, and thought to himself. It's because everything was still within a predictable range. After that, he turned his head and looked elsewhere. Don't you think it's not good to rely too much? And anyway, you said that for matters related to us, the tarot reading isn't entirely accurate. Anything can change at any time, or rather we can change the future, Kanglum continued. Rather than vaguely feeling relieved or vaguely worrying, I want to do my best in what I can do right now. Ju Lamy raised an eyebrow. Those are things adults say, but the important thing is that we're the ones on stage, not Oppa. Okay, Kanglum cleared his throat after speaking. Ahem, she sat down next to Kanglum, but Oppa's right, son Baneem. We really can't predict accurately. But what does Oppa know? Ju Lamy held up a card. I drew a special card. He asked what are you talking about? The judgment card, she grinned. Even if Gu Mia's future fortune-telling keeps changing. The judgment card kept being drawn, Ju Lamy explained precisely. Unlike the card image, this card doesn't carry a negative meaning. It represents judgment before salvation, resurrection, and change. However, for someone in the entertainment industry, an actor for example, it has another meaning. Change will happen to the person who had the fortune told, and for someone who already has a successful career. Kanglum listened carefully. This indicates a downfall. It implies that a scandal will erupt soon, she slowly said. What I can predict through this card is only the keyword scandal. Kanglum was blank. Scandal, Ju Lamy shook her head. I don't know what will happen or when it will happen. It could happen at the end of the competition, who knows? After speaking, she winked and smiled. Aha, so what I'm saying is, how about we expose this scandal information? The scene shifted elsewhere, and Kanglum stood at the door, straightening his clothes. How can I expose a scandal when I don't even know what it is while talking about fun? She smiled and said, that's why Honey and Sunbae need to investigate. After that, she stood up. We're not without clues. I have very reliable friends regarding this matter. They've collected quite a few hot rumors related to Gu Mia. If we investigate ourselves and gather enough evidence, she held up the card and her phone, we can hand it over to Chun Sunbae and expose it to the world. Back to the present. Kanglum walked down the street, sighing. The principle is the same. There was also a rivalry between Gu Mia and Yu Gehi, but Gehi was, as a kind and gentle female lead, she easily fended off all of Gu Mia's attacks and proceeded to the performance date without much difficulty. But Kanglum thought of someone else. But just before that performance, Gu Mia will resort to despicable tactics. One of those tactics is he recalled a drama that had happened before, creating fake news through the media and spreading controversy that Yu Gehi, the idol, lacks historical awareness. Every day, controversies about celebrities lacking historical awareness arose, exacerbating the situation. The controversial interview video in entertainment news was deleted by media control agencies. They manipulated the interview and spread baseless rumors with tears, unsettling Yu Gehi's mind. Kanglum was silent. So this fortune-telling was half right and half wrong. Perhaps because the fortune-telling wasn't complete yet, but more than that, it was because of what Gu Mia did to Yu Gehi. He sighed inwardly. But the reason I accepted Ju Lamy's proposal was because it could be a good opportunity to approach Gu Mia, as he thought. He arrived at the meeting place. In that way, all conspiracies could be easily prevented. Ah, she's here. Ju Lamy happily waved her hand and greeted him. Yahoo, hello, Kanglum son Baneem. Kanglum looked at the clothes she was wearing and didn't understand. What's with that outfit? It's too conspicuous. Ju Lamy was angry when Kanglum criticized her clothes. Oh my, how can you say such a thing? Normally Oppa would say Lamy is cute or something. Like Lamy is cute, or at least a compliment. Kanglum pushed up his hat. I mean, it is cute, but today we're going to tail someone, aren't we? She replied. If that's the case, wearing black clothes like Sunbae would make us more suspicious, wouldn't it? He asked, puzzled. How infiltrate? Where? Ju Lamy took him to change clothes. She held up a yellow shirt and held it against him. Years ago there was a big scandal in the entertainment industry, remember? A scandal where secret information related to the adults' entertainment industry was leaked. Kanglum nodded. Ah, I know, even someone like me who isn't interested in such things knows that all the members of that group were caught, right? She gave Kanglum another shirt and nodded. Yes, but that was just a temporary measure. There's a darker side to the entertainment industry, things that haven't been exposed yet, she replied. That's exactly how to describe the social club. It's called the Five. Ju Lamy explained that it might seem like a club where even minors can participate if they're a member on the surface, but it's actually the opposite. It's an industry secret pleasure spot. Countless unsolved mysteries of the entertainment world are hidden here. It operates day and night, and countless illegal activities secretly take place within. Kanglum asked, such a place exists, he thought to himself. Are ESW and the real world merging, or is reality more cruel than fiction? Kanglum continued. But what does that have to do with Ji Miya? I don't believe that story. But it could be, she nodded. Yes, there's information that Ji Miya frequently goes to the Five, and she's known as the queen of that place. Kanglam imagined Ji Miya in attractive clothes in his head. Queen, he looked at her and said, damn it, my prediction was completely wrong. As far as I know, Miya disliked old-fashioned things. Kanglam recalled the story. They aired 10 consecutive flashback episodes about Mia's past to rehabilitate her image. The author received all sorts of criticism from readers and even temporarily suspended serialization. However, the content that came out at that time was chronologically incorrect. He received the gift bag and expressed his thanks. Thanks, I'll wear them later. Julami asked Sunbae, did you know Mia before she became an actress? She was an idol, right? Perhaps that was the first time I worked on something related to a monkey, she smiled brightly. And I heard there's a suspicious blank in Mia's schedule today. If that woman comes to V, we'll infiltrate and record everything with a camera. Then Julami suddenly burst out laughing. If Chun Sunbae exposes this scandal, we'll win before the performance even begins, Kanglam exclaimed. Yeah, right. It's a bit sneaky, but it should be fine. As he said that, she suddenly got angry. What, sneaky Sunbae, why are you so negative? Haven't you heard that woman made others kneel? Plus, she's our competitor. If she comes to V, she's committing an illegal act. Julami frowned. Are those two your ideal type, Sunbae? Sunbae, Kanglam recoiled, shaking his head repeatedly. No, forget it, absolutely not. Do you know how much Yu Gei's fans hate Ji Miya? As Yu Gei's biggest fan, I really hate Ji Miya too. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and dazzling light poured in. He glanced over and said, but where did you get this information? From that reliable friend you mentioned? She nodded. Yes, they told me to avoid drawing attention for a while because they would solve problems related to my family, but I drew attention because of the audition and got severely scolded, Julami sighed. So they told me to finish this quickly and found all the information, he snorted. Kanglam grabbed his collar. Oh, wait a minute, I need to change. Julami shook her head and pointed towards the closet. No, Sunbae, put those clothes in the closet for now. Come back and get them later. Kanglam asked, puzzled. What are you talking about? Didn't I prepare clothes for you to change into, Sunbae? Julami went to the closet and unlocked it. I've already prepared your clothes, Sunbae. Kanglam pointed to the gift bag and said, then why did you buy these clothes? She replied, they're a gift for you, Sunbae. The season's changing now. You try to look luxurious with just one coat, but you don't seem to have any ordinary clothes for summer, so I thought it would be a fashion disaster. Kanglam pretended to be surprised and said, wow, you're right, I can't argue with that. Julami said, next time you go to the hair salon, wear those clothes. Kanglam nodded, but then suddenly said, but where are the clothes you prepared? He looked at the gift bag and his face turned pale. What? No way. Time passed and evening fell with lights turning on one by one in the buildings. In the apartment complex, Julami handed something to the security guard. The security guard returned a card and a bracelet to her, checking them. She put them on and went down the stairs. The tightly closed door slowly opened, revealing a club inside. Everyone was losing themselves in the music. Julami entered wearing glasses. If it weren't for work, I would never come to a place like this. I need to find Kanglam Sunbae first. She went to the bartender. One Cinderella, please. This was a non-alcoholic drink. The bartender nodded. Yes, Julami seemed to be observing someone. He should be around here. The bartender grabbed a bottle and shouted, hey rookie, the floor is slippery. The person called out immediately replied, yes, I'm coming. It was Kanglam. He ordered again, when you're done, clean the restroom. Do it quickly. He held a broom and a bucket, bowing his head, yes. Kanglam wiped the floor, sweating profusely. Why is this happening to me? Julami, sitting nearby, scoffed. I couldn't help it either. It's too dangerous for Sunbae to enter through the front door. Hang in there, Sunbae. Julami took off her outer garment in front of him. So let's have some fun too. Shall we have some fun? Kanglam held the drink in his hand, his face flushed. She laughed gleefully as she teased him. What's wrong, Sunbae? Your face is all red. Julami covered her mouth and chuckled. Sunbae, you have so many girls around you, but you still haven't dated anyone? I see. He flushed and averted his gaze. Seriously, stop it. You know everything and you keep teasing me. She winked and laughed. More importantly, did you find her while you were scouting, Sunbae? Cute. I haven't seen Mia yet, but I found my prey. After that, Julami pointed to a table with 2 men and 1 woman. Over there, the red-haired girl is sitting at that red table, she explained. That girl was a member of the same group as Mia. There are many rumors and unresolved stories surrounding her. Rumors like she has many scandals with men, or she enjoys nightlife. Food and drinks were piled high on the table in front of them. So if Mia comes today, it's highly likely that she'll talk to the red-haired girl. Kanglam asked, puzzled. That makes sense, so what do we do now? We hide and eavesdrop. She stopped him. Hold on, Sunbae, don't mess things up. What we need is a photo proving that Ji Mia was here. Julami playfully tugged at Kanglam's sleeve. How about we enjoy ourselves and wait leisurely, okay? This is also part of the infiltration plan. If we don't do anything, we might look suspicious, he snorted. Kanglam still couldn't look her straight in the eye. But I'm wearing these clothes and I don't really like places like this. Do you really want to dance? I don't think it suits me. Then she got angry as if steam was coming out of her head. Really? What does that matter? I just want to have fun with Sunbae. Sunbae, is it so important what other people think? Am I not important to you, Lami? After speaking, she dragged Kanglam without his consent. Come on, let's go, quickly. Kanglum hastily said, actually, I've never danced before. On the other side, the DJ was still engrossed in playing remix music. Julami dragged Kanglum into the crowd and danced to the music. She rubbed against him, and his face turned bright red. Julami turned around and said, "Look at me, Sunbae." Kanglum was angry and flushed, unable to say anything. He stiffly followed her movements, but Julami couldn't suppress her laughter and giggled, clutching her stomach. After that, she lost herself in the music with him. Kanglum was out of breath and sweating profusely from dancing. Julami asked, "How is it? Isn't it great to let go of all your worries together?" He panted and said, "Well, yeah, I guess so." She laughed gleefully. "See, we should come here again next time, shouldn't we?" Kanglum shook his head. "No, we didn't come here to play, we're eavesdropping," Julami laughed. "It doesn't have to be here. There are youth clubs too, they're more fun than you think. Anyway, this place is a bit fancy." Kanglum scratched his head. "Really? But we need to go back now. Break time ended a few minutes ago. Let me know when Mia comes. We need to be as careful as possible." After that he left, and Julami waved goodbye. "Yes, be careful." As soon as he left, a brown-haired man approached her. "Hello, young lady, that dance was really cool just now." He spoke again. "That dance just now was really cool. I kept watching you. Shall I guess? Are you a dancer?" She frowned unpleasantly. "Oh my, I met another pervert." He ignored Julami's expression and held up a bracelet. "I'll just boast a little. I've received many invitations recently. So I booked a table today. Care to enjoy it with me?" She replied unpleasantly, "No thanks, I'm leaving." Before she could finish speaking, he cut her off and pointed elsewhere. "Right over there, the table by the wall." She said, "How about it?" Julami looked where he was pointing, right next to the red-haired girl. If Mia comes it would be perfect for eavesdropping." She sighed. "All right, just for a moment," he nodded gleefully. Yes, just for a moment." But before he could even go, a hand grabbed her wrist. It was Kanglum. He pulled Julami close and said warningly, "This flower is already taken, so don't try to charm her." He asked unpleasantly, "What? Who are you?" Julami exclaimed in surprise. It's not like that, Sunbae. That man's seat is right next to her." Kanglum cut her off with a cold face. "Stay put," he laughed. You're the guy who was dancing with her earlier, aren't you? You really make me laugh. You're like a roadside weed. Are you working here in that outfit, right? You're just a newbie, what do you know how to do?" Kanglum said in a challenging voice. "If you live in a trash can, the world will only be full of trash." He put his hands on his hips. "I really hate guys like you. You've come all this way, aren't we really similar? Who are you to act so arrogant? Are you going to stop that useless act or not?" His face came dangerously close to his with a provocative expression. "Do you want to die?" Kanglum remained silent. She worriedly tried to speak, but he spoke first. "Do you want to die?" Kanglum scoffed. "Do you even know what death is?" Hearing him speak, he was slightly startled and fell silent. Kanglum spoke again. "At least read the explanation before saying such things." He raised his hand to slap Kanglum's cheek. "What, do you really want to do this?" But before he could even lay a hand on him, Julami hit his head with her shoe. "Shut up," he couldn't dodge the unexpected attack. Kanglum grabbed her hand and dragged her away. "Be more careful from now on. I told you it's dangerous here. What were you thinking? Were you going to follow that guy?" Julami teased. Really, Sunbae. I had my own plan. That guy's seat was right next to the red-haired girl, you know." Kanglum listened to her words and remained silent. Julami teased, "What's wrong, Sunbae? Are you worried about Lammy? And what did you mean by taken flower?" "No way." Kanglum turned around and let go of Lammy's hand. Sunbae. She realized she had said the wrong thing and was crestfallen. I'm sorry, I won't do it again." "I'm sorry for worrying you like this," Kanglum sighed. We don't need to talk about this in a place like this. You're really cute, anyone would think that, so you need to be careful." Julami laughed. Yes, wow, Sunbae said I'm cute." He sat down and fiddled with the lock. "This should be enough for eavesdropping. I'll pretend to fix the door." The curly-haired man sitting behind him muttered. "You said you'd bring a girl, why isn't she here yet?" He turned around and asked, "Hey, is Mia really coming?" She rested her chin on her hand and said languidly, "You know what will happen if she doesn't come. She and I were idols together, plus she owes me something." Before she could finish speaking, Mia suddenly appeared. "I owe you what debt?" She was startled and scoffed. Mia, you're here. Why are you so late? We were waiting for you." Seeing her trembling, Mia replied, "Tisk, you said what you wanted to talk about was super important. You told me not to call you for things like this, right?" She stammered. Please, just sit down for a moment before you go." The man stood up when Mia arrived. "That's right, Mia, sit here." The person next to him poured her a drink. "Hello, wow, you're even prettier in person." As soon as the glass was handed to her, Mia slapped it away. "Have a drink with us." The glass fell to the floor and the three were slightly startled. She said coldly, "You're really pathetic. Are you still living like this? I clearly told you to quit this job." She angrily slammed the table. "Hey, Mia, how could you do this to me?" she shouted as Mia tried to leave. "If it weren't for you, I would be successful by now, but you flattered the boss and took all the good things. You succeeded, but our group disbanded." Her voice sank. "And after that our contract was even terminated. Unlike you, it's hard for me to find another path at my age." Then she shouted again. "I even suffered the disastrous failure of joining a low-tier agency, but I kept trying. I tried to maintain our relationship." Before she could finish speaking, she was hit in the face with a glass. "Is this going too far?" Mia replied with a cold face. "That's right, that's the problem. Did you come to your senses? You don't have a shred of talent, so let me give you some advice." Seeing her wet and struggling, Mia advised her to leave this industry as soon as possible. On one side, someone was holding a phone and filming. This is completely different from what I thought." Kanglum fell back into thought. "I understand what's going on," he observed carefully. Of course the news would never reveal this behind-the-scenes story, because that webtoon was discontinued immediately after critical comments about the author emerged. Jiyumiya seemed arrogant, but I knew she was an idol before. And discord among members is a common motive, and it's normal to feel jealous, especially when only one person succeeds. Kanglum sighed inwardly, but this was the story the author prepared. Isn't it too ordinary? Adding a character with a complicated and troublesome personality. Jiyumiya also had her own problems. Is this some kind of image laundering? This is a very old plot from 20 years ago. Julami looked at her phone and said, "It's just a waste of time after all. But she doesn't seem to be overdoing it," she muttered. "Even though I filmed a few scenes, it won't reveal much. Look, someone suddenly took my phone." It was Jiyumiya. She held the phone and said in a cold voice, "What is this? What are you two doing here?" And that's when I accidentally twisted the plot in a different direction from ESW. Jiyumiya looked at the phone and said, "I thought you were ill-mannered, but you're reckless too." The protagonist's performance was approaching. She shook her phone and laughed. "Playing tricks in a place like this? What now? You're caught red-handed. Are you challenging me?" Kanglum remained silent. "I'm right next to her, but it's stupid, Julami. If this gets out, we'll all be in trouble." Julami blamed herself for being distracted while playing with her senior. She hesitated and sighed. She regretted it, biting her lip. Unlike that arrogant person over there, Gehi Ani always appeared with a pure image, but she's different from that woman. We have nothing to lose if it's exposed. If a similar scandal breaks out, we'll suffer losses. That's why I clearly let her break the rules. And I glanced at Jiyumiya's triumphant expression, but in the end I gave her a chance to attack when no one answered. She said, "If you don't have the courage, apologize. Then everything will be over." Of course, words alone weren't enough. Julami was startled. "No, she's doing it again. Is she going to make my senior kneel and apologize?" Jiyumiya threw Julami's phone. "But it's fine." Julami caught the phone. "I'll let this incident slide for now." As she said that, Julami asked suspiciously, "What exactly do you want?" Jiyumiya still replied with a cold face, "What good would it do for you to kneel now? It's not fun, is it? I heard that even the losers participate. Don't rookies also participate in the Kadun Festa singing performance?" She scoffed. "Anyway, you'll be kneeling in front of everyone, so I don't want to ruin this fun too early." Julami heard her arrogant tone. "So I'll make you give up quickly. You'll be eliminated." Inwardly she felt unpleasant, but I guess I should consider myself lucky enough. Julami whispered to Kanglum, "Sunbae, let's go. Retreat for now, Sunbae." But Kanglum didn't react and remained silent with his head down. Then he suddenly put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me? I can't take it anymore. Hey Jiyumiya, one last question. Have you ever thought about changing that arrogant attitude?" Jiyumiya frowned. Who are you to tell me to change? You're just a manager. Shouldn't you be grateful instead?" he replied. "All right, that's enough." At first, ESW was supposed to unfold as follows. Kanglum recalled the threat that would happen with Jiyumiya in a different situation. Jiyumiya's purpose was to insult the protagonist, Yu Gehi. Eunwong's dazed face appeared. By temporarily changing the manager to him, Eunwong said in disbelief, "What, you want me to be your manager?" And the two climbed the mountain with difficulty. After that, she appeared on an entertainment program called 3 Meals a Day. But due to sudden rain, both of them were stuck in the mountains. The two sat by a campfire and spent the night together. That's when Mia began to talk about her life. Jiyumiya's past. She lived with an abusive father. Her parents divorced. Only her grandmother rescued her from that hellish place. Thanks to her grandmother, she could pursue her dream of becoming an actress. Her story was full of tragedy, but it didn't affect her and the readers at all. The author inserted flashback scenes into the movie as 11 episodes, receiving insane criticism, and eventually had to discontinue that part. It was ESW's first failure. He was still lost in thought. Still, since Jiyumiya also participated as a heroine, I thought it would be better to maintain the current state. Julami was slightly worried to see him remain silent. But hurting other people's feelings is a way to lose points. Because of the ESW group and its development, thinking that, Kanglum shouted, "I'm sick of you, Jiyumiya. I won't consider you a heroine anymore." She raised an eyebrow. What are you saying?" Kanglum said triumphantly. "I will definitely crush you and make you kneel before me." Jiyumiya laughed gleefully. "All right, if I win, you have to be my manager. I'll train you like a pet. I'm looking forward to it." The scene shifted elsewhere, to a place lined with tall buildings. Yanga sat on a chair clutching her bag, and Nari's words still echoed in her mind. "Think again. In the future, Kanglum Oppa will be with someone else, not you, Ani." Nari passed by Yanga with a cold expression. "This is terrible. Do I just have to accept this?" Yanga stammered. Ani," Nari hastily urged. "Choose wisely. Either I help you and Gehi Ani, or you become our sister's enemy. Decide quickly." Yanga bit her lip and remained silent. She shook her head. "I'm sorry, I can't agree to your offer, Nari." Ani won't agree." Nari fell silent at Yanga's words. After that, she smiled. "It's a bit difficult to tempt Ani. But Yanga Ani, you'll eventually realize it too." Back in reality, Yanga was still lost in thought. "No, that won't happen. That's right, I was tempted. That's a fact." Thinking of her past self, maybe I had no choice. Yanga got up and left her seat. "But now I have a mission. I know Kanglum's secret. Looking at Jiyumiya and Gehi's billboards, I have to completely side with Kanglum." Yanga looked at her phone. "I've prevented incidents that could arise through the script, The first thing I need to check is the lighting. As she was about to enter, the security guard stopped her. Excuse me, who are you? Yanga showed her staff ID card. Oh, I'm a script team member here to check the equipment. On the other hand, Konglum was sitting on a chair with a pile of papers. Anyway, Geihi's victory is still uncertain. All I can do is ensure she performs smoothly, he said suspiciously. To do that, I first need to check between accidents and conspiracies and predict what could happen. An accident is literally an event that happens by chance. For example, a stage light falling and hitting someone. Thinking of Mia's wickedness. A conspiracy, on the other hand, is not accidental but intentional. In other words, a plan to harm Geihi. There were two conspiracies. One of them is the scandal I mentioned earlier, and the other is he recalled a drama that had happened before. A drug that makes Yu Geihi lose her voice. Yu Geihi accidentally drank it and lost her voice, which caused her to go through terrible things. He thought he had to prevent such a thing from happening somehow. But did the butterfly effect happen because Yanga participated in the script team? Looking at the contents of the paper, there's been a slight change in the script since yesterday? Konglum laughed inwardly. What a coincidence. One character has been removed, the male actor character who handed Yu Geihi a drink. What a coincidence, thanks Yanga. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, everything has been resolved without me doing anything. So now all he had to prepare for was the scandal. Geihi came out of the practice room, sweating profusely. Phew boss, what's our next schedule? Konglum replied. We had a filming schedule, but I postponed it because of Idol Goddess. Sit down quickly, it's time to answer questions now. When is Hangul Day? Geihi frowned. What? Why are you suddenly asking that? Konglum urged, saying there was no time. Answer quickly. How are general elections held? And what's the order of the Gapo reform and Gapsen coup? Geihi imagined entertainment reporters in her head. Reporters who are on Yu Mia's side will ask Yu Geihi these general knowledge questions. If she answers late, they'll write negative articles and comments to frustrate her. That was the scandal she would have to face, and the way to prevent this was. She kept silent. He asked again. Which is better for nutritional supplementation, propofol or propolis? Geihi replied. Do you think I came from another planet? Are you ignoring me? Konglum flipped through the papers one by one. All right, be quiet. What's your answer? Ah, what was it? Geihi asked suspiciously from the side. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't need to study? I thought I had to go to the performance venue tomorrow and prevent all accidents. He began to inspect the stage as he had thought. Konglum climbed up to where the stage lights were installed. What is this? Why is everything okay? He readjusted it to prevent any accidents. Am I remembering something wrong? No, this doesn't fit during a performance, does it? Konglum continued to observe with satisfaction. This stage light is unique and it must have been replaced because it was broken, right? Not just this, but other minor things too. Then there won't be any accidents. In other words, Konglum was startled. I won the lottery. He fell into self-admiration. That's right, I was thinking too deeply. Surely some actor must have discovered it. The butterfly effect always seemed to work in strange ways until now, didn't it? But sometimes it works very well. I was lucky. Konglum's face was filled with satisfaction. Really, really great. I mean, if I'm not lucky, who's going to give me gotcha draws? But he didn't pay attention to someone below. Hey, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Come down quickly. Konglum was still lost in thought and didn't hear. Oh, I have good luck sometimes. That's right. According to the script, the conspiracy was a double strike. Day 23, Idol Goddess Contest D round. A bell rang. All right, he put his hands in his pockets. Let's finish practice here. If we do well in this performance, our show will be a success. I'll leave everything to you all tomorrow. Everyone along with the staff tidied up the equipment. Konglum left with his backpack. Everyone don't practice anymore. Go home early and rest for tomorrow. It's most important that you get enough rest. Shuren appeared from somewhere, trembling slightly. But Konglum, if I don't practice, my body trembles with anxiety. He nodded. Yeah, I know, but you've also been on bigger stages, she replied. That was for a game. Julami appeared from somewhere again. I was also surprised to see how big the stage is. Then Sunbae, can't you give us some words of encouragement while we're in the best condition? Konglum said suspiciously. It might be a bit awkward. This is different from what we performed before, Yanga said cheerfully, but it will help. Tomorrow will be really busy. Geihi appeared and said. Boss, you encouraged everyone, didn't you? Besides, you made a bet with Yu Mia. Then isn't this a battle we can't lose? Eun-yang came over, laughing. I want to hear it too. I think Konglum will say something really good. Konglum was suspicious. I've heard these words before. Shuren smiled at Konglum. Konglum nodded. All right, he opened his mouth, looking at the four. This is a line I really like from a volleyball manga. We don't need any miracles. In other words, we can overcome everything with our own strength. Konglum held out his hand. Because we are special, we will never be defeated anywhere. The team members piled their hands into a circle and shouted together. Fight, July 24th, 1:18 a.m. July 24th, 1:19 a.m. A loud noise echoed, and time reset to July 24th, 1:18 a.m. July 0th, 1:19 a.m. On June 23rd, Konglum sat on his bed holding his phone. I've set a lot of alarms, done. He fell into thought. Even knowing the outcome beforehand, I'm so anxious. Or is it because I know it beforehand? What if an accident happens and things don't go according to plan? Konglum got up and paced the room. But I've planned and prepared for every situation. I've done everything I can. Now all that's left is to cheer everyone on tomorrow. And he turned off the light. Let's stop thinking and just sleep. Soon the room was plunged into darkness. On July 27, 11:18 a.m. a loud noise echoed, and time reset to July 5, 1:19 a.m. The sun rose and sunlight streamed through the window. Kanglam rubbed his eyes and looked at his phone. What time is it? He looked, then quickly shouted, "I'm late." His mother and sister were already used to it and very calm. Kanglam poked his head out and said, "Mom, why didn't you wake me up? My life is completely ruined. What should I do? I told you I needed to wake up early to prepare for the performance." His mother replied, "What are you talking about? What performance? Get up quickly and eat breakfast." Minhyuk, brushing his teeth, also spoke. "Oppa, did you have a strange dream? Why are you making a fuss first thing in the morning?" Kanglam was flustered. No, I mean idol goddess. It's today, right? I told you to countless times." When they didn't reply, he looked blankly. The scene shifted to school. Ju Lamy handed a report to Kanglam. "Sunbae, since you're the club president, please fill this out. It's for the audition Gehi Sunbae is participating in." She put her hands on her hips and frowned. "Sunbae? Look, it doesn't even feel like a proper audition. It's more like a movie promotion event." Kanglam was startled. "What is this?" Ju Lamy had an expectant expression. Just then, Shirin and Youngga entered through the door and Ju Lamy began to announce, "We've decided to hold a real audition." The two newly arrived girls looked blankly. Lamy was excited. "Let's go, idol school project." Kanglam didn't move. "This is the day before the audition. Did I go back in time?" He sat in the restroom in silence. "What happened? I can't believe I went back in time, but this is real. What on earth is the reason?" Sweat dripped down his face. "This is the first time I've gone back in time for so long, since the repetition loop began, extending from June 24th back to June 5th. Kanglam looked at his phone, clutching his head. "First, I haven't forgotten anything from the ESW list. I've checked the time repeatedly, so there's no way I forgot anything. Then what's the cause? Or is it due to the difference between ESW and reality?" He recalled being in the club. "Or is it because of the fight with Jiyumiya? If that's the case, it should have happened earlier. Or did the repetition loop occur on the day I stopped treating her as a heroine?" He recalled fixing the stage lights. "Could that incident be related to this repetition loop? No, it wouldn't just reset to the performance day because of that." Kanglam sighed and leaned back. "Why of all days, the idol goddess audition day? Damn it, I can't believe it. This situation feels like a bug, doesn't it?" Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and asked himself, could it just be a bug? Kanglam mumbled like an idiot. "Nonsense, there's no way it could exist, right?" The two male students outside looked curiously at the room where Kanglam was sitting. "Who's mumbling in there?" "First of all, the situation of ESW and this world merging is illogical in itself." Finally, Kanglam decided. "All right, let's check one more time. Just once I'll act exactly as before." His eyes flashed. "If I do this until the 24th, I'll know the reason. Is it a bug or did I really forget something?" From the audition to the performance, heartfelt conversations, dance practice, moments of effort shared with fist bumps and other images played back in his mind. Looking at his phone screen, it was June 23, 10:29 p.m. Kanglam lay on his bed and sighed. "All right, I finally made it to today. I just didn't buy the Webtoon cookies because I've already seen them. Now when I wake up, I'll know." He frowned. "Please, I won't complain even if it's a bug. Please let it continue until tomorrow." Then on June 24th, 1:18 a.m., a loud noise echoed. Instantly, time reset to June 5th. The sun rose and sunlight dyed the clouds red. The chirping of birds could be heard everywhere. He sprang up. "Damn it, honestly, I didn't expect anything. This is just an escape from reality." Kanglam sighed. "Damn it, calm down now, Kanglam." He summarized the situation. "There's only one conclusion, after all. Performance date, the 24th, was the idol goddess performance. Several incidents occurred in the early morning of that day." Kanglam walked to his notebook. "Perhaps something happened to you, Gehi, or someone else. But since I avoided the accident, it's unlikely to lead to another accident by chance. Thinking about when Gehi got hurt during the performance, it's highly probable that this incident was a conspiracy by Jiyumiya. Since both the sexual harassment and drug scandals were prevented, Jiyumiya must have planned these conspiracies." He imagined the worst-case scenario. A group of people in black clothes armed with knives directly stabbing Gehi to death. He probably speculated that an attack might occur in the middle of the night. Kanglam slammed his hand on the table. "Damn it, this is too much. Damn Jiyumiya." He gritted his teeth. "I'll never forgive you. I'll definitely put an end to your ridiculous acts." He recalled when Ju Lamy handed him the club report. "Sunbae, since you're the president, please fill this out."